A warm welcome everybody to Blast Slam 6. This is going to be the first big Dota 2 event of the entire year. It's Permasneeze and Winter starting you off on the B stream. Now, if you are joining us and you're not sure what's going on, well, welcome to a week ahead of amazing Dota 2 action. We have 12 of the best teams in the world, all here going to be facing off in one of the most grueling formats that there is in Pro Dota right now. 66 best of ones in the next 3 days, Winter. That's crazy.
Imagine the amount of cheese that can come out. 66 VO1s.
Oh my god, I don't even wanna. I mean, we'll witness it firsthand. We have 22 best of ones every single day, split between Stream A and Stream B. And if you're here, you're watching us on the B stream, of course, you can find the main stream at Blast Slam Dota. Anywhere, Twitch, Kick, YouTube. But let's walk through the format. Of course, these teams are playing for 1 milli. No shortage in prize money there. But of course, for week one, we're starting things a bit tame as 66 best of ones can be. You know, everyone's going to be playing remotely for now. You need to fight for the chance to make it to Malta. And if you guys aren't familiar with the Slam format, it's kind of similar to some of the previous Slam formats, at least the initial stages, right? Best of ones all the way through. Top 8 teams make it to the play-in stage, but then the first and second seeded teams make it directly to the semifinal. So if you place first, you place second, you're hopping straight over to Malta, you can book your flights, you can take a chill pill. But for the teams that place 3rd to 8th, that's where you have a later play-in stage. After the group stage, there are best of 3s to decide who moves on, who places in what spot, and that's kind of what we have in store. Of course, once that's all settled, that's where the 6 teams fly off to Malta, and we have best of 5 playoffs. This is the first time, I think, in a long time that we're having a format like this. So going from best of ones, chaos non-stop in these 3 days, and then you fly to Malta, you play nothing but best of 5s, it is a big gear switch, Winter.
Yeah, the best of 5 that definitely helps. You know, if you have a lot of people behind the scene that can help you prepare, like at least in a long series, it helps you, you know, compete better. You know, like compete for this awesome prize pool that you see in front of your eyes.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically a million split down all the way to the 12th. And that's kind of one of the nice things about Blast Slam. I think other tournaments, sometimes, you know, you finish 7th to 12th, you don't get shit. It's tough out here. But speaking of all those people in the backlines, I think all the top teams in the world now, if they don't have a coach, they've got an analyst, they've got performance staff. So all of these people are going to get a very nice cut of the prize pool. First place, $300,000. That is nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. But prize pool aside, of course, there is glory on the line. At least in the gauntlet of Slam so far, there has been one team that has been significantly more successful than the rest. In fact, it's almost a joke at this point. I think most people would expect them to come in here swinging and maybe claim their 5th Slam trophy. That's right, they have enough Slam trophies to make an entire Dota 2 team. If each one of their Slam trophies started queuing a different position in Dota, they could play a ranked match by themselves. Tundra Esports, and these names should not be unfamiliar to anybody on our stream. I mean, these guys, they're the real deal, right? They are the ones to beat.
At this point, we have to rename it Tundra Slam, right?
Yeah.
I think you have to, you kind of have to do it. They kind of always do really well in this type of format. I've been talking to you about it like yesterday about like how teams that sometimes you have a lot of BO1, so it kind of rewards the teams that have the better initial ideas when they go into the tournament, so they'll be rewarded. And then in the following format, you kind of have to, you know, add in some prep to be able to do well in that longer, I think, series as well. But I think Tundra, they kind of do really well in the beginning. Always they have like very good ideas, and after qualifying, I think they have a break. The break kind of also helps them. I think whenever they have to play like 2 weeks straight, I always feel like they are not as consistent. But when you play 1 week and then you have a break and then you play again after that, I think that kind of favors Tundra a lot.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, we have a team that is of the complete different complexion, right? REKONIX. This might be the first time that many of you watching this stream are hearing of these team. Well, for us, me and Winter, we're familiar because these are our boys out of Southeast Asia, Indo Pride, as some might say. An all-Indonesian team coming out of seemingly nowhere. There are some familiar faces. I think the most familiar will be the man in the middle of your screen, FBZ. Some might have heard of In Your Dream. But other than that, a couple of players who have mostly been around the Tier 1.5, Tier 2 scene recently shaping up in a big way. They've managed to make it through a couple of major tournaments. They're going to Birmingham. They're going to Dream League Season 28. Oh, sorry, not 28, but they've made it to Birmingham. They almost made it to Wallachia recently. So some decent performances. What do you think about this team up against Tundra?
Hey, they have a good mix of like young and old. I think Dalo and Jigroy, they are two kind of newer players that came out of the tier 1.5 scene. I think they have a mix with the older players, which are going to be Varys. In Your Dream has been around for quite some time. I think those two are the ones that have a lot of experience to kind of lead the team. And I mean, In Your Dream has been already, I think touted as one of the best mid laners for such a long time in C. And I think they have the right combination. They have very interesting heroes. They have a lot of tools in their arsenal, to do well in the tournament.
Yeah, people might be wondering why, if In Your Dream is touted as one of the top mid laners in Southeast Asia, why haven't we heard of him? Well, he was a pub star for quite a while back in maybe, I want to say 6-7 years ago. And then recently, he kind of made a switch over to Honor of Kings. So he went to a completely different MOBA. He competed pro in that for a little bit, but then now he gets dragged back into Dota like we all do. And then now he's here. Now he's looking very stable for the team. In fact, he's my player to watch for REKONIX. It's funny that this is the first round matchup for these two teams as well, because we know very well that Whitemon is super close to these guys, right? Talking about Indo Pride, Whitemon is, I want to say, like the shining example of what a pro can be to a lot of these Indonesian players on the come up. And we do know that he's friends with everyone in REKONIX. He's given them advice. He's sort of helped them out from time to time. We know that whenever he's back in Indonesia, he hangs out with them as well. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a friendly beating. Maybe Whitemon and the gang. I don't think they're going to show mercy. Doesn't seem like Tundra's style. They've certainly not shown mercy throughout the entire slam so far. But good news, folks. We're going to have a draft for you on our screens very shortly. I see it, and soon you'll see it as well. Wonder what these players are going to try and get for themselves, especially in the format, right? Best of ones. It's important to note as we get into this first game draft that Tundra, throughout all their slam performances, have always finished in the top of the groups. So they've always made it straight to the semi-final stage. They've never missed it except for Blast Slam 1. Every other time they drop like maximum one map. So they aren't really the type of team that you expect to get upset in this format.
You kind of need to surprise them, but I feel like having Whitemon on their side and your REKONIX, it kind of takes away a lot of the surprise factor because he knows the players so well. He's from the region. And I think that it's going to be very difficult to come up with something that Whitemon doesn't know about, So if you play the game honestly and straight up as REKONIX, obviously they're not going to have as good as a chance. So I'm wondering what are they going to be able to cook up here, Are they going to be able to pick some of their signature heroes to win, especially like the Kaz of Jigroy? He's probably the best Kaz player in SEA. Hopefully we get to see some of that.
Yeah, I heard from a little birdie that told me back when Satanic was still a pub star, he actually requested to add Jigroy on Steam because he wanted to see his replay. So that's kind of that explosiveness that you expect. For those of you not so familiar with Jigroy, kind of similarly to Satanic, very explosive, very technical, has a lot of mechanical skill, and has the potential to pop off. But Winter, I love that you pointed out having Whitemon on the Tundra side might actually be a big advantage because we already see it reflected in the bans. You take out the Gyrocopter, the Razor, and the Disruptor. These are three heroes that REKONIX really love to use in their past few qualifiers.
Yeah, the Gyro is something that I think you'll always just be good in like competitive games. The hero just gives the team a lot of tools during the match. You can gate, you're very good in the lane, you have damage, you have magic damage, you have physical damage. You're always useful. I think Razor is something that I think it sort of has a very sharp rise in popularity, I think last week or at least 2 weeks ago, because he's been the new aura bot somehow. He's broken because he can build auras, but he doesn't sacrifice the damage because he's dealing damage with static link, and he's very, very hard to kill. And obviously the recent buff to what's it called, the unstable current, so it does more damage now. It's more frequent, the strikes. So basically if you're not dying in the team fights as Razor, you're doing damage.
Yeah, it's a matter of the long game with all those survival items. But this Bat Rider tells me Tundra just want to start the fight, grab somebody, and kill them off immediately. Not only is it a great catch hero, it's also one of Ari's signatures. I think whenever we consider Ari as the player, it's that Bat Rider, it's that Hoodwink. Those are the heroes that stand out the most for him.
I actually think it might just straight up be 33's hero though. I think he's always been very, very open about picking his hero right away, opening the draft with his hero, and then they built the draft around it. I think with the recent buffs to bat, I mean, he got nerfed a lot like a month and a half ago, but they gave him some agility gain back, and that kind of felt like, and they lowered the mana cost of Flame Break. So I felt like it actually paved certain ways of Bat Rider becoming back a core again. We saw it from Spirit Collapse. I think he played a lot at the Fissure event, so we might be seeing a core Bat Rider here, from Tundra. Obviously, it is still possible as a flex pick, but there's a big chance that the Bat might be a core.
Well, you talk about REKONIX needing to surprise their opponents. I think this Bat Rider on a core could be a really big surprise if 33 is really the one to bring it out, because the last time he played Bat Rider, it's almost a year ago at this point. So I don't really know whether this will be something maybe 33 and the gang have been cooking up in the scrims. We don't know yet. Again, folks, this is the first major LAN tournament happening in 2026. So all these teams that have been sort of embroiled in qualifier season so far have been having to show their strats, right? REKONIX, they're basically in every single qualifier, but Tundra, they've been directly invited to so many of these events. They've been allowed to keep their strategies mostly a secret. Here's a REKONIX early Wind Ranger pick though. What do you think of that compared to the Bat?
It's a good lane matchup into the Bat Rider, because you have Wind Run. If you want to run the Wind Runner as a carry against the off-lane Bat Rider. And the hero is already, I think, still really strong in the meta. With the Entangle Facet as the carry, you do so much damage, you're very hard to kill. And they're gonna follow you up with a Shadow Demon as well. Shadow Demon, one of the nicer heroes to have when you have a Wind Ranger. I think it's nice to have a save, because this hero can be sometimes an easy target in the team fights. So if you have a save on your team, it kind of ensures that you're going to be able to output your DPS. And it's also really good against Bat Rider. You just purge him, once he comes in, he lassos someone, you just either purge him or you get the disrupt off your teammate, So very useful.
Yeah, Tundra, like I mentioned, always the team that makes it directly to the LAN stage of these Blast LAN tournaments, and they're certainly keeping in that theme. They got Bat Rider flying them there, and they want Captain Tiny on his signature airlines. A quick flight is ahead of them, and Mirana will join that fray. Pretty strong trio so far, but I guess it's still up in the air, right? It could be a Tiny 4, could be a Bat 3, could be a Tiny
I think
mid.
it should be Tiny sub with Mirana Position 5.
Okay.
Those should be their two supports. I think the Bat Rider could be 33's hero, or it could be the man on the screen right here, BZM's hero. I think both of them play the hero really well. It's kind of like a flex pick for them. And right now, REKONIX, they need to be very careful, Like, they have to make sure they take account that the Bat Rider can go mid, the Bat Rider can go off lane, so they need to have good matchups there. They make sure that you don't want to put like something like an Ember in your mid lane, then the Bat Rider just goes there and just destroys you, So they have to make sure they be careful of that.
Do you still want to run the Bat Rider in the off lane even into the Wind? Because you mentioned Wind is such a great lane counter, right? The Sticky doesn't really do anything. You can just get Magic State, Wind run away. The Tangle is going to put out a lot of damage.
I mean, they definitely can change things around. Either they can put the Bat mid, or they can put the Tiny mid and then Bat as pos 4. I think it's definitely still possible. Everything is up in the air. You have to I think this 16-17 for REKONIX is the difficult one. You need to basically make your draft be flexible enough to deal with everything that could change in the next pick, for Tundra. So they're picking a type, which is good for a couple of reasons here. He's very good against a core Tiny, if it's a core Tiny, because of Anchor Smash. And he also kind of builds Pipe, which is also very good against core Tiny and core Bat. And obviously you have the Blubber, very good against the Bat Rider, So I think this pick here makes a lot of sense for REKONIX, kind of covering a lot of ground. And they're very, very solid lanes, If they want to run the Tide and the Wind Ranger on the same lane, that's a very, very solid lane for them.
Yeah, a lot of burst potential coming out on whoever ends up being carry. And fitting for the man on your screen, Mr. FBZ, on the right side there. He is one of the older members of the team, along with Varish, and I think largely relied upon to...
Is he the older one? Really?
I think they're both around the same age, because I know Varish is 29. I don't remember exactly how old Mr. Ipul is right now. Out comes a Faceless Void. That is a lot greedier than expected. There is also the chance, if you've been watching some of these China games, it could be a pause 4 Faceless Void.
It should be a pause 4 Faceless Void. They run it in the CQs of SEA.
Yeah.
I think it is carry Wind Ranger with a position 5 Shadow Demon here.
Yeah.
And it should be FV and Tide on the off lane. Because what you see here, right, with the first 3 picks of Tundra, they are all heroes that have a lot of small little spells, right? That time dilation could be very, very annoying to deal with, you know. I think that's precisely the reason why they went for the Faceless Void here. The time dilation is going to destroy the first 3 heroes. But now the start kind of doesn't really care about the time dilation because you can dark pack it, and you're also really good into the Tide here. So I think this is an excellent pick against what REKONIX have in 16 and 17. I mean, the only downside I would see is you don't really build MKV on Slug.
Yeah.
So Wind Ranger core is kind of going to be a problem for you, you know. And then on top of that, there's a Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is very, very annoying for Slug to deal with, especially the Purge.
Yeah, I wonder what their game plan is going to be for dealing with this Wind Ranger, because picking this slot basically, Pure is saying, I'm gonna handle everybody else on REKONIX, and I'm gonna leave the Wind Ranger to you guys. I guess the rest of the Tundra heroes have a decent amount of magic burst damage, so if you're able to catch the initiation on the wind, and there's no save there, you could just blow her up, perhaps, before the save comes in. I'm not too sure. But this is an interesting slot pick for sure. Couple of bands coming out, looks like Tundra.
Higher win rate heroes in pubs right now. So Slug and Razor are both very, very high win rate in pubs. You know, obviously competitive is very, very different, but I could see like Slug doing really well here if the game kind of goes into a lot of like map play where you have to split up. Because if you look at REKONIX, right, they are going to be playing around the type-based Ravage, and I don't know if he's going to go time zone or chronosphere this game, but big ultimates with long cooldowns, right? So Slug kind of wants to avoid that. You go for small skirmishes around the map, and you kind of split the map up, and you go for small little fights here and there, and you try not to take the big fights, you know. So I feel like maybe the Slug can actually do that. You know, it's gonna be depending on how well they start in the game. If it goes really well for them in the early game, then I could see them being able to do that. But if the early game doesn't go well, then you sort of run into this tight with a pipe, with the FE, with this time zone, and you cannot take any team fights, then you're gonna have a lot of problems.
Good early game necessary for Tundra to succeed here is the call. I mean, REKONIX, they don't really have a convincing early game. You know, I don't... Okay, talk to me a little bit here, because we've seen this Faceless Void position 4, and I understand time dilation is great, right? It's very annoying against these low cooldown spells, but is it going to be enough, really, to progress the map and even secure some of these kills?
If they do well in the lanes and they're allowed to ball up, I think I can see it working. But if they don't do well, I just feel like this hero oftentimes becomes a burden, right? Because if you think about Faceless Void support, if you cannot team fight and you are a hero that cannot push waves, then what are you meant to do? You have nothing to do in the game if you don't do well in the early game and you cannot team fight.
I'm also trying to figure out what the fights are going to look like for REKONIX, because on paper, when you see a Tidehunter, you almost want to center your fight around the Ravage, but then even when the chronosphere / time zone comes in, I'm pretty sure it's going to be time zone. Are you layering the time zone on top of the Ravage? Is it like a one after the other thing? Who goes in first? Who goes in later?
It's also the fact that it speeds up your cooldown, right? It's not so much about like how well it works with the spells, but also if your teammates is fighting in the time zone, their spells have faster CD, right?
Sure.
So you also have to take account to that. You don't really see it like in the game, so obvious, but it definitely helps if you have short cooldown spells, you know, like the Anchor Smash, or you know, the Poison from SD.
What do you think is going to be the most impactful cooldown acceleration here? Would it be something like, I think,
I don't know, maybe
at
the
least for
last
me,
pick.
the Shackle Shot, perhaps.
The
like getting 2 of those.
Shackle or Wind Run, they're all very nice. Even the SD spells are nice, you know. So we'll have to see, you know, how it plays out. But Invoker here, so BZM is going to be handling the Invoker, so it should be Bat Rider core with tiny support here.
Okay.
So Tundra playing for the map, you know, they're going for the pick of Sunstrike with the tiny stun, Mirana Arrow, Bat Rider, you know. Their early game is going to be, I think, a lot weaker, like in terms of engagement, 5v5 engagements. But once they get to the mid game, they have their BKBs up, and then they're going to be really, really strong. And they're going to be playing for pickoffs around the map, you know. So REKONIX, what are they going to do here against the Kanka, you know? Oh wait, I meant to say Invoker.
Did you predict it? Yo, someone gave Winter the script. Yo, share that script with me, please. Because
I actually meant to
I'll have
say-
what he's having. You go for the
I mean,
Kunkka. Okay.
Yeah, Kunkka is very good matchup into the Invoker in the lane. And in the game as well, I think it's very nice. You were talking about, okay, do they have a combo, right, with the time zone / chronosphere? You can throw the boat in at the moment. And the Kunkka, I feel like gives them some sort of secondary catch, because if you look at their first 4 heroes, right, they don't exactly have very good catch, right? Disruption, I mean, maybe the shard on the tide, but they're not very reliable, you know. But with the X mark, it gives you something that you can always use to pick off heroes, especially like Mirana, Slug, those very elusive heroes. One X mark, you catch them, you're gonna kill them, you know. So I kind of like this pick a lot. And I gotta say, you know, I really like what REKONIX has with the whole draft. I think they have a very, very solid draft. I feel like I would much prefer being on their side of the lineup, you know, if I look at the 10 heroes in front of me.
But why is that though? Because I look at Tundra's side, I see Ari on his Tiny, I see Pure on the Slug, I see BZM on his Signature Invoker. I want to be on the Tundra side. Like, I feel like they've shown before that they can play the map very well. They can find these pickoffs. They can out macro you.
How dare you?
What about REKONIX do you think stands out?
Ditch our SCA boys, you know.
Hey, I'm not ditching. Whitemon's still on Tundra. I'm still SCA all the way. You can't blame. Either way we go here, we're still SCA pride. But you're gonna have to explain yourself. What do you think about the draft of REKONIX looks better to you in this game now?
Team fight. I think they have easier ease of execution, basically. I think it's simple to play their lineup, much more simpler. And it's funny to say that, you know, when they have a position 4 faces white, and I'm saying it's simpler to play their lineup, you know.
Yeah.
How far Dota has changed, you know. I think if you look at their setup, they have a very strong team fight. They have a lot of damage with the win runner carry. Time dilation is amazing against all their heroes, you know. The Invoker is like, you're not gonna get a dispel on this hero until, I don't know, like later, you know, until you get a VKB. You don't usually get any dispels. So time dilation is actually going to destroy all their heroes except Slug.
Well, it's going to be very important for this Slug to have a good early start. And you were talking about Faceless Void position 4. It's actually going to be played by Varish here. We've seen Delol be the one to bring it out. He's the usual position 4 player, but this time round, they're switching it up. Okay. They're putting the Shadow Demon on the off lane. A late smoke from REKONIX gets instantly scouted by the Slug. That's one of the benefits of this hero.
So that kind of makes their laning, I think, a lot more solid. Because they have a range melee setup in both sides.
I wanted to ask you about the Mirana facet, Winter, because Whitemon has chosen to go for leaps and bounds.
The root facet. Huh.
Yeah. I don't think we've really seen it very much in the past few weeks.
I've seen it sometimes in Pulse, but it just feels like it's not going to be too useful. But I think in this game, it's mainly for the Sunstrike. You're going to set up the Sunstrike with it. And hang on.
Oh, this will be nasty if they draw first blood on Whitemon, forcing that leap.
That's gonna sting a lot, you know, for the laning phase. I mean, sure, you don't die, but you never want to get leap at level 1.
That's gonna be rough. Slug, not a hero known for his laning. I think things have changed, right? In the past melee versus melee matchup, you feel like Slug's gonna be the king. Now, even with the saltwater shift, that new ability stealing the health regen and move speed, it still doesn't really feel good enough. We'll have to see whether Delol and FBZ are able to punish that leap level though.
And they should be able to. SD Tide is a way better setup than Faces White Tide. That was what I expected, you know. I think that was also maybe something Tundra was expecting, you know, double melee lane. And right now, it might get a little bit difficult for the Slug in the initial first couple of waves since they have leap on the Mirana.
Yeah, it's looking fine for him for now. Still able to lay in with the auto attacks. Any particular lane that you feel like we need to keep our eye on, or any matchup that you want to talk about, Winter?
Let's see. I mean, the Kunkka against Invoker lane kind of is going to be straightforward, I feel. Like, Invoker should lose this lane, I would say. This lane, if it goes according to the matchup, it'll be 70-30 for Kunkka. Kunkka is just going to win the War of Attrition with the Tidebringer. You kill the Fort Spirits easily with the splash, and then you always have the, you know, the Torrent and X Mark to kind of threaten a little bit with a kill, right? You can X Mark, your support TP's down, because the Invoker is always going to be, I think, I would say around 40-50% HP in the lane, because you're taking a lot of harass from Tidebringer. So you're always in, I think, in danger of like getting ganked by X-Mark TP down, and then you die, you know. So you'll have to play very, very, very safely and just wait for the Sunstrike kills on the side lane.
You have to imagine that BZM being a Grandmaster tier invoker, he's probably played this matchup a bunch of times, right? Like this has to be. I'm sure people have counterpicked him.
Bro, it doesn't matter if you play this matchup 100 times, you know, you're gonna lose.
You think so? Yeah, no chance for BZM invoker is what I'm hearing right now.
I mean, you're not meant to win the lane as Invoker. Invoker is more about like a mid-game hero, mid-game, late-game hero. If you can actually get there, you're just basically another carry. I think this hero is just a slow hero. Like, my concern why I preferred the REKONIX lineup is because what Tundra has right now is very slow. They're going to rely a lot on the early game going well, getting a lot of pickoffs, playing the map, and that is not easy to execute, you know. I feel like the Kunkka would actually allow his team to snowball, because Kunkka is going to get a good start this game.
Yeah. One of the things that has been a major factor in this current meta feels like the damage mitigation, right? The early pipes, these auras. I mean, we're even seeing Razors getting Greaves these days. And the Kunkka just has that built in with the Ghost Ship. So a lot of the damage that Tundra want to use to burst down some of these heroes, not going to be much of a factor. Pure being run down, just hits that level 2 and gets the leap out.
You see, this is the problem when you have the leap on the Mirana at level 1. You don't really trade against the supports and they're bullying your core, you know. And now they get level 2
going for
they get level 2 on the SD. So Whitemon is actually getting destroyed in this lane.
I was already a little bit concerned about the Mirana because I feel like when you pick this hero, you get the Starstorm facet and that actually helps you trade decently because of that mischance. But then now you don't have that, you were forced to leap level 1 and your carry's being bullied. Sure, he's not dead, but it's still not a great look for him. 8-4 on the CS right now.
You're supposed to win this lane, you know. You pick the Slug into the Tide, you know, and now you're not exactly winning, you know. I mean, he has more denies, but as long as Tide survives this lane, he's happy.
Ooh, BZM.
Yeah, look at that, man. This is the problem with this matchup. You just take so much damage from the Tidebringer harass. And then your Forge Spirits just die so quickly to that. So you can't really even use it to last hit effectively in the lane, you know.
Yeah, Kunkka not lacking in the base damage and attack animation department. Very easy denies and last hits for him. Whoa. You can see that reflected already, 14-4. BZM's keeping up decently though.
But look at the bad though. 33 only has 5 CS. He has 5 and 5.
What is going on?
Windrunner has 17 and 5. Oh,
we didn't look at this top lane at all. What actually happened here? Because I feel like usually if a Tiny in the lane, you want to pull waves, you're not the strongest, but is it really that bad? Damn.
Yeah, Windrunner is a strong laner. And I guess they also didn't expect the Faceless Void Windrunner lane, right? So that actually allows them to, I think, be a little bit more solid in the lane and time dilation destroys Bad Rider in the laning phase. And this is actually looking really good for REKONIX, you know, across all 3 lanes. They're winning mid, they're winning top, and bottom lane is kind of a draw, you know, which is really, really good for them because this is the lane that they were supposed to lose.
Not to mention the Lotus, especially important for the Mirana's team because of her innate, stolen away by Dalol and FBZ down here, so you don't have that additional burst of sustain. Now Whitemon and Pure, they're starting to stabilize at least a little bit. Blood Grenade's gonna come out onto FBZ. Nice disruption at the very last moment, but this Tide is not long for this world. Sunstrike coming through, nice clip onto Dalol, right on his backside, I'm sure.
That's a big
narrowly
wave.
Getting the kill.
That's a big wave going to the tower. The Tide is gonna miss. I guess the wave is going to be outside, just out of reach of the tower. You know, it'll be so bad if the tower actually gets in range of attacking the creeps. Yeah, but still, 2 kills going the way of Tundra. Very, very important since they are not doing well in the other 2 lanes. You know,
definitely what you needed. They stabilized things a little bit. They talked about the early game needing to go decently for Tundra. If not, they run the risk of this Tide getting an early pipe and snowballing them in the 5-man.
This is why the Faceless Void is so good right now. People are picking it. Even if the enemy doesn't use any spell, they're still taking damage, you know, 1 tick of damage from the dilation. That's why the hero has a lot of potential in games like this. Like, he's become a totally different laner, you know. He used to be very weak in the lane, and now he can actually do something because of the time dilation buff.
Oh. I mean, all that pressure has forced 33 into a very early retreat to the jungle. Now, Bad Rider, not really the type of hero that is bothered about that at all, right? Really good at clearing stacks. And I guess in that sense, it fits 33. He always loves these Sand Kings, these Bat Riders, anyone that can just efficiency farm up. I don't know whether that's good enough though. What do you think, Winter? Is you pick the Bat Rider, you kind of forced into the jungle early on. Is this fine?
I mean, if you ask me straight up, I would tell you Bat Rider is supposed to win. You pick this hero to win the lane. You don't really want to be jungling on the hero. I mean, he doesn't really have a choice because the lane didn't go well. But let's see, because maybe with the new buff and new changes, maybe it's fine.
Bit of a dive attempt coming up top. That's the toss. 33 is going to come in. Jikroy, he'll get the kill into RE first, and 33 can't close the distance onto the Wind Ranger. Even though this Wind Ranger was left alone, Jikroy able to outplay them there. And honestly, a bit of a strange attempt from the duo from Tundra.
Yeah, Wind Ranger is definitely not an easy hero to kill. And now, 6 minutes. Catapult Wave, Conquer is pressuring the Invoker a lot. It's bringing the supports in, both supports, and forcing Tundra to react, to bring their supports as well, but the Conquer is way stronger here.
Yeah, Ari just died, so he's back with full resources. Set up the arrow, and the toss. That was perfect.
Very nice.
Barrage a bit late to the party. Tornado's gonna dispel that shield rune, so the advantage that you got from securing that rune and bringing the numbers completely dispelled now. Sure, you get a time dilation, but that's all that Barrage can do.
That was a huge play. They were not supposed to win the 3 versus 3. I think if everything went according to plan, according to the heroes, that was not supposed to happen. So Tundra definitely, they made something out of nothing there, and now it gives them a chance to maybe contest the shrine here.
Ari's making a beeline straight forward. The low will get the advanced position, and he managed to secure it before Ari makes it there.
So
a bit
close.
late, a bit unfortunate, but Tundra, overall, I think they're still pretty happy about this early game. Pierce now hit that level 6, so his lane is going to get a lot more safe.
Yeah, this is what you want to do as Slug, get to your level 6 as early as possible. You want your supports to basically leave you alone. Get your level 6. And this Tide is going to, I think the lane is going to just start to get really difficult for the Tide from now on. Like he's probably going to look to jungle at some point already.
BZM's queuing up a Meteor Hammer. I feel like we've been seeing this item more and more from
Wait, are
Invokers.
you serious?
Yeah, so, okay, hold that thought. Another Sunstrike kill, the trio in the bot lane, setting up onto FBZ. Very nicely done.
This is why I say he has to start to jungle already. The moment the Slug has level 6, you can't really sit in the lane anymore. And then with the threat of Sunstrike, it's just too much for the time. Yeah. So you were saying this is what he does right now? With
I'm not sure whether it's BZM specific, because I've seen a bunch of Invokers do this. So the idea is you go to any double camp, right? Whether it's a triangle or the one behind your tier 2.
Yeah.
You ice wall and then you Meteor, and that's kind of how you amplify your farm.
Because you can't farm on this hero.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it allows you to skip over that Midas that Invokers always have to get.
Yeah, Midas
and it feels a bit better too.
Midas is really bad on Invoker at the moment. I've seen it a couple of times. It's really bad. Without the XP, it's just not worth it. It makes the hero so slow.
Yeah. It allows Tundra to maybe play at a pace a bit faster than what we expected when we saw their draft. We were worried that maybe they'd be a bit too slow. But at the moment, in the early game, it's them dictating the tempo. 4-1 on the board. REKONIX trying to answer back with some pressure on this tier 1 tower though. 33 thinking about calling the boys in. He's the captain, so he has that authority, but looks like they're happy just trading space on the map.
He doesn't have a skill point saved up, so he doesn't have lasso. I don't think he can actually fight here. They have to give up this tower. They're trying to get an exchange in the bottom lane.
I mean, the Forge Spirit is beating into the mid. They found FBZ in this corner. I think he's fine though. He's a bit too deep.
He's level 6. He's not level 6 yet. I think if he's level 6, maybe they can consider defending the tower. They're trying to give him
He's gonna get it on these few creeps. So Tundra, they have to respect that.
Yeah, they should be backing off right now. With Tide hitting level 6, I think there's no way you risk it.
Okay. So overall, we were worried that REKONIX were gonna snowball out of control. At first, it looked like their lanes were going sublime. But I do think that the Tundra supports did a great job rotating, and they've kind of set up the course to at least be even, right? As we can see in the net worth, it's Wind Ranger doing the best, followed by the Kanka, but this is somewhat expected. 10-minute rune coming up, 2 supports from Tundra grouping up in the mid lane, and REKONIX, on their end, no one to be seen other than Varich.
Yeah, those early game Sunstrike kills actually just kind of saved them so much. I think now it's also about trying to, even though they did have a lot of kills in the early game, but now they have to kind of still try to keep playing the map, make space, because the Bat Rider still needs to farm a lot. Same goes for the Invoker. Slug is the one that's going to come online soon. Like the moment you get your Diffusal, he's going. She's actually going Midas. Never mind about Diffusal. Midas on Slug this game? Okay.
Yeah, what is this about? I mean, when you go for Midas like this, even when you have a good early start, it just tells me that you don't want to fight for the next 15-20 minutes. You just want to chill.
I guess. Because they have Invoker and Bat, which also needs to farm a lot. So he just feels like he needs to just match their timing. And it doesn't matter what he builds, right? They're not going to be able to fight.
In your dream, onto his fellow countrymen there, Whitemon, quite a bit of bulk on that Mirana. Perhaps more than they expect. Out comes the Disrupt, and they'll even use the boat.
Wow, okay.
Slight overkill, I want to say, and Tundra now TPing in, thinking about some sort of a response. But they don't want to really fight into this FBZ Ravage. Perhaps just try to force out a reaction. Sunstrike's going to come through, not even needed. A toss back, keeping In Your Dream at bay. Tundra will be able to sneak in, pick off a support, and they might just be able to run away too. Gale doesn't have a lead for another few seconds. Will get caught by the X. Not sure about the objective. Not the goal though. Here's the Ravage. Catching two, and Jigroy, he's come through the twin gates. Great rotation. REKONIX on the course, able to connect and punish Pure for overstaying his welcome.
That was a very, very big kill, you know, on the slug there. Building a Midas and dying like this is really, really bad news for you. They're trying to still defend the tower. BZM is coming in. No Ravage, no boat.
Beautiful tornado onto two, and the Meteor Hammer set up. The leap's gonna keep him in place. Beautiful stuff there from Tundra, and they catch the side of REKONIX completely off guard.
Yeah, that was a very good read. Understanding that without Ravage, without boat, those heroes are just useless, you know. They are not allowed to hit the tower. Good punish there by Tundra.
Not something you see very often as well. The Tornado Cold Snap into Meteor Hammer setup working out for BZM. If there's anyone who's going to be able to pull it off, it's him. Now looking towards FBZ, threat of the time zone, holding BZM in place. Moonlight Shadow trying to cover, but you got so much dust, you got so much control. This time it's BZM. Just when I was glazing him, he's going to go down, and Ari will get caught as well. So clearly, when REKONIX are together and prepared for the fight, they're a lot stronger than Tundra at the moment. Tundra's still able to find some opportunities though, but REKONIX will clean up what they came for in this tier 1 tower.
I mean, the moment the Tide gets a pipe, it's gonna get even worse, you know. It's gonna block out the tiny damage, the bad damage, everything they have right now is mostly magical, you know? So it's going to give them a huge edge, you know, in the team fights. Not that they need it right now. I think when they have all their big ultimate spells ready, the boat, the Ravage, time zone, they have too much, you know. I think Tundra just cannot fight into that until they have their core items. They're going to smoke. They're going to try to abuse the fact that the cooldowns were used. So they have to look for a pick-off on the side lanes. If they catch Jigroy here, that would be amazing.
Storm on the wave a bit earlier. Kills around the area as well. Jigroy gonna get spotted out. Toss in the Bat Rider. That's cute. No need a lasso if you got tiny airlines. Sunstrike coming through. No disruption because he got arrowed. Delul gets caught by the Mirana. What a heads-up play there from Whitemon. This is why he's regarded as one of the best Pulse 5s there is. And he is gonna punish REKONIX for TPing in to try and save their carry.
Well, some may say he's not a Pulse 5, you know. He's just on a pause on his own, you know. He's in his own league, you know. No other position 5 players could have done that. Damn, he just somehow... I don't know if he saw the TP in the trees or he just predicted somebody might be around. So he just shot an arrow to check and then he just landed on the SD, you know. But either way, it was such a big play there. If the disruption went off, that could have been a disaster.
Yeah. To be fair, none of the rest of REKONIX were coming in. It's like you said, right? The cooldowns were used, so they weren't really prepared for that move. Great smoke timing overall from Tundra. And you were talking about it, they need to get towards these core items. The Bat Rider already has the Boots of Bearing, so a very important tool for countering out that time zone. Speaking of, an effort being made towards Ari. This is a very tanky support though.
I mean, I guess it's so hard to kill that they have to use their ultimates. I mean, that's gonna hurt though. I think that's actually okay for Tundra. They'll be happy to trade a support for time zone cooldown. I actually like that you mentioned the Boots of Bearing. It's something that's... I think you need to buy it against time zone Faceless Void.
Even without a time zone Faceless Void, I feel like Bat Riders love this item anyway. All these core Bat Riders seem to be rushing it as a first item.
Yeah, very,
Why do you think
useful.
that's the case? Because I feel like in the past we've seen a lot of Bat Riders maybe go a bit greedier, like the Blink into like your 4-staffs and stuff like that, just all for the repositioning. Why Boots of Bearing though?
Just auras, you know. It's another form of aura for the team. You can buy... I think you can buy drums, Boots of Bearing into... What do you want this game? actually do you get after the dagger? Maybe I don't know if you want to buy BKB or you can actually maybe afford some more aura items. But meanwhile, he's getting X mark. No auras is gonna save him here.
Yeah, gets surrounded by all four. Nice response there from REKONIX to push this Bat Rider who's been sticking up around here for a bit too long. They did use Moonlight Shadow to try and save him though, but the dusts are in high supply.
Yeah, I mean, it's too hard to save him there. There's too many heroes around.
Kind of
Yeah, I mean, going back
well.
to what I was trying to talk about. I think the Bat Rider, I'm going to be really curious about what he's going to build this game. Is he going to go for like the Aura build or he's changed his mind? He's clicking BKB now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has a problem getting into the fight, especially with the help of the Tiny, right?
I mean, I guess. Because they're not really going to be able to fight. So the thing about auras, right, you only buy it if it allows you to fight. But in this type of game where the enemy has overwhelming team fights, even if you have Pipe and Crimson on bat, you're not going to really be able to fight until late game, right? You're playing for the, I don't know, the Refresher, Invoker, double Kata, triple BKBs, you need so many items. Sunshine,
Jickroy is a big catch. I mean, these two teams, they've been going blow for blow around this area.
That is the ward there. So you see what happened? They placed a sentry on the low ground. It didn't see a ward, so the Wind Ranger felt like it was safe for him to farm there.
Yeah.
But the ward was on the high ground.
All right, folks, get your notebooks out if you're a support. Brand new ward spot just dropped.
I mean, it's not brand new, come on, Mike. You've seen that before.
I have. I'm just saying, you know, I feel like most of the time people default to the same locations, but when you're up against the best teams in the world, you got to switch it up. You got to keep it dynamic, keep it fresh. I can't let them find your vision. It's already hard enough with a Slug in the game. He's keeping the map dark and uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true. Slug is what we call the GPS tracking.
Yeah. He's gonna know he's spotted here, so he's probably going to get to dewarding very shortly. Meanwhile, REKONIX, grouped up in the bot lane, they decide that they don't want to mess around in the top lane anymore. All their ultimates are off cooldown. Might be looking for a move here. Try and get a pick off on whoever shows. Just the two supports sticking around though, and oh, nice blink away. He's out of there.
Both supports holding hands, leaving the location at the same time.
What a romantic getaway there.
What, Tiny and Mirana?
Yeah, Tiny and Mirana, they hold that never to be seen again.
Is there some kind of...
Do you think Mirana's parents would be happy if she came home one day and said, look, Mom, look, Dad, I love a rock? They would never accept that. She has to...
Why not?
She has to move overseas.
He's as reliable as a rock, you know. Rock solid, yeah.
Okay, well, some might maybe assume that with how fanatic Mirana is about her moon daughters, I think her relatives might not be as accepting.
Fine.
As Tornado set up. Oh, I thought something was gonna happen. He just said, it was just a tornado for the vibes. Bro. I heard you like wind, brother. Have some.
He just
casually... I don't know, the slot was
just,
around the area. I thought they were gonna...
I think he just casually poked to see if he could fish a reaction, you know, but he never actually intended to commit. Yeah. I think all these like pro-level games, right, they're really good at understanding how much they play around the line and trying to fish their opponents into doing something a little bit overzealous, and then you know you can actually get a good trade out of it. Here,
Moonlight Shadow, Jickroy, he's gonna get caught out on the front lines. Ari trying to the back Cataclysm, that's huge! Lands the damage onto the Wind Ranger, but still surviving for the Essence Ring. The Shadow Demon bailing them out there.
Ooh.
And now Ari's gonna get caught. He's still trying to fight Faceless Void on the front lines, but he has another disruption to save him. Meanwhile, Ari on the side, getting chased away. Looks like 33 will at least find himself a kill on that pesky Shadow Demon, but you needed that at the start of the fight. The lull, he's already done his work.
Wait, how on earth did just no one else die except one support on each side, you know?
This is
actually
crazy.
Really good for Tundra, if they actually get out. But meanwhile, at BZ, he finds VZM, they have Ravage. Seems like he is going to be dead here.
Cheeky Ninja Hammer cancelled, but Pure wants to fight. Ravage committed, that's fine though. If they can get the kill onto the slot as well, it'll be all worth it. Varish leashed up, no hope of a time walk out. These two cores are trying to beat into Pure, but with the help of 33 around the corner, they just don't have the damage. Essence Shift starting to stack up and Shivs coming through. Jickroy finally showing up and he'll finish the job onto Pure. That was a long time coming, but 33 looking to try and get revenge for his fallen comrades. Narrowly missing out the damage to get it, the last bit there. Again, it's the Essence Ring that saves Jickroy and gives him a triple.
Man, Jickroy is definitely the man of the moment right now, saving his team there. That was such a huge turnaround. He came from behind, save the tie. I mean, obviously he would love to save the Faceless Void or the Conquer as well, but he just couldn't. And this was such a I think a brilliant sequence of events where they go in. They kind of were thinking whether we should use the Ravage on the Invoker kill, and then he decides, okay, I have to use it. And then they were fighting, they were like trading against the Slug, and then they realized, oh my god, we are trading against the Slug, we probably need to run. But then the Wind Ranger coming from the gate just saves the day, you know. Like if he actually did not make this move and 2 of the cores died here, it would be so bad.
I love that target prioritization. Throws out the Shackle to try and fish for the double, but immediately runs onto the Slug. Understands that with the amount of Essence Shift, he's the biggest threat by far.
And we'll
see just how low he drops. Man! Oh, that Smoldering Resin might have finished him off, but with some of the cooldowns used, that will open up the Tormentor for Tundra to take. That's going to be a free shot for Mon.
Hey, what's the Mirana shot? Is it
+1 leap charge.
The same? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's actually good with this facet because you want to root.
It's the one time this bro, shot is actually good.
Bro, if you have the other facet, it's like whatever, you know. But with this facet, it's kind of okay, fine. It's
but okay, to be fair though, Tundra do have the absolute champions of garbage support shots, right? I think right next to these two is like Muerta and like Bat Rider. Other than that, you know, it doesn't get quite worse than that. Maybe if you're core, right? If you're going core and you're going leaps and bounds and then you're playing like right-click Mirana or some whack shit like that, it might end up working out.
I mean, REKONIX definitely would have loved to get the shots on their support, you know, SD shot.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
And the Faceless Void, those are really nice ones.
Oh, reverse time walk is insane this game.
Yeah. I mean, nevertheless, I think the last couple of minutes have been good for REKONIX.
Sure.
And I'm sure they could have maybe preferred to get the Tormentor as well, but it's not the end of the world. Now Roshan is going to be the next topic of contention, right? Can they actually somehow find a way to finish off the Rosh? I mean, technically they could just go there, right? Because they have such a big team fight where there's no, I feel like there's no way Tundra could contest. Unless they
there's
maybe
the
get
evidence complete on In Your Dream as well, and he's gonna step into that Rosh pit like you suggested. I was wondering what the next steps of the game were gonna be, because the way that you make it sound since the draft winter is that REKONIX, it almost feels like they're on a timer of some sort. If they don't manage to end the game by a certain point in time, Tundra are just gonna outscale them. Do you think that's still the case?
Like, if I'm going to give you a time frame, I would say they have until 40, 45 minutes, I think around there. I think after 45 minutes, Tundra is going to be very, very happy with their heroes, like Invoker, Slug, Bat Rider, Core. Like, even the tiny Mirana, you know, they're really, really strong late game, you know, so...
Yeah, watch out for that Daedalus Mirana, leaps and bounds with the shot. You're gonna melt, brother.
They have a 5-core draft, you know, so if he goes to 50 minutes, 60 minutes, they're gonna be happy.
Yeah, okay, but that's cool and all. But you're also talking about Southeast Asia, right? REKONIX on the other side. This region invented the 5-core strat. If anyone's gonna know how to scale it, it's gonna be them,
I thought we invented the 10-core strat.
Ah, yeah, no, true. We did outdo ourselves with that one. That was a brilliant invention. Yeah, but I think one of the things that Southeast Asia teams have shown that they've been able to do is maybe sometimes you play these like timing drafts. They're not quite as, they don't quite hit as hard as maybe European teams. But when it comes to scaling and when it comes to late game madness, that's where Southeast Asia shines or sometimes falls flat on their face. We'll see. REKONIX, a lot to live up to, right? This is the first game for them on a more international stage, I want to say.
Hang on, Mike. Might be a big kill
caught
here.
on the high ground. Doesn't have a blink, but has a BKB still. Physical damage.
God, is
nice.
he
What
the?
Come on.
Bro.
That is the only way he lives there.
That was actually insane. The presence of mind, understanding that he had to lasso the Wind Ranger, and then he could TP out. Like, what? Oh no, he would have definitely wished that he had Chronosphere on Delo there. Not Delo, Varys.
There's a reason why this man's got 2 rings, I'll tell you that for free. My goodness.
That was crazy. Like, he did it so quick, it was instant, you know. So he knew he could TP out the moment he gets a lasso on the Wind Ranger.
I feel like some people might be pointing at Jikroy at this moment and saying, why did you get so close? But how do you even think of that? Like, you just think this Bat Rider is gonna die, I need to get close so my auto attacks come faster. And then, funnily enough, if Jikroy actually kept his distance, that's a Bat Rider kill right there.
Yeah. But I don't even blame him, you know. Like,
Yeah, how
they have
can you
four-
blame him?
They have 4 heroes there, like there's no way, right? You in your head you think that there's no way you don't get the kill.
But this is kind of a concern that is starting to show, right? Because we see that REKONIX, as solid as their team fight is, most of their damage is coming from Jicroy. So if he gets dealt with in the fights, or he gets lassoed, or even bursted down, I wonder whether REKONIX will still be able to come out on top. Big smoke
Yes,
move here in the
yes,
mid lane
it
though.
is.
There's a catch out. Kanka's in big trouble. Essence Ring, they still have a disruption. They'll actually use it defensively on the slot instead of in your dream, allowing the Kanka to walk away.
They
BKB
have to
forced
reset.
out. Yeah, Pure needs to get on out of here. Uses that Shadow Dance. He's out.
Yeah, so BKB charged down. Kanka doesn't die somehow. This is actually kind of nice for REKONIX. They have the A gaze, they're gonna heal up with the Kanka, so they actually have the option to continue to attack right now. Tundra are the ones that has to go on a defensive maneuver. They need to split the map. They don't have BKB on slot. They have to avoid. They need to dodge, and yeah, they are kind of hoping to just push out the side lanes here. Probably have to give up the mid tower for this.
Yeah, it's clear that REKONIX don't want to go until that BKB on Jicroy is complete. Has it flying out to him on the courier now. They're not in a rush. Nice try there, but Ari, too quick with the reactions, knew they were probably gunning for him
Yeah,
there.
I mean, this is kind of like the issue with their lineup. If Konka is not it's not on the map to catch heroes, they don't exactly have very good catch outside of Konka X map.
And this is not going to work. This is a slug in nighttime.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
sees
yeah.
your ass. Like,
They're just playing them. They're splitting the map. They're clearing the creep waves. Invoker's running around with boots of travel. I feel like REKONIX, they need to address this problem right now. They have to sit on the lanes with either SD or even the Konka. They need to catch some of these pesky, you know, red heroes running around,
you
avoiding
can see
dodging.
the immediate thought process there. FBZ, he's finished up that axe, he's finished up that pipe, but he understands, I need that dead in the water. If not, I'm not catching a single hero.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that he actually didn't go for it earlier, you know?
Yeah,
'Cause
same.
They are not exactly, you know, in a position where they are losing the team fights. They just can't get the team fights they want to because Tundra is just being really, really good at playing the map, dodging and just going for singular pickouts with the Slug and the Sunstrike.
Yeah, and look at the vision that they have. All 3 lanes lit up, and all the heroes just playing on the safe perimeter. Just like that, you hear that? Winter Aegis is out. So they forced the Roche. They had a decent team fight, what feels like 5 to 7 minutes ago. They lost the Tormentor, but still feel pretty good about themselves, but they haven't just been able to do anything. This feels like the typical Tundra playstyle, right? And now you might even be looking at Varish up here. Sentry Ward's gonna spot Pure. Varish able to just get out, but the instant TPs. Not sure whether there was an overreaction there from REKONIX, but you can tell that they really want to fight. The Tide and Kanka aren't here though.
And they're dealing with the waves. The waves are all shoved in. I mean, that's the problem right now. They don't really have enough like ghost push with their heroes. You know, their heroes don't really push out waves efficiently. They need to be there, you know. Like if you talk about the supports, the SD and the Phases Void. I mean, Phases Void can't really do that, you know. So it's just the SD, and SD doesn't even push out waves, you know. I think the best ghost push they have is the Aghanims on the Tide, you know. He pushes from far away, but he's the only one, you know. And you're constantly dealing with the Mirana shoving the waves, the tiny 2 spells double nuking the wave, the Invoker, Force Spirits, the Slug, the Bear. Every single hero on Tundra shoves lanes really, really quickly.
Yeah. You play up against Tundra, you look at the current situation there is on the map. The gold lead's growing and nothing's even happening. 12-12. This is exactly the kind of unforgiving Dota 2 that Tundra have played to get themselves to a couple of slam victories, and you see the win probability just going up slowly but surely. You talk about the time limit for REKONIX, they got 10, maybe 15 minutes tops before they start to get outscaled perhaps by Tundra. That's a very real concern. It almost feels like REKONIX, they need to put the foot on the gas, get something done.
I mean, they can't, you know, they're just getting played around the map. They need to get a pick off. Somehow, lane ward, maybe get a gem. They need to have lane wards, you know. I think if you don't have lane wards, it's so hard to catch this like Invoker running around Ghost Sword. You need to have an Ops and Sentry on the lane to see him. Like even a gem, you know, I think they should actually buy a gem. It's
Yeah,
just
they
getting
see
too
that
difficult.
Lotus being stolen, but Varish is just a bit slow.
Yeah.
And you can see REKONIX, they're like... You ever watch Tom and Jerry? They feel like Tom right now. They just can't get a hold of that damn mouse. Everywhere you look, Tundra just poking. You see Pure in the mid lane. He's like, looky here, guys. You can't kill me. Bot lane support shoving out the wave. You got a damn wave hitting your tier 3 tower. You're trying to get something done on the map. Nothing's happening. Suddenly, they just went 1k gold up again on Tundra.
And this is when you wish that you could actually change your facet on the Faceless Void. Imagine if you had Chronosphere. Things would be different. Hang on a minute. Pure, he's running in, getting some
Might be the fight that they're looking for, forcing out the Ravage. Pure is not fast whatsoever. And if all they lose is Ari, that's fine. But Pure in some trouble, able to hide away in the trees, weren't able to lock him down. They'll just turn around and settle for Ari instead. That's one pick off. The question is whether it's good enough.
That's not
Dick
worth
Roy's
it.
still on the front lines. BKB now 33 wants to commit, but the time zone will keep him at bay. Pure's still gonna run on in though. He's overcommitted now and he'll get gunned down. A bit of a misplay there from the slot. I thought he was saved, but he jumps back in, tries to get something done. Tundra, they had a pretty good momentum on the map, controlling the waves, pushing things out, but they kind of walk into this mid lane and give REKONIX exactly what they were waiting for.
I think they felt like they had a shot there. When they used so many spells to kill off the Tiny, it was what, a Ravage and the Time Zone. Then the Slug felt like, okay, maybe I can do something here, you know, but...
All right. And just don't mind him, folks. BZM just doing BZM things. Is this a solo
Invoker.
kill onto FBZ?
Right.
Bro,
That was perfect.
he did everything right. 100 points for this man right here.
That is what we call a Mozart painting right there, you know, with Invoker spells.
Yeah, you want to frame that? You guys want to frame that clip? Put it in an art gallery. That's an Invoker classic right there.
What art gallery? Put it in my gaming room, you know?
In your gaming room. You know what? We need to show that clip to all the wannabe invokers in your pubs. A little bit awkward. Hurricane Pike into the tornado. Now forced to BKB. Still caught with a lot of damage. Barish is going to try and come and help his carry out. A lot of physical coming out. Jikroy, with the help of the bolt, will be able to slay 33. And Tundra, again, biting off a bit more than they can chew. Cataclysm is going to come through, but Disruption there to deny it. Barish chain stunned up, but still pretty tanky on this Faceless Void. REKONIX are doing a good job fighting out this fight. The Tiny's gone too. And Pure just can't get past the Kunkka at the moment. Barish reverse time while playing around with Pure. Who's dancing around who now? Shadow Dance forced out. He's going to start stealing up those stacks. BKB on the Kunkka. He got no vision for BZM and he's able to hide away with the Ghost Walk. Woo! That was a time dilation kill right there. How often do you see that? He's gonna jump in, finally getting a bit too deep into that Orchid. Here's FBZ finally joining the fight. Whitemon's gonna get slain. REKONIX, they are doing it here.
Every time Tundra sees the opening, it looks like they can fight because they have a extra hero. They lose the fight, you know. It shows you how strong REKONIX team fight is, you know. When their heroes are together, even if they don't have 5 people, they have 3 to 4 heroes, they can still take the fight easily against Tundra, you know. And Tundra just got kind of jebaited by having the numbers advantage. They should have just kept pushing, splitting the map, and just continue farming, you know. And instead now, they're gonna lose 1 lane of Rex.
I'm not gonna lie. Tundra are even debating me. The way they're running in, I feel like, oh, these guys are confident they can win the fight. You talk about Tundra, you always think they're this team that's so calculated, so tactical with every single one of their moves. It's felt like the past 3-4 engagements, they've just run in, got them caught out, and honestly picked apart. You'll see a replay of that now. Starts out looking pretty decent onto Jikroy. But as we can see, this whole game, 33, he's yet to really find a meaningful lasso. Right? He tries to commit in.
It's on cooldown. No BKB, and you're jumping in. And this is a brilliant disruption there from the low. Buying a lot of time.
Barish still very tanky now on the Faceless Void. Now he has his items, and you're seeing Pure. He wants to go in and fight, but he just can't really get anything done. You still got your cooldowns available. Tundra are trying to bum rush this Roche right now.
This is so risky. Oh boy, they're desperate.
Yeah, Power Shot's gonna scout it, and that puts a stop to it immediately. Tundra know they can't sneak this away.
There's no way, man. They need to play the map and just keep splitting. I think they need to give the Roche if they have to. Like taking the team fight in the Roshan against Tide, Kunkka, Faceless Void, that is not a good idea. They need Silver Edge. I think the moment they have Silver Edge, they can break and kill the Tide easily. Then maybe they can, you know, look to take fights, you know. But even then, I feel like he also needs some form of true strike, you know, like against the Wind Ranger. Like the Stark can't actually kill Jikroy in the team fights.
Yeah. Speaking of Jikroy, he's gone pretty defensive item build-wise, right? Lincoln's BKB Hurricane Pike. These are items that, if you can, you don't really want to go on. You want to get that Aghanims, you want to scale up, build more damage, but Jikroi understands as long as he's alive in these fights, he survives the initial burst, he can be the one to carry it all the way through. And says it's this decisiveness and explosiveness that have brought REKONIX to this stage so far. He's showing that very nicely here in this game.
I mean, it's not over. They have to still be able to get another lane of Rex.
They barely got one. They just got half. So.
Yeah, Roche is up, so they need to make sure that they secure that first. And I feel like Tundra doesn't really need to contest. I think they actually should just keep splitting the map and give the Roche, I think every single time they feel like there's an opening for them to take a fight, it seems like it looks like they can, and then they always lose the fight.
Yeah. That's the Slug effect for you.
The slug effect, yeah.
I mean, look at him miss all his auto attacks on that Wind Ranger. Very high.
Invoker is the real hero here, hitting the towers. He knows it's objective-based gaming. Stop getting baited, guys. We are not going to win the team fights.
Use the X marks to clear the wave, head straight back into the pit. Nice little bit of map play there. REKONIX utilizing that Kunkka to its full potential. BZM has done quite a number on the tier 3 in the bot lane, but now he'll rejoin his team.
They're coming to fight.
DP's in vision.
Okay, is this going to be third time the charm, Will it finally work, the team fight?
Tornado dispels the AD rune, that's pretty important to start. Bolt's gonna come in just to try and secure BKB. Jikroi uses it just to grab that Aegis and get on out of there. REKONIX, no funny business.
Oh, he's in trouble!
Jikroi making a big mistake on the tail end of that BKB. Tundra are gonna pounce. Hurricane Pike is there, but FBZ needs to come in with the Ravage to save his carry. Doesn't matter though. Pure has that BKB and is starting to beat away at them. REKONIX somehow, someway still able to escape for the most part. Tornado gonna go wide. That was really, really close for no reason. I feel like Jikroi could have just kept running, but he decides to TP in front of them, and now REKONIX, they're in a very awkward spot. Not part of the plan at all.
That was crazy, man. I think he just didn't expect because it was a Sunstrike giving them the vision, and then the Bat Rider could initiate, break their lane guns, Lasso, cancel a TP. Everything happened so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, somehow they were able to save the Wind Ranger's Aegis, get out. They didn't have to use Ravage. I mean, they had no boat, so they didn't want to fight that. They were just desperately trying to escape. Big
avalanche onto 3. Ari there with the setup to try and save his core. He'll get pulled back in by the X-Marks. So far this game, this Tiny has had to be a sacrifice, but maybe he can survive this. Still trying to walk away, the Greaves is there. Ari somehow still alive through it all, and it's actually Varij that goes down. How has the Tiny gotten out of that? And try and focus fire, 33, Dota. Up to the high ground though. Got a gem.
BZM, he's just doing everything right now in the team fights. The Tornado, the combo with the Meteor, the Sunstrikes, he is like the main source of damage, Everyone else is just basically mid shields in front, The Tiny goes in, gets a very, very nice initiation, stuns on tree, tosses on tree, and he's the target of the focus, and BZM kind of comes up big here with his spell usage. Tornado lands on 3 heroes, and then voila.
You see that fire coming from the sky. Nothing that REKONIX can really do, and that was basically 4 REKONIX heroes. Everyone other than Jikroi punching into the pos 4 Tiny, mind you. And they still didn't kill him. You really are starting to see those damage issues come up, and Winter, look at your watch. We got 6 minutes left until it feels like REKONIX, they're gonna start to be outskilled in this one, and look at Pure, he's looking towards that level 25 already. Into vision there, still should be fine though.
This is definitely getting to a point where you're going to be really, really tense, on the REKONIX side. You know that your lineup is going to start to falter, it's going to start to time out, and you have to do damage with your remaining duration of the Aegis right now. 2 minutes more on Jikroi, so he needs to find an opening here with his team.
There's some key items coming up. The Hex on the Kunkka can maybe help them pick that.
The dagger actually is going to help him a lot. I think the dagger on the Wind Ranger is going to be a big item. He's almost there. That's going to allow the Wind Ranger to actually just blink in. I think they just need to somehow find the Invoker, see him, give True Strike, and just kill him,
Speaking of the Invoker getting spotted out here by FBZ, thinking about the Ravage, trying to bait a reaction.
BKB. He has BKB.
He does indeed. Time Lock could keep him in place though. Nice boots of bearing, keep him away. They'll even throw out a tornado. Feeling comfortable now that his team is here, and with the toss up, Varish will be the one going down. REKONIX, a moment of hesitation will cost them their pulse 5 Void. Now with the Moonlight Shadow, it almost smells like Tundra want a bit more.
Are they gonna do the same mistake again, you know? Every time they have a numbers advantage, they lose the fight.
Don't need to get too crazy with it. Big avalanche on the back line. Ari, again, sacrificing himself to set up for the team. There's a BKB on 33. Will save him against that boat. And another tornado onto all 3 cores. BZM, he's doing his damn best to carry this fight. Kills into the fray as well. Ghost-Scepter saving the low for now, but he will still die to the magic damage. And this fight looks like it's Slugs to win. Jikroy, you need to get on the right target. Lasso there, but a beautiful shackle. Jikroy, are you serious? He's gonna be able to put the damage out onto Pure, pull him back in. Power shot down. Only so much the Invoker can do, but Jikroy, he'll do you one better. Arrows up to the high ground, 33, able to escape over the tree line. Even the Hurricane Pike, the save in your dream, but it won't be enough. How much can you ask for from one position, one Wind Ranger? Clearly, as much as he's doing, it's not enough. His team is dying all around him. He might just finish off 33, but its age is for sure gonna drop. Really? Gleipnir missing the mark, and he's still able to escape somehow.
He still has Aegis, so... Yeah, I mean, whatever happened there, he was gonna live no matter what. But you see, you know, BZM is just the king of the fights, you know. How many rounds of spell did he get off in that team fight, basically killing everyone? Like, it's unreal that that amazing shackle did not actually save REKONIX in the team fight, you know. Everything started to look good here. For REKONIX, they were able to somehow kite the fight around. That Pure was getting low, and then somehow the Invoker just getting the Cataclysm off all his spells. This shackle is going to come out on 2 heroes, which kind of looked like it might ended the team fight here, but they just couldn't finish the heroes off. It took too long, they got kited. And then the Invoker got another round of spells, another tornado, and the fight just, you know, just became way too difficult, you know.
Yeah, I think I want to mention as well, you talk about Invoker getting the spells off, but it's not just about spamming your buttons, right? It's the right button at the right time. In that very last moment there, BZM throwing a deafening blast out, even though the Wind Ranger had altered the bat, he's able to get over the cliff, kite back around, and that's what helps them at least draw the fight evenly.
They have to target BZM first, you know. Like, there's no way they can target anyone else in the team fights for REKONIX. If the Invoker does not die, I think they're not winning the team fight. Period.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this game is starting to shape up into Jikroy versus BZM, right? Can Jikroy finish off everyone in Tundra before BZM melts all his teammates? Because once it gets down to it, if it ends up being in that situation where it's BZM versus Jikroy, and Jikroy doesn't have his BKB, it could be a very big problem. Didn't end up finishing up that Blink Dagger though, like you were suggesting. It went for Daedalus instead, just for a bit more damage. Maybe he just thinks that he...
I kind of feel like he needs to be able to position himself, you know, because it's very important that he gets like the shackles and he's in position to kill off the Invoker, because the Invoker is really fast in the team fights with the Ghost Walk. Like, if you don't have Dagger or Wind Ranger, I don't know if you can actually kill the Invoker, because who is going to kill Invoker? Like, you think about your team's lineup, right? Who can actually kill the Invoker? It's only Jikroy. Like, no one else can actually do it.
Yeah. Some level 25s being hit though. The Wind Ranger going for the Focus Fire, kills advancing the cooldowns. Very, very good for getting one after the other. But same for the Slug. He has a longer Shadow Dance duration. Unfortunately, it hasn't really saved him in some of these engagements just yet. You get the sense, even as early in the draft, that the Slug isn't really going to be the king of this game, right? He has a lot of spells forced on him. He's running in, trying to be as pesky as possible. But he's doing his job. He's the decoy. BZM is the real problem, and he's gotten away with playing his game so far.
I'm sure REKONIX already realized that after the last couple of fights here, they need to kill off this Invoker. The Slug is not the problem, he's not the carry.
What is this? Shadow Dance.
It's a 30-second cooldown, it's whatever,
Tornado.
you know.
Not the catch onto this poor Jikroy Wind Ranger, forcing the BKB.
Oh, they got
Lasso
it.
Lotus. Nice Ravage, Cataclysm coming through every single ultimate, just being thrown out. But it's the Bat Rider who falls.
That was a game-winning Lotus, right? Fight-winning Lotus right there from Varese, you know.
Yeah.
Making sure that the Bat Rider can't move, even though the Wind Ranger was disabled, but he can't really pull him towards his team, you know. So that's how the fight became difficult for Tundra there. So well played by Varese.
Parij only has one major item to his name on this pause 5 board. He is in poverty mode, but he absolutely makes the 4,000 gold run a mile for him. Pure is behind them. I think they might have spotted him on the sentry. Some pings come out, even Torrent to fish for that pesky little Slar.
Yeah, buyback on the bat.
Here he comes. We know there's no BKB. First onto FBZ. Disruptions there, though Meteor. It's rolling through all of REKONIX. They're taking a decent amount of damage. There's the Gleipnir BKB now forced on In Your Dream. REKONIX, you can tell that they want to force the buyback on the bat, but Tundra doing a good job just throwing spells and distractions their way as they have been this entire game.
This is going to be a long one, Mike. I think we're on our way to 60 minutes.
Whew, okay. Well, anyone who came into this first game of the day thinking it was just going to be an easy Tundra 1-0, I guess it goes both ways, right? Because you were talking about how Whitemon, he knows these guys intimately. He's probably given them a lot of tips, probably heard a lot about their strategies, their game plans. But maybe him sharing some of his secrets is coming back to bite him now. Maybe that's allowing REKONIX to actually catch out Tundra in ways that they don't expect.
Yeah, you have to give credit where credit is due, right? REKONIX definitely bringing their A game here in this BO1.
For sure.
They're playing
I mean,
really
the
well.
draft, you loved it as well. Like, the Kanka last pick really tied it all together.
Yeah, ease of execution-wise, always felt like I would rather be the lineup, but the game has already passed my acceleration date that I gave them, 45 minutes. So it's going to definitely get a lot more difficult going into the ultra late game against the Slug, especially the Invoker. Yeah, I just feel like without a good catch onto the Invoker, if they can't find him with the dagger or Wind Ranger, they don't have the tools to kill him.
Doesn't really feel that way. And REKONIX, it sounds so simple, right? Just kill the Invoker. But they've been distracted by everything else so far. A BKB from Ahri will get him out of that sticky situation. Roche is up again. So this will be the maybe game-determining fight here. If REKONIX are able to take this Aegis, it feels like their expiry date is going to extend just by a little bit. But if Tundra deny them, we could be seeing the end of this game. The first one here at Blast Lam 6. And the first one on a main international stage for REKONIX. They would love to book their flights to Malta. That feels like such a far cry for them now in this current state of things. 19 to 22, the kills don't really tell the full story.
Nope. This is what we call the kills ain't gonna matter, man.
Not at all. The only thing that matters is Mr. Carl right here, Mr. BZM. We can see why they pay him the big bucks. When you put him on his Invoker, last pick, in a game he feels comfortable in, he will absolutely dominate. Scoreline doesn't tell you how beastly he's been either, right? 7-3 and 8 doesn't sound super crazy.
I'm a fan of this Meteor build right now. I can get why they're building Meteor early game for this hero. It kind of solves all his problems. The mana problem, the farming problem, and the tower taking problem as well. It kind of allows you to get to this stage where he is right now, 50 minutes, 60 minutes as Invoker with your items. And you start to feel like you're the king of the game.
Sure. Well, we've talked a lot about REKONIX and what they need to do, right? They need to kill BZM. What about Tundra? They seem to be struggling a lot in these fights to deal with Jikroy. Even if the Invoker survives till the end, everyone else is dying on Tundra. What does it take to finally topple REKONIX over?
But I feel like they need True Strike on the Slug. He needs to have some sort of way to penetrate the Windrun, you know? Like, if he doesn't have a way to kill the Windrunner, then it's gonna be hard, you know, for them. Like, you're only relying on BZM. I think the Slug actually needs to feel like a carry, but right now he doesn't actually feel like a carry because he can't really kill the Windrunner. He's going for Refresher. Right? He's going for Refresher, so...
So, Winter, the thing is, Wind Ranger didn't actually go for the Windrun cannot be dispelled.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have that.
Exactly. So, I guess it's not too much of a concern. Lasso out, Jikroy's caught! Jikroy in trouble, where's the help? Someone get him out of here, Lotus first. Back up later, time zone onto Ahri again. It's the Tiny who's the one in trouble. Hidden away thanks to the depth shot, and the BKB will keep him safe. Oh, that was close, Jikroy. I thought he was toast there, to be honest.
Yeah, he looked kind of dead, you know, on my screen. It's not over. Oh, Roshan? Roshan wants to party?
Nobody wants to party with Roshan, though. He's stinky, he's ugly, and Frankly, they all just want him dead. No one tell him that, though. That's going to hurt his feelings, Tundra.
Oh, this is going to be spicy.
What's gonna
Ari
break?
breaking
They
in.
found a big target. It's a pesky watermelon with a Wind Waker to keep himself safe. You like being in the air so much, we'll keep you up there, Tornado, to keep him control. But he's able to force stuff up to the high ground. Nice defensive positioning. Ravage out, trying to focus BZM. They found him. The big bad Invoker is gone. 100 seconds. He does have a buyback, but REKONIX, you can tell they know they achieved success in their mission to hunt down that man. They're trying to surge on forward for more here. Buyback forced out from BZM. REKONIX, you need to make a decision. Do you stick around and fight? Disruption there to try and save Varish for now, but he's leashed up. And Pure, he's stealing so much Essence Shift stacks. Still able to slide away, and Ari's now caught. Tundra, they're trying to poke and prod, but it's not really working out. Pure coming in from the sides again. They will be able to eliminate the Shadow Demon, but Jigroy on the front line caught out. Someone get him out of here. The stuns are through. BKB still saved up, and Jigroy is going to look for BZM. Hiding away with the Ghost Walk, though, and Jigroy, he's turned his sights towards 33 instead. Without this BKB and without any allies around him, they've all TP'd into the outpost, but the outpost is way too far away. Jigroy will get caught and killed. REKONIX, kind of half committing to that fight. They got buybacks, but they couldn't come back in, and now Pure can rip them to shreds. In Your Dream's gonna get hunted down. He's not making it back to the base.
Yeah,
Buybacks available on
bad.
these three REKONIX heroes. They're gonna have to pop them out now, but Lasso already comes through. That's gonna be a dieback on your Shadow Demon.
Yeah, they just absolutely needed to back, you know, after the Invoker bought out. They don't have their Ravage, they don't have their Bolt, so they just needed to back, you know, but they somehow felt like they could take the fight, because I think Pure was doing a really good job playing around the edges, like making it feel like they could kill him. He was kind of baiting them to stay and fight, and they kind of got baited by that. Now they have to use their buyback on Conquer, but this is such a huge blow, you know, to the REKONIX side, having to use the buyback, and now Roshan is it going to be contestable for REKONIX? I'm not sure. SD has no buyback. Yeah, it seems like they're gonna have to give this up.
How quickly things turn around. The gold lead not mattering for most of this game. We'll see a replay of that fight.
Yeah, see
Look
the
at
baiting.
Pure.
Like, Invoker buys back, but he already forced REKONIX to stay, right? He goes back in. They feel like, maybe we can kill this Slug, you know? So they try to stay around. They use Focus Fire on Slug. He tanks everything, you know, and he escapes, he resets, he doesn't die, and then Invoker comes back to the fight, and oh my god, then the fight just kind of turned on his head. Yeah, it was a very nice Wind Waker here by Tide, dodging the Kata damage. I think in a bit you're going to see it. Allowing the Wind Ranger to kind of survive for a bit, but they just didn't have enough in the tank after that.
You can see how Tundra split up that fight, right? They isolate Jigroy off to the left side, and Pure is right on that pinch around move. He's in between the rest of where REKONIX want to be. They would ideally want to be standing all behind their Wind Ranger, ready to help her out. But instead, Jigroy comes down from that Wind Waker post-Cataclysm. He's like, where's my team? Where did all of you guys go? We look at the minimap, they're all just TPing back to the outpost because they're being chased away by the Slav. Really masterful play from Pure here. And as much as we were joking about him being a decoy most of this game, he gets tired of us talking about BZM. He's like, look at me, I'm the carry now.
Yeah, with the Bloodthorn, he definitely can kill the Wind Ranger. I mean, REKONIX just needs to identify right now. The moment you use your big spells to kill a target, you need to back off.
In Your Dream gonna get tossed up. Another two-man tornado keeping them
big
control.
Ravage.
Nice Ravage onto 3 into the time zone. BZM in trouble. This could be a dieback, but the Deafening Blast back away. Jigroy can't finish the job on the Invoker. BZM somehow escapes. How has he lived in this situation? He almost still clean up the low on the back lines, hiding away with the Shadow Dance. He's got that increased duration, but now he finds himself in a prickly spot. Age is still available for the slot. Not too worried about it at the moment. Won't be able to just pounce away.
God, that could have just ended the game potentially if Invoker dies. How close was that? He got
How did
healed.
he live?
I think he got healed by the Greaves or something. Was
It
there like
had
a
to be the Greaves. It's just Mirana and like the Solar Crest coming out, right?
Let's
See that again.
Nice Shackle to start it off, and the Ravage, and he got forced off here, and then he got healed. And then here at this point, it must have been the Greaves.
It's the Greaves. It's the Greaves, and then no one can do the damage. I think, dude, Whitemon held that on to the very last moment. That was insane. The composure from this man. I don't know about you, but my Invoker hits half HP. I'm pressing Greaves immediately. I don't want to risk it, but he baits them all in. And it's these small decisions that make the difference between any other Pulse 5 player in Whitemon, as we keep saying, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You know, if BZM is in trouble and I'm his teammate, I'm saving him. You know, I'm not gonna think about anything. You know, I'll be
Yeah, just press
spamming
all
my
your buttons. Don't risk it. It's insane. Like, this guy doesn't have buyback. You're holding Greaves until this dude's literally at 100 HP. The sheer amount of confidence you must have in yourself, that is madness to say the least. That's exactly what has gotten Tundra so far.
It's time for Faceless Void to build carry items. They need more damage.
Get in there, brother. Put that Yules away. I need to see a Daedalus. I don't know. Give me something. This is not... This is a bit sad.
Yeah, Konka doesn't have much damage. Tide doesn't have much damage. I mean, SD and Void doesn't do much. Yeah, the damage department is severely lacking right now for REKONIX.
We're talking about them needing to sort of put an end to things perhaps 10 minutes ago. Lost that opportunity now, and you're looking at the scaling come through. 25's hit on multiple heroes. Ravage stun duration is going to be a big one. I think that actually plays a big part. We got 25 on Mirana as well. My goodness, Whitemon is very high level. I guess he survived most of these fights and he has an Axe, right? So damage department for REKONIX might be lacking, but damage department for Tundra, they've got so much gas in the tank to kill these heroes.
And they need a refresher on the tire. I think somehow they need to be able to farm that. Yeah, because he has gone for the Wind Waker, so it means that his refresher is going to be severely delayed, you know. And they no longer have the upper hand, it seems, in the team fight right now.
I don't know how to break this to you, Winter. It doesn't feel like they've had the upper hand in a long while at this point. It's just kind of Jikroy making these, honestly, hero plays. Heads up. Nothing that a Slut can't shrug off, though. Still got 20 seconds on the Aegis, trying to put that to use. I mean, he's healing in this damage. You're going to try for a lasso.
Wait,
nice
what?
Lotus and Lincolns.
Okay. Alright, just a drive-by.
Yep.
Casual drive-by.
Yeah, sometimes you need to give you a little kiss before you leave the home for work, you know? Love you! And then, you know, and then you pop back out.
I mean, REKONIX is going to be stuck in a base here. I think if I'm Tundra, you're going to just keep them in the base to 60 minutes, farm your 60-minute items, and then try to make for another siege.
Yeah, speaking of 60 minutes, we're 2 minutes away from that. That's crazy how this game has gone. First game, by the way, of Blast Slam 6 here on the B stream. We are in for way more bangers, I'm sure. I think most people seeing this matchup opening, you might have thought, yeah, I mean, Tundra are gonna roll them. But I think if you're just joining us and you didn't catch all the earlier action, REKONIX, they've put together an amazing draft. They played the early mid game really well. And I think stand out for me this game, Jikroy, right? He's doing so much work on his carry Wind Ranger. I think any one of their opponents watching this going to think twice about allowing him to have this hero. But at the moment, in the late game, feels like REKONIX have kind of hit their ceiling and are running out of options as Tundra continue to control the map.
And REKONIX can only just wait at the base and hope something will go right in the team fights, you know. They have to just wait, try to maybe put defensive wards around the sides of the map to find for pickoffs. Because they also have to worry about trying to find a way to leave and get their 60-minute items, right? If they just stay in the base, they're not going to get their 60-minute items. And this is definitely what Tundra is just waiting for. Get the 60-minute items and then attack again. Jikroy, he's trying to leave the base. They're trying to come out, trying to secure the ancient area. As Tundra
just gonna get pushed back now.
Yeah, just keeping them pinned in the base. They're not committing. They're not giving them any easy fights here.
This is a very narrow choke area to try and establish yourself in. I feel like the Invoker is gonna have a real fun time messing you up if you stick around there too long. Breakout onto Mr. FBZ, but he's got himself a Wind Waker, so he'll be fine. Good itemization there. Whitemon being found by Jikroy. Try for the Hex turnaround. Jikroy getting pushed down to the low ground. Still finds Whitemon the heal at the very last moment. Jikroy's been baited in. A big mistake there from the Wind Ranger, but it still manages to escape.
Yeah, it was a greater Lotus and the Greaves again, you know, like Whitemon is just toying with the side of REKONIX right now.
Yeah. There's Lasso.
Oh, that was brilliant. He lassoed the creep.
Still not gonna get them anything for now, though. The disruption. Ari now being shackled up. Tundra not able to successfully bait REKONIX out. We've seen what happens.
That is some 33 nerd ass shit right there. You know, he lassoed the catapult, and then the Aghanim's lasso bounced on a hero, and that's how he got the initiation.
That's crazy. As we're gonna have to keep our eyes out for that. At this point, do you buy a Lincoln so you can Lincoln's the creep? You're gonna have to think that that's the type of Dota 33 makes you play.
Stay away from the creeps.
You can't stand next to them anymore. Plus, earlier on this game, we saw you can't go too near him to kill him. If not, he BKB lassos TPs out. Now you can't stand next to creeps. What's the next crazy rule 33 is gonna force you into?
Just don't play a game of Dota with him.
No. Cataclysm coming through. Vincere still saved by the disruption. Nice play there, but BZM caught. EKB Ghost Walk away. Still have the damage raining in though. BZM's gonna get killed.
He actually dies there.
Whew. Okay. And Tundra, they were a bit split up in that moment, and they weren't able to feed any Lotuses, no clutch Greaves from Whitemon this time to save him.
Yeah, and the gem with the Conquer, just making sure that he stays close to give vision, so Jigroy can finish off the kill.
Jigroy on the high ground will get disrupted. Without their Invoker, they shouldn't really want to be sticking around here though. You can still see 33 looking for an opportunity. Ari's on the other side of the map trying to deal with the wave, but Pure's right in front. Pure is right in front of them. Gonna start beating into Vincere. Big lasso onto 233, found his mark. But in comes the focus fire, still able to kite down to the low ground. The low saved by the Wind Waker for now as Pure being chased down. Time Zone not gonna keep him in place. They aren't able to catch onto these heroes, but there's the Ravage, there's the Hex. Pure shackled up to the trees.
Wait, the arrows? The arrows saved him!
The arrow's gonna land onto 3. Pure still surviving, back up to full HP because of the Lotuses. And it's actually the Kanka that goes down. Jigroy still won't be able to finish off the kill the last few arrows.
Whew, holy crap, what the hell is going on?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. How does Whitemon keep making this shit happen? I was just holding my breath because I was thinking, how does Pure get out of this one? Well, he doesn't. They still die on the Slar. We're gonna watch that one again. Really nice catch, right? The Hex into the Ravage, but that arrow...
Bam.
It's just unfortunate because it didn't result in anything, right? Like, it kills the Kanka. And then
it was
Pure
just
still dies.
beautiful to watch, you know.
Yeah, that's true. I can agree with that.
So many plays this game. This has been like a
This has been such a treat
game
to watch, yeah. Aegis secured now for Mr. In Your Dream because he just bought back, so you want that second life on him.
Hey, how are you going to watch the subsequent games, right, when the first game is already so good?
Nah, this is just an expectation of things to come. At this point, all the other games, they go hit this hard.
It's like they started out right away with the main course, you know. They didn't even give us the entree, you know. They just gave us
pride
the
on the
steak.
line. This is literally Whitemon's disciples versus Whitemon. You gotta prove to your master you deserve to be here. Like, he's paved the way for them to make it this far, right? So they gotta show him, look, we learned everything you told us. We're bringing the heat to you. How big of a story would it be if REKONIX in the opening game of their first major international LAN beating Tundra, the 4-time slam winners? I mean, you're now reaching the point where things are getting crazy, right? You talk about an expiry date, we're now in the late game. You got tier 5 items. You got Stygian, Desolator, Fallen Skies, Cockroach Legs, little Necronomicons, everything. Nothing's gonna make sense anymore. It's all about these clutch moments. And REKONIX have shown us time and time again in these Southeast Asia close qualifiers, when it comes to the clutch moments, they have that shit on lock.
Yeah,
The question is whether Tundra can keep up.
Tundra is going to use the Necro Books with the Fort Spirits and to rat this game out. I feel like they're not going to take any more team fights.
Yeah, I agree. No point risking it. We saw Savory Shield constructed by Mr. Vincere there. He's been hard at work concocting that delicacy. I'll save it for a rainier day at the moment. Just still thinking about his tier 5. I mean, the options are a little bit awkward, right? Maybe he's waiting for a fight to break out before getting that Divine Regalia.
Probably he's just going to get it before the fight. Or maybe he gets the... I don't know if it's going to be good to get the book if he feels like he has to rat. That might be an option for him.
Do they know that Pure is here?
They don't
Runs
have the
right
true
past
sight.
them.
Where's the Kunkka?
Because
Oh,
we're
he's
far
not
away.
there. Yeah, he's far away. Oh no,
Wait,
he doesn't have the gem.
gem, yeah.
Who has the gem?
It's Mr. Faceless Void.
Okay, pass it to the void.
I mean, they've got no room, fortunately.
That is some pocket change here. 455 gold for each player.
Oh, I don't even know. Are you just kind of waiting for?
Roche?
No, I mean you already have agents. So like REKONIX, they're trying to sweep the map and trying to at least get a pick off before maybe threatening high ground. But Tundra back to regular business, right? Ratting, pushing out the waves, retreating cleanly, not allowing REKONIX to find anything.
Yeah, this is what Tundra has been known for. The ratting, splitting the map, dodging.
On the
finding
low ground,
pick-offs.
Vincere gonna come in, but Pure's been found, hiding away in the Shadow Dance. Moonlight Shadow will keep him safe as well. Still thinking about recommitting in, the spell's being thrown out. Time zone, dodged away from, because of that
Doing a
Wind
good
Waker,
job
BKB
kiting.
is there. They are absolutely kiting well here on Tundra, forcing these spells to come out from REKONIX with not much of a gain. And REKONIX, they've chased all the way here, and maybe all they find is Ari. Big lasso onto 2, pulling him out of the Cataclysm. Not sure whether that's what you want. BKB on Jigroy, he's safe for now. Wind Waker, REKONIX doing their fair share of kiting as well, but the buyback immediately on the Tiny. They know there's no BKB on the win, and maybe this is their time to strike. Disruption saving FBZ. Tundra trying to stand their
Yes,
ground.
refresher.
FBZ, refresher into the Slug. All it finds is the Slug though. Second Ravage coming on through. Slug gonna get controlled. Slug gonna get killed. There's a buyback though. Pure, he can rejoin the fight if he feels it's necessary. Jigroy starting to clean up, but Reach on the front lines will lose his life and the gem.
They probably have to retreat now. They don't have double Ravage. They need to back off. I'm pretty sure they already learned their lesson. You cannot chase if you don't have Ravage and the Ghost Ship, you know, on the REKONIX side. As what an insane team fight, you know. Like Tundra
I mean,
just
Tundra
being really
kited
patient.
so insanely.
Yeah,
How did they
were
even
just-
get away?
They were just like kiting every single spell. They were waiting. And then that, I think the Cataclysm kind of didn't land because 33 pulled the targets away. I think mainly the Wind Ranger. Maybe they could have killed off Jigroy if they coordinated that better. But that was such an insane team fight there. And
Honestly,
so many
like,
things
honestly,
could go
Winter,
wrong.
I'm gonna ask you this, and I know it's an impossible question to answer, but when you reach this part of the late game, hold that thought. Oh, 33 is just gone.
Yes,
Oh,
my bad.
okay. Jigroy, whoever
Yeah,
he
what-
runs into is.
what
Yeah,
was
but the
the
question I
question?
wanted to ask: how do you even choreograph the fights anymore when you have like 3 Ravagers, 2 Ghost Ships, time zones? Like, you need to coordinate the Cataclysm with the lasso, with the toss, with the like, it's impossible. Like how do you even?
You don't know for sure, you know. It's based on instincts, it's based on a little bit of luck as well. I think at this stage, you need a lot of luck to win you the team fights, you know. Like Mega Creeps ain't gonna win you the game.
They aren't, but REKONIX, they are getting ever closer to that. That's gonna make it harder for you to maybe play that map with the Necro Book creeps from the Book of the Dead. It's not really a strategy that Tundra seem to be pressing hard into anyway. Here, he's still waiting for his tier 5 item. He's not wanting to commit for one just yet. Holding on to the player's Dota, which is pretty interesting. I guess maybe it's because his enchantments are a little bit weird. Like, that's the only... I guess you will want to get move speed, but then you don't want to waste it. I'm not too sure. I mean, his current player's Dota has crude, so that's really nice for him. Pure is dead. Pure is buyback though. But that looked very concerningly easy. Hex reflected by the Lotus, buyback here from Pure. All you need from REKONIX is to escape cleanly. Looks like Jigroy should be able to do so.
Tide is waiting on the side with the Ravage, you know. They have to be very careful. He's gonna have his refresher soon.
Jigroy wants to come back up to the high ground. He's at half HP, but still, the amount of damage that he deals is immense. The Slut cannot afford to get caught again. Watch yourself on Pure.
This
Could
might
just
be
get
an
washed
opening.
away. Big Torrent, big Shackle, jumping in by the lasso time zone. All the spells being thrown in, but Jigroy's being controlled. He needs to put the damage onto PCM. They found themselves on Invoker. Buyback is there. Meanwhile, Pure ravaging the back lines. Buying back on both sides. Ravage is coming through, trying to control Pure, but it's a mess right now. You're still controlling Jigroy on the front lines. He's not able to auto attack, and the Wind Ranger goes down. Tundra able to separate the fight with the buybacks. They've dangled Pure on the front lines. You can't deal with the slot. And now In Your Dream is left behind with REKONIX. They bite off a bit more than they can chew, trying to get the Mega Creeps, trying to fight into Pure. It's an ultra kill for the slot with his Divine Regalia.
That was actually Ari right there, saving the team fight. That was such an important stunt from the Tiny. So the fight started because the Torrent landed on 3 heroes, and then Ari immediately blinks in. He didn't even care. He just blinked in to stop the heroes behind. Like, if Tide actually manages to follow up with the Torrent, with the Ravage, the fight was over and Tundra loses the game. You're going to see it here. The Torrent in
what
a bit
an
is
insane Torrent, by the way.
Look at Ari, look at Ari. There's a Shackle, and then he blinks in. He stops the Tide's dagger. If the Tide gets his dagger off the game, I think the game just ends there, right there.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Ari goes in here Pure as well. They eliminate the lull. So this Shadow Demon gets 0 disruptions, no effectiveness in the fight. He's been so important for kiting Slack out. And because of that, look at the back line. Pure is just beating everybody up. No BKB, no problem. They all get wiped, and just like that, a second lane of racks for Tundra. While we were watching that replay, they make quick work of the objectives, forcing the buybacks out from REKONIX, but there's not much of a defense they can muster right now. They still need 25 more seconds until Varij is back up, and that's Mega Creeps for Tundra.
Mega Creeps is nothing, Mike. Mega Creeps is non-consequential
A double
right
lasso could be pretty nice though. Jigroy gonna get saved by the second disruption. The low might have died for that though. BKB is being popped on all fronts. Ravage is gonna come through, but they're hiding under the Depth Shroud. Under the Invis, Pure will escape, and now back in onto Jigroy. Hex stop, refresh, it's not gonna save you there. Jigroy, he's been the hero of REKONIX, but he doesn't have any left legs to stand on. And REKONIX, it was such a good fight from them in this opening game. But they will ultimately fall. Tundra show them who's boss. And Pure with an ultra kill. GG is called. He wants the rampage. He's gonna go for the watermelon, and he will find it. First game here on the slot, getting it done. We were talking so much about the Invoker, but it is Pure who ends the day with a shiny new highlight reel on his slot. What a way to kick things off here on the B stream.
There's so many amazing things happening in the game, The lasso on the creep to latch on the hero, the heals, the greaves, the baits with the lotuses, the 2-man shackles in the team fights. You name it, it's got it. Invoker Dota in the late game. The slug, getting tons of stacks in the team fights, just ultimately just overpowering REKONIX. They started off really well with the team fights. They have the Tide, they have the boat, but just couldn't really find a way to get past, Tundra. Tundra was really good at playing the map, just dodging and waiting for the right moments to find the pickoffs. And REKONIX, they did a really good job, but just couldn't, finish the game off despite starting the game really well.
I just want to say, most damage dealt in this game, 88,000 by Jigroy, 21, 5, and 6. I think it was such a hard game for REKONIX to stay in, but with the team play covering each other, they still managed to put up such a great fight. And I think this is one of those games where maybe if you look at the scoreboard at the end of the day, it's so easy to miss these best of ones, right? You look at the results, oh yeah, of course, Tundra beat REKONIX. That's what we expect. But 72 minutes with this lineup, the fact that they lasted this long, I think this is a really, really good sign for the rest of the best of ones that they have. And I think anyone else going to be facing up REKONIX today, they need to be a bit more careful about showing that respect, because this is not any pushover. This is not a Southeast Asia team that's just going to go quietly into the night.
Yeah, this is definitely like a warning sign, to all the other teams. REKONIX is here to play. Do not underestimate them. They're going to punish you, if you give them a chance to.
Absolutely, and we are just getting started, believe it or not. 70-minute banger to open us up, and we are gonna get our next series up for you very shortly. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the B stream of Blast Slam 6 here. And if you are one of those people who has the common misconception, oh, they put all the hype games on the A stream. The B stream, it's going to be one-sided. You are so wrong. That first game was crazy. REKONIX versus Whitemon on Tundra. Indo ball ultimately going Tundra's way, but it was one that you have to go and rewatch. There were so many epic moments, insane Dota being played, but we gotta keep it moving because we got so many best of ones this purpose season winter taking you through the next series, Yandex up against HEROIC. Now, HEROIC, Winter, I know you have a lot to say about this team. You're not the biggest fan.
Hey, relax. I only said that it was going to be a straightforward game, for
I can't put you on the spot over there. Okay, maybe let me give you a chance to explain yourself.
Okay.
What do you mean by straightforward? Straightforward as in they're both going to play clean Dota? Straightforward as in one side is favored over the other? What do you mean?
Straightforward as in Yandex is going to be the favorite here. I think they are a much stronger team compared to HEROIC. And not to mention, HEROIC have a couple of roster changes recently. They brought in Tai Long, they brought in Teoliko, so there's going to be a lot of instability within the team. Sure, I mean, you can say that Whisper used to play off lane, so he kind of goes back to where he belongs or where he's more comfortable with, but I think it's going to take time before you fully see the potential of the team, and this is going to be a really tough game for HEROIC, and they need to come out with some sort of I don't know, cheese or whatever it is, they need to find a way, to win this game.
The one thing about HEROIC is that they don't have a shortage of ideas, right? They have been switching players in and out. They've drafted unique picks, to say the least, across these different roster changes. So if there's anyone that can surprise Yandex, it might just be HEROIC here. Now, for those of you who haven't been following along so much, I pity you because there's a lot to go through, right? HEROIC, they had Devi in, Devi out, Whisper in the mid lane, Whisper back to the off lane, Schofield kick, which is kind of the biggest story because I think Schofield for the longest time widely considered to be the best position for that South America has ever seen. So kicking him was a bit of a strange one, but then in his place you bring in Teoliko, and maybe that's for the synergy factor, right? Of course, Teoliko and KJ, both Brazilian, along with the coach Cafetado that we see on our screen here, maybe a bit more of a cultural fit. But we'll see whether it pays off for them. So far, HEROIC, they were finally able to beat their demons. They were placing second in some of these close qualifiers. They didn't make it to Dream League, didn't make it to ESL 1 Birmingham, but at least they made it to PGL Wallachia. So things starting to stabilize, maybe because of Mr. Tai Lung, that young prodigy in the mid lane. According to Winter, though, still not quite there yet.
Really trying to egg me on, yeah?
I'm just trying to get you to give all those opinions that you gave me about this team. You had a lot of thoughts.
All I'm saying that he's a young guy. He has the skill, he has the mechanic, but it's going to take some time before he understands what he needs to do in the level of play that he is in at the moment, it's not just about the lane, it's about how you rotate with your team. Some games you are in a bad matchup, how you're supposed to play the bad matchup, and some games you have to sacrifice yourself for the team, I don't know if he understands when he has to lay down his body for his teammates to crawl over him, Sometimes you got to do that as a call.
Yeah, not something you really want to tell a 16, 17-year-old. That's a bit brutal. But it's funny that you mentioned that in terms of a lot of room to grow for Tai Lung, because I remember a time when Chira Jr. was in that very same spot, right? You think back to his first initial foray into the pro scene. He was on one-win team for what feels like forever. And a lot of the times the criticism with one-win team is that Chira Jr. would kind of falter. He was almost seen at times as the weak link of that squad. And now he's grown so much. I feel like he's one of the most improved mids that I've seen in the past year. With all that being said though, Winter, Team Yandex have been struggling a little bit as of the past few weeks.
I think the patch doesn't really favor the way they play. Because right now I think you need to play less greedy on your mid laner. Your mid laner has to be rotating around the map, and you have to play for your off laner, your carry player. You need to play for the side lanes. You need to rotate more, right? And the man you see in the screen right now, Chira Jr., he's more of a greedier mid laner. He likes to farm stacks. He likes to farm the ancients, So he kind of has to find a way to balance his playstyle with how the meta is shaping out right now. So I feel like if they can find a way to play around the mid being greedy, find some way of compromising. Maybe the carry has to rotate early I think Watson has been doing a really good job of moving around the gates, coming to the fights at the runes. He's been trying to help his mid laner out, you know, to sort of balance everything.
Yeah, Yandex, I mean, I remember the first few times we were casting them because they're a relatively new org, right? They started in Dream League Division 2, which is crazy because that was just a few months ago. And then since then, they've gone on to these major tournaments. They qualified for everything. They got second at the previous Blast.
Right?
That
was 2 months ago.
3 months ago at this point.
3 months?
Yeah,
Okay.
it happened in October. So if you're being specific with the amount of days, yeah, 2.5, sure. But then they finished first in Division 2, Season 1. They get third at Fissure Playground, second at Blast Slam, and then most recently they won Dream League Season 27. So the stats, at least what we see so far, they should be in a really good spot to place, I want to say, top 6. I think most people would expect this team to make it to Malta. But even in the previous Blast Slam, even though they did finish second, they didn't have the best group stage, right? They finished kind of in the middle. So maybe something about this best of one format might not be to their comfort.
Yeah, maybe. We'll
I
just
think
have to see.
you were mentioning that it's a bit of a different vibe when you're playing, like, let's say a Dream League where it's a 2-week group stage versus this insane best of one. And Yandex were very successful in Dream League, but maybe not so much here because there's less prep time.
Yeah, and also some teams, they play better if they get to play more Dota, right? Like in a Dream League event where it's 2 weeks straight up. So some teams, they stay in better shape, but some teams, they prefer to have a break in between. You know, I think for Yandex, they seem to favor a format where they are allowed to play a lot of games. So here in Blast, it kind of usually is not their strength, but they did really well the last time. So we'll see if they can actually repeat their success again. So they have the Beastmaster with Shadow Demon. I think these two heroes are very, very good together because one hero wants to clear stacks and one hero is made to create stacks, you know. But they'll be up against a very, very high tempo lineup from Heroic, which is Chen and Viper. They're going to be grouping up early. They're going to be pushing your towers. They're going to be running into your jungle. So this is a very, very aggressive draft from Heroic right now, and I really like it. You know. I think being the underdog and all, it's not good for you to sit back and farm and just chill. I think you have to take the fight to your opponents.
Yeah. Funny thing about KJ is that, you know, most people know that his name is King Jungles. I literally thought he called himself King Jungles because he likes Chen so much and he's always in there. I end up finding out that's the man's literal last name. His last name is literally Jungles, so there's a double meaning there, which is, I guess you embody the character that you put out. But Viper, Chen, I can see why you say it's fast tempo, but it doesn't really feel like it's going to catch. Like you ball up and you run at them, right? And then what's stopping Yandex from just splitting the map like we've seen Tundra do the entire first game?
If he comes too quickly, then you have, I think, no chance to split the map. You know? So it really depends on the other heroes as well. This Chen also is kind of designed to ruin the Beastmaster's lane. If you go off lane as Beast, you definitely don't want to lane into the Chen. So maybe Yandex is thinking about putting Shira. He loves playing Beastmaster mid, you know, so that's why they're opening up with this draft.
He does indeed.
They have two players that loves the hero. And I believe I've seen Watson play Beast carry as well in pubs, you know, so all three cores definitely able to play this hero. It's just where it's going to be more suitable for the strategy to work right now. So this
I haven't really seen the other teams in the previous tournaments value this Beast as much as Yandex. Is it just because they can flex it to all 3 core roles, you think?
Yeah, for sure. Not every team has 3 players, you know, of the same hero. Some teams you have 1, some teams you have 2. I think especially for Yandex, it's something that they really prioritize because of their setup with the players. And I think here they're going to have to at least keep it open on at least mid or off lane. I don't think you probably want to go off lane anymore as Beast against Chen. You're probably only going to go mid because if you put Beast carry, maybe the Chen will follow you, you know, he'll just go to the off lane. So that could also potentially pose problems for you. So I think the safest route is to just put him mid and pick your sub and another side lane hero right now.
We talk a lot about the Yandex draft right now. We haven't really mentioned this MOUZ.CET that just came out. I guess furthering the whole idea of grouping together. Now you got a lot of buffs, you got a lot of the damage. Centaur Mirana though, pretty solid combination with the
jump
SD.
on the Chen creeps as well, so it's definitely a very effective combo in the early game. And they have responded with a Centaur and Mirana. Shadow Demon set up for the arrow. Very, very classic combination. And then they're moving the Beast, as I expected, away from the off lane. They pick a new, sort of like a neutral off laner, which you don't really see a matchup, but at least he's able to lane with the SD pretty well, disrupt into stun, and then you can actually buy aura items for your team, defend the towers. Because main thing they have to really work out is how are they going to hold off the pressure, right, from this Chen and Viper. They're going to be running at your towers early. So Centaur is one of the better heroes to kind of maybe stand his ground and defend the towers. And let's see if Heroic finds an answer here. It seems like it's a really good Timber game here. I think Timber is a very good answer to cutting down the Beastmaster and the Centaur here, and it's not banned, you know, so it's available.
Yeah,
but
the lockdown that you have is very high committal, right? Like the Beastmaster Raw, once you stomp, once you arrow.
But it kicks out the Beast and the Centaur. So they're
Right.
holding the lane, and the Timber will actually just kick them out, you know. So that's a very useful hero in this type of situation, if they can actually make it work in their lineup.
In Winter, I get what you're saying. I love the Timbersaw. My problem is right now they got one stun. And that's not really good enough. You just imagine a team fight where you just press Stampede, you get out, but the Tidehunter's gonna deny that. So the draft for Heroic starting to take shape now. You got the Tidehunter that's likely going to be the Whisper hero on the offlane. That almost confirms, I want to say, the Viper in the mid, unless they do some funky Viper carry.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Viper can definitely be played as a carry. But they're gonna have to reveal it here anyway, so it doesn't really matter for Yandex side. It's all about trying to figure out what to ban here, you know. I think Yandex, what can they ban? They might ban like one carry and one mid, you know, here. Just to be sure they cover everything.
Taking out the Watson TA, that's respect there. Understandable, because it's one of the most solid carries laning into the Tide.
Yeah, he actually might go Morphling here. Morphling seems pretty strong.
Watson Morphling in this best of one, that'll be hype.
Viper. But the lane against Tide, I'm not sure if he can actually do well. It might be a difficult lane for him.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's see. And they're definitely thinking about whether they should ban a carry or mid hero here.
What about Heroic? What do you need to round out this lineup? Because there's the option of Viper carry, there's the option of Viper mid, but what are you missing?
I don't really think they're missing much. They have stuns, they have teamfight, they have push. Maybe you can argue that they can just pick a mid hero, like a spirit hero, so that they can actually play the game faster with the Chen and the MOUZ.CET.
Yeah.
But I also feel like they could also secure like the mid lane game by picking another carry and leaving Viper mid, you know, so be greedy. So you have the early game potential from the Chen and the MOUZ.CET running at you, pressuring towers, securing map, and then you have the scaling of Viper plus whatever last pick you have, you know.
Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned because right now the Heroic lineup doesn't seem very dynamic to me. You group up and you ball up, but...
They're not dynamic, they're green. Green heroes are the best, have you not heard it?
Depends on who you ask which green heroes are the best. First, damn, that's certainly a proclamation. Ursa and Abaddon being taken out here, so some classic Yuma heroes. Expecting the Viper to go to the mid lane to maybe deal with the Beast. And Beast versus Viper mid, I think both are just gonna farm. You don't really have much kill threat either way unless the supports come rotating in for Yandex.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be a Yuma hero. Last year he's talking, you know, so he's definitely weighing in his opinions. I am not a fan of a green hero. Please pick me another color.
I don't even know what green carry heroes there are, like Wind Ranger?
Necroforce.
Please, no, oh my god.
No, he's not going to be playing a green hero. Relax.
Thank god. Thank goodness.
Okay.
Of course, sure.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, come on. Let's go. Meepo time. First game, first best of one. You talk about the cheese coming out. You talk about Heroic being a bit more unstable coming into this tournament. Make things unstable for Yandex as well. Go into the Meepo. And what carry do you even have against this, right? This kind of soft blocks the Morphling.
They need like something that can splash. Like Sven, they need some splash damage, I feel.
You think the Beastmaster's not enough with his eggs, potentially?
No, probably not. Yeah, I'm not sure it will be enough. Okay, they pick Luna. So Luna is kind of like, okay, so they have like a very strong lineup together. SD Luna, you copy the Luna, you have the bouncing glaze, and then you have SD with Luna and Beast, you know, so you have auras to back it up, you know, so you're very, very strong as a unit together. It's very hard to penetrate the 5 men of Yandex, but on the other hand, I feel like early game, they won't have much against the Chen and MOUZ.CET Viper running at them, taking all their towers, and they're creating so much space for the Meepo to farm. You know, I feel like this lineup is slow. Like in a way, like everybody needs to farm a lot on the Yandex side. You know, and if they don't do well in the early game, their lanes don't go well, I feel like they're gonna struggle to find space on the map. You know, they're gonna get choked out by this Meepo, Chen running at them, and there's a Ravage to back everything up. And
I think the funny thing is the
this
Meepo
actually
kind
looks
of
nice for Heroic.
Yeah, because you were talking about maybe they put the Viper carry and then they get some sort of spirit in the mid lane to help them catch heroes, right? Meepo kind of does that from pause 1 because he can be multiple places at once. He can farm, he can threaten, he can catch. He's a very great partner for the MOUZ.CET to play with as well. So that kind of solves the lack of being dynamic that I was worried about. Maybe Thailand gets himself a Boots of Travels, gets himself involved. Am I hearing this right, Winter? Are you liking the heroic draft more than Yandex here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What a ton of
Yandex
events.
is way too greedy, and I don't really like being way too greedy.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you remember what happened 2 months ago, Winter, but something that we talked about constantly with Yandex is that they love being greedy. That's their style. And they've managed to make it work against better opponents. Not dunking on Heroic or anything, but if you just take a look at the recent results, they haven't been looking too good.
Yeah, but
Yandex
it
have
doesn't
pulled
mean
this off against
it
other...
doesn't mean I have to like it. You know, I think you
that's
get
true.
away with it one tournament. It doesn't mean you will get away with it the next tournament. You know, it's always a very subjective thing. You know, when you ask about the players, is it good to be greedy? Is it good to, you know, try to out-greed the greed? Every team will answer you differently.
Okay. So what's your answer for this particular game? What's the plan here if you are on the side of Yandex? How do you greed this one out without getting punished?
I think they have to defend their ancients. They need to protect their ancient stacks. Luna needs ancient stacks. Your mid Beastmaster need ancient stacks. Your centaur kind of needs the jungle and everything. So I think the key to Yandex's success is if Notice gets off to a good start, because he's going to be that body in the game, right? This centaur, he's going to be a huge distraction if he gets a good start, and you need to bring a lot of heroes to kill the centaur, right? That's how you're going to create the space for the Beast and the Luna to farm the map. But if somehow Notice doesn't get a good start, he gets pressured, and then I could see the whole lineup of Yandex actually falling apart, right? Because all 3 cores need to farm a lot, and your supports don't really have anyone to play with, and you can't defend the towers against this Chen push, you know. So I feel like Heroic, they have I think an easier draft to execute. It's funny to say that, you know, they have the Meepo and they have the easier draft to execute, but yeah, you know.
I mean, other than the Meepo, everyone's Chen, you know, you select all your creeps, you press right click. You know, sometimes you cast a spell, you make yourself look cool. Everyone else is, you feel like it's pretty straightforward, not to take away anything from these heroes, of course, but, you know, compare that to like a Luna, you know, the needing to land an arrow. I guess it's easier with the disruption. You talk about Notice needing to have a good early start here. How does it look for him though? Because it looks like he's gonna be set up for success with Saksa. This Shadow Demon and Centaur combo in the lane, very classic. But you're up against a Meepo Marcy/Chen. How does that work?
Well, it's going to be tough, you know. I don't know how it's going to work, but it's going to be difficult right now.
For who
I think
though? For like Noticed or?
Yeah, for Notice in the early game, I feel like what he could encounter is the Marcy just kind of rotates, and because you're trying to figure out who needs the offlaner to have a better start, right? I feel like it's Yandex, and then you will try to make both offlaners poor, you know. And you can just leave the fight and just pressure the centaur.
And the Tide, you can prep stacks for him.
Probably going to, yeah, he's probably just going to leave him after he gets like maybe level 3, and then you have some stacks, and then you try to kill the centaur a couple of times, at least once, you know. Because you already mentioned that the Meepo could kind of set up a gank with the net, and then you come in with the Marcy. They're already doing it at level 1. Look at this. They understand that if they take this trade where both offlaners are going to be poor, it's going to be more beneficial for Heroic. They're starting 3 top here.
Centaur is a very greedy offlaner, wanting that helm before his first item. Now gonna get tossed back into the Meepo. Nice disruption. Not gonna save him here. The stomp attempted, but float to a crawl, and the last touches will be there. KJ will draw first blood on the board for Heroic. This Chen is taking quite a bit of damage from the mana stacks up, but
yeah, that's
overall,
a
really nice.
Big kill onto the centaur. They gain control of the first wave of creeps. They can control it, drag it back to the wave. They have 2 range creeps pushing, so this is a great start for Heroic. And Tai Long against Beastmaster. this is probably going to be like a wash. You know, both heroes are going to farm in the mid lane, and on the bot lane, we're going to see probably more kill potential. You know, Luna plus the Mirana against the Tide and the MOUZ.CET here. I think both sides can definitely kill each other when you get levels.
Sure. AJ does get run down here though. So
Yeah, he was
setup
kind of
is there.
low. He was kind of low just now from the first blood. So this is quite normal. Like he dies as a trade for the first blood, but yeah, let's see how can they find another way. I think they need to gank the center again, you know. Maybe in a couple of minutes after the Lotus timings. If they can kill him again, that would be ideal, especially before he gets the helm.
The Core has his hands full in this bot lane though. He's doing everything he can to peel them off Whisper. This is 2 range versus 2 melee, which typically means that if you just let the lane stay even, you're gonna get right-clicked slowly but surely, but maybe on the heroic side, you're looking for that all-in potential.
Tide, if you get level 3 on Tide, you don't care about the right clicks. When you have
Okay.
second point in the Kraken Shell. Like the MOUZ.CET just needs to enable the Tide to get to the level 3 safely without dying, and then you're free to roam. I think Tide is one of those offlaners, if you're playing position 4 and you like to roam, this is a hero that you want with you, you know, because he doesn't need you in the lane as much, you know, once he gets level 3. You are given a free pass to do whatever you want.
Seeing some of the value of the Mirana here, just being able to arrow the hard camp, so any sort of pull that you want to execute to regain creep equilibrium or whatever, it's not going to be quite as effective. But there's the level 3 that you talked about.
Yep, second point in Kraken Shell, and you're going to see Teoliko right after securing the Lotus. You should be looking to roam after this.
Yeah. 2 games, 2 Miranas. Is this a new trend that we need to start looking into, or is the sample size a bit too small?
She did get a buff. So I'm not really surprised that teams are trying to see if you can make it work. I don't think she feels particularly strong, but I could be wrong. I mean, I think the hero has... You need certain heroes in your draft, you know, like a Shadow Demon setup, you know, for it to work, you know.
Yeah. I feel like with Mirana, you're always kind of looking at, if it's not pipe arrows, then it's Moonlight Shadow setting up kills and ganks and whatnot. Mid lane, speaking up with setting up.
Oh, this is interesting.
Disruption.
It's a big one.
Nice TP in. Shira Jr. will be able to run down Tai Long with the help of
Wow.
Saksa.
What a rotation. How did that even happen, you know, a Beastmaster killing a Viper? Somehow he got too far up the lane, then he got slowed by the boss, got rooted by the Hawk, and then the SD TPs down, gets a disruption, and gets a kill.
Yeah. And you don't lose anything here on Notice, right? We were talking about the lane maybe being a bit tricky for him, but because the wave is pushed in, he's not really under any threat. Now, they're going to try and harass him as much as they can, but now that the Helm of Iron Will is done, he's just going to be able to sustain.
Yeah, he's got past the difficult stage, you know, of the laning phase before you get the Helm of Iron Will. Now he's going to be fine in this lane. I don't even think that the MOUZ.CET has a lot of kill chances here, because the wave is in front of his tower.
Yeah. And try and pull it back your way now with the Chen, but wonder what the plan is at this juncture, because can't really, if you're losing lane on Viper in the mid against a Beast, he's gonna be a bit more greedy, but if he gets that good start, I think you're completely fine here.
Now, if the game continues this way, this is definitely good for Yandex, you know, if no kills are happening, everybody's just happily farming, and Heroic is unable to pressure, and Yandex is going to be happy with it. So nighttime is going to kick in. I think so this is the time where you start to try to play around mid. You want to figure out if you can pressure with the catapult. This is the catapult wave coming in.
Maybe we see KJ start to rotate over some creeps. Lord knows Yuma doesn't really need him anymore. They were kind of on the right track, right? Heroic, you talked about them needing to slow down Noticed. They killed him first, and then since that point, we have not seen the MOUZ.CET come top at all. Suddenly, Melody's in here, easy arrow on the siege creep, and no catapult wave anymore.
It is so important that he actually comes here to kill off the siege. So this stops Heroic from being able to do anything. I think the rune is not even that important. The catapult being killed is more important than controlling the rune here.
Maybe that's why we're seeing a bit more Mirana, because people are starting to get better at using these catapult waves and the runes to pressure. I don't know if you saw that Astini video. It was all about the catapult waves creating pressure points. And the Mirana basically says no to that entirely. You can't really do much to an arrow unless you body block it. Come up and knock him down. Saksa will drop there, but it's kind of what you said, right? You lose Saksa, you lose the rune, but you can't really convert it into any map pressure. You don't progress the tower going down. You're gonna try and take a bit of harass onto the horse here.
He should be fine. Don't think they have enough to kill him. He still has a Lotus, so yeah. And it's a
Maybe
Mirana,
KJ being
it's
there might have helped.
I mean, it's also a bigger Lotus because he has Mirana, so they have to definitely calculate that as well.
7 minutes. You know what time it is. Darksa's in trouble again. He just came back from the grave. Put himself under for a bit, but surrounded on all fronts. Won't get killed.
Uh-oh. No shrine
Looks
for
like,
you.
Yeah, this looks like a Wizzy,
Watson.
but look at the Luna on the other side.
Watson! Oh no, they see him, they have creeps, you know. I'm sure this is not gonna work.
Yeah, the Tide's just gonna TP. You do lose King Jungles for that effort though, but I'm pretty sure the Chen is saying #worth.
I'll give my life anytime, any day to trade off for a shrine as a position 5.
True. Overall,
Let's
early
get-
game, Heroic doing pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, last
Despite-
couple of minutes, very good. After losing the catapult, they got a kill in the river, and they somehow transitioned that into the shrine, the double shrines.
I was a bit worried for Tai Long in the mid lane after that solo kill. Or rather, technically
Ganked. He
Saksa
got
TP'd
ganked.
in. Sure, yeah.
Relax on the solo kill, relax, you know, Saksa
Okay.
was there.
All right, my bad. Not trying to falsely advertise here. Thailand gonna go for that Boots of Travels as we expected. We got a moment here to breathe and take stock of this game. So earlier on, you said that Heroic, they have a very death ball lineup, right? They're trying to hit this early timing, trying to play aggressive. The lanes have gone okay. I mean, both off-laners have suffered. That's the trade-off that the teams have made. And you said that Heroic are fine with this. He's going for a Blade Mail on Whisper on the Tidehunter.
Wait, what? Blade Mail? Okay.
I mean, that's what he has queued up right now.
It's good against the Luna, I guess.
Can't eclipse him.
I mean, I feel like you just... I don't know, man. The Beast is getting axed. You just get a pipe against the Luna and the Beast, you know, and then you just ball together and push. I mean, I guess maybe the Chen is saying I can buy all the auras, but the thing is the game is so quick that the support, I don't think he'll be able to get everything on time, you know.
Asa being caught out again. This is no cause for concern though. Theo the Call gonna get rawed up, sending the creeps forward. Marcy should be able to just walk this one off. Some illusions, the Predator damage, the axes off the mark. Nice little sidestep there. Chira Jr., have you stepped up a bit too far? Nighttime vision gonna keep him safe. That was close for no reason.
That is definitely not the play there. Now, Heroic is doing a really good job pressuring the Yandex side, being a lot more greedy than them in terms of the strategy, so they're taking advantage of that. When the moment the supports get their first couple of items, especially the mech on the Chen, they should be able to play really, really aggressively. I mean, I don't know how well this Blade Mail is going to work on the Tide, but we'll just have to see though, because it means that his aura items are going to be a little bit slower if he decides to go for them.
Yeah. What does this tell you about how he wants to play the game though? Because
He's selfish, he's greedy. Because
Sure.
you have a Meepo, you should just buy... I feel like the Vlad's pipe build is good for the Meepo. You give him all the auras, you protect him in the team fight. Meepo doesn't die, then you win the team fight. You know, you have Chen here. Chen can buy Solar Crest and the Grease. So you have all the items. I think on paper with their lineup, if they bought pipe and Vlads on Tide, they should have everything by like around... Like pre-30 minutes, you're going to get every aura. And then the Chen will have Greaves, you know?
yeah, so I mean this Blade Mail then, does it just... For some reason, I kind of feel like Heroic are not as
I think
much
it's-
in a rush
I
as
think
we
it's just
thought they
bad.
were.
I think it's just bad to buy Blade Mail regardless, you know. Even if you're not in a rush, why do you need like the Blade Mail, you know?
That's
I think
a great question.
The Vlads help you farm faster than the Blade Mail, you know. Because it keeps you sustained in the jungle and you have mana regen. Blade Mail is more like a fighting item.
Yeah, the only thing I can think about now is that maybe he wants to just anchor one location on the map and make it so that they can't go for him. Because if you go for Vlad's, you can just run in with the Luna, eclipse maybe an arrow or something, and then he dies, right? But you can't actually make that play if he has a Blade Mail because you're just going to kill yourself on the Luna.
I mean, you can, but you're just gonna die.
Sure.
I mean, we'll see, you know. I definitely feel like you can play around it, you know. You can bait the blade mail. Once he uses the blade mail, then you kite him and you kill him after their ways, you know. You can disrupt him during the blade mail. There's a lot of things you can do, you know. It's not necessarily like the blade mail is going to guarantee that he doesn't die.
Moderate amount of stacks being prepared by Whisper, or being prepared for Whisper, sorry.
Yeah, he
Melody's
feels like he's the true boss of this team, yeah. He gets all the stacks, he gets draft priority, he gets everything.
I mean, did you see the recent news? We'll have to hold that thought as Melody was very cheeky, used the Starstorm to steal away some of that stack, but now being chased down. How many times have we seen this from Yandex though, especially when they're playing a greedier lineup? You see Melody, you see Saksa dying, doesn't matter because Watson's still farming, Notus is still farming, and Chira Jr. is just banging his drums and getting ready to rumble.
Now he's just making space, buying some time.
Yep.
Allowing the greed to come to fruition, but I don't know, you know, I feel like Heroic with their lineup, they should be able to get Tormentor and Roche fairly easy.
Sure. Still a bit of time before those objectives become a factor, and sort of back to the point I was making. There were all these drama articles after Heroic had struggled recently. Apparently, Whisper went on Matthew's stream and was talking all about how, you know, I'm really not liking how things currently are on the team. You know, he went in public, he said that, he's like, man, I don't know why they made that decision, it's really rough, I wanted to keep Schofield, all that. And it makes sense now, right? Maybe they're like, okay, Whisper, please, we don't want to upset you, sir. Just pick what you want. You want to buy a blade mail, you got it. You want us to leave you alone in the lane, anything you want. You know, Theo Lacoste, the new boy on the block, he's gotta do everything he can to prove his
So are
place.
you saying if you want to get things being done your way, you have to go and complain about it publicly?
Oh,
Is that what you're telling me?
You've been in the Dota scene a lot longer than me. I'm sure you know the answer to that. I don't need to teach you about that. How many times you ever see a Reddit thread about something that people don't like? Instantly, bam! It's almost like it never existed.
Yeah,
The only thing that complains more than Asian parents is
I gotta start complaining on the right platforms, yeah? I think I'm complaining on the wrong ones.
Oh, wait, okay. Yeah, you're complaining on the wrong platforms in private calls to me, where I have no power to influence anything. Watson being caught out, nice TP rotation in, using that Boots of Travels well, kiting away from the Eclipse. Moonlight Shadow will hide them away, and still the Stampede, putting Tai Lung in a rough position, trying to wait until he's out of the Nether Toxin to throw that Raw out, but the pick-me-up gets him out of trouble. Tai Lung's still very tanky, one charges to work with, and unfortunately, they just don't have the damage for now. The arrow's gonna be a bit too short, still trying to chase down, holding on to that Hand of God until the very end. He's fine. And now you must join the fray. Chira Jr.'s chased a bit too far, and Heroic, they bait you in and punish you hard.
What a bait, you know. The Chen just held on until the last moment to heal the Viper.
That was insane.
Yeah, Chira Jr., think twice, you know, before you're killing my kid on my team, you know.
Yeah, kind of looked a bit scary for the Viper, right? But Big Papa King Jungle's there to protect him.
Get your hands off my kid.
Yeah. Oh, Luna gets caught. Watson decides to stick around to farm the inner regions of that river area and ends up going down. You got one more net. Oh, nice play there from Notus. He counted 1, 2, and 3. You don't have a fourth, and he'll be able to TP back to safety.
That was
yeah,
like
the
a
Marcy
solo kill? He just found him alone?
Yeah, I think KJ must have run one of the creeps in to help him with the rebound as well.
Yeah,
That's how he got there.
Marcy plus Chen support duo right there, you know. That's the synergy. Do not underestimate a random creep walking over with Marcy running at you.
I mean, if you see a creep walking at you, you gotta expect that there's a Marcy somewhere nearby, because she's gonna fly out from the trees.
Yeah,
going, holy
yeah.
shit.
You would think that, right? But sometimes the pro players think, you know, I can probably farm one more camp, you know. Why should I just walk straight back to base pick when I can just clear one extra camp or two extra camp, you know, on the way, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. You dangle a creep in front of Watson. He's like, oh my god, free money? Wrong, Marcy. The Marcy's not strong enough to get these solo kills just yet. You need a bit more assistance, but maybe the TPing in of the Viper can help. At the moment, it's a 3k gold lead. I'm not sure whether this is good enough yet for Heroic, but they are scaling up pretty well on all of their cores. Tidehunter's going a completely different direction. Look at this. Blade Mail into Blink. So he wants to be in the thick of things and he wants to be reflecting all this damage.
That is, okay, very interesting take on how the game should be played.
Bro.
I definitely think it's wrong because they just need to hit the towers beside, just stand around. They need to hold formation beside the meeple and hit the towers. They don't need to initiate. If they're trying to initiate, I think that's when things could get dicey, you know, they could make mistakes, you know.
Oh my god. Creeps, rights, activists, close your eyes, Mike. Did you see KJ's whole army just die? They just threw like 8 spells at them.
Nope, I'm too concerned about the Blink Dagger on Tide to care about the creeps dying. Sorry.
Oh, the Blink Dagger on Tide is here. He ain't got mana to use the Ravage, but he's got the Blink.
Damn it. This guy. IDC, I'm buying Dagger.
I'm trying to rationalize it. I can kind of get it because at the moment, other than the initial jump in from the Meepo and the Marcy, you don't actually have catch. Right? If you can jump in with a big Ravage, you catch the back lines.
I'm saying he doesn't need to do anything to catch. They can just shove the waves with the Meepo. Meepo is the catch, right? He sends his clones to the side lanes, he can set up a gang. And then the rest of the heroes are balling together with the Chen. You have a Viper which has travel, so Viper and Meepo will be playing both the side lanes and the 3-man will be Tide, Marcy and Chen. That's how I envision the draft to be played.
Sure.
And they walk together, they buy their aura items, everyone is tanky, you save each other, and the moment they touch you, your Meepo and Viper can connect. That's why I don't think he needs a dagger. But maybe he can prove me wrong. Maybe the dagger is going to get him some big kill.
Alright. Well, as you know, Winter, every time you say something, you get proven wrong immediately.
Bro, he didn't even need the dagger for that kill. They had Marcy. Brother!
Okay. Yeah, I'm messing with you. 2 kills though, very nice pickups there from Heroic, using that smoke to great effect. And it comes back to what you were saying. These are very greedy heroes from Yandex. They will always be at least one of the cores around these ancient camps.
Yeah. I mean, I swear, man, every day you're just trying to egg me on. My blood pressure is rising every day.
Sorry about that. Noticed. He's got the ice armor on him from his own little creep. Into the Roche pit they go. Okay, so the ball is up, folks. Heroic. They're ready to just go straight down the alley and knock over the pins that are Yandex, but King Jungle's on the wrong side of the map. What you doing there, brother?
Why is he
okay.
His team is hitting Roche. I guess he was dewarding.
Do you see that line drawn? They're like, oh, okay, well, I found them. They're coming now. Scan comes through. Far too late, though. They just grabbed by Tai Long. Do you need the Viper Aegis? Is he the one who's going to get focused down?
He's the tower hitter, I think. He's going to be hitting the towers.
Okay.
The Tide doesn't need it, your Meepo doesn't need it, so yeah.
Oh,
Viper is like the guy that you give Aegis to when you have no one else to give it to. I hear a Ravage somewhere.
I heard a Ravage, but we're looking at this Meepo for now. Kill off Saksa. Meanwhile, the Tidehunter, he's found a much bigger target. The Luna is in big trouble. And he can't even eclipse because there's the threat of the Blade Mail, Winter.
I thought you were gonna say, look, the dagger actually got them a kill, you know, but you
it literally did, but I already bullied you for that, so...
You spared me for once.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I'm known to be merciful.
Oh yeah? That's because you have not shown your other side. You've only shown your nice side on camera.
Jesus. What is this dark foreboding statement? Do you feel like Winter, Heroic are showing their nice side right now? I think so far they're doing a lot better than I expected, at least. This idea that they have in this first opening
showing
game.
the nice side to who, you know? To their opponents here, Yandex?
To their fans! To the fans of South America Dota! Haven't you been seeing all the posts lately? Everyone's saying, oh, Heroic's washed up, we believed in them. What is Capitado doing? Well, he's cooking up a pretty nice draft, but Whisper still able to blink out. That's value right there. My goodness.
Okay, fine. You got me.
Stampede still for the chase. Forcing the pick-me-up. Theolicor might be the sacrifice. They want to try and defend though. Whisper's going to stand on the front line now, getting rawed up. You must shown up. Hand of God is there. Then trouble. Chira Jr. going to get focused down. Whisper brazenly charging forward. He knows that the Centaur can be easily dealt with. He wants the bigger target. Gets Chira Jr. Centaur able to blink away. Okay. I thought it was going to get caught by Yuma.
I mean, that should tell you how impossible it is to take fights against Heroic. They have too much sustain with the Chen, a lot of heals. The heroes are very, very tanky with the Tide, Viper, Meepo, you know. Benefit of picking green heroes, even though I know you don't agree with picking green heroes.
No, I can see the value. You know what I can also see the value of? A ward that's placed in the lane, spotting out this smoke from Yandex. Heroic will know that this type of a move is being attempted. They might just be able to intercept. If they can get the fight with the Ravage.
That's a tier 1 to TP onto. They definitely come here.
Here's Tide, looking for the chase, dead in the water. Where you going, Melody? You need to deal with that anchor. You're gonna be the sacrifice.
Hit it. All right, 50 gold for you, Melody.
That's the definition of fattening him up just to take more money from him in the end. That's cruel. Just give him that extra net worth so it gets returned your way once you secure that kill.
Yandex is gonna need a lot more net worth than this right now. They need, I think, like looking at the net worth right now, they need another 4k on Luna, another 4k on Beast, another 4k on Santa.
Yeah. I was, so we haven't had the chance to discuss the best of one format very much yet. And we won't have the chance to discuss much because Shira Jr. is caught around the ancient camps again. I mean, Heroic, they're just rinsing and repeating. They're going to the same areas, finding these Yandex cores, and getting away with murder.
You know why they're finding them in the same areas? Because they have a greedy lineup and they have nowhere to go.
Yeah. I mean, Satsa, he's gone back and forth the Twin Gates. At this point, he should apply for a frequent flyer program, but he doesn't have anything to do. Shows up in the top side, scratches his bum, goes to the bot side, watches his Shira Jr. die. Okay, what now?
This game is going to be over soon at this rate. There's no way for the Luna to fight, or the Beastmaster to fight, or the Center to fight. You know, they have so many items they need to farm. Beastmaster needs BKB. I think they can only try and fight once they have double BKB on Beast and the Luna.
Easy Tormentor for the Meepo to grab. Continuing to scale up. It's already a 13k gold lead. Everything going according to the Heroic plan. They didn't really ball up with the auras that you asked for, but they've gone a bit of a different direction. The Chen's covering all the auras like you suggested. And look at the Viper. Sanj and Yasha agonims into the heart. Whisper also now focusing on his own scaling with that Blade Mail into the Blink, and then only now he's going for the Pipe. Maybe they just decided that we don't actually think Yandex are going to fight us. Because the whole reason why everyone's building these auras in the meta at the moment, it's like, okay, we need to fight 20-minute Tormentor, we need to fight the early Roche, we need to take these engagements.
Sure. I mean, you can make up your reasoning, but I still think that...
You still think it's bad?
Because you farm, like if you're comparing the first item, right, you buy Blade Mail or Blast, you farm a lot faster with Blast, on the Tide, you know. So the Blade Mail is good if you can fight. But why do you need a fighting item when the enemy can't even fight you, you know? Like, they can't even touch him. I feel like he's already so strong, you know. I mean, it's nice to have it. Like, no, I understand why he got it against the Luna, the Beast, and everything. But it just, did he need it? I don't think so, you know.
Yeah, this is why we're casting partners, Winter. You're talking all about the logical rationale of why Tidehunter buying that Blade Mail, ooh, such a bad item. This shit sucks. And I'm just like, I have not seen the animation of Tide with a Blade Mail before. Those little spikes coming out make him look very menacing. I get it.
Yeah, this is why we can never play Dota together.
Look at that shot set. It's so dope. And then you get all the little spikes coming out as well.
Yeah, and then I'm killing your joy by telling you how he should have not bought the not bought the Blade Mail. He should have gotten a Blast instead.
No, I get it. Okay, but look, you're poking at the wrong guy because he's on the team that's crushing their opponents right now. They're doing everything they wanted to do from the start. Maybe not really in the fashion that you were hoping for.
I already poked the right guys, right, when I said that they have a very greedy job and I preferred the Heroic lineup.
That's true.
You can't expect me to poke at everything, right? I can only do so much.
That's true. Not gonna ask for the impossible here. Moonlight Shadow wraparound.
This is gonna be the last fight. This is the last fight.
There's a nice sentry and a ward though. Yeah, this could be the last fight, but already Heroic. Look at how they're repositioning. They're so aware that something is amiss. They have not seen a single hero on the map in the vision that they've planted so far. And now Notice will show himself backing up and blinking away, and they know.
They only have one BKB on Luna. Surprising that they actually attempted to try and come up with a smoke to fight there. Beast doesn't have his BKB yet. He's going to finish it in like 2 minutes. And I feel like any fight they take outside of the base is going to be ill-advised, you know, for the Yandex side. I think they can only fight maybe in their high ground vision. If they have a ward and sentry, they should be only fighting in those areas or in their base, you know.
Okay, so talk to me about how the team fight from Yandex has to go. Who do they need to find first? Who are we expecting their focus to be? Because I'm looking at Heroic, all three of those calls seem impossible to kill.
Marcy, they have to kill the supports, especially the Marcy, because the Marcy is a safe, right? They pick me up. If you don't kill him, you're not gonna kill the other tanky heroes.
So are you saying that if they get the supports, that's their chance to win the fight? But if Heroic keep Chen and Marcy alive, then there's no shot.
Precisely, Mike.
Okay. That's pretty easy to follow. Stampede to try and run away. Unfortunately, Stampede doesn't help you in a net situation. Yuma's gonna keep that chase going.
Where's the other nets? What happened to the other nets?
He threw them out a bit earlier. They have this thing called a cooldown winter.
I see. I thought he had extras, you know. He has been knitting new nets during the break.
Yeah, he's had a lot of time in this 25 minutes to just get to put the crochet to work. I get it. Well, maybe he's focused his efforts elsewhere, because look at his items. Aghanim's Disperser, Dragonlance Blink at 25 minutes. This Meepo is more than online. He's cyberbullying you at this point. And Yandex, still nothing much to be...
Not online.
Yeah, they're not on... They're last seen 346 days ago, I think, on Steam. Well, showing up to defend the base. At what point do you think, apart from killing the supports first in the fight, of course, at what point do you think Yandex maybe can stand up into Heroic and break that ball that we see?
I have no idea. I think it's going to be a long time, at least 20 minutes.
Damn. Okay.
So then
back
they
to
need
the 45-minute timer, I guess.
They need double BKBs, they need Shivas on the Beast. They need... I feel like they also need Butterfly on Luna. Butterfly is a classic item for Luna.
Yeah. Quick check, they're going Shivas on the Centaur, they're going Blink on the Beast, and at the moment, Silver Edge is the option here for Watson, maybe to break that Viper and the Tide. So they found somebody outside the base, it's Whisper. Look at that Blade Mail go. Raw out, still got the Hand of God pick me up, he's completely fine. Out of the way of danger and into the rest of Yandex. They're being trampled down though, the AoE damage has to be respected. Marcy will drop, this is the first piece of the puzzle that you mentioned, but Tai Lung is still alive and in comes the Ravage. No one gets hit by it though. Disruption saving the Luna, but she's still outside the base. Held in place, Notice with a big storm, might just be able to turn things around. Tai Lung still slipping away and Yuma will clean up. Valiant attempt there from Yandex, but they just weren't able to kill a useful target. They get themselves the Marcy, but Whisper survives, gets himself back up to full HP. Now Tai Lung can slowly but surely click away.
I mean, that has
Yuma
to be
with a triple kill. I don't know what else you can give here on Yandex.
If they won the fight so cleanly still after whiffing the Ravage on 0 heroes, I think it's just safe to say the game is over.
Winter, I have no idea what you're talking about. He didn't cast Ravage, right? I didn't see it.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, nothing happened. It was just, you know.
Just continue to live in your dream world, Mike.
Yeah. I mean, in my dream world, Heroic have turned things around and are beating Yandex, which is completely not what we expected. I feel like the way that the games on this B stream have gone so far, it's like a complete curveball, right? We were thinking Tundra were going to easily dispatch of REKONIX. Not the case at all. And now Heroic looking very revitalized, bringing the heat to Yandex, who, you know, they've been struggling so far, but still a very winning team in recent times. 2 lanes of racks down, 28 minutes in. I mean, the gold lead continues to grow and Yandex continue to struggle.
And look at this. 0-man Ravage, or maybe it was like just a 1-man.
It was later. So Tai Lung, he's still on the front lines, but he's in another toxin. Theola calls in there. It looks like it could be good, but then Yuma gets into that Mega Meepo and Tai Lung gets saved. We don't talk about that. We don't. You want Whisper to get on another Matthew stream and talk about how unhappy you keep your mouth shut. Winter, don't insult him. We're gonna lose the best off laner South America's ever seen.
It wasn't Whisper there, you know, it was just Shiva playing the hero.
Yeah.
We didn't see anything, you know.
Secret talent reveals Shiva part of Blast Slam 6, actually. Wouldn't it be so funny if at any point, if you play the tournament and at any point in time, you'd have to sub in one of the talent?
I'm gonna be demanding for a 50% raise, you know, if that happens.
Damn, okay. It's all about the money with you, Winter. You just can't be pleased. You want
What
to
do you
cut
mean
off the winnings, a
what do you mean I
part
can't
of
be
the
pleased?
1 million prize pool.
I can be pleased
With money.
extra extra pay.
Okay.
Bro, you're the one who can't be pleased, you know.
The good Dota isn't enough for you, Winter, huh? The love of the game, the passion, the amazing tournament that we have coming out in Malta.
My parents have always taught me passion can only get you so far. You gotta work.
That's true. I mean, Yandex, they put in the work to make it to this point, but I don't know how much more work you need to overcome this giant hurdle of a head start Heroic have. Okay, solo Eclipse. Toss him out into the tree line. Theolicon,
Oh
nice
my
plays.
God.
Trying to get him, pick him up. Nice
Can't
little
even
ride
kill.
on out of there.
Can't even kill the pause 4.
Uh-oh.
All right.
I don't know if you were counting, but he had more than 2 nets there.
He had extra this time, you
He
know.
had extra. He listened to your advice, and unfortunately, that's a gem on the deck that Malady just lost. So any map control you were trying to establish on Yandex, that goes down the drain. Roshan's gonna roar because guess what? Heroic are back in there. Nothing can really contest them at this stage of the game.
The world is their oyster. This Roshan should enable them to finish off the game. I think for Yandex to have a chance, they need to kind of be ready in the team fight. Come back to base early. Hang on a minute. Saksa, he is dead. So they have to be they have to be in base early when the next push comes, and they have to come from behind. The smoke go behind because they need to kill the Chen and the MOUZ.CET. If that doesn't happen, there's no way they win the team fight.
It seems that way. I mean, you're certainly not killing the Viper. I love his item build, by the way, going for the Sanj and Yasha into the heart. Just all in on the survivability because he knows that his allies have all the spells to help him out as well.
That's the benefit of playing a green hero, you know, Mike. You're allowed to build items like this.
True.
You gotta hop
Venomancer,
on.
Heart, Sanj, and Yasha is my next up.
I like how quickly you actually move to Venomancer.
Yeah, no, you say green hero. That's the first one I think about. Tai Lung with the shard will start working away on this tower. Makes sense that he's the one of the Aegis. Got themselves a Roche banner. Here comes Yuma and the gang. I mean, you asked for a smoke wraparound. Not much wrapping going around right now. There's more of staring sadly while their towers go down. Try for a jump in. But Tai Lung just able to reposition, jump back in with the nosedive. Your Roaring Whisper trying to control the Tidehunter, but he's not gonna die. And he still has a Ravage. He's just waiting for the BKB to wear out. Out comes the Ravage, down goes the Luna, and this has looked nothing short of easy. Yandex will tap out of this game, and Heroic honestly gave them no chance at all. A completely different game from our first one, where Tundra and REKONIX went the distance, almost double the match time. Compared to Heroic here, they've got to be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, Tundra just didn't really give themselves a very good chance in the game, you know, with the draft. I have to say, that's the draft being way too greedy and got punished really, really hard from Heroic. Props to them, you know. They were able to identify that Tundra has a really, so not Tundra, but Yandex has a really slow lineup.
There we go.
They need a lot of time to farm, and they didn't give them the time, you know. This Tide, Chen, Marcy, Ball with the Viper, and I think also the Meepo, excellent finishing pick, you know, to round everything up so they can actually play the map really, really easily, push out waves, and make sure that there's no space on the map, you know, for Yandex to farm.
Yeah, I think the idea was definitely there. They put the pieces together and it looked amazing. Meanwhile, Yandex continuing to struggle a little bit here. We do know that this best of one round robin group stage is not really a format that they're completely comfortable with. They've struggled at times, but typically still a team that many fans expect to make onto the rest of the tournament, right? You expect to see them in Malta. You expect to see them at least in the play-ins. So we'll see whether they can turn things around. They have other games left for today, but that wraps up our second best of one. We had a really, really long first one, and then now we got a nice and short one to kind of, you know, keep things balanced and keep our schedule moving along. Any particular player that you want to point out, or do you think overall Heroic, this was just an excellently played team game?
Oh, obviously the Blade Mill Tide, you know, that was the MVP right there.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
okay.
Jokes aside, obviously the whole draft came together. I think everybody did their job. I think the lineup just makes a lot of sense for them. They were able to play really, really quickly, and they just gave no room, you know, for Yandex to farm up their heroes. They are very greedy heroes that need a long time to come online, and they just did not receive the time at all this game.
Yeah, South America fans can rise up. Heroic starting their round robin off with a win, and we're not done. Third match on the way. It's going to be MOUZ versus Xtreme after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Blast Slam 6 B stream here as we open up the group stage with pretty insane bangers. I think the results have not been what people have been expecting at all. Here on the B stream, started things out with Tundra being able to dispatch REKONIX, but it took 70 plus minutes. REKONIX putting up a really good fight there, pride of Southeast Asia for sure. And then earlier on, I think against many people's expectations, HEROIC were able to very swiftly dispatch of Yandex. It was a very clear, cut and dry game. They played a typical ball-up lineup, and you know, I guess you were right, Winter, because before Game 2 started, you said this might be very one-sided. We'll probably see it be 30 minutes or less. You were right.
For the wrong side, I guess, but I was still right in some way. 30 minutes.
Halfway there, we'll give you partial credit. And right now, we're moving on to our next best of one because, fellas, we got a schedule to keep up. MOUZ versus Xtreme Gaming. Now, MOUZ, they have been on such a come up. I feel like the past few months for them have been spectacular. Putting this team together, it felt like some of the leftovers from Europe, but Mid1 coming back in feels like he has really led the charge for this team to start being a consistent contender for these top 6 placements.
I mean, last couple of weeks, I don't think they've been in very good shape, you know, like the last couple of tournaments. I feel like they have kind of moved away from some of their strategies, and hopefully in this event, I would like to see them go back to the old strategies that made them strong, you know, initially.
Yeah. What exactly would you say are the strategies that made them strong? If you had to
Yamage on his melee post balls, like his Pudge and Tusk, I think those are kind of like his go-to heroes back like a month ago. But recently they've been giving him more like range heroes, which I feel like, I mean, they were kind of enabling the offlaner more, but they're not fully utilizing Yamage as a player.
Okay. You think Yamage is kind of like, because the way that he's been described, almost like a different version of 9 class. Very annoying, very specific with his hero pool and things he wants to do. Would you agree with that?
Yes, 100%. I think he is the type of player that you kind of need to let him do his thing. Even if it means that he's going to grief boom on the off lane, but you just need to let Yamage just, you know, do what he pleases in the game. And I also feel like he has really, really good synergy with Mid1. So it's really important that he's allowed to do the things that he wants to do in the game, so that he also kind of not only enables himself, but he also enables Mid1.
Yeah, some pretty good synergies on this team, and I think that's kind of why they work together. There's the common joke of it being X-Secret minus Puppy, right? But on the flip side, speaking of synergy, these are players who have known each other for such a long time. You talk about the LGD lineup that was looking beastly all the way at TI10. That's nothing to say Ame and Mr. X Nova, and of course XSS no stranger to the professional scene in China. And then suddenly you're bringing back Mr. FY fresh out of retirement. He heard TI was in Shanghai and he needed to be there. So here we have it, Xtreme Gaming. Their performances haven't really convinced you though, have they, Winter?
I mean, not exactly. I think recently they played like the ESL one, what, Challenger in China.
Yeah, Challengers
like,
China.
Sort of like a close qualifier. They kind of feel like they're not exactly in the best shape. I think FY, he's shown a lot of signs of rustiness. I think XXS is the one that, I think by far, like he's the best player on the team. You know, him and Army, both of them. And not to mention Xnova. I think nothing to say, and FY, they're both kind of like lagging behind. They're the recent additions. They have to figure out their chemistry, because the mid laner, you make a lot of plays with the position 4 players. So both of those 2 players, they need to work out their comms, they need to work out their synergy, their hero pool, and to ensure that Ame is not the only one that has the burden to carry the game, right? The mid laner also kind of has to pull in his weight. You know, I think that is something that they gotta figure out as soon as possible, because if they play the way they did in the ESL Challenger China series, I don't think they're gonna do really well here.
Yeah, there are some very common trajectories for Malaysian Dota 2 players. I think some of them join Southeast Asia teams, but many of them find themselves ending up in China. Mid1 is one of the rare ones that has found himself in Europe, playing mid. So it's going to be a battle of the Malaysian mid laners who've gone different paths here. Nothing to say previously finding success in China. I think a lot of the times, you were joking about it a little bit, almost nationalistically, but you were saying, oh, you can't really have a fully fledged China Dota lineup without at least one Malaysian in there, right? You gotta add that little bit of a spice.
Yeah, you can't change the recipe. You know, if the recipe for success is 4 China players with 1 C player, then you gotta follow the formula. You know, and the moment you go away from the formula, you see what happens to them, you know.
Yeah. Now they got 2 Malaysians. There's one too many Malaysians. So they got X-Nova and nothing to say. That's not how we want it to be. But we're going to have a draft for you on our screen so you don't need to see our faces. You can see what heroes these teams are going to pick. And these should be very important because I think so far, Winter, the draft has really dictated a lot of what we've seen. That's no surprise because we are talking about Dota 2 after all. But I feel like sometimes you see teams find and wiggle their way out of draft constraints. Not so much for the past 2 games, right? REKONIX, their lineup that had a timer clearly put them on an expiry date. And earlier on, it felt like Heroic won that game just from the draft alone.
Yeah, precisely. The draft just made it so hard for Yandex to play, you know. I think they were limited in a lot of ways they could play the game. So the draft is definitely very, very important aspect of the tournament. If you want to win the tournament, you got to nail down not just the execution of the players, your teamwork, your drafting has to be very precise as well. And Dota drafting has changed a lot, you know, in recent years, where now you have the extra person, the coach, to handle things. You know, you have a stats person, you have 2 person basically just dedicated to dealing with all the data, all the reading through the numbers, you know, having to filter everything, having to decide what is the most optimal path for your team, you know. And the numbers do matter, you know.
Okay, quick question here. MOUZ had priority and they opted for first pick. Does that tell you anything about what they want?
They want Largo.
Because so far, I look at all their recent drafts and whenever humanly possible, they first pick Shadow Fiend.
Oh, Shadow Fiend. Yeah, they like Shadow Fiend too. Crystallis is a very big Shadow Fiend player.
That's not Shadow Fiend though.
But that is the most broken offlaner right now. I think Brewmaster and Largo both are the most broken offlaners. Brew is imba because he does a lot of damage without needing a lot of items. His ultimate right now is not just like a disable, like it's just damage, you know. You kill off supports, you kill off cores sometimes easily, and you're very difficult to kill with the stances. So this hero is, I think, very annoying to play against. The counters would be usually Weaver. I think in lane he struggles against Weaver. Okay,
Bingo.
so the Weaver shows up right away, and the Weaver does 2 things to Brew, right? So in the lane, it's very difficult for Brew to play into Weaver, and in the team fights, you can just latch your bugs on the Brewlings, and then you can just kill them, you know. So Weaver is like a double-edged sword, you know, against a Brewmaster. So he's gonna have to find ways to play around it. It won't be easy, but you have to be very careful of which position 4 hero you pick, you know. I think the laning phase, you kind of need to enable Brewmaster, usually with either a Skywrath or Moita, something to ignite the Cinder Brew.
I mean, you talk about enabling the Brewmaster, but these Moetas, these Skywraths, they don't really follow that plan that you were referring to, right? Wanting damage on his melee heroes. Something like a Spirit Breaker, a Tusk, even his signature Pudge.
Pudge! Oh, Pudge. His Pudge is so nice to watch.
Yeah, but it doesn't really feel good into a Weaver this game, does it?
Nope, it does not. I think he needs to play a range hero.
Also kind of badass to me that Xtreme Gaming just pick up that Weaver immediately. They're not very concerned about the fact that it could get countered in the draft, or what's the idea?
Normally, you don't really want to pick Brew at 8. You know, normally you pick Brew at 9 and then you ban the Weaver. So every time you see your opponent pick Brew at 8 and you have Weaver, you kind of just pick Weaver.
Sure.
I think the counters to Weaver are like core heroes are like Faceless Void and Slada. Those are the 2 heroes that you can't really play against as Weaver.
Yeah, and Slada's banned for now. Faceless Void's still available, but I think in the position 1, a tricky selection to make work. Takes a lot of time.
What, Bloodseeker?
No, Faceless Void.
Oh, Faceless Void. Oh, yeah. I thought you were gonna say Bloodseeker also counters Weaver.
No, I don't even. Okay, look, it's Crystallis we're talking about, to be fair. That is the Bloodseeker player of all time.
I've seen some Bloodseeker pop up recently, and I don't know if it's really good or, I mean, it definitely feels like the hero might be playable.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I saw a mix, right? Some Bloodseekers went for the old blood to like... There are specific games for it. I remember a Bloodseeker being picked against, if I'm not wrong, Timbersaw and Earth Spirit mid. And that makes a lot of sense. And then you go the old blood facet, so you Blood Rage and you instant silence them. Xtreme Gaming gonna keep things conservative for now, though, going for the Tiny. Even if we do see a Bloodseeker pick, I don't expect it to be anytime soon in this draft.
Yeah, probably not. I think it's either it's most likely gonna be 18-23, like the last two picks. If you want to go for those type of heroes, right now they need to figure out their supports, the range hero, I presume, and the salary hero. Like what is salary going to play here? He's been playing a lot of Chen, Pugna, Snapfire. I mean, Disruptor is probably one of the better ones against Weaver here if they want to go down that route.
Okay.
You need some sort of catch against the Weaver, but they go back to the melee heroes. I like this.
Nice. Okay.
Sticking
Following
to
the
guns.
winter game plan here.
Yeah, go back to what worked 2 months ago.
Oh. And this is a melee hero that can also ignite the Cinder Brew with the shards, right? So you're not losing any value there.
Yeah, but the thing is the lane is going to suffer no matter what, but Yamage is all about his rotations, how he roams for mid one. So I think no matter what, Boom has to kind of suck it up. He's basically like a... I think he's like a pseudo
It's kind of like a DM,
hero.
right? He's like DM from Perry. He had to rest in peace, by the way, but
you kind of have to play on your own. Like Brewmaster is one of the better offlaners to be left alone. Brew, Mars, those are heroes that are really, really good alone, you know, and they go for the snap, the Tusk snap, so they have a lot of team fight, a lot of damage with Tusk and the Mortimer's Kiss. You set up with the Tusk and then you throw your kisses down, you get a kill easily. But I don't think any of those supports are particularly good against a Weaver core, you know, like what can they do to catch you, you know? That's the problem.
I mean, maybe you go something like a Void Spirit mid lane, run them down. I could see something like a Void Spirit, like a Lash, you know.
I mean, with Tusk, you definitely want to be with a range mid. Like you want a Queen of Pain or Lash, because you need damage. But then again, if you want to pick a setup hero, those heroes generally don't do a lot of damage with Tusk, you know, that's the problem. Because with Snap, you kind of want to have either maybe the Slight Chains for Ember, or maybe a Storm, for example, you know. Those are not exactly the best with Tuskar, I think.
Yeah, what's the deal? Why are we seeing Ember being ignored here? Someone was telling me this is one of the best heroes in the current meta right now. You pick Ember every chance you get.
Who was that? Who was that person that told you?
In the interest of naming names, this ain't a confessional.
I mean, it's just trying to share knowledge, right? We're trying to share.
Sure,
what you know.
and I'm putting that out there. What do you think?
We're just trying to figure out the mysteries of where you get your information.
Okay, well, can you comment on the information, Winter? What do you think?
I think Ember is not exactly that high priority for me because of the grease meta on the mid laner, so your Slight Chains is not as reliable, and he got nerfed, right? I mean, the nerf is not that big of a deal. Like I think 30 damage. They took 30 damage away from the chains, something like that. But Bat Rider is definitely meta right now.
Yeah, I smell like XSS Bat Rider.
Tiny plus Bat.
Yeah, scary business. We saw Tundra run it just now, right? It worked out very nicely for them. Here's Largo.
Best offlaner in the game.
I haven't seen this one. This is the first time they're showing the animation. Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
Largo is so nice. So is there anything to dispel? Actually, maybe it might be a pos 5 Largo because they want the Largo into the Brew lane.
I'm pretty sure it's a pos 5 Largo.
Yeah, they're gonna dispel that shit, and X-Normal was like laughing away when he was like, give me Largo, you know.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, so it's gonna be a Largo plus Weaver lane. It's a pretty formidable lane. You can't really escape from them. They're doing a lot of damage.
You can also pull people out of the shards, if I'm not mistaken, at higher levels.
You can. For sure you can. It's quite reliable. And then you have I think the reverberating, or the Croak of Genius, the reverberating damage is really good with like the Tiny, it's really good with the Bat Rider as well.
Oh, it's gonna be insane with this Bat Rider, man. All those damage takes during, like, especially when you get your 15 talent.
Yeah,
the Croak of Genius max HP damage.
I've seen it with work really well with Lashrak and Storm.
Yeah. I think we saw a Yandex game, if I'm not mistaken. This was Dream League, where it was like super late game, and then Largo's just putting Croak of Genius on like TA and Sniper, and these auto attacks are going crazy. It's disgusting.
So that's a Lashrak. So that's the range hero with the Tusk and the Greaves hero. So it kind of gives you a way to survive against the Bat Rider. You have a Dispel.
Yeah.
And it gives your Tusk a lot of purpose in the game. You can gank mid easily. This is the way MOUZ played 2 months ago. I'm so glad that they're going back to the old way, you know, to the original way where they found a lot of success with.
Compared to 2 months ago, Dota has changed a little bit, right? Do you think this idea still stacks up?
Yeah, but MOUZ didn't change. The team doesn't change. You can change the patch, you can change the heroes, but the base of the team, the foundation of the team doesn't change.
Okay. So still playing into that idea that brought you success, regardless of these tweaks with the heroes, is a winning strategy, you think?
Yeah, you have to make use of your players, you know. What are they good at? What do you need? The recipe does not change even though you might be on a different patch.
Oh. I wanted to point out that these two teams, as much as we see the players on the screen, I think a lot of people would argue that the most important figure in both MOUZ and Xtreme are the coaches, right? They don't call him Director 8 for a reason, well, without a reason, and I think it's widely known that Immortal Faith has always been a bit more of a dictator in his teams. He decides a lot of things. I don't know whether that has changed in recent times. I've heard that it's not as strict as it was before. But out comes a Razor, and that's going to be the Crystallis hero. We talked so much about the Razor being in the meta, and this is a pause one that he's been playing even when it was out of fashion.
Yeah, let's see what does he build this game. Is he going to go for the Auras build? Because your Brew can go Radiance, right? Yeah. So I'm wondering if the Razor is going to go for like Auras for his team, you know? You can go for like maybe a potential Crimson here against the Beaver. You make everyone tanky. Yeah,
Greaves looks nice as well.
I mean, you're definitely going to go Greaves on Lash, I think. You don't go Greaves on Razor this game. But we'll see what XG decides to do here on their mid laner. Whether we're going to see something special from him, a Tinker or something, or a Sniper, you know, against the Lash, or he's just going to go for a Queen of Pain. Oh, he goes for Primal Beast, actually.
That's nothing to say is classic.
This is actually a very good hero with Largo. The Croak of Genius, you know, that's actually really, really nice with Primal.
The funniest thing about Nothing to Say is if you look at his face, you would never think he's a dirty Primal Beast Tinker Picker. You know, he looks so innocent, he looks so wholesome. He looks like he wouldn't hurt a fly, and then he gets into game, he tramples all over you or goes March of Machines. It's very cruel. He's got that dog in him for sure. Which draft are you liking more though? They've rounded things up in a pretty nice way. It's actually going to be Nothing to Say mid Tiny, so we're completely off here. XSS on the off lane with the Primal Beast to match up into the Razor, question mark?
So he just wants to cut the waves against Razor because they don't want to play the lane straight up. Yeah, I think that is probably the discussion there.
Okay. And how's the Tiny into the Lash matchup?
I mean, obviously you're going to be able to farm. I don't think you can push the Lash off the lane. You can maybe try to call for a gank, you know, if the Lash is low, but the Lash needs to just buy raindrop in this lane. And the moment you're building the mech components also, it kind of helps you survive against the Tiny. So I feel like this lane is going to be, you're going to farm your creeps, I'm going to farm my creeps, you know. The Lash throwing spells, the Tiny throwing spells. And it's all going to come down to how can you impact the side lanes, right? How can you gank the side lanes and upset the balance?
And if there's no ganks, what are we looking at in terms of lanes? Is it a situation where either team has the laning advantage or a kill threat on the other? Because I'm looking at these 10 heroes, they all look like they'd be happy to keep brawling non-stop.
I think the Pause Force are going to play a crucial role. Like Yamage against FY, the Bat Rider and the Tusk, they're going to move around a lot because both of their offlaners, the Brewmaster and the Primal, they don't really want their position 4 heroes in the lane to set their XP. They want to be left alone. So I think you're going to see a lot of roaming from both supports. The vision control is going to be crucial to keep you know, your team in check. You know, like where is the supports going? You need to tell your mid laner where can you play, how aggressive you can play, how well can you control the runes. So I think the Pause 4 heroes are going to be the heroes to watch.
Okay, all eyes on our Pause 4s here, as in case you're wondering why we are not in the game yet. I believe there are some issues at the moment. Still waiting for the word on whether we're going for a remake or not. At the moment, everybody has disconnected. So we're just going to look at their faces as we figure things out. We'll get into the game very shortly, folks. I'm just trying to figure out, you got Razor on one side, Weaver on the other. These are cores that are just gonna be hungry to come through the twin gates, get ganks off, take part in the action. I feel like we're in for a bloodbath.
Count the broken heroes. Radiant has Brewmaster, then Razor. These are two broken heroes. Dire has
Bat Rider?
yeah, Bat and Largo. I think those are the two broken heroes. I don't know about the Primal and the Tiny. Are they broken heroes? I think they are average heroes. Maybe a little bit of above average. Bat, even I'm not so sure. I know he has gotten a rise in pick rate recently after the small little buff, the AG buff, but I'm not entirely convinced if the hero is broken.
Okay. We're gonna have to get back into the lobby here. I think it's just being rehosted, so just making sure everybody in the team can get back in. Sorry for the delay again, folks. And we've had such a crazy day of Dota so far. I feel like this is gonna be a banger. It's already set up for that kind of feeling, just given the heroes alone. Like, I'll be so disappointed if this ends up being one of those games where both teams just AFK farm, because how can you AFK farm with these heroes? Let's just make sure we're back in here.
Sorry, I'm joining the game.
No, don't worry. I got us. Let's see.
Yeah, it's up. You're the last one.
Yeah, I had to do a unfortunate little restart there.
So you were saying, what was your last question? You were saying,
No, I'll just be disappointed if it ends up being like sleepy. You know what I mean?
it won't be. I think it's gonna be a lot of action because both sides are gonna want to fight around the runes. They're gonna be fighting around a lot of small little areas in the map. Like it's Leshrac, you know. Whenever you have Leshrac Tusk, you have Bat Rider, and you have Tiny on the other side. There's going to be a lot of small little skirmishes happening to ensure that you get towers or you get control of certain areas, you know. So I don't think it'll be a snooze fest.
Yeah. I don't know. All our expectations have been wrong so far. So we've just been like, we expected Tundra to be looking a lot sharper, but maybe still, you know, their first game of the day warming up, they still get the win, of course. Some friendly banter in the all chat. I think we're all ready, just making sure everybody, and I mean everybody, not just the players, the casters, the production, everybody in as well. At least the boys are having a good time. Now Smiles here, having a little cackle.
It's important to have the right vibes, you know. You always tell me vibes are important.
Yeah,
it's more important than strategy. It's more important than draft.
Okay, look, see, I didn't say that. I just say, you know, having a good vibe in your team, starting out the day. Especially, okay, look, I have a question. Have you ever played a format like this in your own competitive career?
No.
Because this is crazy. I don't think we've ever done anything like this. In the history of Dota, no one has ever done that.
66 BO1 games in 3 days.
In 3 days, yeah.
Do you know how long that would take you to play 66 ranked games in a week?
I mean, it's not one person doing all of them. Technically, each team plays, if I'm not mistaken, 11 games, right? Are you trying to do the math? Are you quiet?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
There's 12 teams. They play a round robin winter. Oh my goodness. You're disappointing your parents here on that one.
Damn, why do you have to call me out on that?
That's crazy. You were too quiet. You were too quiet. Okay, you outed yourself. I didn't even need to say shit.
I'm counting in the
heart. That was embarrassing.
You know?
You're counting in the heart one by one. 1, 2, like a kindergarten child.
Yeah. You can call me out on that. You know, my ancestors are crying, you know?
Yeah, something like that. Okay. Access, he's waiting to get this going. Xtreme are not happy. Like, come on, guys, where are the game? You hate me now, G.
Yeah, you said we should always help each other, you know.
Yeah,
not
here we are.
Not out each other, you know. Help is not out, you know.
It was really nice when you told everyone I was the last one to... Dude, I couldn't find it because it was named differently than what I expected. But we are getting the heroes picked, okay? We're getting back into the game. For those of you asking, why the hell are we looking at their faces? Where is the goddamn game? Well, it's coming, okay? Good things come to those who wait. We already had 2 amazing games on the B stream. I'm really satisfied with what we had so far, and I expect this to be a banger. Like you already said, Winter, in case you're just joining us, we have a draft that screams action, that screams non-stop fighting, right? These teams are going to try and wrestle the advantage from each other early on and set those pieces in motion.
Let's go. It's going to be an action-packed game. We're gonna
This right here is the face of aggression, by the way. Nothing to say. What a... He looks ready to punch
Why do you have to get distracted by his face? Just focus on mid one, you know. He's going to be destroying everyone. It's going to be a brawl in this game. Tuss and Leshrac running around, killing everybody. And Boom is like, oh, guess what? I'm alone again in my lane, you know, because my pos 4 decides to help the mid laner.
Yeah. I think it was probably part of his contractual agreement. Not gonna lie.
I mean, I don't think it was...
The thing is, he's played with
like
Yamich before.
Bro,
it's not
it
his
was
first
not like
time.
that initially. They were trying the range heroes initially, and then he sort of like halfway down the road, okay, this is not working, I'm done, you know, you can leave me.
That's true. Playing for the lane, not really the plan here. But we are into the game. No need to raise your pitchforks, everybody. Yeah, Brewmaster still no facet, but...
No, he
doesn't
need a facet to be broken
not.
right now. He is, I can tell you, he is the most broken offlaner. Like him
I think
and
the
Largo.
only guy who doesn't have a facet who actually sucks is Pango. Everybody else like got big buffs. Like you think about Klings, Brewmaster, even Largo.
This is the Redditor knowledge right there. Like someone was saying, have you guys noticed? I saw a thread somewhere. The heroes that have no facets are all the most broken heroes.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because you remove the facet and then you feel like, okay, I need to try and make sure the other numbers are tuned up in the meantime because they're lacking this fundamental aspect that every other hero has.
And then what happens? Everything got way tuned up.
Yeah. I don't mind seeing Brewmaster in the meta though. I also am really happy to see that Largo's being picked.
I mean, this game is going to be like not easy for the Brew because he is up against the counter matchup. Weaver is a very good hero against Brew.
Sure.
And he's up against the Licky Tongue, dispelling the Cinder Brew, you know. So I probably think that you're going to see a lot more focus on using the Thunderclap in the lane instead of the Cinder Brew. Okay. We'll see.
I mean, you're not really expecting to win the lane, right? As long as you get your levels.
No, you can't. Against Largo, you can't win this lane. Double melee against Weaver and Largo, you're not gonna win, you know. If you get your levels, I think you're definitely gonna be happy. They're just gonna pull the wave and try to make sure that the Brewmaster gets to level 6 as soon as possible. And then Tuss is going to just leave him and gank the mid lane. Well, actually, even ganking the off laner would be possible because the Primal is going to maybe be playing aggressive to cut waves and farm in the middle of the towers, and maybe the Tusk can punish it.
Yeah, for now, XSS, I feel like sometimes we see Primal Beasts opt to go for that early Blood Grenade. They cut the wave behind the tower and whatever, just clear that out. But he's actually opting to just stand here.
Wow.
In the lane.
He's playing Dota honestly?
Yeah. He's got a Bat Rider, and using that onslaught to secure range creeps, I guess that's a way you can approach it. I mean, we also gotta remind ourselves that XSS decided to pick this Primal Beast into the Razor. Unfortunately, FY didn't have that privilege, and that would just be a very easy first blood drawn for Crystallis.
I mean, this is what happens when you're playing the lane honestly against Razor.
Yeah.
I'm quite surprised they actually didn't even... I mean, I know that you have a pos 4 that's ranged, but usually I think in this type of scenario, the offlaner actually would want to be the one that pulls the wave, you know.
Yeah, and then you leave FY there to just kind of sap EXP from a distance.
Yeah, correct. So because they didn't do anything, so somebody has to die.
Yeah, this is also a little bit weird. Funnily enough, Yamich doesn't need to turn around and auto-attack the creep wave because the Weaver used Shikuchi to chase him, thus giving the creeps the vision. So Yamich is just able to walk his way out of there. And now you're trying to get the kill onto Boom. Blood Grenade comes out. Nice little lick to pull him back into the Frog Stomp, but that's kind of the problem with the current Brew, right? When he gets low, Liquid Courage is so annoying, man.
I don't even know it's called Liquid Courage.
It's fine. Some of these innate names change. You know what I found out the other day? It's completely irrelevant to this game. But I did not know that Visage Innate is called Lurker. I didn't even know what it did. I just found out like literally 2 days ago.
Some StarCraft reference? Lotus?
Yeah, I don't know. Visage has like no relation to StarCraft 2 whatsoever though. I guess maybe just a
And when you
callback.
play enough Dota, all you need to remember is what the spell does, not what the name is called.
So true. So true. Unfortunately, we're not playing the Dota, we're casting the Dota, and as such, we remember all the names. Nothing to say, being pressured in the mid lane. In comes a TP though, FY, trying to counteract this, but mid one's already run to the side.
Oh, he actually went for Masochist? Sorry,
You mean
Misanthropy.
yeah,
Misanthropy on Leshrac. I've very seldomly seen this facet anymore on Leshrac. It's more on the mana.
Chronotic nourishment.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't worry, I got the
nourishment. And then you buy greaves, and then you're very, very, very strong in a unit. Like with this facet, I feel like he might be just planning to play with like a early dagger and Kaya. You walk around with the tusk, and you just try to go for pickoffs on the map.
Yeah.
So not so much about getting a greaves, you know. So I wonder if that's going to open up to Razor buying those items, you know, because you did mention that we might see it on Razor, and I said that, oh no, the Lash is going to buy it, not the Razor.
Yeah. But now it looks like a power thread's being built, or at least queued up by Crystallis. His mind could change though. We're still in early doors, and as much as this lineup I was saying screams aggression, everyone's just piss chilling right now. No one really wants to get up and tussling.
They're trying to play the lineup slow. Brew is queuing a Midas, so he's going to be sitting in his lane and farming.
Alright, well, Winter, we said that there was no way this draft was going to slow things down. We thought we were gonna get action, but everybody's trying to farm. You got mid one with his, I don't know, Lash build that was from 2 months ago like you requested.
I kind of like the modern Lash more.
The lightning
Lash.
strike.
Lightning
Storm, sorry.
strike. Lightning strike spam with your greaves and you're just being a tank. The assassin Lash is, I feel like, got nerfed a lot, you know, when they nerfed the facet, the Misanthropy facet.
Yeah.
So you don't see it as much, you know. I mean, it does give you the benefit of bursting hero still, and it's really strong when you're fighting around the runes. So I think that's what he feels like it's important for them this game.
It's across the board very even though. I feel like no core is really losing out or unhappy about the way the lanes are panning out. I guess it's to be expected. There's decent laning prowess on both sides in the side lanes, right? So you were talking about how these mid laners need to maybe find these runes and upset the balance. We're already seeing vision set up and a focus being set on the mid lane. FY and Mr. Celery have come over. Supports against one though. Oh. The Bat Rider's a little bit late, but Regen's gonna be up in the top side. Mid one thanking his lucky stars there.
That's a huge rune for the Lash.
Spell it.
Somebody's gonna die. Yeah, he tried to dispel it.
Just get in there. Lick him. There you go. No regen for you.
So annoying, yeah.
That's kind of one of the dope things about Lago, right? Nice power rune, bozo. Lick.
And this hero actually just is so obnoxious in the early game.
Nothing to say, taking a lot of pressure and will get chased down. Great setup there from Yamich. And X-Nova's TP'd in just to his own death. Give mid one a second, why not?
And they were still able to use the regen rune somewhat, you know. He got some resource back and then he was still able to go for that kill there. It's well played, you know. This is the power of having the melee position forward and a ranged hero mid that does a lot of damage, you know. You can get those kills and you can break apart the game. You can upset the balance of the game.
Whatever balance that was being set up, definitely upset now. Big stacks being prepared now for the Primal Beast or potentially the Tiny to clear. But speaking of Mr. Mid One, he is, I guess, still going for the... He hasn't had anything queued up just yet.
I think he should be going dagger though with this facet. I think you're definitely gonna want to like buy some sort of assassin build on dagger, Kaya Yasha. Or Kaya Sage actually. Yeah, not Kaya Yasha. That's a no-no.
Do you think it's a problem that the Brewmaster is getting so much out of the lane? As I say that, of course, he's gonna be the target of harass. One more Shikuchi finds him. Okay, well, they start to get the kills onto him. At least one.
The other thing about like the Brewmaster getting levels are usually when, okay, hang on a minute. Mid one is trying to run into enemy jungle.
Nice toss away into the avalanche, keeping mid one at bay, but Crystallis has come on over. So has XSS. Trample in, mid one's down. Ame has arrived as well, understanding they can join these early fights. Crystallis not quite tanky enough to stand up into the magic damage. XSS with a double kill. So quickly, both teams wrapping in, but the key difference is that XSS was there, but Boom was not. And now they're looking for more. Another toss in, Ame will find himself a second in this fight.
Yeah, Boom doesn't have a TP because he died and he had to TP back to the lane, so actually taking full advantage of that. So the other thing I was kind of like, okay, hang on a minute, maybe we can talk about this first. So they catch off, nothing to say with a shard. They bring in the heroes, but XG brought more heroes, right? They brought the offlaner, they brought the carry, and they were able to secure the rune. I mean, it shows you how much, you know, Ame has changed as a carry over the last couple of years, you know. He's been a lot more active, he's been more willing to fight for small little objectives here and there, and more willing to enable his team. And as I was saying before that,
you can teach an old dog new tricks. Eh?
Yeah, you can, yeah. As I was saying for the Brewmaster, you know, the other reason why Brew against Weaver is such a bad matchup is usually as Brew, when you hit 6, you kick the carry out of the lane. But against Weaver, Weaver doesn't care because you can never threaten to kill a Weaver. He has time lapse, he has Shikuchi.
Even if the Weaver just decided to run up into you randomly and you split, you can always time lapse.
Yeah, sure. You know, if it ever happens, you know, he just runs
Yeah,
up.
I mean, even then you don't kill him, right? Because he just needs to make sure that he has bound his ultimate to his R key and it'll be fine. Okay, so it's that blink build that you were referring to, mid one trying to ramp up the pressure. And with that blink, he's going to be able to connect into a target that Yamich sets up for him a lot easier. Because just now we saw some of the struggles. If you're not directly on top of them, you're not doing any damage. The Tiny has a lot of HP for you to work through. So you need to close the distance and you need to get on top of him.
Yeah,
I mean, even then, there's the lick.
They're all heroes on the Dire side, on XG side. They are pretty hard to kill, no? Even with the Lash and Toss. Like, Tiny is a very tanky hero. Primer is a very tanky hero. Bat Rider has the Flame Break. And Weaver is just Weaver, you know. You can't really lock him down easily. So it's just a Largo, you know. Largo is probably the easiest target. So I don't expect to see this blink netting them too many kills, you know. I think it's gonna be all about like trying to play around the Brewmaster split still. They have to try to utilize it, open up the map, and slowly play from there.
Bot lane being looked at, Stellary. Lasso available, just putting that first one to use. Progress the map and try and use that catapult.
He cleared the wave, so he's happy. He was playing the dead lane, he understood the risk, and he was happy to make the trade.
Sure. He doesn't get rid of the catapult though. Unfortunately, he's not a Mirana with the ability to arrow. So this will be a dead tower, but
wait,
mid one dying to a camp. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good.
Oh boy, talk about Malaysian friends right there.
One tipped him 30 ringgit or some shit. What the hell was that? It's like, how did you let that happen to you?
Oh boy, that was actually a pretty bad death right there.
Yeah, I mean,
completely upsets the rhythm of the game right now because they were counting on the Lash Dagger to be coming at a decent timing so they can play around it. Because the Tusk only wants to play the Lash mainly, you know. Like the other cores, they are gonna be busy farming. But they're gonna move regardless with Boom having his ultimate ready. I kind of like this. I think they can't really wait for the Lash right now since he already messed up.
Yeah.
So they need to look for something somewhere else on the map.
And it would be nice to grab here. An AD rune bottled by the Lash. It's gonna show now. Things come through. Start with shot, start with snowball. This does not look like it's gonna work, but if you slam all your ultimates onto him, he's gonna die.
Here we go. Lick. Lick, just a lick.
Okay. Alright. Nothing to say. Just gets out of trouble thanks to his Malaysian buddy there. They will use this split to pressure the tower. Should be able to grab it. But here comes XG. They want to re-engage. Link in, nothing to say, getting that timing earlier, and the lasso preventing the cookie. That is cruel. The splits run out and the power rise will come through. This Brewmaster still pretty tanky though. Should end up going down. XG not able to find much else even though Ame is connecting in. A try for the chase, nice hits up TP. Nope. Nothing to say, denies him.
Yeah, that was a very, very good response, but actually, that's why I felt like that overcommitment in the initial jump onto the Tiny was kind of like very dangerous, you know, when I saw it. And they used up all their ultimates, actually realized that there's nothing left in the tank for MOUZ, so they immediately just pounced. And they got a couple of return kills there. I mean, this
really
Largo,
nice from
this Largo hero is just insane. Like, he does so many things in early game. Like, which other support would have saved, you know, the Tiny there, you know, with just with like a normal spell, you know.
That's true. I'm trying to think. Maybe a Ringmaster?
I mean, you don't move him, you know, so he might still die, you know, and like, the League actually moves in behind, repositions your teammate.
XSS getting a revenge kill for losing FY in the bot lane, but now mid one trying to chase him down. Phase Boots gets him out of trouble though, and I mean, he just did the thing where he walked away. Mid one just gets the blink delivered. XG still putting pressure on in the mid lane, looking towards that tier 1 tower. I mean, this game has started to ramp up to a pace that's been a bit uncomfortable for MOUZ. They've tried twice now to go on this Tiny at 2 separate occasions, and they overcommit both times. XG bring the numbers and punish them. And right now you're staring at a 3k gold lead for the Dire side.
Yeah, just one leak, you know, from the Largo completely changing that last couple of sequence here. And now MOUZ, they're kind of in a position where they have to, I think they have to accept the fact that they need to sit back and farm. They cannot just keep trying to force things, you know, even though Brewmaster ultimate is up. They have the Multiverse Kiss, but I feel like it's time for them to sit back and farm for the Razor items. You know, they need Razor to kind of be involved in the game. The Brew and Leshrac has already done their part, and now it's Razor's turn.
I feel like we typically see the Razors go for, or at least the Pause 1 Razors that I've seen, go for that Maelstrom just to amp up the farming, but he's gone a bit more conservative, trying to prioritize the Dispel. Very sorely needed this game, but I just don't know whether he's going to run into damage issues. I guess you don't really have that concern when you have mid one on the front lines just blitzing them down. Mortimer's Kisses even committed just to fry that frog, but nothing to say gets out with his haste. So a bunch of ultimates used, or at least maybe just the Mortimer's Kisses. Yeah, it doesn't really feel very convincing.
No, it's not really worth it for MOUZ. They actually just did a little poke, and then they managed to poke out the kisses. Because you're desperate, right, if you're MOUZ. The last couple of fights have gone badly for you, so you really want to just get anything you want on the map whenever you can, you know. So they just try to get one kill and then see how the game goes, but it's definitely not worth it for them. But at the same time, they don't have a choice.
Yeah, Lord knows you're not killing the Weaver. XSS has just finished his BKB, so he's not a target either. And the 2 times you tried on Nothing to Say, well, that's the 2 teamfight losses that have gotten you a 5k gold deficit. So what really is your play at the moment here for MOUZ? Your mid one Blink Dagger is showing on the wave. They know that it's available. Just can't really do anything with it.
Yeah, basically their kill combo, right? This Tusk and Lash gets countered by the Largo Leg. So that's the problem, right? He can just save, you know. So your 2-man is not providing any threat on the map. So that allows XG to just farm really aggressively. Look at how they're farming. They're farming the jungle of MOUZ, you know, just walking in, just taking camps and pressuring them. Weavers alone on top lane. They don't feel like there's any threat of a kill happening on the map. You know, that's precisely the problem for MOUZ right now.
Yeah. And they're playing in good pairs as well, right? XSS has a support behind him or nearby in the Bat Rider. They're just kind of patrolling between mid, between bot. Anytime there's an opportunity or maybe a MOUZ hero that presents themselves, XG are ready to pounce on that opportunity.
Yeah, on top of that, the Bat is also creating a lot of pressure because he has Dagger now. Like, every time he's off the map, Leshrac is afraid. The Brew is afraid, the Razor's afraid. And now somebody has to pay the price.
Nothing to say, coming in for the finish. Yamich still able to snowball, and FY now will get caught. You trade one for one.
That's worth it if they can get out on the Tiny. And now he's ringing his violin, giving you move speed so you can run away. They poke the Tusk and they created a situation where MOUZ had to TP heroes in. And the moment they TP heroes in, actually just back off and farm all 3 lanes.
Find a bigger kill.
Where's the backup? They have no TPs now.
Woo.
And this is really bad news. They can't really even push out the lanes easily.
It's looking as easy as Sun right now. These guys just stacking it up. XG. I feel like that's been the story of Blast B stream so far. I mean, we're 3 games in, but every single game, the obvious conclusion or the obvious guess is just completely wrong. We were looking at XG maybe even struggling against some of their regional counterparts in ESL China Challengers just a couple of days ago, and then you would think, oh, you know, they had to travel all the way to the Liquid facility to boot camp. They're probably a bit jet lagged. They're probably a bit fatigued. They come into this game, they're looking really solid.
Radiant are scanning.
And the question is, can they do this every game, you know?
Sure.
Like right now, I feel like MOUZ is also kind of making the game easy for XG, you know, by forcing so many aggressive moves when they're supposed to be just sitting back and farming, you know. I think the issue that they have right now is they're so used to being able to play aggressive on a different patch, and now the patch kind of needs them to play in a little bit of a different way and maybe different timings, and they can't really adjust to it. So this game is more like they're trying to see if the old formula works, you know, but
Yeah.
it seems like it's kind of not working, you know, for them. So they have to, I mean, the game's not over, but it definitely looks like they have a very, very huge mountain to climb right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, XG is just basically farming, I think, a bit much bigger map, you know, compared to MOUZ, and they're probably gonna get the Tormentor as well. And Yamich, he's gonna get scouted out here. Here's the dagger. Can he get out? Nope.
Yeah, instant stun there from Nothing to Say. Great follow-up. And I love the point that you're making, because we were kind of talking about it in the draft. It always is better for a team to go back to their signature style regardless of the patch. But now that the patch has changed all these small little details and timings, you're trying to cook the same recipe, but maybe the fish that you're using is a bit expired. Maybe the panda is not in season anymore. Maybe your Disco Pony, his closing hours are like his opening hours are done. Right? It's just not looking quite as hype. He'll just jump in, try for a big initiation onto Celery, get that kill, but Army gets caught instead, and this time it's XG. Overextending for what feels like no good reason.
It's during Tormentor time as well. Now they're gonna lose the Tormentor. It was supposed to be theirs.
Yeah, what was
XG
that
just
about?
making that fatal blunder. That was I don't know, that was just a huge blunder. Double question mark right there, you know, for XG. Why
Maybe
on
they
earth
just
would
thought
they...
that that fire was alone.
Do you see the lightning bounce? The Weaver's lightning bounce onto the Razor, you know, so I feel like they definitely should have seen the Razor there, you know, like with the ward behind.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see
Like
a
you're
replay of
gonna
that
see
one.
here. I mean, okay, we won't.
I mean, the
see
Razor
that.
literally shows himself.
Yeah, they see him. I have no idea why they actually wanted to make, you know, this play, you know. And with the Tusk in the game, you're not getting out with your BKB TPs, you know. There was like no reason for them to make that play, you know? And that play just cost them the whole advantage. And right now, it's back to a 50-50 game. They lost 2 cores on the top, and they lost Tormentor.
Top play here though from Xtreme Gaming, heading straight into the pit. They know that some of the spells were used, especially the split. So they're going into the pit, use that Weaver, stack up those napalms.
Not the fastest without a Desolator.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this should have belonged to them as well, right? They were supposed to get Tormentor, and they were supposed to get this uncontested as well.
Yeah, Army just kind of getting chain stunned there, which is very unfortunate. I thought, you know, I didn't even bother looking at him in the fight because I didn't think he was gonna die. And then MOUZ do a great job of chain stunning him. He saw the Razor, so he probably thought, okay, you know, the Razor can't stun me. I can still time-lapse if needed. Speaking of chain stun, got the control onto XSS. No chance to pop the BKB. MOUZ continue to punch back in a big way. This gold lead is only 1k despite the ages that Xtreme Gaming just got.
Now the Lash and the Tusk is a threat on the map once again, you know. They're able to level the playing field, and they're going to control the 22-minute Arcane Rune onto mid one. So this is big. They can definitely continue rolling over XG side, you know. Having the numbers advantage now, having the Power Rune in control.
Look at this
I mean,
build here
also
from Crystallis as well.
And yes, the Manta plus Crimson. I mean, the Crimson is really nice against the Weaver.
Another jump
pick.
in. Easy Largo kill. You're bringing mid one back into the fray, but he's very close to killing you. Nice follow-up there from the cause of Xtreme. And they punish this TP out. Doesn't look like it. The combo was used already from Nothing to Say.
Worth it for XG. They set the trap. They know that this two-man gank is still around the corner, so they were ready. And meanwhile, Boom has his Aghanims down, so MOUZ is definitely hitting some power spikes on the other two core heroes. The Razor has Crimson, the Brewmaster has Aghanims.
Yeah, it's a bit rough because for XG, it was pretty clean up until that pre-Tormentor situation where they were still thinking, okay, we can just run in and keep killing these heroes. MOUZ are starting to group up and MOUZ are starting to make them pay.
That's what I call the lack of discipline, right? Sometimes the game is going too easily for you and then you just feel like you can get away with anything, right? You don't show respect for your opponents.
My Army's gonna...
Okay,
still gets the time
somehow
lapse.
he doesn't use the Aegis.
Very close. They needed maybe a Lash stun there or some sort of follow-up. Just not the right combination of three heroes to get that. Would you have liked him to just kind of not use the time-lapse and bait them in there, or...?
I mean, no, I felt like they just needed to be near to him, so they can just utilize the time-lapse and Aegis together. Because now they have to kind of maybe be a little bit more cautious because your Weaver doesn't have his ultimate up. I mean, at the same time, you just want to run at them with your Aegis timing, right? So you don't want to have to step on the brakes. Okay. They are definitely nervous right now.
Yeah, the past 5 minutes have looked a bit sussy for Xtreme Gaming. They seem to be a bit confused. Maybe they've lost the plot a little bit. You have this Aegis, but what exactly do you want to do with it? It doesn't seem like they're entirely sure either. They're kind of being poked at around the map by MOUZ. MOUZ are doing a great job just avoiding them, but I heard a lasso come out who's been caught. Primal split, turning the fight around. XSS is in trouble. Doesn't manage to pop the BKB again. Another fight where he just gets chain stuns up. In comes the combo. Mid one at risk of being finished off by Arme, but Crystallis can't get the catch onto anyone. X-Nova helping out FY. Don't think this bat can escape though, and now X-Nova's caught in a bad way. Arme can't rejoin into the split. He just has to walk away to the left. Actually going for the backline here. Nothing to say, found Celery. Spotted him out thanks to the Mortimer's Kisses, revealing his location, and now Arme has to be on the run. You still got your Aegis, you still got your time-lapse, and he's going to use the time-lapse to get back out to the safety of Nothing to Say.
Hey, actually just having a very, very weird last couple of minutes. The coordination is off, and they might lose the Aegis, if they're not careful here, but he manages to get out. They need to kind of be more coordinated, with how they're moving on the map. It just feels like you say, they're unsure of what's happening, they're unsure of where they need to go, what they need to do, and they're paying the price here. And now the Razor plus Brewmaster has hit their timings, and they are slowly becoming a threat on the map. But at the same time, now actually they need to run at them again because Brewmaster ultimate is down. They have to take advantage, right? 50 seconds.
Yeah, XG, time to get in there.
They might find a Lash here. Maybe.
There is a counter complete for the Tiny, so his damage is starting to ramp up. I just feel like the reason why Xtreme Gaming haven't been doing too well in these fights is because you rush the BKB on XSS. He's had a great early start. And then in the past 3 fights, he's pressed it once. Like, he just has not been able to actually get in there and activate himself to the full potential.
Hey, it's just coordination. I feel like if they're together, if they're going on the same target, and everyone's there, they have the Largo behind them, things like this are not supposed to be happening, They just need to make sure that they go on the right hero. If they can't burst the Brew and the Brew gets a split off, they try to kite it, try to move back together. They only full commit if the Bat Rider gets a lasso, a clean lasso.
The Celery left behind in the mid lane will just be an easy pick.
Yeah. And then just push the lanes and repeat and find another pickoff when the cooldown is ready. That's all they need to do. Because in terms of finding pickoffs, having Bat and Primal gives you a lot of room to find all these small little kills, right? On the MOUZ side, you're basically counting on the Tusk finding them with his punch, The other heroes are not going to be able to find those pickoffs.
Oh dear. They might just be able to grab mid one before his BKB gets delivered. He gets rooted by the creep, and now the channel out. They should be able to BKB TP. Very timely delivery there, helping him escape. But Yamich might not be quite as lucky. Snowball in, no blink out though. And that neutral creep deny is nothing but a prayer, as the Tusk will have to sacrifice himself, preventing the rest of XG from connecting in for that mid-1 kill.
You still don't feel good, you know. That was your first usage of the BKB and you had to use BKB and TP out. I still take it as a win for XG, even though they didn't get the kill. And your Weaver's
Question is whether it's enough, right? I mean, XG, after that bout of confusion, it seems like they've been able to come together a little bit, but they still need to push the issue, I feel like. They're not really doing enough at the moment.
Okay, that was very strange. They blink in and the other guy just blinked out, you know, even though they have more heroes in the area.
Yeah, FY a bit, maybe not reacting fast enough with the lasso. He had it available, but mid-1 just kind of beat him to it.
And he's about to finish his 4-star. Yeah. This is very crucial on FY. It's going to allow him to be way more effective with his initiations. And you basically can't save anymore if he gets the lasso on one of your key heroes and he drags them away with 4-star. It usually means the fight is just over, you know, right off the bat.
I mean, unless Yamich can perform some heroics, right? He's got to be in there with a snowball save in that instant. You already talked about it. It didn't really affect the early game as much as we thought. Yamich versus FY. The ward spotting out this smoke. Now, still not going to save FY though. He's positioned himself very awkwardly on that middle ground area.
Wait, how did that happen? They saw it. They saw them.
I think they only half saw the smoke because they went up to the high ground where the ward was away and then they smoked. So they saw all those heroes go into the triangle, but
I'm pretty sure someone was on the low ground when they popped the smoke. You know? Maybe they weren't paying attention or something. Let's see. Maybe they didn't see it. Was he on the low?
Nah, he gets up to the stairs,
he gets
right?
up to the stairs. Alright.
A shout out to our replay operator and our production team, man. They've been on point with the replay. We get so confused sometimes in these fights and they're like, nah, you're an idiot. Watch this.
Aren't we all idiots?
Hang on, getting caught. Has the time lapse, but there are sentries littering the area. He's going to try and turn around and fight. Use that MKB, put the pressure in onto mid-1. The last buffs will actually find the kill. Mid-1 going down. This was supposed to be a pickup onto Ame. They're losing heroes instead. They just can't chase in the snowball, but they found him with the shots. Here comes the stave ball staff away. Ame, can he get out of here? Lasso to try and keep the Tusk at bay, but Boom will swipe him down. The Ant is killed. Nothing to say now, having to force stop himself away. Catchy Lick and the Frog Stomp will keep them at bay. Nicely done. Meanwhile, XSS on the back line finds Yamich. Still needing to try and take this fight, using the BKB now. The Razor doesn't have a lot of damage to offer. You're buying back on the Tusk. MOUZ really want to try and secure this fight, but all they'll secure is their retreat.
That was rather strange. I felt like XG, they have no damage to take the fight anymore. If the Weaver is dead, the other heroes, they don't really seem to provide enough damage to kill the other heroes, you know. That was like, I felt a bit of a hasty buyback by Yamich. I don't really felt like they needed it.
Yeah, maybe he was worried that Xtreme Gaming were going to try and push the issue, but so much of the kit from Xtreme Gaming was already blown.
Yeah, both teams are definitely very, very nervous, you know. They're not really playing like their usual 100% capacity, you know. They're making mistakes here and there.
Attempt here. FY is going to get potentially chased down, but X-Nova still in. Pulverize, interrupted Yamich there with the interrupt, and it's going to cost XSS's life. Onslaught away, back to safety. Really? Amphibian Rhapsody? And the bounce away! Xtreme Gaming fishing XSS out of what looked like certain death there. That's the power of the Largo, baby.
I can tell you that is the most fun hero to play right now in Dota.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't ever remember having such a fun hero in Dota. Like the other heroes are kind of like, when he got released, he has an interesting kit. We're like, oh, it's nice, you know. But this has been by far the most fun I've had.
And he's so cute, right? His little frogs and everything. Like, it's hard to... I just don't know anyone who's like, man, I hate Largo. I know people who dislike him because they think he's OP. But even those people cannot deny this guy's a ball of the time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a Roshan attempt. They've killed off the Snapfire. That's the pick-off that they needed to get the second Rosh of the game now. Second Aegis for XG. The previous time they got it, it seemed a bit weird because they got the Aegis and then they proceeded to just get caught and get kited around by MOUZ. Maybe this time around it'll help them take some of these tier 2 towers and progress the game in their favor.
I think in the head-on team fights, it's still not quite easy for XG to, you know, to actually take on the Blue. If the Blue gets the split off, I feel like they kind of need to run away.
Bro.
Maybe if they can catch him and burst him full to 0 with the lasso, and that would provide them a means to, you know, continue the team fight. But if they don't get the Brew, if they get like the supports or someone else and the Brew splits and he comes in, it might not be a good fight for XG, you know. And the Brewmaster is also he's pretty tanky right now with the X and the Talon on 15, so his Broodings are pretty hard to kill.
So one small thing to point out is that the Brewmaster has actually purchased the shard. So now he has kind of like a Alchemist Berserk Potion type thing where you toss your Liquid Courage to someone else or yourself, and then you get the max HP regen and the status resist and the speed increase, which is honestly pretty crazy. So if he presses that onto, let's say, mid 1, the Lash is just gonna charge in there like a supercharged pony.
Lash would be a good target. 100%.
Move out. Ward on the high ground, mid 1 spotted. Big avalanche lasso onto 2. They need to focus down the Lash, but he gets the BKB off. Yamich with the interrupt. And Exorcist in big trouble again. Gonna get chained up. Doesn't have the Largo to save him this time, but will be good enough. The Brew split is gonna try and chase him down. Better Lotus by FY, but will get turned around on and killed. Xtreme Gaming not able to secure any return kills of themselves other than Celery just yet, as Army he's crawling around the backline being pesky. Buyback there from Celery as mid 1 being bumped away. Army going to lose that first life, but it's worth it because they've killed mid 1. Boom has now run out of his split and Army's coming back. You need to escape, but Boom has nowhere to run and no allies around to help him. That's going to be a Brewmaster down in Celery, showing himself on the buyback. That is not what you wanted. Still punching out onto nothing to say. This is a very tanky target who gets 4-staff left, right, and center out of the range of the Razor. And as much as Crystallis has lived this entire fight, he's not going to be alive for much longer. The damage ramping up on the Weaver as he's still trying to chase them down. Yamich being bumped back. It's Crystallis on the low ground, but through the defender's gate. MOUZ narrowly escaping with their remaining lives there as Xtreme Gaming. I'm sure they're okay with that fight, but they would have loved a lot more.
Yeah, Yamich kind of had a very, very crucial punch there in the team fight, cancelling the BKB Pulverize from XXS, actually kind of providing a way for MOUZ to turn the fight around. But it was just like, in the end, it was still not enough, you know. It was a very nice sequence of events from Yamich, but they kind of just lacked the firepower towards the end.
I'm kind of confused because I thought as soon as the smoke broke, as we'll see here, FY had the option of lassoing like mid 1. Right? And that wouldn't have been broken by the punch or anything. Mid 1 would still have not been able to cast his BKB even if you punch him back. So at that point, your only option would be to, let's say, punch the primal and then like snowball save mid 1. But it didn't really play out that way. And because of that, mid 1's able to still stand in the fight and do a lot of damage. Now, Army does a great job in terms of cleaning up the backline. I kind of feel like these fights are not really going as cleanly as XG would ideally want though.
At the moment they can actually kite the Brewmaster ulti, that's it, you know, they're going to win the team fights. The Weaver's just going to finish the remaining heroes towards the end. You know? So for XG, it's all about trying to sustain through the team fights, trying to sustain through the Brew split, with the Largo especially, and then you can turn around and pick the stragglers off, you know. As for MOUZ, whenever Boom gets his split off, you better make sure you end the team fight during the split.
The Blink Hex from the Lash is going to help in that regard. A nice illusion placement from Nothing to Say. Spots out the smoke and understands that MOUZ, they're prowling around the area. Crystallis will show himself first. Toss back into Army. Still has the Crimson Guard, very tanky. They'll lasso out Snowball trying to save him. But still, the Pulverize. No one's there to back up Crystallis. You've lost your carry. Mid 1 having to BKB TP out. The Nightfall is going to succeed this time round. They didn't even get the chance to use the split, and right now it will be the Brewmaster whose head gets split wide open. X-Nova with the Lick and the Frog Stomp securing the kill. That's more like it if you're XG.
Yeah, that was actually very, very difficult for them to save the Razor. You know? I think maybe he overestimated how hard to kill he was. He went out to push the wave, and then he just got tossed back into lasso, so he got repositioned so far away that there was no way his team could have, saved him there. I mean, Yamish tried, but he just couldn't, They were forced to fight in a very deep position and actually just took the fight easily after that.
Yeah, one thing we didn't mention just yet, and maybe the reason why mid one went for this blink, hex build, the catch on Radiant is very lacking. MOUZ don't have a lot of ways of starting a fight convincingly.
You remember why I said that they needed a disruptor during the draft?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
When I saw the viewer, I'm like, okay, they probably need a +5 that can catch the viewer, otherwise how are they going to deal with the viewer, right? And then with the snap, and then...
We talked about the two supports, right? They might play well with this idea of what mid one wants to do, but overall, it doesn't help them deal with Ame, and he's still basically almost a flawless game. He died that one time in the top side and another time, but other than that, you just can't lock him down in the fights. And
it was
quietly,
opening pick Weaver that didn't get countered. That is a serious issue.
yeah. It didn't really even look like a problem in the lanes, right? Because the Brew was still, yes, he died once or twice, but he was still getting his net worth and his levels. But then now in these later team fights, you're seeing he's just kind of almost playing the role of a pseudo Slark, right? Picking and choosing his moments to go in, and he's so difficult to deal with. Just dealing way too much damage.
It's really difficult to play Dota when you don't have enough stuns, Haven't you heard that?
I absolutely do, and on paper, they have a decent amount of stuns,
okay,
but not the kind that would work against Weaver.
Not the right word. Catch. Catch is the right one.
Yeah.
You don't have catch for Weaver.
XSS
right now
finishing up that refresher, you got a gem, they are stacking up all these insane items. Look at FY, he's got an Aghanim's and a Boots of Bearing Blink.
Gonna be tough for them, to deal with the initiation from the Bat and the Tiny. I think those are the two main things ruining the team fights for MOUZ, Their teammates get repositioned so far that they can't really do much to save. You might have auras on your snap, you might have auras on your laser, but you're just not saving them if they're out of position. They need to jump first.
I feel like he has to do so much.
No, he has to just initiate first. I don't think he can just sit back, because the last two fights, if you remember, he's just waiting behind to counter initiate, right? But the fights always just went so bad when XG just gets the jump on the Tiny or the Bat. So I think he just needs to go first, no matter what.
Yamish managing to play his way out of that weird twin gate. He twin gate and immediately blinked before getting caught. So nice escape there, wasting a bit of time.
He's gonna need to find more than that in the next fight, He needs to, I think he needs to just initiate on either the Primal or the Bat, Those are the two heroes that he can actually find and maybe just set up a fight for his team, Because the Lash actually has a lot of damage. He just needs somebody to set it up for him.
He's having trouble going in because Ame can just run in, put the bugs out onto him, and there's not much stopping Ame, right? That's kind of what we keep coming back to. This
is
smoke here,
interesting move.
Xtreme Gaming. They are in the base right now. MOUZ have no idea where they are. They're walking up towards this high ground. Smoke's gonna break FY. Up to the high ground, spotting both. Pulverized. MOUZ are in big trouble as Crystallis not touched just yet. It's FY on the front lines, dropping low, but your BKBs are gonna run out. XSS there with the Pulverize. Looking at Crystallis being fully focused down by Ame, and they kill off the Razor, even with the buyback from Boom. It's at least gonna let them a Largo kill, but not much else. Ame can just run rampant in this fight. And Boom, these Brewlings need to get the hell out of here. If not, it's gonna be a dieback. Nothing to say, marking Celery, waiting for someone to toss him too. We'll have to give up on that kill. Boom gets tossed back in though. Easy pushback, flame break, Pulverize, he's gone. MOUZ, the only one left is their pause 5 and he can't defend against this. It's GG as MOUZ tap out of this best of one. And Xtreme Gaming, there were some bumpy moments in this game. But overall, really nicely done.
They still got there, but could have been way cleaner. But at the end of the day, they got the result that they wanted. I think Ame played a very close to flawless game, except for the top over extension. I think overall, he was very, very difficult to deal with from MOUZ. They didn't have the right heroes to catch him, and he just completely abused them. They played the map, they shoved off waves very, very aggressively. They were farming, I think, the whole map like just way more than MOUZ the whole time. And they were able to just accrue an economical lead that they just couldn't recover from, on the MOUZ side.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff there. And overall, I think coming into this series, we talked about how we had concerns, right, about Xtreme Gaming. XSS, Ame, Xnova, they definitely have the skills to pay the bills, but we're still looking towards nothing to say in FY, maybe derusting a little bit, maybe not quite up to par yet. This game, I will say, nothing to say really impressed me. We were talking about it being important for the Pause Force, but I feel like nothing to say with his positioning in some of these early game skirmishes, especially. Managing to bait in MOUZ, get some good responses. The avalanche jumps were huge as well, setting up for Ame to come in with the damage. No complaints from me. I think that Tiny played really well too.
And they were able to just get too many initiations. I think having Tiny primal bat, right? They have 3 ways of initiating on the team fights. And whereas MOUZ, they were so completely reliant on Tusk, you know, and I think that creates a lot of problem in the games where you can only wait for one guy to start the fight, whereas your opponents, they have 3 heroes to do it. So they have multiple ways of just starting the team fights. They have more flexibility, and there's a lot more pressure on the Tusk to get the right jump.
Yeah, a lot on Yamcha's shoulders here, and unfortunately, he's not really able to carry it all the way. That'll be MOUZ dropping their first game here at Blast Slam 6. But we have more games on the horizon. This is the classic America's battle coming up. GamerLegion against Heroic. You want to catch this one. bit of an America's Civil War coming up here in our next best of one at Slam 6. GamerLegion versus Heroic. These are two teams that are no strangers to each other, Winter, and we're no strangers to them either, right? Heroic, we saw them on our stream a bit earlier, but GamerLegion, they have long established themselves, even before they were GamerLegion, as wildcard. Probably the best team that NA currently has, just because there aren't really any other teams that NA has. But they've been consistent, you know, they've shown up at some of these lands. They haven't really placed very far though, and this feels like the next step for them, right? Because they're still making it through these qualifiers, just haven't really been able to prove themselves at this stage.
Yeah, they lack a lot of, I feel like they lack a lot of like fundamental things as a team, you know, like the way they move on the map, the way they play off each other, the way they enable each other, and sometimes the drafting has been maybe a bit lackluster as well. I mean, I understand that they have some sort of original ideas in some of their drafts. They play heroes that might be different from everyone else, but I think overall they need to have like better foundations, right? How they're moving, like how they're playing the macro, how they are placing heroes on the map. I think those are the important things that would allow you to get to the next level, and not to mention like teamfight execution.
Yeah, some might argue that they are on their way there, right? Because just within this month alone, they qualified for Dream League Season 28, qualified for ESL 1 Birmingham. So those are some pretty good results and maybe more opportunities for them to further solidify their game plan. Of course, this comes with them getting a new upgrade in terms of the coach department. Mangusu, who is the former assistant coach of Heroic, now joining them, and he has no shortage of great ideas himself. So maybe he can slowly but surely mold that team into something a bit more refined. But here's Heroic, right? I think we were talking about them in the previous series against Yandex. We were worried about their instability, maybe still trying to figure out how to work Tai Lung into the mix, Theo Licor as well. But then they come out with a very clean, constructed draft. Feels like everybody knows exactly what their job is. A couple of blinks, a couple of blade mails that weren't to your liking, but overall still pretty solid.
Yeah, overall, I think they showed a lot of understanding how to abuse the enemy's heroes. They were really good at utilizing their own timings, and I think they definitely showed that they have still a lot of potential despite having a couple of roster changes, you know, in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are going to be teams that know each other very well. Heroic, they've played against GamerLegion countless times, and of course, GamerLegion having the man on the inside. Up until this point, they faced each other at 3 different qualifiers, or 3 different instances, and GamerLegion was able to best Heroic in 2 of them. Only the most recent PGL Wallachia qualifier did Heroic finally defeat their demons. Take down not only GamerLegion, but Peru rejects as well. Let's see whether Heroic have any more funky ideas. Straight off the bat, the Viper ban. So GamerLegion were clearly watching that earlier series.
No green heroes for you.
No Frog either, no Bat Rider.
So what's remaining? Shadow Demon?
Yeah.
There's SD, there is...
Slada, SF.
SD and SF, Wind Ranger, those are like the top ones.
There's Chen.
They go for the Chen. Okay, so I think this is something that not every single team really prioritizes right now. Only if you have like a very, very good Chen player. Because the thing with Chen right now is you don't exactly have time to farm auras on your subs. Like the reason why he fall off is because like I think the game has gotten a lot faster in the last couple of patches. So you need to get auras quickly, you know, so it's usually on the core heroes. And supports that usually get to farm to buy auras, they don't really, I feel that great at the moment. You want supports that can set up for kills. I think
right, because if the cores are buying the auras, then, you know, your value of getting those auras is a little bit lost, right?
Yes, precisely. So you need to offer something else to the team, which is catch or setup.
Or maybe it's a bit of a different, I guess, formula for Heroic that they're trying. Maybe they think, okay, we understand auras are important, but we're going to switch things up. We still have our cores play for the catch, play for the setup. Because honestly, when you think about it, no flame to KJ and Theo Licor, but these are not your catch or setup type players, right? They are very stable. They are sort of very much more supportive and I guess in a sense, like aura building by the team items in nature. You compare that to like Whisper. Even in his heyday as an offlaner, you were never gonna see him playing those aura bots with no motion. He always wanted something flashier. He always scaled up nicely. So maybe this is just Heroic reassigning the strengths of the heroes in accordance to the strengths of the players, right? KJ wants to build these aura items. He wants to play a bit of a greedier 5. Let him. Whisper wants to play that more individualistic offlaner. Let him. Trust your players and let them do what they want regardless of the meta. I think just now in that series with MOUZ, you were saying even if the patch doesn't necessarily favor it, maybe you can just go with that idea and see how it starts working.
Yeah, whereas for GamerLegion, they have gotten heroes that I feel like that are quite normal to get, like especially the Storm. You see a lot of teams like first picking Storm because of the Guardian Grace build. It makes the hero very, very, I think, stable in a lot of different matchups where you used to be having a little bit of problems, especially like the Ember Spirit matchup, you know. Because right now you can dispel the chains without buying a Manta style, and that gives you a lot of flexibility in the game, you know. The Abaddon, on the other hand, kinda, I'm not really sure why they picked the Abaddon right away at this junction here. I mean, it's like a I guess it's kind of like an anti-heal hero with the innate, but you need to drop lower than 40%.
Well, this is probably important to note, Winter, but because we were busy casting the games on B-Stream, we didn't see it. Opening game, Falcons versus GamerLegion. GamerLegion win. In fact, GamerLegion do so goddamn well. RCY goes 12-1 and 15 on his mid-Storm Spirit. Gamson's playing that carry Viper 7-3 and 13. Basically a clean-ass game from them. So I think, again, another result that not a lot of people would have expected. In fact, I believe if you ask some of the panelists, like, you know, Quinn, Kezu, they all placed Falcons very high on where they expected Falcons to end up in this tournament. So GamerLegion starting off with this upset already, it's very punishing, especially in the format, to drop games against teams that you feel like maybe on paper you're a bit better than.
Yeah, but this is the danger of the BO1 games, right? Anything can happen.
So true.
If you get surprised by a strat or you make a mistake, there's no do-overs, right? You can't really fix it. That's why I mentioned earlier in the day, the format that Blast currently has favors the team that have the right idea going into. If there's a new patch, you go into the tournament. If you already have a very good base idea, you're going to be rewarded in this sort of format because you don't have time to fix and go through things, you know, because everything happens so quickly. The games are back to back and you don't really have a lot of room to adjust whatever you are doing in the game.
I think that's why this Blast Slam 6 format is especially cool, because you go from that intense circuit of no adjustments, rely on your base idea, to playoffs, best of 5s. Like literally the ultimate format for adjusting. Best of 5 after best of 5 after best of 5.
I think
that's still a long way away though.
The initial stages definitely would give you a lot more upsets, you know. I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away from GamerLegion. Obviously, they have some very, very new ideas or different ideas on how to play the game. Like even the draft right now, having like Storm, Abaddon opening picks, those are not very common opening picks. You know? And now they follow up with, I think, one of Speed's favorite heroes, Warlock. Warlock with Abaddon, very, very stable lane. It's also a very good hero, in my opinion, against Chen. Because you always want to have a big ultimate to defend your towers, you know. Like Chen, Shadow Shaman, they're coming over to your side of the map, they're going to attack you. They're going to take your towers. And it's very nice to have a hero like Warlock and you just take the defense, drop a rock on top of them, and you chase them out of your territory. And they're going to even double down on the team fight with a Dark Wheeler, you know, with the Terrorize. So they have two big team fighters on the supports right now.
You know what this says to me? I'm immediately seeing GamerLegion look at their first game against Falcons. You know, they had RCY absolutely popping off. It's the same support duo along with the Storm. It was Warlock, it was Big Num on the Dark Willow. So clearly they're happy if this trio may be playing for the runes, getting dominance in the mid lane. And then, now they even have Abaddon. So in the previous series, or previous game rather, Yamson was playing that carry Viper, a hero that can very much be left alone. Now he has that Abaddon. Kind of similar, but also a hero that can help the Storm. If he gets disabled, out comes an Aphotic Shield. So Brood Mother is gonna come through for Heroic. I wonder what this is about. Maybe just to eat the supports out?
Warlock and Dark will definitely have no way of dealing with Brood. I think it's a very good pick to bully the supports here. And they also have like I think again, you know, a very fast-paced lineup. Brute, Shadow, Shaman, Chen, you group up together with the Mars Arena to protect you, and you just take down towers. Very similar to their concept of the last game, where they're just going to ball together with a couple of auras and just take control of the map and play very, very quickly. Because against Storm Spirit, you don't want to be too split on the map, because it's going to give him opportunity to pick heroes off. So being able to ball together against the Storm lineup is extremely important.
Yeah, the 5-man ball overpowers the ball lightning, unfortunately, for Storm Spirit. Not all balls are created equal. That's what yeah, they don't teach you that in schools, unfortunately. What do you? Is this a Brood Mother 1 then, you reckon, for Yuma? No way you play Brood Mother mid, right?
Yeah, probably just a carry Brute here.
I remember we were talking about this hero a bit earlier because we were discussing Navi amongst ourselves and we were talking about how God the Juice really likes this carry Brute. So yeah, you can kill the supports, but what else does this Brute give you? Because I remember you were saying Brute is a bit more of a late game scaling hero. His spikes are a bit stranger, right? If you really wanted to bully the supports, were there not any other options you could have gone for?
It's also something that I think he kind of feels like he really likes to play. I think he's really comfortable with like all the weird heroes, right? For Yuma, like the Meepo, the Brute type heroes, the cheese heroes. But in terms of finding another carry that can bully the supports, I don't think there's many heroes that can actually bully the supports from the carry role like this, you know. It's usually the offlane zoo heroes like the Lycans and stuff, you know. The zoo heroes, the beasts, you know. The carry heroes, you don't really have a lot of options that can do that, you know, outside of Brute.
He brought it out 5 days ago. Felt pretty good about it. I mean, Yuma has been playing his fair share of strange heroes. He's actually one of the players who picked that Bloodseeker against GamerLegion the previous time. He's played Abaddon, he's played Void 1, he's played Brute 1. Has his fair share. Okay,
Wow,
last pick, Tai Lung Sniper versus the Storm.
This draft. They're just building a wall around the Sniper. They have the Brute, the Arena, the creeps on the Chen, the wards on the Shaman. I'm a big fan of this drafting style from Heroic right now.
You know, the thing with Tai Lung is like he's a kid, right? So probably as part of his contract for joining his team, his mom was like, okay, you guys better protect my boy. Don't let him get bullied. And taking that quite literally there. No one touch Osito. Leave him alone. Isn't this matchup kind of both ways though? Because the Sniper can dominate the lane, but then you reach a point later in the game where the Storm can just zip all over you and you can't really do shit.
Yeah, but you're gonna rely on your team to protect you during that part of the game. Like if you look at the earlier portion, Sniper with Chen, Shaman, they're gonna gang the hell out of the Storm, you know, with creeps and with rotations. You set up with the scatter shot, slowing the Storm, and then the creeps come in or the Shaman comes in, it's easy kill, you know? Especially during the catapult wave, they can exert a lot of pressure onto the mid lane. You have Mars and Brute on your side lane, so they are very good heroes to be left alone. So there's going to be a lot of emphasis on the mid section of the map, you know, the 3 versus 3, with the two supports just sticking around with the Sniper. So GamerLegion, they need to I feel like they need to draft an off laner that can fight at the reverse, you know, like they can come over and help things out. Like if they don't, yeah, I mean he's kind of okay. He has a global TP, so he can kind of come over and help out. And Underlord is also really good into the Chen creeps. He's pretty good into the Brute as well. You have Atrophy Aura, you build Crimson Guard, everything is great.
Yeah.
So I kind of like this overall last pick for Fate here. I think this is going to give them a very, very good way of defending off the early game pressure from Heroic.
Yeah, big pit, big firestorm into Fatal Bonds, a lot of circles on the floor here. Is it good enough though into the Heroic ball up? They are going for a very obvious... There's no secrets here to what they want to do, right? It's the very same thing we saw them do earlier. Ball up, play off of these just kind of auras and timings and force their opponents into scattering. And it worked out against Yandex earlier because Yandex had such a damn greedy draft. But GamerLegion, it seems a bit more well-balanced, right? Yamsun can very much get involved and help his team out with a Photic Shield. You're imagining once a fight breaks out, Fade is going to come through the Dark Rift and offer a pit, offer a Firestorm. You're running in potentially into a Rock counter initiation, Terrorize as well. I mean, you got the tools on GamerLegion here. How would you favor these drafts?
probably still like what I think Heroic have at the moment. I think the Storm, Abaddon, and the Underlord, they are kind of like slow, and having like Warlock and Dark Widow supports, they're also kind of like, they're not really very flexible in the early game. I felt like they needed maybe a melee hero to kind of help block off some of the ganks and be more aggressive. So we'll see how it plays out. You know, I think if you talk about in terms of power spikes in the early game, I would definitely favor Heroic. I think the early to mid game, their lineup with the Chen and the Shaman, plus the Sniper dominating his lane would be like a huge force for GamerLegion to deal with. You know, I don't know if they have enough in the tank to stop it, but if they can and they would survive towards the mid phase where they're going to have auras on the Underlord and your Abaddon is going to have Radiance and you're all going to be tanky, then I can see them maybe winning the game, you know, during the mid game. But if they falter during the early phases and Heroic can just run over all of them, take all the towers, they take all the objectives, the Tormentor, the Roshan, then it will be very difficult, you know, for the GamerLegion side to farm on the map.
Okay, so what's the plan here? How do you stop the Sniper? Because that seems to be the big question that GamerLegion need to answer. Because this lane matchup is already going to be rough.
It's going to be hard, you know, because they don't have a melee pause for to gank the Sniper. They have Dark Widow and Wall. I feel like it's just going to be close to impossible for these two heroes to set up anything. Maybe they can rotate the Underlord when he gets 6, but outside of that, I think it'll be very, very difficult for them to kill the Sniper. They have to somehow walk near with the Dark Willow and land a Bramble and then sort of initiate that way, you know.
Kind of feels like the type of kill that only happens once the Storm hits level 6-2, which might just be a bit too much time.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're not going to have pull on the Storm until later, right? Usually you get it at level 8, you know. So, like, how are you going to initiate in the first 6-7 levels, you know? That is going to be the question that GamerLegion has to answer, you know. How do we deal with the Sniper?
Well, apart from the Sniper, on the bright side, I think Fade is set up for a pretty high degree of success here, right? This Underlord is going to have a great time in the lane against the Brute, not threatened at all. Overall in the game, you think a Crimson Guard into maybe something like an AC, Shivas, all these items are going to be extremely effective into Heroic. So yes, you might not be able to deal with the Sniper, but you might reach a point where even when the Sniper and his team come and push, you just Firestorm the wave and clear it out. That could be an option.
Yeah, hang on, I'm trying to see what the Chen and the Shaman... Okay, they were like trying to gank, I guess. They were grouping up on top, 3 heroes, and then now he TP's back on the Shaman. They're trying to look for like a first blood.
Yeah, that's fair. That's exactly what they did in the previous game as well. I was wondering whether KJ would actually opt for the Satyr, just to burn the mana of the Storm in the mid lane to further that advantage, but goes for the standard Hellbear Convert. A lot more lane dominance that way, at least in the lane that the potato dies in. Then you get that big attack speed buff with the Penitence. It's a mess. Put a lot of harass up. And for now, Yuma seems to be doing fine. A Whisper is behind enemy lines, just because they tried for a pull of some sort.
Yeah, that's what you do against Warlock. You don't fight the lane because of Fatal Bonds, you just pull and make sure the Warlock is split up. You don't want him to be sitting in the lane with the carry.
And if you're the Warlock, is it just one of those things where you have to suck your thumb and accept that this is your life, or is there anything you can actually do about it?
Nope, you can't. Unfortunately,
Yes.
you can't. We are praying that one day you'll see the changelog. Oh, creep aggro cannot be drawn anymore outside of the lane.
Do you think that's better for Dota overall?
Nah,
No way, right? I feel like the whole creep aggro discussion just allows for such skill expression.
And also flexibility, right? If you're not allowed to pull the wave, then it means that the heroes that will
All the lane
complete-
dominators just win, right?
Yeah, all the lane dominators will just be picked. And then it'll be just, I don't know, you're gonna see all the Undying heroes come back, Lich Undying type of heroes.
That sounds like it would suck for an offlane player, not for me though. I love Lich Undying. First blood drawn, Fade and Big Num get it done up here. Not much the Chen can really do. I mean, he is auto-attacking for dear life, but it's not going to result in any return kill of any sort.
Yeah, this is the problem with the Brute in the early phases. You're very, very weak, you know.
Dear,
It's very
look at
easy
Tai
to
Lung.
get ganked.
Look at this guy. Man. One kid bullying another. This is a schoolyard. Oh my goodness. Thailand asserting dominance. You ever see those? Oh, you don't come near my territory. Can't sit at my table. Get out of my mid lane, brother. You don't seem too impressed with the sniper gameplay, Winter.
I mean, it's a sniper, you know, like this is what sniper does. They sit on the high ground, they deny every creep. They peel your tower, they hit your tower a couple of times every time they can.
I mean, so far, RCY is keeping up. It's not like he's suffering majorly in terms of the CS. He's like maybe 3 or 4 behind. I thought the sniper would do a lot better, to be honest with you.
And the denies are definitely going to add up, you know. And level 5 is the point where you actually can't lane anymore. As a Storm, I think before level 5, you can still CS relatively okay. But the moment Sniper has level 5, you get completely kicked out. And then the rotations are going to come, the Shaman is going to gank you, the Chen maybe. I mean, it's going to get rough soon.
Kill the Shaman. A nice scan. Spots him out. RCY saw this move coming because of a ward, which instantly gets dewarded. So Theodokor, he'll know he's spotted, but still just threatening his presence in the area. This is still prime time to gank the Storm. The window's still wide open. Closer he gets to that level 6, it's less likely to happen. Even plants a flag. He knows exactly where Theodokor is.
I mean, Sniper is level 5. This lane is... I think he has to just go jungle right now. There's not much he can do anymore. As soon
What
as
do
the
you think
wave...
about Tai Long's decision to get this scatter shot facet? Is it just the norm here on mid sniper these days?
Not exactly though. Like usually I see Ghillie-Suit more.
Yeah.
But this
That's kinda what I was
facet
curious
is...
about.
This facet is more for, I think, winning the lane. If you think like winning the lane is more important, Ghillie-Suit is better for the, I think, mid-late game. But you can see, right, the Storm just can't really lane, you know, against the Sniper anymore. So he has to go jungle, and this is going to put a lot of pressure, you know, on the mid tower. Like the Sniper is going to... I feel like at some point you want to be able to take down the tower. You know, you need to choose. Like right now, the catapult wave, you probably want to use your supports if you can and just take down the tower. He's hitting the catapult now, so ideally the supports are going to be running over.
Yeah. I mean, Theodokor has not left the side of this mid lane right now. He's even reaching into the jungle to try and find the Storm. Big Num's mirroring the movement though. Sets up a nice deep ward to scout maybe the Sniper going back to those camps. Overall, pretty quiet early game. I mean, action's about to kick off around the 6-minute rune, I want to say. I don't think the Storm can actually fight this. He's still not level 6, still jungling away. I don't think he even gets it on this camp. So, yeah, it's not going to have that available. Just has to relinquish the rune, I guess. Less. Okay, Big Num. Sneaky move there. Nicely done.
Yeah, as long as the Storm doesn't get the rune, the Sniper's happy. Like he doesn't really need the rune on Sniper. If he gets an 80 rune, sure, you know, he'll take it.
Thailand needs to try and keep this catapult wave alive, but there's only so many shots a Sniper can tank. A catapult's in range of the tower. Get the creeps in. Yeah, you can see how important this is. It's even after the fortify. Tai Lung is really just putting his body in there to try and keep the catapult up, but it's not going to last long. And RCY, now he's hit that level 6, the window to gank him is closed. So an attempt at putting some pressure points in to the mid lane, but ultimately not stacking up for much. I mean, the tower barely got scratched too, so this is far from ideal.
Yeah, that is very, very good news for the Storm, for sure. Then he's a little bit behind of the Sniper, like 600 gold. But this is to be expected, you know, in the current matchup. So as long as you don't lose your tower in the first catapult wave, I think this is a huge success for the Storm. So it gives you more time to just defend the area and farm. And the Sniper can't really move away. Because generally what happens is the Sniper takes your mid tower and then he starts to move to the side lane and he takes the other tier 1 towers as well, you know. That's how you get choked out of the map. So the longer you can hold the mid tower, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and the Storm might be suffering in terms of net worth, but this is to be expected, right? This is what happens when you face up into a Sniper. This is already close to best case scenario for him. Hasn't been caught just yet, still able to keep up his farm in the jungle uninterrupted. Mid levels now, some given over to Big Num. Okay, everyone's farming. I mean, Heroic, it's the same as their match against Yandex a bit earlier, right? We saw them not really pressure quite as much in the first 10 minutes, but then as soon as they got those first 1 or 2 items, that's where they were full steam ahead, loaded and ready to let it rip, and Yandex did not have an answer. Kind of feel like this game, GamerLegion are very much better equipped to maybe take some of these early fights and break the ball that is Heroic. Right? I'm just trying to think about what happens if Heroic don't manage to succeed in this, let's say, 15-20 minute ball. Like, what happens then? Like, do you just get outscaled? Because I feel like Sniper late game, Brute late game, MOUZ late game, still pretty scary stuff.
Yeah, especially Brute 25. It's pretty strong. But if you look at the... I think you don't want to talk about ultra late game first, but if you look at like the mid-late game, like the normal, like around 30 minutes, like I think Storm, Abaddon, they are going to hit a point where they're just going to be able to blink and ball lightning onto the sniper and kill him with their BKBs. So that's definitely going to be a phase in the game where there's nothing you can do, you know. If they want to kill a sniper, your sniper is going to die.
Is that the only time you think GamerLegion will be looking for a fight? Because we predict that Heroic are going to get action started pretty early, right? You're waiting for the Radiance, a couple of items on the Storm. I mean, the BKBs are only going to come way later. So what, the first fight that GamerLegion are going to take is like 25-30 minutes? Surely they have to contest the Tormentor and everything.
And you don't really have to contest if you feel like you can take Roche, you know. I think that's something that teams are also really good at. Like, if you feel like you're not as strong as taking the direct fight on Tormentor, then you should always try to look for the Roshan trade, right? I think that's something that both sides can actually do.
Bit of a catch here onto Whisper. RCY trying to make action happen, finds an arena instead. Whisper able to get out of trouble. The Terrorizer is actually going to help him create the distance. Last bit of damage, the Lotus will save him. Yamson walking on over with a shield. And nothing will happen. Okay. Arcane Rune denied there. RCY won't be too pleased about that. But yeah, Fade also had a point in the Dark Rift to join the fight if needed. But just electing that it wasn't important enough, they just get all their heroes out. And speaking of Fade, he is geared up for success ever since the draft. And right now, top of the net worth by 1,000. This Underlord is farming up a Storm. It's pretty crazy.
This is the matchup. It's a very easy matchup. Like, it was a good pick into the Brute. And you're also going to negate a lot of the Brute like damage, you know, like in the game. With your Aura and your Crimson Guard and everything. And you kind of also act like as a pseudo carry as well because you're so fat. You can take objectives, you're gonna be able to hit Roshan. There's a lot of things you can do when Underlord is really fat, you know, like, and a fat Underlord can definitely and certainly will be able to carry the game on his own.
Oh, what, are you hoping maybe that he goes for like some kind of right-click build? I remember there was a time in the past where we saw like carry Underlord, Harpoon, Mask of Madness shenanigans, or just that regular Aura build, you think?
Oh, just regular Aura build with Aghanims. I think you can get a Shivas if you want.
Sure. And this is what you talked about in the draft, Winter. As soon as Heroic make any motion towards the towers, you're going to see the Underlord come in. But because he used the Dark Rift in the bot lane, he's going to have to TP into the mid lane where Tai Long is in big trouble. Where's the Heal King jungle? Doesn't have that Hand of God, and the Underlord just runs down the sniper. How often do you see that?
Not every day, you know. Not every game the Underlord is 7k and never for 11 minutes, you know. This is a very, very, very huge Underlord.
I mean, if GamerLegion are playing like this, no wonder they beat Falcons a bit earlier. They're just moving the right heroes around the map at the right time, punishing Tai Long, and unfortunately, Heroic, they couldn't do much to save their poor little sniper mid. Fade is going to use that huge amount of damage from the level 4 Atrophy Aura to just right-click the mid tier 1 tower down.
Yeah, this is definitely super bad news for Heroic here. Losing the sniper, losing the tower. There goes a lot of their momentum. And the next thing you can wait for is probably just the MOUZ to come into the game, right? Either with his dagger or with his use, you know. And even then, I'm not sure if they have enough damage to kill off the Underlord. He is going to be so hard to kill with the Crimson and moving into his Aghanim's later as well, I mean, forget about the Storm being a problem, forget about the Baron being the problem. The Underlord is the problem right now.
Yeah, I don't know. You need like, what, a Kanda on the Brute to break him, perhaps? I don't even know whether that does the job, though. How do you kill him? All you have is physical. You have no magic burst whatsoever. I mean, even if you got magic burst, I don't know whether it'll be enough. It almost feels like you need to find him on the outskirts of the map farming by himself. A second set of snakes committed for this tower now. They're even gonna use that shackle just to keep Yamsun from clearing them. And this game has boiled down to really just keep the towers alive as much as humanly possible. As Yamsun's taking a lot of damage, has a level in the borrowed time that he doesn't want to put up just yet. They will deny the tower. So a nice bit of gold just kind of swept away from right under Heroic's nose. Nothing much they can really do about that, unfortunately.
They need to just sit back and farm right now. But
Heroic?
But like I said, there's going to be a point where the Abaddon and Underlord and Storm, they're just going to jump on the sniper and there's nothing you can do to save the sniper.
I mean, doesn't this kind of feel like Heroic are just staring at GamerLegion like, okay, we were supposed to ball up. We're not strong at all. Like, yeah, we can't ball up now, so what do we do? Like, what's plan B?
They can only farm and hope the Brute will carry them later. I think the MOUZ can still do something with maybe finding some pickoffs on the map, but apart from that, I think because of your overall draft setup and how much Underlord counters your heroes, there's not much you can do.
Good positioning there from Theodore to be the one breaking the smoke. Saves the sniper in that situation, but still, GamerLegion starting to turn things on. Hey, we have all these concerns. We were talking about, oh, Warlock, Dark Willow, not going to be the best at killing the sniper. Oh, they picked the Abaddon so early.
I mean,
none of it even matters.
When your Underlord, when your Underlord is this bad, it doesn't matter.
Dude, this is like the most perfect Underlord game you've ever seen, right? Like, your hit has insane value. Firestorm cuts through their HP. You got so much healing, but like the percentage HP damage. The Crimson works wonders. Your Aghanims is going to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, this hero is very, very insane when you get past the laning phase. Oftentimes you don't see it because he doesn't get like such a good start, right? This is as good as he gets from the laning for Underlord. You get into a lane where you're against Brute and Chen. They're not the best heroes against you. And you get the free farm.
Borrowed time forced out. TPs are coming in though. They're going to try and finish off Yamsun. It's not quite tanky at this stage in the game. Farming a bit too far forward.
That is not the place you want to be farming Yamsun.
Nope.
Has to be taking the safer farm. Let the Underlord take the shit farm, take the dangerous farm.
Why would he let his carry die then?
Because he is also a carry on the Underlord.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like he can't be the Underlord taking the dangerous farm. That's your carry. It's a Baron pause 3 right now.
Yeah, but one thing Underlord can do, Baron can't. He farmed the waves from the trees, so he doesn't ever have to put himself in danger.
True. That's fair.
That's what we call shadow pushing.
Indeed. What are your favorite terms?
So boring, right? My favorite term in Dota is shadow pushing. Pushing from the trees without being seen.
Well, Winter, I'll be real with you. I think you're known for many things, but being excited is not one of them. So I think you're fine. You can get away with that. No one's mad that you have a boring favorite phrase. And that's it though. I think this game, it's you would think that these two teams with a chip on their shoulder against each other, something to prove. They've battled so many times, especially in recent history. The assistant coach on the other team, you know each other inside and out, but maybe Heroic have changed so far that Mangusu doesn't have quite a grasp on what Kafs wants to do anymore. I mean, right now, both these teams just happy to sit back and chill. It's 17 minutes and we have 4 kills. Nothing is happening.
What a contrast from the first couple of games.
Yeah. We had like Heroic was slamming their heads, getting these pickoffs on stop, and even the previous game, right? Xtreme Gaming and MOUZ, like it was so action-packed.
Radiant are
And you got your Radiance complete on the battle. Okay, yippee, more farm, yay!
I think there's just a lot of maneuvering on how many camps you can farm. You know, it's just a different thing. They don't get kills, but you see a lot of like small little maneuvers on the map. Like if you look at the Underlord, like how far can he farm? The Brute is trying to take like the camps away from the Underlord. So there's this like small little battle happening at top. They're both trying to take away each other's farm, right? And they are constantly trying to figure out if there's a gank coming. Like Underlord kind of sniffs out something was happening. Like he backs off at the right time, but there's a stun. And
Aghanim Sniper catching him off guard there. The Crimson still
tanky.
keeping him very tanky. Maybe it should have been the Abaddon in this position to die instead. The carry of GamerLegion goes down. They traded away though, Shadow Shaman to draw, but I think that's so worth it if you're heroic. Sure, you lose a couple of the Serpent Wards, who cares? You kill the big bad Underlord. That's nice.
Finally. Finally, it took them 18 minutes to take him out. In Tormentor, it's going to be up in a minute and a half, so that is definitely going to be an important objective.
Let's play there from RCY, stealing the haste rune away.
Oh,
Getting set up though.
spear. Alright,
Alright.
nothing's gonna happen. We're just gonna wait for the Tormentor.
Ooh, what a timing there from Tai Long. Okay.
What? He solo killed him?
No.
Alright.
You-
That was with the Brood, right?
Yeah, the Brute was chasing him, and then Tai Long just secured, let's say, the kill.
That's
Aghanim's
the
reveals on
Aghanims.
both sides paying off, yeah.
Aghanims on the Underlord. I think one of my favorite Aghanims in the game right now.
Yeah, okay.
Especially with the 15 talent, where you have the slow, 20% slow in the pit.
I've
But
seen
that's a
some
big
Underlords prefer the Firestorm cooldown just for like the farming, but I guess when you're so fat and you
No,
can right-click
bro.
all the camps down.
You're not farming in Firestorm, you're farming with your traits, with your aura.
True. Okay. I'm sure you know this, but
even
in,
if you go the Firestorm cooldown, sometimes you don't have the mana capacity to utilize it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, this is... We already kind of said this, but I don't think you could paint a more perfect Underlord game than this. Right, this is every Underlord's wet dream. Amar is looking at this game right now and he's salivating.
Yeah, how on earth did I not get this type of lineup when I'm picking Underlord?
Yeah.
Alright. Everyone just runs away. Okay.
Yeah, because there's a hunting party on their way. Heroic are
I
trying
feel
to
like they
perhaps
should-
punish.
I feel like they should have just gotten Roche. Instead of trying to run out here, they should have just gotten Roche. Wait, they
Yeah.
put Shaman wards down with the Chain Creeps, just get Roche. Yeah, I think this is not a good move. And now I feel like GamerLegion, they are going to get the Roche because they are presented with the time to do it now.
I mean, to be honest, do they even need to force it?
Right now? I mean,
Yeah,
they
as in,
could.
like,
Why
they
not?
could, yeah, but like, why? I mean, you can take a fight first. You're so goddamn strong.
I mean, if it ever happens, I don't know if Heroic wants to like fight, you know, depending on where is the location. You're
I mean,
fighting
the thing
into
is,
the pits.
it's clear that Heroic want to fight right now. They just haven't found the opportunity. They went up to all the way to the top lane with a smoke, came through the twin gates, perched around the bot side area. They don't see anyone. GamerLegion have just been able to dodge them completely.
Yeah, I do feel like GamerLegion is still stronger though with the Crimson and the Radiance on Abaddon. Like Heroic, they have the Yules, they don't have a dagger on Mars, and he's gonna get caught here.
Whisper
Oh boy.
in some trouble. Rock available, the Yules to keep him safe, but he's coming straight back into a pit. Speed being held in place. Used the rock a bit earlier, and now
Whisper's
Yuma's gonna
down.
try and chase him down. Whisper's dead, and now Yuma, even though he kills the support, he has the BKB TP out.
Yeah,
survive.
I mean, this is why I say I feel like they are not strong enough to fight.
Yeah, agreed.
Like the auras are just overwhelming. You can't kill the Abaddon. You have no dagger on your Mars, so you're relying on the Shaman to start the fight. Not very ideal. The BKB timing on Brood is like, it's not really that strong, you know? Like Brood wants to farm till you get level 25. Like this is not a hero that comes online early. But when you pair a Brood with a Sniper, you get a lineup where you just need to farm a lot, you know, if you can't snowball from the early game.
It almost feels like Heroic. They came into today with an idea that we are gonna play fast, we're gonna ball up. And it worked for them against Yandex, but we revisited why that was the case, right? Yandex drafted themselves an impossibly greedy lineup. But now you have a lot more well-rounded of a composition from GamerLegion. Heroic just seem like they don't really know what to do at this stage. You have yourself an Aghanim's first sniper. He's gonna take forever to farm up. So your scaling is a bit stunted there. MOUZ is not having anywhere near a game that you would want. He's gone for the Yules first, but has barely managed to find any pickoffs. So what is the plan? Like, what? We just wait for Brute 25?
Yeah, just found. You can camp the side lanes with the Shaman. That's, I think, about it. Because in the head-on fight, I don't think that they have very good chances against the Underlord. The Underlord is just way too big of a hindrance right now in the team fight for them. Like, you just have no damage against the Underlord. Atrophy, Aura, Crimson, your Brute and Sniper, basically useless.
Telecall. Gonna try for the lockdown, but a very nice terrorize will keep the Shadow Shaman at bay. RCY should be able to just zip on out of the wards. And even if he couldn't, he has that second life anyway. Big Num being kept alive thanks to the Crimson Guard. Brute Mother gonna come through, but an easy Yules. I mean, Heroic, you can tell they're scrambling, trying to get whatever they can, but now the Sniper's found himself in a bad spot. Yamson comes through out of nowhere, chasing down onto KJ, and Heroic, their team is unraveling. Whisper is finally gonna show up. You got yourself an arena, maybe you can put it to use. Nice two-man stun, but Fade still absurdly tanky here. With the help of his allies, they will manage to take down Fade, and maybe Yuma can fight this one out. You don't want to kill the Storm because he's low resources and you don't want to give him that setup, or rather the reset. But now that the Theolokor has come back into the fray, they take down the Abaddon, gain up the poor Storm, and RCY will lose their Aegis. So honestly, Heroic, I think somehow, some way, that was the best case scenario they could have found. Now Theolokor will go down though. But, okay. I mean, RCY, if he can get the kill onto Yuma, that'll be huge, but nice little Orchid TP out. Yeah, okay. Heroic, they lose just about 4 or 5 heroes overall. But they defend their tower, they get the Aegis, they kill Fade and Yuma. Sorry, they kill Fade and Yamson. I think that's good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It catapults the Brute until almost level 20 right now. So that is a huge deal. Like, the longer the game goes, the further you can scale on the Brute, it's just going to get better for Heroic. Because then the Sniper is not the problem anymore. The Brute is the main hero. I think the Sniper at this point with his build, he's going to just be like some... I don't know, he's just like some spell casting hero right now. He's not going to do a lot of damage in the team fights with his right clicks.
Yeah, how did that fight even end up going so decently for Heroic? I thought they were just going to get bowled over.
Well, to be fair, GamerLegion kind of just fumble, right? They overchased, and they could have just backed off.
Yeah, speaking of the Sniper, another Galvanized stacks into RCY's pocket. 5-0 and 6, trying to work his way towards the previous scoreline that he had against Falcons. Well, we finally got a little bit of action, but that was just GamerLegions bashing their heads into the Heroic side. Kind of working out for them though. At least Heroic side, I mean. Now you got the BKB on the Mars. Teamfight's gonna look, I wanna say, a lot easier to execute, because now you can just run in, press arena, press PKB, and no one can really stop you.
There's no dagger though, bro. So it's... I mean, I feel like you still need to wait until he gets the dagger.
Looking like they're just planning to ditch speed here. Theolokor will get the Hex up. Shackles as well. Onto Yamson. I mean, the Shadow Shaman's gonna die for sure. King Jungles makes the fall. Whisper doesn't even want to use the arena. Finally, the walls come up. But the problem is the Brute can't connect into this fight. All 3 calls on GamerLegion caught out in this area. Nice terrorize, keeping the Brute at bay. They've just completely isolated Yuma out of this fight. Even the Curse Crown stopping the Brute from coming in and doing the damage. Everyone on GamerLegion will just back up.
Decent. I think it's a decent trade for Heroic once again. They lost 2 supports, but they traded for 1. I think not the worst. As long as the game keeps going like this, you're not losing any of the costs, especially the Brute, and you're just trading kills. This is still beneficial for Heroic. I think the moment they get to late game, the Brute can actually overpower the Baron and Underlord.
Yeah. I think really nice plays from Heroic, especially Yuma so far. Like the fact that Yuma's sneaking in there, just getting a solo pick off onto speed and preventing the golem from coming down. That's how they start the fight. It just kind of makes things a little bit uncomfortable. And you can see how much the arena can do, right? When Whisper's in there, he gets a spear off. There's not much the GamerLegion cores can do without their BKBs. You don't really want to buy that item on the Abaddon. You're still working your way there on the Storm. And speaking of lack of BKB, you're gonna get speared up. Doesn't latch onto a tree, but you still should have the shackles. Here comes the Golem to cancel it. Now Theolacor's in trouble. Silence up onto Storm. It doesn't look like they'll have the damage. Yes, they do! Yuma clicks him down! That's not what you want at all. RCY getting caught. Now your Underlord's gonna escape back through the gate that he came from. No one on Heroic going down, and GamerLegion, they are fumbling this early advantage that they managed to get for themselves here.
And that is definitely not a sight you want to see if you're a GamerLegion fan. The Storm just overcommitting, and then he got caught by the Orchid from the Brood. Doesn't have a BKB, and it was just easy pickings. You know, Abaddon was nowhere near to save him. I mean, you can see the Brood has a lot of damage, you know. It's just about whether she gets the opportunity to unload her damage, you know. And especially if Underlord is not in the picture with the auras, your heroes are gonna die to the Brood.
Yuma doing more than just heavy lifting right now. He's putting the whole team on his Brood Mama back. Let me take y'all to victory. We got one dub, make it a second. Can't get beaten by GamerLegion here. Yuma working towards that Skadi. This Brood Mother is scaling big time. It doesn't matter that Tai Lung's barely had a game. It doesn't matter that the MOUZ is, at least has been struggling for the most of this bout. It's the Brood Mother show. And you look at the side of GamerLegion, what will they do versus Yuma? When he pops his BKB and pops his Insatiable, who can stop him? Maybe a rock? Maybe you try and kite him with the borrowed time or Orthotic Shields? Even if you try and burst him down first, then maybe the Arena or the Hand of God can come out. It's not a convincing strategy.
It's going to get to a point where you can't really kite her anymore when she gets her webs, you know, in the team fight. It's going to be difficult to kite her when it gets to that stage. If you don't kill her with the initial jump with the Warlock Rock into the Terrorize and the Storm Pool, I think you're going to be screwed, you know. Yeah. I think late game, once you have BKB plus Aghanim's on Storm, you have very, very good, I think, good way of setting up for the Terrorize. You run in with the Storm, you pull, and then you come in with the Terrorize, and I think you could actually kill the Brood, you know, if you land the combo perfectly.
Yeah, I don't know how easy the Brood is going to be killed off now that she has that completed Skadi AD rune. This is a Brood with 3.5k HP. And that's not counting the Hand of God or the auras that King Jungles can provide. The ball's a little bit late this time round, but Heroic still managed to assemble it, and they're charging on forward, looking to try and potentially contest this Tormentor. They were a bit late the previous time. They try for the wraparound. GamerLegion, they can just Power Ranger TP out again, but choosing to stick around. Whisper could catch them here. Now the TP's out. Big Num will get caught. Big Num will get killed. But that's the only casualty, so I guess it's not that bad.
You're starting to see the shift in the power dynamic now. The Brood is becoming the strongest hero on the map. And the Storm is just desperately trying to finish his BKB. He's gonna get it, but he might die here if he runs into heroes. Okay.
Oh dear. Oh no. Rock's gonna try and stop it. Yuma tries to Manta dodge. RCY still getting the zip out, and now Whisper in trouble. Forced to pop his own BKB as Fade on the backline being controlled. Yuma deals with the Golem. Now they have Fade just locked up, with nowhere to run. You wanted to join this fight? Sure.
No, he had to come to save the Storm. He came over with the Dark Reef, and then he used his Lotus onto the Storm. Then he didn't have anything to save himself, you know. The Storm got out, but he had to die for that. I actually think that is actually definitely not worth it. The Underlord is more valuable than the Storm right now.
But at least now the Storm has the BKB, so that type of sacrifice might not be necessary any longer. Although I will say, Heroic, they have very nicely clawed themselves, I think clawed is the right word, back into this game from what feels like the brink, right? the Brood Mother had to basically dig for scraps around these fights, find these supports, find these little pickoffs, salvaging the situation for her team. And now it's Yuma level 23 at 32 minutes. This is a crazy setup for a comeback if Heroic can actually pull this off. And Heroic, they're now in the Roche pit, getting that second life for their Brood Mama.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything GamerLegion can do here. And it's going to be very interesting when it gets to the ultra late game, you know, like how can they actually find a way to beat the Brood? Like, can they get the ultimate team fight with the pull, the Aghanims pull on the Storm? I think that's the only way, you know. They get the Aghanims on Storm, they pull, and then they land the Terrorize on top. I don't see any other way of them winning the engagements.
That's just weird because we were hypothesizing this stage of the game would be very scary for Heroic because we were talking about, oh, you know, what are you gonna do when the Storm and Abaddon jump in? It's been kind of a quiet game from Yamsun, right? I feel like we haven't really felt the impact of this Abaddon just yet. RCY and Big Nam trying to set up onto Tai Lung. Snipers in big trouble, pushed away. Still got the Hand of God, no, used already, but they're looking to punish. Got the control up onto RCY. And Tai Lung, he's laughing all the way to the bank. You sacrifice your life for me? Sure! I'm not the carrier, I'm just a support sniper, bro!
Yeah, RCY also kind of got greedy. He didn't use his BKB. He could have definitely gotten out there.
Not expecting the response to be so quick there for Heroic, but...
I mean, brother, it's beside the tier 2, you know? If you're not expecting that, then I don't know what to say. You're going for a kill beside the tier 2, you have to just all in, use your BKB and run away.
Maybe they thought the kill would happen faster.
Yeah, maybe, but it was still a risk, you know, when you're making a play deep in enemy territory.
Level 24, Numa killing a courier. That's really nice. Bye-bye Bloodthorn. Yamsun's not gonna have that damage option in the fights. Ooh, so... Oh my goodness, this guy. Look at how fast he attacks. Bloodthorn complete, serrated Shiv. Now all his spiderlings do die in an instant. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay, you still can't push up into the Abaddon and the Underlord. That's a bit too much, so... Gonna bide your time, especially now that the Storm is back online. Mad circles being drawn on the map, both by the side of GamerLegion as well as Yuma. Yuma's telling them, let's control this triangle, let's make sure they can't move out. And on the flip side, GamerLegion deciding to go to the bottom side jungle instead. Just setting up vision, maybe trying to bait in a fight, use that high ground advantage. Try and set something up. They split on the map right now, they don't see Heroic at all. Okay, I mean, you got Crimson, you got Underlord. I don't think Heroic can actually push up into this. GamerLegion, they're starting to rat out different corners of the map too.
And they're gonna try at least. They still have the Aegis for 2 minutes. And the sniper is not even here. The sniper is spawning back in their jungle.
He's not needed, bro. He's like, if he hits the tower, he's gonna die. So he's like, you know, look, Yuma, you got it. I'm taking this space on the map as reparations for my rough early game. And I get it, you know. Finally, he joins his team. Think about using the you can't stop Yuma, though, is the problem. Okay. Lotus reflecting the assassinate, that's pretty cute. Whisper now popping that BKB, nice spear, keeping Yamsun control, and Yuma starting to go to work. Pressures out, Whisper going for the second arena. It's a lot of magic damage, but Yuma's actually dropping low. Hand of God trying to keep him safe, he'll die on the first life. About their carry Heroic, they need to try and reposition. Tai Lung getting Curse Crowned up, RCY is going sickle mode. With the backup of the Aphotic Shield, he's able to get it done. Eyes on Yuma though, he's trying to salvage this fight for his team. Finally popping that BKB, looking towards Fate, but the problem is he just doesn't have enough damage to cut through that tanky Underlord. The spear will find RCY, and finally they've slain the Storm or not. The Aphotic Shield again bailing him out, and somehow, some way, GamerLegion are gonna hold.
That was one crazy team fight. Such a long fight. Like they were trying to all in the Storm, but just couldn't kill him towards the end. I mean, I think the moment the Brood doesn't have BKB, they just have to actually run. They can't really fight without BKBs.
And the Brood just kind of got caught out. I hope we get a replay of that fight because I just want to see like how it all went wrong. We literally the Brood
just
died.
Needed to run. They just needed to run after they killed.
But they can't, right? How do they run against the Storm?
They were trying to kill the Storm though. I think they just needed to ditch. Let some heroes die and make sure that the important heroes run away, especially the Brood, the Sniper. Let's try to escape.
I don't think we have time for a replay because these goddamn rags are gonna drop real quick.
I mean, they can just hit the tier 4s.
Can they hit the throne?
Okay, maybe they're not trying.
They have an AC. Okay, they'll play it safe. God damn, those buildings drop fast though, and one small mistake there from Heroic cost them big time. They're trying to breach that high ground for a hot minute, and then out of nowhere. I mean, also props to speed, right? Because after the Brute Mother returned, he had a like 5-second channel upheaval, just stopping the Brute Mother from re-entering the fight. While I was watching RCY slowly clean up the backline, I was wondering, okay, Yuma, he should have respawned by now, right? Like, what's taking him so long? And it's just he's caught in the soup.
He's gonna need a disperser. Level 25 disperser. Maybe he needs like also a dagger. Like he needs the 6 slots he needs. He's gonna include a dagger.
Yeah.
He needs
Swap
a
the boots out at the end.
yeah, swift blink so he can jump the warlock, like kill him. The warlock is actually an important hero to take out.
We were concerned about
that's
their
the problem.
inability to kill the Brood, right?
Yeah, but that's the problem with like Sniper going this build, right? The name's Rush. Like you're not you're really far behind when the game just drags out like this. You don't really farm quickly. He got an MJ later, but you can see clearly in terms of like net worth, he's pretty far behind everyone. And the Brood is reaching a point where I also feel like he kind of needs one of the other cores to step up. You know, like the Brood. I think there's only so much. Yeah, there's only so much you can do during BKB, and now with 6 seconds BKB and obviously 25 approaching, you're gonna have to use it one BKB and you have to like sort of kill one of the heroes here.
Found the Chen. Easy pickings there for RCY and Yamsun. This is the combination that you talked about. Blinking forward along with the Storm and getting it done. Trying to control RCY, but with the Lotus, they can't continue that chase. Looks like Tai Lung's been caught out. Forced up away, Arena comes far too late. Tai Lung's already dead. No buyback on your Sniper. Which one of the cores is gonna step up? It's RCY with a huge vortex to end the game. Heroic gets stamped out. They had an idea. They wanted to keep a ball up. They were a bit late to their own plan. But GamerLegion keeping it tight, getting it done, and you can see it's not all smooth riding for them. They had a few moments where it seemed like, oh, did we mess up? Did we give this Brood a bit too much space? But it has to be sighs of reliefs across the board because there were some moments where they weren't really playing the cleanest. RCY still gets it done in the end. The Storm with the scaling and the Aghanim's, showing exactly why they believe in his pick so much that they first pick it overall. This kid stepped up and delivered.
Yeah, it just came down to a lot of like things in the game that comes into play. You know, the timings of the heroes, the auras, the Underlord being so fat. You know, from the early game, he was kind of like the biggest problem for the first, I want to say, 15-20 minutes. But then Heroic kind of ride the hard times out. They got to a point where the Brood was kind of really strong. But then because the Sniper didn't go for any farming items, you know, he went for like an early game centric items. He wasn't able to keep up. And then they lost one crucial team fight at top when they were pushing the high ground, and then the game was just, you know, basically over, you know, after that. You know, it was really difficult to come back after that. But you could see the potential of the Brood in the late game. You know, this hero is very strong, one of the hardest scaling heroes in the game. As long as you have, I think, another backup core. You need another backup core because the Underlord and Abaddon, they're basically two carries, right, on the GamerLegion side. So the Brood can't really deal with them on her own.
Yeah, I think the later game team fights Whisper, the kill score doesn't show it, but he did step up in the fights and do a lot of damage. Once he got that refresher, the control was there. But the problem is the rest of the members of Heroic just always felt like sideline casualties, right? The fight would start, Theolicor would get instantly focused down, they'd kite Yuma around, they'd stand in the arena, but everyone would still survive. And then slowly but surely, suddenly Tai Lung, King Jungle's all gone. Then if Whisper's not dead yet, he's gonna fall shortly after. They just kite Yuma all the way, and not really the recipe that Heroic wanted. It worked for them against Yandex, not gonna work for them against their main foes, GamerLegion. And we're done with this best of one. We have more Dota for you coming up after a short break. Welcome back to the group stage of Blast Slam 6 here with Permsneeze and Winter taking you through our last best of one, at least for us. And then we got a bunch of other handsome casters taking the action. But we are gonna see two more teams that we've already watched today here on this stream. It's Yandex against Xtreme. Now, I think it's fair to say that both these teams did not live up to our expectations. One in a good way and one in a bad way. Yandex, they drafted, I want to say almost in their previous more greedy style. And then they just got rolled over by Heroic. But then Xtreme Gaming on the flip side, I think they managed to surprise us all with a very sharp game. So, I mean, maybe Yandex are gonna just kind of keep things a bit more conservative this time. What do you think, Winter?
Anything can happen. It's a BO1, you know. Just because they messed up big time in the last game doesn't mean they'll mess up in the second game. And I think draft played just such a huge factor, you know, in their first loss earlier today. You know, I felt like the draft was just so difficult to play against Heroic. They just couldn't really do much in that game. So as long as they already identified what was the issue, I think this game is going to be completely different, you know, from the first game.
I mean, we were talking about Yandex being one of the few teams to prioritize specifically the Beastmaster. Can't help but feel like that wasn't really the opening pick that would set you up for success. Meanwhile, you talk about Xtreme Gaming. They managed to play a game where they got Largo, Bat Rider, Tiny, and a Weaver 9 into a Brewmaster 8. If that isn't a clean draft, I don't know what is.
I mean, they kind of, I feel like, made only some mistakes in the game. But overall, like, in terms of drafting, in terms of, like, macro play, they kind of have everything, I think, at least done at least 70 to 80% level, like preciseness. So I feel like they were definitely the team that overperformed in terms of my expectations when I came into the tournament. I felt like what I saw in the previous event from Xtreme Gaming, they were kind of lackluster in the Chinese events, and here they are definitely showing a huge amount of improvements, you know.
Yeah, I think this is obviously a joke. But at the same time, I wonder if there's a little bit of truth to it. When you're playing the local, regional events, you know, you're fighting against some of your friends, some of your peers, you kind of feel like, okay, you know, I'm sure you're taking it seriously, but at the same time, you think, yeah, you know, I can beat these guys, I'm used to them. And then now you come to the international stage, you're representing China. There's a big weight on your shoulders. I think Xtreme Gaming, being the sole representatives of China here, you know, they got to stand up and show them how it's done. Not a dead region. Armee still looking extremely sharp in that Weaver game a bit earlier. And the Primal Beast was so scary from XSS that it's actually going to warrant a ban.
Okay, let's see what's the plan here. If they ban Primal, are they going to try to pick like Chen or something, you know? Maybe take something out of the Heroic book. Melodich also likes playing the hero. And Primal is really good against Chen and Treant Protector. Those are the two post 5 heroes that I feel like you don't really get to do much, you know, against Primal.
Is there anything obvious that they're setting up for? Because right now it just seems like a lot of XSX heroes being targeted.
Yeah, they're just probably just targeting a specific player in the draft, not exactly setting up for something. I don't see like anything that would clearly lead to a specific opening pick right now.
Yeah. Well, speaking of opening pick, Yandex had priority in this series and they opted for first pick. So whatever it is that they're setting up for, it's clear that all of this is intentional, right? They're setting up bans so that they can snatch away a very specific hero to start their draft with. We just can't really place our finger on which one just yet.
And they could just pick a Jack hero, you know? I feel like it could just mean that they are trying to limit what XXX can play in this game. Because he is by far, in my opinion, he has been the best player on this team for quite some time. And teams have been just utilizing the bans, you know, targeted at him, you know, in a lot of games. And I think this is one of the things that can ruin you if you are overly relying on one single player to carry the game. Like in the draft, you could run into problems, right? People will just target that one person. So it is really important that the team wins by performing as a unit, not relying on one sole player to carry all the weight.
I think the good thing is that Xtreme Gaming very much won as a unit in their previous bout, right? Nothing to say, who I think we all thought was maybe underperforming a little bit recently or looking a little bit out of shape at times. He was playing a pretty clean Tiny game. Same thing for Ame, that Weaver was spectacular. And sure, you can argue that, oh, it was against a Brewmaster, it's basically a free game, free lane, free counter pick, but overall, the way he played those fights and the decisions that he made, I think he only got caught out once. Other than that, flawless, I dare say. Oh, Viper. That's a Chira Jr. favorite there. Yandex. This is what they prioritized for. Treant Protector is gonna come out. So yeah, there you go.
So that was actually the thing when I saw the Timber and Primal, that was the only hero I could think of, you know, the Treant Protector. This is to me the best position 5 hero of the patch by far.
Yeah. Talk to me
He's the strongest hero because he provides a lot of security for the carry in the lane. And then later in the game, he has BKB Piercing Disable. He's very good at playing the dead lane. He's very good at finding information. And he has one of the most OP shards in the game at the moment. I mean, they did nerf it, but I think the nerf is like whatever, you know. So people get gold right now when they kill your tree, the Eyes of the Forest. But
yeah,
it's like whatever,
literally.
you know. Like, I'm sure it's 50 gold, but it's still really imba hero in my opinion on pos 5. Like the living armor is great in the early. All his spells are amazing, you know, like throughout the game.
You know what's cool to me? Like, Treant Protector is obviously a strong hero in the meta. But even before Treant Protector was cool, it's been so long since we've seen this hero relevant, right? But if you ask anyone in the pro scene prior to this patch, who is the best Treant Protector in the pro scene? It's always been Maladich. In fact, I'm surprised that they didn't pick it up any earlier. It almost feels like they lost that first round and they're like, okay, we need to get serious, let's bust out the strat. Malady back on the Treant Protector. That has always been his signature hero, even in the early days for when he first started playing pro.
Yeah, he works with a lot of Watson's range heroes too. He likes to play like Weaver, TA, Luna. They're all really, really good with Treant Protector. And it suits like his, I think, slower playstyle, like, because Watson is a little bit more greedy.
Yeah.
He tends to play the slower pacing hero, so Treant Protector is perfect for that, you know. I think it complements his playstyle really, really well.
I could set up for a Shadow Fiend, a Klings, a TA, like you mentioned already.
Now we see the Tiny plus Lago here. So a lot of team fight, a lot of early game potential, you know, from Xtreme Gaming. We see in the previous game how they utilize the Lago very, very well in dispelling stuff in the game. And against Treant Protector, this is one of the best counters against Treant. You can dispel the living armor, you can dispel the overgrowth, you know. So it is very annoying for the Treant.
I love a hero like Razor though.
Yeah, you basically buy your own greaves and then you dispel yourself with the greaves and you use the lick on your teammate to dispel the other stuff.
Yeah.
And now they have, not sure if the Razor is going to be a safe laner for sure. It's like a flex pick. You can go any lane you want. It works really well with Treant. So it's a core that I would say that if you have to show one of the core and you're unsure that what lane you want to put it, Razor is one of the heroes to go for.
Watson did play this against Power Rangers at the Fissure tournament just a couple of days ago. But overall, it coming out so early makes me feel like, oh, you know, it could be a mid, still could be an off lane. Overall, just works very nicely with the Treant, right? Because with the living armor max, you just safeguard this Razor when he's going in. All you have to watch out for maybe is the catchy lick, which is a bit annoying dispelling that. Shadow Shaman's gonna come through as well for Saksa, one of his favorites.
Yeah, they're kind of ensuring that they have the right support with the Razor in case Razor needs to go off lane. Because I don't think they wanted to pick another melee with Treant, so they needed a range hero that can kind of act as a pseudo tank in the lane, like to secure the off lane. And Shaman plus Razor kind of makes sense, right? You shackle with the back link, kind of feels good in the lane. So they opted for the Razor, and Xtreme Gaming, they go for XXS MOUZ. You know, this is one of his best heroes. You know, he is really, really good at this hero. And
I would argue to say it's his best hero.
Yeah,
I think the stats will back that up.
It's really good into the Razor because you can't really get close to the MOUZ because of the spear and the rebuild. So if the Razor indeed goes to the safe lane, he's not going to have a very easy to bully lane, you know. So I think this is kind of going to be a deterrent factor of putting the Razor on safe lane. I expect Yandex to actually move the Razor to the off lane here. Maybe they're going to pick like some melee carry into the Mars or something like a Morphing, you know. I think Morphing is great into Mars, and it's one of Watson's best heroes too.
You don't like the potential Chira Jr. mid Razor?
You could do that, but I think that I would prefer like a spirit hero mid, or something that has some catch.
Because this
you
is
play-
obviously a tiny mid, right? From nothing to say.
Yeah, but I don't like to put... So there's this thing about how you set up the draft right now. I think both your side lane heroes should be more static-y heroes that farm the lane. Razor is a hero that wants to sit, and you don't really want to rotate as much, even if you put him in the mid lane.
Okay.
So I prefer Razor to, be on the position tree, and you buy aura items this game, if you indeed go for the morphling.
I can kind of get what you mean. It fits like Notice playstyle of sitting still as well.
Okay, so they are going for the Underlord here, so it means that Razor is most likely going to be the carry here. So they are afraid that they are not going to get any offlane heroes. Maybe that's the reason why they want to pick the offlaner here. Because it's not quite certain what matchup you're going to be facing, so they wanted something maybe more broad. Shaman and Underlord is also very, very strong lane. Shackle into the Firestorm, a lot of damage.
Also just gets them an aura builder, right? That's the
Yeah.
main important thing.
I mean, regardless, that was my intention as well, like why I wanted the Razor to be on the off lane. You're gonna just build auras. You need to build pipe against Dark Willow and Tiny, so it's a crucial thing in the draft that you allow some hero that naturally has that build up. And right now, so they kind of need a spirit hero slash like some initiator with this Razor and Underlord side lanes. So they need something to move around. Like Chira Jr. kind of needs to play. He needs to play for the team this game, and usually that is not his strong aspect. I think he's better when he gets to play for his own game. So we'll have to see if it actually works out for Yandex here. What kind of setup are they gonna put? Is he going to play more sacrificial this game? But I think he has to, with Razor and Underlord as his other two cores.
I'm not gonna lie, Winter. I have a bit of a feeling this might be a mid Razor. That's kind of what I'm going
Okay.
off of. And I think Xtreme Gaming are barking up the same tree as I am because they're banning out the Watson heroes still in the TA.
I don't know if they have mid Razor, Underlord off lane, and then they have a TA. I think the lineup is just very greedy. Like it goes back to what happened in the first game where they have Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
What's the other two heroes?
I have to pull that one up. Give me a second.
It was mid Beast. It was
Luna and Centaur.
Luna and Centaur, all very farm heavy heroes. So I don't think they have the balance. If they do that, I think it's gonna be game one again. Same problem. They actually ban out the morphing, so yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense because they have the Razor. Razor's counter is himself, so morphing can turn into the Razor. So this is right now a very, very crucial pick. Are they going to pick something that can rotate around? I would imagine Corp would be nice. Okay, Corp's already banned. That was the last ban.
Yeah.
So there is still Ember. There is Storm.
Void? Question mark?
Void Spirit. It's okay. I think it could work. But I prefer Ember or Storm.
Yeah, you need a bit more damage into the control that you have, right? Because you got Pit, Shackles, Overgrowth, Leech Seed. You just need someone to dump.
Maybe
Like
he's going
burst
to
vibes.
want something like a Lash Rack, A little
Ooh.
more greedier.
But is Lash good into Lago? My idea with Lash is always like you run in and then you just do a lot of damage.
This is nice to X-Mark. They have X-Mark to catch. They have, I think, very good amount of team fight with the boat, Overgrowth. They have a lot of repositioning with the X-Mark and the Underlord being mobile on the map with its ultimate. So I think this is a really good last pick here for Yandex to round up their lineup. So Xtreme, they have to decide what they're going to do here with their carry pick. So they're gonna go for the Moeta here. Okay, this is like a really, really good hero against Razor because you can always fear him away when he's trying to drain you. And he's really good in the lane, into Underlord early with Largo. Moeta with Largo, any range carry, I think range call with Largo is very strong. You can definitely just get a kill. The moment Largo gets level 2, you're dead, on the offlaner because they just lick you in the Frog Storm and you just die. It's too much damage. And also the synergy, right, with the dead shot. So you put your Frog Storm down and then you reposition with the dead shot and the lick, So you have two ways of keeping them in the Frog Storm. That is actually insane, You're more or less gonna die, if you land the spells correctly.
I am a little bit concerned for Xtreme Gaming because
Okay.
I think they have good like burst, right? You got nothing to say, like so much magic damage. But then once Yandex get the pipe and then you combine that with Chira Jr.'s rum buff,
Uh-huh.
combine that with every other bulky...
Unkillable, right? They're gonna be unkillable.
Yeah, that's my concern. I wonder if Xtreme Gaming actually can win in these longer fights, because I feel like the longer the fight goes, the happier Yandex are. It almost feels like with Xtreme, you need to try and burst someone in the arena, and if you don't, then you're gonna be in big trouble. I feel like that game plan
okay,
is...
fine. I think it makes sense because Muerta is slower. You need to farm a longer time compared to the Razor. So you basically you need the MJ, you need Pike and then BKB, right? Sometimes you see like players like Mekir, he gets the Dragonlance, he doesn't upgrade the Pike first because he needs the BKB ASAP, right? So it allows him to fight with his team early. So the Muerta's item timing is going to be very, very crucial here for Arme to decide when they can actually take the fight, because he's primarily the damage source out of in the lineup. Tiny is not gonna do a lot, like he's like setup, and Mars is also the setup. Largo is also setup, and then you have Dark Widow, right? Dark Widow is the second source of like burst with the magic nuke. But other than that, it's mainly going to be the Muerta. So Arme is going to need to pop off this game. You know? They need him to have a very good start. They need him to snowball, and they're gonna need him in the team fights.
It looks like we're having some lobby issues. Sorry about that, folks. Making sure everyone's back in again.
Wait, is the lobby rehosted?
Apparently so. Let's have a little look.
It's safe to disconnect.
Yeah, we are safe to disconnect. I just gotta... Yeah. Just getting back into it, folks. This is our 5th best of 1 of the day, if you'll believe that. It's been quite an exciting journey so far on the B stream. I think all of our expectations coming into today, all the thoughts that we had about which teams will be favored, which teams will be looking strong, slightly blown out of the water. We started with some blockbusters. If you didn't catch Tundra REKONIX, highly recommend that. And then every subsequent game, even the most recent one just now, it was a bit slower, but still kind of defied our expectations a little bit. GamerLegion able to surprise their opponents. And right now, maybe, I think coming in, I honestly don't know who I would favor. In general, without watching those first few games, you might think that, okay, Yandex are going to slap Xtreme Gaming around. But with the form that we've seen these two teams be in so far, I kind of feel like Xtreme Gaming got a good thing going. Their tiny Largo served them well in the previous game. Maybe they can run it back. I mean, now you got XSS signature Mars as well. Surely that can only be a good thing.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with your sentiments that the moment Yandex have the auras with the Underlord, they could actually hit just a timing where they just run Xtreme over. They will have a period of time where they don't have enough damage and they need Arme to farm. And that's when they're going to lose a lot of ground on the map, right? And maybe even the game. So they need to be very careful when the time comes and it happens. They need to like dodge and try to not lose heroes on the map, and maybe give up some objectives in favor of not losing the team fights, and then hope for the best in the late game. You know? Because I think if they can actually get to very late with the Muerta would she would be the king of the game at that point. Razor can't really fight Muerta when it gets to the stage, but they need to get there. You know, so before that, I think with the Underlord and Razor, Yandex is going to be much, much stronger, and also including the Conquer. You know, they have a lot of overwhelming team fight in the early to mid game.
How's the Razor scaling? Because I remember a long time ago in the past, everyone used to consider Razor, you know, at a certain point, he's just purely an anti-carry. But then they introduced all these talents and these facets, and then now Razor, level 25 is crazy, right? The static link stealing attack speed, that turns him into a monster. You talk about the Muerta being the king of the game, or rather the queen of the game. Does the Razor match up to that? You think like in a later stage 1v1 if you get the static link off? No?
I don't think so. Because the matchup will always be favorable for Muerta late game, because you can't hit the Muerta, you know, as the Razor.
Right. Okay.
And then he can always fear you away when you're trying to drain her damage. So there's gonna be a lot of like issues for you to gap close onto the Muerta.
right? So once she presses pierce the veil, you're cooked, right? Like you can't actually kill
Then you
her.
have to kite it. You have to kite it. If you can kite it, maybe you have a chance still in the team fights. But I think in a head-on fight where you need to fight no matter what, Muay Thai is going to have the upper hand.
Okay. Well, we're just rehosted the lobby here. The players are picking their heroes. We're trying to get back into it as soon as possible for you folks. Don't worry, we'll have Dota action on our screen very shortly. Xtreme Gaming currently 1-0 and Yandex are 0-1. Probably not the scores we'd expect. But with best of ones, as you keep saying, Winter, anything can happen. And it has been happening. It's been going pretty crazy. Looking at the facets now, nothing really out of the norm to speak of.
I'm just happy that there's a Largo in the game.
Yeah, same. It's on, the other day, there was some late game Largo games. And I remember some of the other casters saying the strumming is so annoying. I could not relate. Like, I just think it's the most delightful thing ever. I wouldn't mind playing Largo for like 50, 60 minutes and scaling up. Unfortunately, I always lose on Largo.
You know what they say? You know what they say if you don't enjoy music? You're a cold-blooded person, you know.
Oh. Wait, aren't frogs cold-blooded? Aren't they reptiles?
Oh, okay. You're gonna do that to me now? Okay.
No, I just thought because we got this big old frog on our screen. Frogs are indeed cold-blooded.
So it doesn't make sense that they would enjoy music? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, according to the lore here, Largo plays music for his allies. It doesn't necessarily say that he enjoys the song that he plays himself. He just,
Okay.
it's kind of like how some people have a job, but they don't necessarily enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah. Talking about no one in particular here. Try for a smoke with Xtreme Gaming. Immediately gets broken because we see this classic Nature's Guy / Train Protector gambit, right? When you're playing against a Train Protector, you want to go to his lane, try and set up and cut down all the trees, but then it's developed this weird mind game where the Train Protector team is going to smoke there, try and first blood you, or try and cancel your smoke. Whatever the case is, both teams have moved away from that lane entirely.
And who is going to get the upper hand here? Ame is nowhere near the runes. He is... What the hell? It's so far. Why on earth is he alone at top?
It doesn't want anything to
Like
do with it.
why? This is a red card, my friend. Okay, maybe not a red card, a yellow card first, a warning. You know, why are you not fighting with your team for the runes?
He wants to block his lane, bro.
No, bro, nobody blocks your own lane 2025 or 2026.
Oh, the cool thing is now blocking your opponent's lane.
Okay,
Right, like you go behind them.
All right, you got me.
I mean, that's my only rationale. Because if not, I
Okay.
don't really...
Oh my god, this is annoying for the rune clicking.
It doesn't matter. The fight's already over. No one's dying here. He's just lagging.
I mean, Shaman should be dead here. The spear is going through his body.
Dead in the theoretical sense, right? That looks kind of cool, actually. Wait, show us that shit again. Pop me into... Yeah.
Shot of the day, easily.
It's like he's ulting. You know, you transform into a spear and slam into your opponent. It's like some
he's
anime shit right there.
It's like he's holding onto the spear and the spear is bringing him to another location.
Yeah. He's riding it. Oh, what the hell?
You know, Mars has to be the most well-designed hero in Dota.
Okay, I feel like you said this about Largo just a couple of hours ago.
No. I said I enjoy the hero because the hero is fun, but I didn't talk about the design, you know.
That's true. Look at him. How could you hate this guy? And also, I think his
if you're
voice
not a
lines are just delightful.
If you're not a fan of amphibians, you're gonna hate it. Did you
Okay,
know
that's true. That's true.
Did you know that frogs are one of the better source of proteins because they have
Oh
very
my
little
god, Winter.
fat? Because they have very little.
Look, I
fat
know you
content.
haven't had dinner yet, but can you keep it to yourself? Okay.
Why? It's a delicacy. I want to share it with everyone.
Okay, well, tell us more. Right? Tell us about the time
What
when
do you
you're
mean?
eating
Tell
frogs.
us more. You're from Singapore. You know about frogs. You know, you guys eat it too.
Yeah, I know about frogs, but like, I'm not interested in discussing munching them. I'm interested in discussing how much I like them in the form of Largo. I think he's adorable.
Okay, and I'm just trying to tell you that they are nutritious as well.
Can you imagine if you were trying to eat frog, like frog porridge or something, and then suddenly the dude inside the pot starts strumming a tune? Please don't eat me. Would you still be able to eat him?
Bro, I would just leave, you know, if the frog is strumming.
If the frog is struck, no, I get that. That's probably a health violation. I don't know. Okay, enough bullshit. Back into the game here. Looks like the lag has stopped, thank goodness. Shadow Realm in a bit of a tricky spot is Mr. FY. Able to slide his way out of trouble. How are we feeling in terms of the lanes? You were talking about how this Razor might not want to be played in POS 1 just because of the MOUZ matchup, but here we are anyway. What's the idea here? Why Razor 1?
They wanted Underlord. Underlord is another carry, so you have to make way for the true carry. You know, Underlord is always competing to be called the carry in the game.
Is he?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Bro,
That was neat.
dude, Underlord is just... Have you played the hero? This hero is just like a mini Sven.
I do play the hero, but whenever I play him, I'm kind of going like... Maybe it's a different time, but I went for like Atos, Greaves, Aghanim's.
No. You are the carry.
Okay,
Remember,
my
when
bad.
you're playing Underlord, you are the carry. You
Sorry.
buy power trades and you hit creeps.
Okay, yes, boss. Sorry about that. I will farm. To the chagrin of my teammates. I'm sure they'll be very pleased about that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's gonna work really well in parts, but I'm just saying it's good in competitive games. You know?
And do you think the Underlord is set up for success here? Because earlier on we saw GamerLegion with what looked like a perfect Underlord game and noticed already
that
drawing
damage.
first blood. God damn.
That was really smart. He actually didn't skill the aura at level 2 and he realized that with the Shaman, they have enough disable to go for the kill at level 2. That was a good play there by Noticed.
Did X-Nova just not lick Ame out, or what's the deal? Because
No, he
level
couldn't.
2... Okay.
I mean, you're still stuck in a pit, you know. Like, and if you dispel the Firestorm one time, it's gonna get reapplied, right? The next
Right,
storm comes
okay.
down.
That makes sense.
So it's not a lane where the dispel has huge amount of value.
Sure. I mean, the biggest value that you get is maybe the health regen on the Largo, and that's about it.
Yeah. But if you're not getting focused on and your carry is getting focused on, then not gonna be too useful.
Yeah. Well, it's gone a completely different direction than what we expected, because you were saying that, oh, you know, this Muerta and Largo lane, it's so scary. Right, level 2, the Largo and Muerta are gonna kill you, but instead it's the Largo and Muerta who are the ones being slain up here.
Yeah, this Shaman is totally enabling this Underlord lane so much, you know. This is such a good support with Underlord. Like, that first kill actually allowed them to snowball, they got the Lotus, and they got the second kill because of that, you know. And all these small little things, you know, just totally changing the face of the lane. I don't think the lane is meant to go this well for the Underlord, but that small little level 2 power spike completely changed the dynamics of the lane. And now bot lane, I think this MOUZ should be able to lane here fine. You know, it's not a lane where the MOUZ cannot play. You know? This is a decent lane for him. So you see, in terms of CS, it's kind of reflecting it. 17 CS for both the MOUZ and the Razor.
But despite the death there, Ame is still keeping up. It's not like he's losing out on the waves or losing out on the last hits, but of course, you want to prevent as much net worth going the Underlord's way, because the story of this game, at least what we've decided between myself and Winter, is this pipe timing is going to mean everything, right, for the Underlord. I'm pretty sure he's going to get that as his first item, and once it comes out, the damage from Xtreme Gaming is going to pale in comparison to what it was before.
Yeah, not just the pipe, you know, the Blade Mail Aghanim's timing on Kanka as well is going to be big. And Razor, I'm sure he's just going to go for normal carry Razor items. No auras on your Razors this game. What a pity. I'm a huge fan of the Aura Razor. I find it very interesting. You know.
Even this game?
Not
Surely.
this game, but in general. Yeah. I feel like it's refreshing to see Dota change in this type of direction, where even the carries can buy the auras. And you can still win from it.
Yeah, it's kind of hype. Well, this game you need the damage though. You need to scale up.
Yeah,
The
probably
face-off
gonna
into Army.
probably gonna see some Mjolnir on the Razor.
This lane continuing to be a bit of a struggle here for Mr. X Nova. Oh my goodness. Okay, are you just dead? There comes a rotation from Maladich.
That's a gank.
Offers a blood grenade. Offers a second blood grenade. Proxom gonna come through, but he had a Lotus in the back pocket. Notice. Looking to be fine here. You need one more lick. Pull him back in. Find the kill, but it's rough.
Oh no. That was a huge price to pay for the underlord. That was a very good rotation.
How XG wanted at all.
Very good rotation by Maladich. I mean, all these position 5 heroes right now, you definitely want a pos 5 hero that can abuse the fact that you can just gate anytime. Like Treant Protector is perfect for that. And now he's deciding to stay just in case Arme TP's back and he can just kill him again.
Shira Jr. is connecting as well. Arcane Rune snatched up by the Kunkka. We haven't looked at the mid lane matchup at all. But it's going to be the Kunkka who gets the first blow. Cuts down FY, and this top lane feels so dangerous for Arme. Just can't really afford to show. The Kunkka's finally going to go back to the mid lane, but with the Shadow Shaman looming around along with Malady, you gotta watch where you poke your head out.
This is not really feeling good for Xtreme Gaming right now. Another shackle, another kill, they need backup.
It's coming in the form of the Tiny, but he's going to TP straight into a pit just in time to see X-Nova die. Nothing to say, looking for a tossback, but the pit going to clip a second time, and Notice is just going to walk away freely. Xtreme Gaming, all their efforts are being pulled up to this top lane, and it's causing their game plan to unravel.
Yeah, this top lane is definitely bleeding way too much for Xtreme Gaming. It's already bleeding onto the other lanes because they are constantly having to relocate resources onto the top lane to ensure that Arme can stay in the lane. And it's causing other lanes to get unstable, you know. I think XXS has by far been only the one that is just sitting on his lane to farm, you know. The other heroes have all been pulled to the top lane. I mean, as
So
a result of this, the Razor is like kind of free farming.
Yeah. Well, the Razor was probably doing pretty well into XSS anyway, right? It's a range versus melee matchup. Dodging the spear, has the TP out. Understands that he misstepped there. But big damage stolen from Mr. Watson.
I mean, you were saying what does XXS has to do right in this game?
No, I was just saying more of, in general, Xtreme Gaming. Like you said, they're starting to bleed out, right? It's starting to affect all the other lanes. How do you bandage that? How do you stop the bleeding?
I think number one, you need to wait for the Mars to get level 6 and then you sit in the lanes because he's one of the best heroes to TP and react to ganks, you know. Like all these little moves that you see on your screen right now, if the Mars has a TP and Arena, he just comes down and he gets a kill, the Arena.
But the problem is he had to TP just to get back to his tower, and that's not even going to save him. Struck down by the lightning, Watson and Shira Jr. with the dive. I mean, top lane's bleeding, bot lane's bleeding. Somebody get Xtreme Gaming some help.
I'm afraid this game might end up to be one of the quicker ones if this continues. They need to just sit tight until XSS has level 6 and he has his TP ready, and then they can start making plays on the map. But right now they have to sit tight, you know. They're just using the two supports to be bodyguards for the Muerta at top because she can't sit in the lane. And again, another TP to top lane.
They're gonna try. On to Notice here. The Underlord is absurdly tanky, but they're gonna try and come through with the toss. Shira Jr. ready to try and help his ally out, but doesn't actually manage to save him. The boat comes out aggressively instead, setting up for Torrent and getting the return kill onto FY. 1-for-1 trade, but they get what they came for. Razor coming through to the top lane. Pierce the Veil used. You can't strike the Muerta. You'll pull her back into the safety of the tower, but now Shira Jr. can set up potentially for a swing. Still, Pierce the Veil duration, keeping her alive, and they can't find her through the tree lines. But Malady, with a beautiful Nature's Grasp, holds on to nothing to say, leaving him nowhere to run, and the Tiny will get caught as well. Yandex doing a great job swarming all over this top lane. They kill off the Tiny.
That's a very, very big move. This is going to allow them to open up the tower here. And the Razor just casually goes back to his lane to defend the lane. I mean, this is the problem when they're TPing the Tiny in to make a play in the middle of the lane. You know, the Mars doesn't really even want to come, you know, with the Arena. And then you're bleeding out kills again, you know. Like, I feel like it's such a forceful maneuver for Xtreme Gaming. I think what needs to happen is actually they just sit in the lane, sit tight, play around the tower. The moment the enemy dives your tower and then you react and you TP with the arena. I think that's how they should be utilizing their heroes. Instead of trying to pause the issue with the tiny rotations.
Well, Xtreme Gaming, maybe the break between the best of ones kind of slowing them a little bit. Definitely not the same momentum that we saw them have against their earlier opponents. It's gonna be a long time before Army gets back up to that stage where you feel like the Muerta is on a good trajectory. Now Xtreme Gaming will finally connect to the MOUZ. Look for XSS to set up the arena and the rest of the gang coming through. Watson will get FY tossed in onto him. You need the arena to come out with a Hex. Stops that. Stops it. I mean, now you're just shackled up. Watson can steal away all the damage. And you don't get a single kill. You lose your core. You lose your support. Nice toss back. Nothing to save the save or prevent the core death. Now you have yourself another shackle. That's a bit too deep under the tower now. Max range shackle indeed, but nothing else to be found. So nice plays there from the Tiny to salvage that situation. But there's the snakes straight onto the tower.
And Saksa just saved Watson there big time. He stopped the spear from coming out after the arena. He was able to disable him. And that was the difference maker. And now he has to die for it, but well worth it. You know, they're going to get the tower. They save the carry, and he gets the last hit. That is huge.
Yeah. Gotta find out some of those wards now, but...
MVP, you know, all these pause 4 players, we always say the pause 4 players are the ones that make or break the team. Like every time you see a legendary lineup, there is always a legendary position 4 player.
Yeah, some goated ass pause 4, right? I think the only team that doesn't really have that same level of pause 4, and this is no disrespect, of course, but I would say Spirit. Maybe people underestimated Mira a lot during their successful times. But it definitely wasn't the start of the show back then. Watson finally will get caught though, so they come back down here and they get the job done. That's what they wanted at the start, before they got foiled by Saksa.
Oh, Shira Jr. is alone.
Arena available.
No spear yet.
What is he doing here? That shot doesn't connect. Have a toss, spear. Very tanky on the Kunkka. They're just trying to run away.
That was a huge blunder by Shira Jr. Why was he actually in the middle of the tier 1 and tier 2?
I think he was trying to make a play onto Ame. Because Ame's half HP.
Bro, but he was alone. I mean, Underlord is like half health, you know? Not sure. That was definitely a big blunder there. That gave away so much to the XG side.
I just found it funny that Largo TP'd in and got the kill with the Frog Stomp. After all that work that the rest of the XG cores tried. Like, they put in so much damage, casted all their spells, then X-Nova was like, yoink! That's mine. And I get it, you know, music doesn't pay the bills. You gotta make your...
I mean,
you know how it is, you try and grow up in an Asian household, tell them you want to be a musician. You know, get laughed out of Chinese New Year, brother.
yeah, try and tell them your job, you know?
I'm gonna be the
I'm
next...
just playing games.
Yeah, I'm just playing... I'm gonna be the next JJ Lit. Shut the hell up and study your math.
Before they even come to the question of why are you not married yet, you already got done, you know?
Yeah, you already get caught. It's not even... You... Oh, you wanna be immature? You go sit at the kids' table, okay? You go eat snacks with them. You don't get to play Mahjong.
Oh, Mahjong is my game, man. Dota is my first game, Mahjong is my second game.
That's crazy. I'm imagining like 12-year-old Winter playing like Dota and then being introduced to Mahjong. That just feels wrong.
Mahjong is like drafting in Dota, bro. There's a lot of similarities.
That's true. You join a Winter team, first thing he puts you through is the Mahjong boot camp. So you understand the draft a bit better. Alright. Well, speaking of draft, I think Yandex, they've done a good job to set themselves up a lot better in this game compared to the previous one that we watched. Right, you got Melody on his signature, Chira Jr. on a hero that you were saying he needs to be able to make space for his side lane calls. They're a bit more static. The Kunkka, apart from that blunder that he's been found in the tier 1, tier 2 area, honestly has done a pretty good job so far. Top 3 net worth, all on the side of Yandex. And we're still very patiently waiting for the time where Xtreme Gaming can get this army to scale up. And he's gone for a bit of an unorthodox build, right? Mage Slayer first on the Muerta.
Yeah, I think he just felt like there was too much pressure in the game, like for him to just farm his greedy normal items. He needs to be able to fight. And you look at the enemy lineup, the Mage Slayer is really good against all their heroes. The Underlord, the Conquer, even the Razor. I think tremendous value for Muerta this game.
Just not really the first item you would think of for pause 1 Muerta, I think is where I'm at.
I've seen it, sometimes I've seen it, at least in my pubs, people do it. Like, it's not really bad. I think it helps you a lot. Because this hero has like a very weird phase, right? In the early game, you don't really buy anything that helps you to fight. I think Mage Slayer kind of is an in-between item where it kind of helps you farm a little bit, but it also helps you fight, you know, so you can actually come to these early fights.
I don't know whether they're actually interested in
Not gonna
taking
help
the
him
early
now.
fights because, yeah, they're not really in a position to stand their ground. Held in place even through the Pierce the Veil with nowhere to run. No mages for you to slay. You're the only one drop into the deck. Stay dead.
Yeah, the lanes are just not really going out fast enough, you know. They don't really have a lot of like wave clear with their heroes. I think that somebody just has to push out aggressively. They're gonna get a cost back.
Watson's left behind, sticking around to try and farm. The rest of XG will corner him and get themselves a very nice victory feast.
So greedy. He was farming in front of the tier 2. This is similar levels of blunder of the Conquer and the enemy jungle just now. Those two deaths were so huge. Like, they definitely could have been like 6k ahead at this point, 6-7k ahead. If they played the game like perfectly.
How many K? 6, 7, you said?
Yeah, I mean, those two deaths, the death on the Conquer and the death on the Raid, they're both like almost 1k goal swing, you know, each year.
Yeah. Now with the 5, it's something like 6 or 7 maybe.
And now I like this quick smoke, you know, they catch the Razor, they immediately come back to the top jungle with a smoke, a quick one to catch off another hero. They might find someone here.
Moving quick with the Largo ult, Amphibian Rhapsody, the backing soundtrack to this kill. Rest in peace,
Yeah.
Sapsa.
That is actually something that I think that is really OP about this hero when he's smoking because of the most speed buff, you know.
Yeah.
This is so broken. I think this is the most broken aura, the most sweet one. Like, what on earth? 16% at
It's
level
really,
1?
really nice. It feels so good to use as well. Hot feet hustle.
I
That's
think
my
even
favorite one of his
if
singles.
you put it at 10, you know, it's still pretty big, you know. Like 16 is crazy. And
Yeah,
your
I mean,
slow
if you think
resist-
about it, there's a reason why so many supports especially love the Cobalt's Cup, right? Cobalt's Cup, you get those
Drums.
early drums, right? All of this helps your team, the positioning, the ability to chase, the ability to escape at times. Kind of a
And
big deal.
you kind of have a false sense of security on how long you can stay in a specific area when you're playing the map. Because it's hard to tell like how much time you have, and especially against Largo, you don't have time, you know? You don't have the time you think you have, you know, because of the move speed buff. I mean, I've seen a lot of games, at least in pubs, people just get caught because you don't expect the enemy to arrive that quickly, right? Because of the Largo ultimate. And then you just die, you know? And it's
Yeah, it
gonna
kind of
take you
messes
some
up
time.
your internal timings, right? Because all these
Yeah.
players, they have all these like mental timers of, oh, okay, you know, I can farm one more camp at this time because I saw them here 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, something like that. That's actually a very good way of explaining it. And then when you're playing against Largo, it kind of messes with everything. You have to just be more disciplined. You need to be more safe. You know, you can't get the extra half camp. But the thing is, when you always get the extra wave or half a wave, it actually matters a lot when you're trying to smoke out later. You know, when you have the wave pushed out. Because if the wave is not pushed out quickly enough, and then you don't really get to abuse the smokes as well. You know, so this Largo hero is actually why I feel like he's so broken. You know, even as a support or as a core, he gets your team into positions where your opponents do not expect you to be. And it's gonna take some time before everyone gets used to this, you know.
20 minutes on the clock. Not arriving earlier to this. Smoke's gonna break. Looking for a target. It's actually Satsa who manages to jump away. Still getting caught by nothing to save. There's a nice pit from the Aghanim's. XSS can set up for a nice arena, but Watson on the front, Chira on the back. This is trouble for XG as they get pushed away from this fight. The Razor's still chasing on forward. Army's already made the call. I'm out of here. TP away, but Saksa will deny it, and the initial target will help his team find another. Torrent stops that channel through the Twin Gate, and Shira Jr. will net himself a third. Pull back in and Tormentor for free.
That was the best Fiend's Gate I've seen this week. Hands down. Like, that literally single-handedly won them the fight because he trapped the Tiny there. It allowed Saksa to survive. He got his Serpent's Ward off. He surrounded the Tiny and they just killed Tiny there. What a play.
See it again. Here comes Tiny. But the Fiend's Gate puts a stop to it. He doesn't get to come in close. And look at the way this fight melts down. Ame just takes one look at it and says, brothers, let's get the hell out of here. Unfortunately, because they're all so slow to TP, Yandex can just catch up to them with ease.
Yeah, this hero is actually so disgusting when you get the Aghanim's, you know. Like, you have two pits in a team fight. It's just so hard for the opposing team to approach the team fight when they're split up, you know. So you gotta really be careful with maintaining your formation in the team fights. You cannot overextend, you cannot overchase. You get caught in the pit, and that's it, you know. You're separated and you're gonna die.
All these routes are so tricky for the Tiny as well, because I feel like this is a hero that we saw Nothing to Say have success on in the previous game, because he would just jump in and out and kite away, but he doesn't have that option. The second he jumps in to try and set up for his team, he's gonna get caught. Speaking of getting caught though, Nothing to Say, again, trying to close in onto Melody, but Melody just walks it off.
Drums. He has the drums.
Yeah, he sees the Largo playing his music on the other side. He's like, I can do that shit too.
Yeah, I just have to buy mine, you know. Largo
gets his for free, unfortunately.
When he's level 6, yeah.
But also, about the Treant Protector, he already has Shard, right? So the Eyes in the Forest being set up now, it's gonna be a pain in the ass for Xtreme Gaming to clear all these little pockets of vision.
They have to buy a gem, I think soon. Normally between 22 to 25 minutes, 26, 27, you have to buy a gem. You can't play the game against a Treant with Shard with no gem, you know, that's the problem. You're forced to expend a lot of resources on sentries, gems, and everything when you're playing against this hero. It makes your supports really poor, you know. I mean, before this, you were speaking about the Underlord against the Tiny matchup, about the roots. And it's actually not just that, you know, because Tiny is an innately tanky hero with high HP. And against Underlord, the Firestorm actually just destroys you, you know, because it's percentage-based damage. That's why Underlord is so good against Core Tiny.
That's true. I mean, overall, it feels like another stellar Underlord game that hasn't been answered just yet. You don't really have...
I mean, they tried to answer with the Muerta. They saw the Underlord and then they picked Muerta.
The weird thing is, actually, you would think that, oh, I'm against Underlord, all I need is Dispel. But the Largo Dispel doesn't really work in a convincing manner, right? We saw it in the lane already. You catchy lick, but the distance never really gets you out of how wide the pit is now.
They cannot fight into the Shaman. I think the Shaman is what enables the Underlord in the lane. I think they kind of underestimated the power of the two heroes because they saw the two picks before they chose the Muerta. They must have felt like Largo with Muerta could play this lane or even win the lane, you know? And then it turned out very, very different from what they expected, and it kind of ruined the whole early game because of that, because they started to bleed way too many kills on their lane. Everyone had the TP top. And now another blink in, a very unfortunate pause timing. But X-Nova, I think there's no way you can escape from this.
Take a last look at your mans, all your little frog monk disciples. This Largo is gone.
He has a chance to play his last drum before going down.
Pick your song wisely. If you were about to die, Winter, what song would you listen to? People always talk about a last meal. What about your last song? If you were allowed one...
Why can't you just ask me the last meal question? You know,
You heavily prefer food?
Yeah, I prefer food over music. Yeah.
Well, we're talking about Largo at the moment. Don't tell me it's going to be frog porridge.
The only music I listen to is whatever my wife listens to.
Okay, and what does she listen to, if you don't mind sharing? So we can all get on that elite playlist.
I don't know the names of the song.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's the problem, you know. I just try to enjoy it with her. And I try to get her to listen to more stand-up, you know. Instead of
okay,
music.
you're stand-up comedy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you're very humorous yourself.
That is high praise coming from you.
Okay, calm down. This ain't a love confession. Xtreme Gaming, they somehow saved their Lago, so he lives to strum another day. What a wonderful thing.
Wait, how did he live? I'm like so captivated in the conversation that I'm
This
having.
was this was a classic. Like, he looks dead on our screen, and then the game pauses, and then they decide, okay, look, we've given them more than enough time to assemble a TP response if we try and continue for this kill work code. So let's just back up, play it safe.
A gentleman's agreement, yeah? When there's a pause, we let everyone live.
Yeah, Satsa was nothing if not graceful.
Yeah, I mean,
A
I don't know
merciful,
about,
big, friendly giant.
yeah, I don't know about him, you know, being merciful when there's a lot on the line, you know. I think at this point, there's not much yet, you know, the group stage, but if it's an elimination game, let's see, yeah.
I mean, this group stage is not very forgiving either. X-Nova, he will escape that previous encounter, but now gets wrapped up in the trees, nowhere to run, washed away by the tides. I feel like usually frogs are pretty happy underwater, but this time he sinks. Got eyes onto Mr. FY. Nice little dodge on the torrent. He actually manages to escape. Okay, at least one of the supports on XG gets out. Got a toss back. BKB immediately. Watson is right in there, and he's happy to take this fight. No way that XSS can stand up against him, and now nothing to say as to try and run for the win. Looking for an angle, perhaps trying to get lucky like FY. Caught in the trees by the overgrowth. Nowhere left to run. Nothing to say, will get grinded to a pulp.
And there's just no way they can play around the Treant's vision. The moment they enter into that area, they are so toasted. You know, they see everything, and you can't hide.
Hey, what do you already said they need to buy a gem, but even
Yeah,
if
they
you
need
buy
to
a
buy a
gem,
gem. Where is the gem? They don't have a gem.
that's a great question. Everybody's
You
too
can't
focused
play.
on their items right now.
You can't play against this hero when you don't have gem. I'm sorry,
Question,
Mike.
Mr.
As a-
Winter.
Yes.
Is there still a hope for XG? Because right now they're 13k gold down. Not a single bit of vision in a meaningful way for them on the map. All the eyes in the forest are spotting them out everywhere. Feels like Yandex are just continuing to scale. They're getting towards these nice items on the Razor, now towards the Roche. How long more does Mr. Arme need? He's got Shadow Blade, Hurricane Pike, Mage Slayer. I think he needs like 1 or 2, 3, maybe more items.
Ah, he needs 1 hour of farm.
Damn.
And look at the towers. They haven't gotten a single tower. They're playing against Treant Protector.
Okay. Well, I think Yandex, whether this was part of the plan or not, they've succeeded, right? They went the past maybe 2.5, 3 weeks of Treant Protector being busted and them not picking it at all, and they were just like, hey guys, do you remember when Malady was like the best Treant Protector in the pro scene ever? Yeah, he can still play that hero, by the way. So now, one more thing for you to be a bit worried about when you play against Yandex. And it also begs the question, why haven't they brought it out until now? He is literally such a goated Treant Protector.
Is he the best for you? I have someone else.
I mean, historically speaking, I know you're gonna say Kuku.
No, bro, it wasn't even close. I was gonna say a TI winner,
Oh,
a multiple TI winner. You know,
who we got?
Miposhka.
Ah, true. Yeah, that guy's... If he was playing right now, let me tell you, Spirit first picking Treant Protector every single game.
No, bro, if he's playing now, he's never gonna get that hero.
That's true. Catch onto FY. Instant Hex. Instant
Nobody
death.
in their right mind would give Miposhka his Treant Protector if it's this busted right now.
Nothing to say, it's caught in the mid lane. Another pit straight onto the Tiny. Into a couple of boats. Yeah, why not? Pick off after pick off after pick off as Yandex continue to exert their dominance on the map, leaving Xtreme with nowhere to breathe.
I mean, this is also the hidden synergy between Treant Protector and Underlord. You defend the towers as Treant Protector, and then the Underlord kind of has a lot of room to farm, and you kind of both work with each other very well. When the Treant finds a target on the map to kill with the Invis, and then the Underlord can connect.
Yeah.
So these two heroes actually work in tandem with each other very well in the game.
Yeah. And I think the saddest part about Treant Protector is you want to living armor your towers when they're being pushed, but then sometimes no one on your team can defend it safely. Underlord will be happy to park his backside in front of any of your towers.
Precisely.
It's such a nice symbiotic relationship.
Sometimes you don't really want to do it as Treant, because you have something else to do, and having an Underlord just makes everything so easy for you.
Because the thing is, if you're standing in front of the tower as Treant, it's cool and all, you know, I know, TI-8-CET cosplay, whatever, but at the same time, you want to be maybe setting up something on the map, right? On the opposing side, maybe putting some deep wards down, eyes in the forest, catching the opponent
You're
carry.
a spy, basically, as Treant Protector.
Secret Agent Malady.
You want to be playing across the map behind enemy lines, so you're always alone. When you're playing Treant, you're always finding yourself near your team, it means you're playing the hero wrong. You should always be alone somewhere in some godforsaken place, waiting for a target. Okay, and then when you see someone, you call your team, guys, smoke over, this is a free kill. Or you have Underlord, you know, Underlord can always connect.
Netus gets himself another aforementioned free kill.
Where's the gem? I can't believe they haven't bought a gem. Like, what is this? They can't play the game if they don't have a gem.
Nothing to say. Able to blink out? Okay. I mean, he still gets spotted though. Yeah,
I don't understand. Like, what can they do if they don't buy a gem? Like, they're being seen by all the trees, the wards, everything. Everywhere they go, and the moment they cross the line, they die. And they can only farm, like, I don't know, like 1/4 of the map right now.
I mean, the main thing that I'm learning from our game so far, Winter, is that this Underlord hero's low-key busted.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you can enable him in the lane, he is
Underlord
menacing.
is not busted, I think. He's just, like, a good hero. I don't think he's broken. Like, broken is, I think Largo, Treant Protector, those are broken, you know.
Largo's not really looking very broken right now, brother. But maybe it's just the wrong Largo game, right? We are not seeing as much.
You see it on call, it's gonna be different.
True. I'm surprised we didn't see the Largo core from any of these teams yet, but maybe they just don't play it. Not very comfortable.
Next month, you'll see more. Right now, I think there's only 2 or 3, maybe 4.
Just still wait, as we got more best of ones. Now the catch! Nice dead shot. Good try there, but the tidal wave just... Whoo.
Yeah, I mean, you see every time they cross a line, they just die. And anyone who goes past the ward vision of the eyes also dies, you know. So where else, what can they do, you know? And Saksa is trying to place a ward in front of their base.
Yeah, noticed, got the catch out for a little X-Nova. Can he get out of the pit? Ooh, no follow-up though.
He's fine. I mean, this is a problem. Look at the map, you know. They basically can only farm one wave outside of that map, and somebody is like the tiny trying to go out on the base. He's trying to be sneaky, but he's spotted by the eyes every time, you know. And there's gonna be a TP trying to find him, and he's dead because the eyes gave them ample time to react. Yeah, where is the gem? You know, you can't play.
Where is the gem? Everywhere you look, there's a tree looking right back at you. Not a good feeling.
I like it how you're trying to make it a song.
I was not, but I'm glad you hear the music and everything.
Yeah, I don't want to be called cold-blooded, you know?
Yeah, no. That's okay. Well, it's starting to fall into despair territory if you're a Chinese Dota fan here, if you're rooting for the uncrowned king Ame. He is far from being the king in this game. We talked about it since the draft though. We knew that this was going to be a tricky one for Xtreme Gaming. They needed to get a lot done. If not, they would run into damage issues, right, in these team fights. Unfortunately for Xtreme Gaming, they haven't taken a team fight in the past 15 to 20 minutes.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And they just can't, you know, with all the vision. Plus the heroes dying around the map.
And they got themselves a nice little cliff ward. Trying to play around that now on
This is the
Xtreme
only
Gaming.
place they can stay. Oh boy.
But yeah, FY walks into another Eye of the Forest and XSS walks into an X Marks.
I mean, I don't understand how they're supposed to play without a gem. I just don't. Now you lost this last obs or what? I mean, there's just no way right now. They
I
can
mean,
only
Chira
sit in
Jr.
their
buys
base.
the gem before they even get a gem, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, why? Yeah, just... Like, how can the team playing against the Chira not buy the gem first, you know?
Okay, okay, I have good news.
No bad news, only good news.
Good news, only good news. Check the FY quick buy right now. There's a gem queued up. We're on the right track, okay? You just... So you were saying Army needs 1 hour of farm. That was 10 minutes ago. Army might just be dead though. BKB shackles, MOUZ.CET being forced up all the way back. Notice there if the pit still should be able to get the Pierce to bail off. Army doesn't press their ultimate. Finally comes through, but the magic damage kills him off. He has a buyback available, but no ultimate. And honestly, XG, they just have nothing to give. Nothing to say, being controlled under his own tier 4 towers. Torrent will toss him up in the sky. Tinies don't belong in the air. They're trying to put people up in the air. Now you're being planted in the dirt. Yandex trampling all over Xtreme Gaming in this best of one. The Chinese side just seems like they don't stand a chance, Winter.
Yeah, there goes your gem, you know? No go for gem now, everyone bought back. Yeah, I mean, I think the draft was just very difficult for them to play, you know? Like, this Underlord. I think they needed to actually pick another mid hero instead of putting the tiny mid.
At that point, you kind of already revealed the support duo, right? Unless maybe you go like Largo mid, then you put the Tiny 4.
I mean, didn't they pick like Dark Willow after? Like they had Tiny and Largo early, and then they swapped the Tiny to mid.
Yeah.
Or maybe I was remembering wrongly.
I mean, the thing is, when they pick this Tiny early, you kind of get the feeling that it's going to be nothing to say based off their previous game, right? Because if you look back at the history of Xtreme Gaming, at least recently, I don't think FY has played much Tiny 4.
You're correct. You're correct. He's mostly playing Tusk and range heroes.
Yeah,
The melee heroes that he's played is Tusk and Nyx, if I'm not wrong. Only these two.
yeah, there was a Faceless Void in there that was a bit weird. We don't talk about that one.
Okay, faces.
Yeah, but I think the value of the Tiny that you always like to tell me about, Winter, is the flex potential, right? 2 or 4. But then when you pick it that early and everyone knows it's going to be mid, you can just abuse it. They had that
Correct.
Razor early pick to potentially follow it around, and then now, nothing to say, not really having much of a game. We saw his struggles in the early stages already. He's the main person jumping in, trying to start things for his team, but then he instantly gets hexed, instantly gets pitted. Even now with the BKB, it feels like he can't do much by himself.
37 minutes. Look at Dark Willow, Mike.
Oh, man. Okay, 37 minutes is all it takes. FY, start clearing out these trees, baby. You know how it goes.
The gem! Let's celebrate the gem.
Let's go. We have never been more back. Chira Jr. on the front lines. Nice little
man.
setup.
He's gonna lose the gem.
X Nova. Okay.
Run! Oh no, the gem!
FY, get the hell out of there.
Have mercy, he just
FY,
bought
please!
the gem.
FY, please! No!
Alright, GG.
Okay, yeah, well, this one's, that was a short-lived gem purchase. You said 37 minutes, barely lasted 1 minute. GG's call. Yeah, I mean, Xtreme Gaming, they know they don't stand a chance. That was kind of a sad way to end things. I mean, I was kind of hoping for a MOUZ.CET late-game masterclass from Lord Army, but instead, it's Yandex quite literally stomping all over Xtreme Gaming. They did not stand a chance. Feels like even from the start of the draft, right? There were some very key moments, especially in the early parts of the game, where I felt like, I think, key things, some of these pits in the fight, Sal with the save onto Watson in the bot lane with the Hex, all these small little things just piled up into a storm that ends up being a 35k gold lead at the end of these 37 minutes. Can't lie, not really the most exciting bout of Dota 2. It was one of the Dota 2 games of all time. And Xtreme Gaming can't be too pleased about that. They'll be licking their wounds going into their next best of one for sure. But Winter, you already mentioned so many of the problems that Xtreme Gaming have. What do you feel like was the, I guess, blind spot for them in this draft? How did they end up in this position?
I think you already mentioned it. They were not flexible with the Tiny, and I think that was the downfall. Right? When you pick Tiny early and you don't have a backup option to play him as a support, and you can only play him as core, that itself is like a very, very bad bad thing, you know, when you have an opening pick that cannot be moved around, and when the enemy just counter picks you with Underlord, Razor, and you cannot move the hero away from the core row, I think you're already cooked, you know, at the draft.
Yeah, cooked is a bit of an understatement, but we got more good Dota cooking up for you, and we have two very handsome casters following up from us to bring you through the action. It's going to be our Cryptic and Zeke Exotics taking over as myself and Winter tap out, and you don't want to miss the next game. It's MOUZ versus OG. I'm sure many of you are waiting for this, and we'll have it for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
everybody here. Welcome back to Blast Sam number 6. My name's Cryptic here with ZQuixotics. Very happy to be here, man. It's our first ever Slam event, and we're going to be bringing some great Dota 2 action for the rest of today, rounding things out. How you doing, man?
I'm good. You and I have been talking behind the scenes. I better see Largo, man. He got added to captain's mode so fast. I love this hero, but they're all banning him because he's too good. Why are they making him look so good? Valve's gonna nerf him.
That's all right. He could use a nerf, man. He can use a nerf. I think Largo's a little strong, but I do want to see him as well, right? It's one of those things that anytime there's a new hero added to captain's mode, it's always fun to see how they get played and how teams, you know, decide to build drafts around them. Except for Kez, that was kind of one that didn't really feel super relevant at the time. But now we've got a new hero. Kez, you know, our friendship with Kez over, moved aside. Largo's in, baby. We got a new friend. I'm excited. It's going to be a good one. But let's talk about our first matchup today, because we got a lot of Dota. It's just back-to-back, packed action. So what are we watching first here today?
We have MOUZ coming up here versus OG. Got the roster that I think people are getting familiar with. They formed at the start of the new season post TI. Had a little bit of a shaky start. Hit really strong, some strong momentum going forward. They won a tournament and then dropped off again. So I think they got burned out playing so many qualifiers and going to so many tournaments. It got to them a little bit, and some of the players in like interviews have said so. But they had a little bit of a break, so we'll see how they're doing now. They did lose to XG earlier today, but you know, it's just one of many best of ones, and anything can happen in a best of one as well. So let's see how they look here in game number 2 now.
I completely agree, and their opponents are going to be OG. Now, this is a roster that I think kind of started surprising a lot of people. They had some really good performances in recent events, but it is a full Southeast Asian team from the Philippines, coached by 343. Shout out to 343, longtime veteran of the Dota scene. Big fan of his. And yeah, I mean, this team they kind of showed up at some tournaments with their own idea of the game, and it worked. And I think that was the moment where I kind of like had a lot of faith in this roster, because you can only get so far like copying ideas from the teams that are considered the quote unquote best teams in the scene. But OG historically has been a team that brings up their own ideas and kind of believes in them and works on them. So it's a real good fit, I think, for the org, which is why I like this roster quite a bit. So we'll see how they do here in Blast Slam, because I think this is another big proving ground. There's some really strong teams here.
Yeah, I don't think it's... I think part of what makes this roster work is that Southeast Asia has always had like a lot of skilled players, but the common complaint from like viewers and like analysts is that there is a loss of direction a lot of times. That as the game goes, the captaining, sometimes can be a little off. And it seems like this new roster still brings the high skill SEA players, but there's been a bit more direction, possibly from OG, like the influence of bringing the Western European, meta mindset with the SEA skill and unique heroes. And currently, I think off to a good start. Hoping that continues, because it'd be really cool to see this team hit some major tournament wins.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm excited to see the drafts for both these teams. I hate to break the news to you, though, Zach. Largo is first banned. Unlucky, too strong. Now, they also go ahead and ban out the Wind Ranger, which is kind of one of the heroes that OG reintroduced back into the scene. This was a hero like no one was really playing at all, but the carry Wind Ranger came out of kind of OG's back pocket a few tournaments back, and this was where we started to see a lot of other teams start to pick up and play carry Wind Ranger, and found a lot of success on it. So I understand the ban completely, very much the same that I understand the Razor and the Huskar bans. You don't let those go through to MOUZ.
No, we've got a lot of specialized bans here, with maybe Largo and Trian are just good. They're just good heroes at the pro level. Pubs, their win rates are actually not that great still, because what makes these heroes good are either the the momentum and utility from Largo of getting the team to play fast, and in your pubs you're like, please stop farming, I'm so strong right now, please stop farming. But the pros make use of that, just like they can make use of Treant's vision, eyes in the forest. It got nerfed. You get 50 gold when you get the when you kill the tree, but it's still a whole bunch of extra free vision, so you know how to move around the map, find the right plays, and a lot of teams just don't want to deal with that.
I like the Brewmaster kind of pick screen there because it's, you know, he's got his drinking buddy. This is I'm like mind reading the creator of that. He's got the drinking buddies facet, so or not drinking buddies, but you know, he wants drinking buddies, so he builds a Manta style so that he can drink with his friends. Huge brain play.
I am my own drinking buddy.
Who needs friends? We get the Weaver as the response pick to the Brewmaster. This is one of those kind of old school counters to the lane. Assuming this is going to be the safe lane carry, it very well could be. They do go ahead and ban out like the Clockwork and the Tusk, which would be great, you know, pairings in the support role there to try and protect the Weaver lane. And we get a Spirit Breaker instead. This hero has been kind of popping up a little bit in terms of the pick rates, I would say, over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I think it's also a bit of a steal. MOUZ likes that here. I think they're the ones that kind of popularized the Spirit Breaker again. So take it away, continue your blue hero strat. And really, you're punishing that first pick Brewmaster, right? He doesn't like laning into the Weaver, and he doesn't like getting crowd controlled, which Spirit Breaker, one of the better supports at doing that. You charge through, even if the split has happened, then just like bash all the brewlings. But if it hasn't happened yet, you can charge in, maybe you get a lucky bash as well, but then you can just use your ult as needed to get in some chain stuns and try to kill him with that Weaver's damage before the split can happen.
All right, let's see where they decide to go next. Both teams are kind of lacking in, I would say, like flexibility right now. Like there used to be like the flexibility of a Weaver. I think nowadays it just isn't really there. So there's a lot of really strong mid heroes still in the pool. One particularly that can flex is the Tiny. Like you could go like the Tiny position 4 and then run like a Shaman 5. It's not as, you don't really love running a Shaman 5, but it is possible. But there's also some of your like typically strong laning 5 still in the pool if they want to go that route.
Yeah, I'd say the best 3 got banned out: the Treant, Chen,
and Largo.
And depending who you ask, the Largo. But I do think he's pretty good. But there are still many of the strong position 5s are available, like you said. Just like the popular ones are all strong. That's like what you need right now in the current meta. The Shadow Fiend coming out. So we got some fast momentum play from MOUZ building up. It does seem to be their style. They like to just run at you with the heroes.
There's
so
a
maybe
much
little bit
faster
more...
hero on the Shadow Fiend though. Very fast heroes on
Can't
that
run
team.
away from him. That is true.
Yeah, I don't think you can really run after these two. The Shadow Fiend, good flex pick, right? Mid or safe lane. I think it is viable in both right now. And mid one was giggling a ton when this got picked, so I'm curious if he's like, please don't make me play this hero, or if he's like, heck yes, I get to play Shadow Fiend. So, you know, could be one or the other. In terms of the mid lane matchups that are very good against Shadow Fiend, 2 of them are already banned, right? The Huskar and the Viper. They're gonna pick the Darkseer. Okay, as a classic Shadow Fiend counter directly to the lane. You can't really benefit off of like the Raze combos because the lane, you're just never going to be near the Darkseer. So even if you have like a hero that can like slow or you know, set up like a potential like multiple Razes, it just doesn't really work against the Darkseer. So now I'm curious if they want to just put the Shadow Fiend mid and pick a new safe lane. We'll have to see. They do have the 18th pick.
I feel like I would prefer a carry Shadow Fiend because the issue with mid is that you could get counterpicked, and then you also have a Spirit Breaker who will still charge you with that Ion Shell attached, and no one can help you if you're in the mid lane on your own. Whereas at least in the safe lane, you either have the Shadow Shaman who could help provide control, or you have a pick here, because now you know you're playing into Darkseer, Spirit Breaker. You can pick a stronger position 5 to give you that space.
I love that they actually go for the Jakiro here. It was one of the, when I was mentioning like some of the strong laning heroes, Jakiro was still at the front of my mind. I know it's been getting nerfed, but it's still a very good hero. And when you get the Darkseer, you kind of want to run the Spirit Breaker there, so it does make sense for them to kind of move 4 or 5 position there. But I'm curious what they want to go on the carry here. I do agree with you. I think that you probably prefer to put the Shadow Fiend mid at this point, and then ban out like maybe a couple of the bad matchups that are left, but you need something that can play safely into this Darkseer Spirit Breaker lane. But then you're like last picking a support. Is that good?
For their play style, which tends to go
Oracle?
fast, I think it could be okay, because actually having a good support for the game is it's like one of the tempo setters, right? As much as the core players like to talk, you know, like, oh, I'm so important to the game. It's like the supports dictate the early game. So actually they are going to go for it. They'll go for the carry Shadow Fiend, which I think can be protected by Shadow Shaman or a different support. And then the Puck mid, you can't really gank Puck with a Spirit Breaker. It is extremely difficult unless your mid lane has some kind of instant catch, which, because so many supports got banned out, there are actually a good amount of the top mids left.
Yeah.
But you're gonna ban out, let's see, the Tiny and Dragonite are some of the first ones that come to mind for Puck. Huskar is already out as well, so I guess that's nice for you.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 top heroes that I would consider the Puck counters are banned right now. They get rid of the
Monkey King's
Dazzle.
not as strong right now. Oh, that would have been some nice negative armor with the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I mean, I was curious. We don't really see the hero that often, but it was a really good Oracle game. So I was like, maybe they just go for the Oracle even after they reworked the hero, and like no one's picked it, but they decide not to. As for the mid matchup for OG, gosh, yeah, Lesh ban. Now you're gonna be going into the depths here for that last pick on mid. As for supports here, there's still some decent choices. Is Shadow Demon good enough still? What do you think about that hero now?
I think it could be okay if you're taking a more defensive route.
Demonic Purge is pretty good here though.
Yeah. I think Marcy, if you want to play really aggressive and try to take it to the Darkseer Spirit Breaker, but that could backfire.
Yeah.
So it depends how comfortable they feel with that. Otherwise, okay. I had been wondering about this earlier, where Undying into double melee is typically very strong. But my worry was you wouldn't have catch for the Weaver, which I guess now the Puck has somewhat covered. My other worry, though, is that they'll just avoid you anyways. Like, I think they were already thinking of doing that with Darkseer Spirit Breaker, is that you can just dodge out this kind of stuff. But I guess if you didn't force them to dodge you out, they could have just dove your Shadow Fiend, right? So you did need to dissuade them with some way, something like an Undying.
Yeah, when you have the Darkseer, you can play the lane in a Shadow Fiend where you just basically never even show your face in the lane, and Shadow Fiend can't sustain killing the creeps fast enough. Like, he doesn't have the mana to constantly raise the wave. Or if you have something like the Spirit Breaker as the 4, like, you can actually just dive him on a tower. So I think you're dead on. I think you have to pick something like an Undying or a hero that can be a body in front to stop them. But I don't think that really damages Nico's game at all. I think Nico is still going to have a great time on the offlane Darkseer. He's just going to be farming up, just big chilling. Tim's probably going to be rotating, looking for kills. The downside for the Spirit Breaker is there's not a good mid hero for him to gank. Like, Puck, very difficult to gank. Even with the Yopaj Ember Spirit coming through, I think mid one should have a pretty good game.
At least the lane should be okay.
Yeah.
But then as he wants to gank, it is a little tough. Like, you're trying to gank Darkseer Spirit Breaker, or on the other side, it's a Jakiro, right? It's a little awkward. I think this game will actually really come down to the execution of spells. Maybe that sounds obvious, but You know, you have these high mobility heroes, these ultimates that if, for example, Brewmaster, if split goes off versus not going off, massively different. And if you properly chain stun or you get unlucky with bashes and mischance, right, those small moments could really lead to very different fights. I think I like OG's draft a little bit more because I think Spirit Breaker, you just creep drag and stack in the early game, and because you stay off the map so much, you're so scared on MOUZ. Like, I don't know, he could be stacking, he could be ganking mid, he could be ganking the other side lane, and in that side lane is a Weaver Jakiro, so they have a bunch of damage, and if you just bring a little bit more control from the Spirit Breaker, you could easily die down there. Even a hero like Brewmaster, who's pretty tough to kill early on, with 3 heroes with that amount of control and damage, I think you die.
Yeah, I think you got to be very careful. I think Undying is going to really struggle this game. Like, it makes sense for the lane. Like, you see it and you're like, okay, we kind of have to pick this type of hero. Otherwise, they're just going to, you know, kill our safe lane Shadow Fiend over and over, which was my fear of wanting to run the safe lane Shadow Fiend in the first place into this lane. But with an Undying there, they're just going to be like, all right, peace out, dude. Have fun doing whatever it is that you want to do. We're going to be doing something else. And, yeah, there's not much Undying can do to stop this Spirit Breaker from dragging. Like you said, he's just gonna be doing whatever he wants to do. So let's do it. Let's jump into game number 1. It is OG versus MOUZ, and this should be a really fun series, man. I like everything's best of 1. Teams just leaving it all on the table, no messing around. But I agree with you. I like the OG draft quite a bit.
I think Crystallis, the thing is, even if you do avoid mid, I think Crystallis can get very farmed. So I think I've got my eyes on him. Like, how big does this Shadow Fiend get? How quickly can he run up to objectives and threaten you? Or does he get killed once or twice and you start that snowball down where you're not very strong and they just keep diving you with Ember and Spirit Breaker, and Weaver joins in, right? He comes to the Twin Gate. It just becomes a feed fest in that lane. I think it could be a very volatile safe lane for MOUZ.
I completely agree. I think it's not going to be a very easy Shadow Fiend game. That being said, a very good find here to kick things off. Skem just going to get shackled up. First blood for mid 1, and that is the best possible start you could ask for this game.
I was wondering if they'd give it to Crystallis, but I think Puck, he can help fix these side lanes. The dangers we're talking about. Puck is your early game catch. And he's going to start off with a full wand. No need for the bottle rush. Spirit Breaker's coming through. He might be able to bash this.
Oh, he gets the charge off. No way. What a return kill from Tims. That was a split second.
That was a really good... I saw it activate before Shadow Fiend got there, and I was like, does he make this? The answer is no. So you're going to die. You actually lose two creeps already. So what was a really good start with the first blood has now thrown you off. I mean, your mid lane is still happy, right? Puck's the one that got the first blood. But now your safe lane, which we said could be volatile, your Shadow Fiend is off to a weird start, already laning pretty far up. See if they could fix it. You do have Undying, one of the strongest supports in the game, to get you through these kind of weird moments. But yeah, Tim's following the game plan. Hey, I burned all my mana using the Twin Gate twice on a not a very smart melee hero. So I'm just going to creep drag, not really do much else here.
That Shadow Fiend is very doom-shaped, I'll be honest. It's very doom-shaped. Shackle out some damage in the bottom lane here for Natsumi, but like we said, very, very high damage safe lane here with the Jakiro and the Weaver, so.
Yeah, this one's tough too because you have the Shadow Shaman position 4. You can't really creep drag as easily. Especially into a Weaver, right? Usually the carry is like in the lane, so it's like, it's fine. He's not gonna bother me. It's fine. But a Weaver will skitter on over real fast and kill you. For now, looking at that top lane, and I see a Shadow Fiend with 3 last hits. That does not feel very good. This hero wants a strong start. The more last hits you get, the more Necromastery souls you pick up, which begins the snowball. And otherwise, you see these little tickling auto attacks, and you got to use raises to pick up CS. That should already be easy for you.
Yeah, the first few waves will be a little bit more difficult, but again, you're not going to really slow down this Darkseer much, especially as he gets more and more points into the Ion Shell. Like, he's just going to be Ion Shelling, pushing the wave. It'll be getting dragged and stacked like from Tim's, like you said. And Celery, this is pretty much the only time in the game where he's going to have a lot of impact. Once this phase of the lane is over, like, they just don't really play near the Undying.
He'll try to play near this Ember, actually. Yopaj with the Ion Shell plus Flame Guard on him, running at you in these early games. Like, once he hits 6, there's going to be a lot of damage. Besides the Undying, actually, a lot of the other heroes are pretty squishy. I guess Brewmaster as well. Like, those 2 heroes are pretty tanky. Everyone else is going to burn down really fast to like 150 burn per second when you combine all those abilities. And then you could have 2 Ion Shells, right? The Spirit Breaker is going to be with him.
I didn't even consider that. That is not going to connect on the charge there. Tim's making a rotation through the Twins gate, but... Or no, he just TP'd. Okay. Fighting for that mid lane power rune, the water rune, right? We're gonna see the 4-minute water rune about to spawn. Mid one comes over. Does he get bashed? No. Okay, so he's gonna get both of these as a result. That's a really nice play for the puck.
Unlucky 17% bash chance.
Yeah. Nothing you can do to stop that, really. You know, it's just... It's a 50-50 chance. You know, you either get it, you don't.
Yeah, the 17's fake.
The 17's fake, for sure.
I like this, trying to bring the hard camp in. They really want to deny Boom as much as possible. Fortunately, the new build for Brewmaster is the Spirit Vessel a bit more consistently. In the past, it was pretty much always Radiance, and so if you had a rough time, you were out of the picture for 20 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
But now, if you do have a bad time, you can still contribute a little sooner with your ult, with the Spirit Vessel. The build-up is easier, but you will still be delayed. This Weaver having a very good time. Top net worth, or top lastest, I should say. The net worth actually still goes to Puck because of that first blood. But if you take that first blood away, then it would be Weaver.
I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can just take things away from heroes anymore.
I think it was unfair, honestly. I think we should have, you know, other sports have like the referee rulings. I think the casters, we should get that power. And we're like, you know, honestly, unfair play from Puck on that first blood. Take it away.
Kinda
Just subtract the
cheating. I don't
gold.
know. Yeah. Instant replay into 30 minutes.
Creep dragon to the top, not very
Yeah.
honorable. Flag on the play. 6-minute runes. This could be where the game starts going. We've got the charge in. You're going to force mid one to use his spells already right before the rune spawn.
They just want to prevent him from getting there at all. Yamich comes over. Rune is bottom. He doesn't make it on Yopaj. What? Mid one does get the rune. How does he not? He was just
feel like it has
way
to be
too
a
small on the remnant.
Yeah, it has to be a miscommunication because Jakiro sees it and Ember needs to remnant immediately to grab it to beat the Puck. But that like half-second delay was enough to lose it. Oh, here's that rotation.
Vacuum
missed
off
the
mark,
vacuum. I
but-
think that'll cost you the kill.
Yeah. They get the tombstone and a TP out of it. So Natsumi, the thing for him is he's just going to go back through the gate, right? Like Weaver, his lane's not in the best spot anyway. They push it out bottom. So he's just going to go, you know, doesn't really lose much of anything. He'll just come right back to the lane now.
Yeah, it's true. It doesn't really set you back, but that was a chance to really get a big foot forward because you
Yeah.
would have killed the Shadow Fiend, so he loses souls, loses farming speed. Weaver would hit 6. That might help on this dive here, which now you don't feel confident doing because you don't want to risk the Weaver's life.
That's a big uh-oh. The Ice Path off the mark. Tim's now just going to burn underneath the tower and the Brewmaster's damage. In comes the TP from Celery as they really want to play for this Wisdom Shrine, and Yamich will not let him get it. Another Shackle. He does have a Lotus and a time lapse. He's just doing his best to stay inside the ring, and now with Jakiro here, it's going to be a big problem for the Dyers. OG, they get 2 kills. They get the Wisdom Shrine. Here comes Puck, though. Coil, a little bit too late. Time lapse does snap the coil. Natsumi a little bit low, but I don't think Puck can walk up here without just taking a ton of damage himself, so he needs to be very careful. Not really too much mana yet on Skem. They do just get the TP out on the Weaver. All right.
This is
Skem
such a
will
win
eventually
for
give his
OG.
life.
This has taken
Yeah.
5 years, and he might deny himself still.
Dude.
Okay, still secured. But in the meantime, Ember pushes in mid, gets a bunch of tower damage, and you should get the power rune now. Regen bottom, okay. So that series of play, you get away with murder, you steal the Wisdom Shrine, you get the power rune, you waste all their farming time because they take forever on those kills. That could have been even
Nico-
worse if they killed the Shadow Fiend top before that too.
Yeah, and on top, like, part of it is the Shadow Fiend can't really play in the lane anymore because Nico is, like, they teleport all the supports bottom, and it's like, what if the Shadow Fiend is left alone top? Like, Darkseer will just kill him with a wall. Like, he just drops wall and kills him. So, Shadow Fiend's forced to leave to the jungle. They find a kill in the Undying, and yeah, this is really good movements coming out from MOUZ here.
I like this too.
Sorry,
Blocking
from OG.
camps nowadays is not that popular because the map is so big, there's so many camps, and there's a limited amount of sentries, as you can't really afford to use them to block camps too often. But because you know you're doing well, and because you know this is Crystallis's backup plan, and he knows it too, he already got a sentry, right? You are forcing him now to unblock his camps, because this is his one recovery play, is to farm back here.
Oh, Celery. There's really no getting out of that one. Just gonna drop a defensive tombstone, but Slide of Fizz from downtown will finish the job. And another TP that does not end up being finished to the top lane. Puck having a great game, like top net worth, of course, but followed by the 3 cores of OG. And they are starting to pull away, get a little bit of distance between them. That is a terrifying Shadow Fiend illusion. They had no head and no armor.
Kind of doom-shaped, if you ask me.
Very doom-shaped. Requiem from Crystallis will go ahead and fear them away, but can they actually finish off Nico with the Shackle and the Hex combined? They do have the damage. Mid one comes in. Nice charge from Tim to try and make some space. Nice silence, though, coming back the other way. Yopaj is dead. No Remnant to safety. The dive getting punished from this Puck. Now the Bruise Split coming through from the top line cancels out the TP from 1. Time lapse from Natsumi should get him to safety, but Spear Breaker not going to be as lucky. A big win there for MOUZ, punishing that really aggressive play.
I feel like OG had been so careful as well. So many times they realize, like, oh, this play is not going to work. We have to be careful about diving. But it finally gets them. They overcommit. With that said, there was still a Remnant down, so Yopaj is actually straight back into this fight. Okay, maybe it's the next level bait. We'll overcommit. We'll lose the fight. It'll bait them to stay too long. We'll get the return kills to now finish the top tower, and then Jakiro gets a bunch of space mid. Commit, Tims, commit!
Into a Shackle under the tower. I don't know. Yeah, that was honestly a really good heads-up play there from OG that they could still find those kills topside because, yeah, I agree. They lost a lot of momentum off of the tower dive initially.
You were able to get, even though he died again, Shadow Fiend at least got to participate in that.
Yeah.
The original winning fight, which helped fix his game. He was starting to struggle, but now it's not too bad. Though when you pick Shadow Fiend, you're actually hoping he's near the top, right? He's kind of a
Hoping you're winning the lane.
momentum-based carry, yeah.
They do know that there's a sentry down in the lane, so they don't want to get too aggressive on the Weaver here. Does have a little bit of backup with the Jakiro, but the push taking just way too long. They see the Darkseer coming through the Twin Gate. Gonna try and find that sentry that is giving Natsumi away.
Invis rune for the Ember in the meantime. I thought he might go look for the Shadow Fiend, but currently jungling up. I guess he wanted to finish his Spirit Vessel, which he now has.
They have Serpent Wards, so I know they want to use them now. They spent some time soaking mid on the Shadow Shaman to get level 6, so Yamich just barely hits level 6. So he's coming bottom lane with the puck. They really want to get these this tower down. And I think now that you bring the Shaman and the wards, I think it's time to give up the tower. I don't know if you can keep this one. Yeah, they actually send the Darkseer back top. They're just trying to just desperately clear this ancient stack behind the tower before they lose it. Which I think they will, thanks to the Maelstrom. Yeah, they're just gonna get what they can and leave.
This is a good call. You can maybe leave Skem if you want him to macro pirate delay, but
Nico.
you can tell everyone is down there.
Oh, he does get the surge off. They do get in range for the Jackal with the help of mid one and Celery. That should be a kill onto the Darkseer. A very nice one. Shackle's now out from the Ember, but definitely not enough.
I was going to say you could tell everyone's down there, but then they didn't actually hit the tower, so I think you should have been a little bit more careful top because the Twin Gate rotation is possible.
Yeah.
Now going to secure his own Ancient stack before that one can get stolen away.
They've had really good ward coverage on the Twin Gates on the Dire side, whereas, you know, OG, like, we haven't really seen them focus on vision for the Twin Gates at all yet. And Yamich just takes bottom tower by himself. He's like, yeah, I'll do it. I got the wards.
I think you need to see the Twin Gates in this game because of the Spirit Breaker. You really need to know where he is approaching from.
Yeah.
And the Twin Gate is what changes the angle, where before it's like, oh, he's gonna, you know, charge from top, so I just position in that way. But if you don't know he's switched sides, you could be positioning bottom into a charge, like through a tree line, and then you've got problems. So I think it's a good idea to emphasize it. It won't see this smoke coming through.
They're going to be able to get on top of Boom. They don't have the damage to kill him immediately, so they're trying to just maybe switch their target. And they do. They bring down Celery. Boom doing his best here to hobble away, and, well, might need to be careful. If they do have one Lucky Bash, they could get him. No, he does get the 3 Hero Shackles, though. The Macro Fire, the Ice Path, they're chasing him down. That Earth Bandit, he's tanky, but he's not going to be tanky enough.
Cancel this.
As they continue the chase, Yamich is now caught behind the tower. The never-ending chase here from OG. They take 3 heroes. They're going to take the Wisdom Shrine and a tower, the enemy Ancient stack. What a turn of events for them.
And deal with all the wards on these Twin Gates. You smoke through it, and the Twin Gate actually wasn't in the Observer, so you didn't see it activate. They're seeing the paths after you, like Twin Gate, you know? So then the smoke gets past that. They get this gank off. Shadow Fiend was farming, and I'm glad he didn't finish that TP because he was going to die down there.
He was super dead.
Yeah, so he at least is recovering a bit, but you're now 4K behind, and I still feel MOUZ.'s lineup was supposed to be the momentum-based one. They'll find a Spirit Breaker kill here.
The team's coming, though. Shackles here. Yamich just here to sacrifice himself to OG while the rest of his team tries to escape. Does get the neutral creep deny. Wow. Very sick. Chrysalis, Mask of Madness for move speed. He's like, I'm gonna make it. Sneaks on by. Very good play there from the Shadow Shaman. Not only denying the gank, but also getting the deny.
Hey, take that on MOUZ. You waste the time of OG, which went Mjolnir build on Natsumi, I think to help deal with the Brewlings.
Yeah. It's just a good farming item for this hero, too. Like,
yeah. I thought you might still go Deso because you'll get the Shadow Fiend illusion, so then you'd have some negative armor synergy yourself. And actually, a lot of the heroes do struggle with negative armor on the side of MOUZ.
That is a very valid point, actually. I'm trying to wonder what the main reason being is for that.
I think it's the farming speed.
Yeah,
like you said,
I agree.
Brewlings plus farming speed, and you've seen them make stacks, right? Like farming with a Desolator is really slow until you have the Shard as well. But the Maelstrom into the Mjolnir allows you to farm these stacks sooner, which seems to be something OG has gone for. Like throughout their games, they tend to stack a little bit more. I feel like stacking was originally very popular. Everyone was doing it, and it's kind of dropped off again. But some teams still do a good amount of it, and OG seems to be one of those teams. It's like it's one of their styles that they have brought in, rather than the usual SCA like fight, fight, fight. They're doing a bit more stacking, a bit more farming, and I think this Maelstrom Mjolnir helps with that. I think you could still do Deso. I just think along with the farming and then the Brewmaster is like a combination of it, and kill the Tombstone.
Yeah. Well, Undying laughs as he comes back to life. That's exactly what I wanted. Now we're gonna gank you topside. Did they see that smoke? I really think they did. I mean, they TP'd out. I feel like they had to have seen that smoke, so now they will just be running to the other side of the map.
Celery drops the sentry after, but
Oh, so good. I love let's go. Keep it up, Blast. Thank you for this one. Great
that was
production.
an instant replay too.
Instant replay. Exactly what we wanted to see.
They're committed to this smoke. They're trying to bring even more heroes into this, but at most you're going to get a tier 1 tower.
Yay.
I guess, not Roche, Tormentor will spawn, but it's a minute away.
It's a
I don't
minute
think you wanna
away,
wait
yeah.
up here so long. So you're kind of forced to keep going, and Celery's actually preparing that. He's putting a deep ward further in. If you want to stay up here, you need to pressure this tier 2, steal their triangle, and then back out. But I don't think OG minds too much. You know, you just farm the other parts of the map. Bottom and mid are pushed into the enemy tier 2s. You know they're just all committed top right now. So no one is going near there. They're all playing it safe. And then you just twin gate over for the Tormentor if you want to fight it.
I'm very curious.
Which I think you should.
Yeah, I'm very curious if they're like waiting for any specific items, because you have Aegis Weaver. You know, you've got this Darkseer who has the Guardian Greaves, not quite yet the Crimson Guard, but your Tormentor fight is pretty strong. So taking the fight right around. Okay, they got the Aghanim
finds
Scepter
them all.
for Ember. Oh, he gets hexed immediately. What a grab from Celery. Your Ember Spirit's just dead, but a huge wall into an Ice Path Macro Pyre onto 3 heroes. They melt. The Brewmaster's illusions or his little Brewlings are doing his best to try and carry through this fight, but boom. Gonna get ran down here in a moment. Natsumi with the Nether Strike of Tim's will try and just finish the job. There is a charge to bash him up. Another bash for good measure. What a turn. The Ember Spirit. Yeah, not what he wanted to start the fight, but faith in his team to carry that one.
Yeah, you go in, you expect to live. Great reaction times from the Shadow Shaman. You're expecting to live and just scout it out for your team, but even knowing you might die, it's totally worth it. He doesn't even get the Sleight of Fist off. That's how fast that was.
He had Shield Rune as well, by the way.
Yeah, that's part of why he thought he could just do it. He's like, surely I Sleight of Fist, I live long enough, the rest of the team will show up before I can be killed. But he doesn't get the Sleight of Fist, which would have bought him an extra, at least 1 second for the rest of the team to get there and save him. But the whole reason you're willing to risk it, as we see, everyone commits to kill you through that Shield Rune. And so, okay, easy AoE spells, combo everything, win a big fight off that. And you don't even lose the Aegis, so you can go again if you want.
The good old Darkseer Jakiro, man. That Vacuum Ice Path Macro Pyre was nasty. Did they finish the Tormentor play or not quite yet?
They're gonna go for it now.
They're gonna go for it now? Okay. I wasn't sure if they did it yet, so they're gonna go for it now. Crimson Guard online helps reduce a decent amount of the damage here, and it goes to Skem. In my opinion, one of the 5 best Aghanim Shards in the game.
What's the other 4?
I don't know. I just said 5 to cover myself. Don't quiz me on this. There's gonna be that one
full
Twitch
of
chat like,
shit.
excuse me, it's actually the 6th best Aghanim Shard. Nah, it's just generally very, very, very good. Natsumi working on the tier 2 top now. 15 seconds left on the Aegis. Pretty valuable first Aegis, honestly, but pushing this net worth advantage up to 8,000. We're gonna see another play here. Shackles will catch Chrysalis as he goes for the tower, and then we'll just back away. They didn't commit to finish the top tower on the Weaver. I thought he would.
I think it looked like a mid fight was, you know, you're catching that Shadow Fiend. If you could get him, you'd like to. And honestly, the top tower, you'll take it if you can, but it's not that important because right now you're just biding your time, looking for a big fight, get the next Aegis, and then, you know, take all the buildings off of that. So if you can get a Shadow Fiend kill and lead into more, you can just go back to the tier 2. So I think it's worth trying, but they were able to save the Shadow Fiend, who I'm looking at the net worth. He is second net worth. It surely doesn't feel like it, though. It's been a pretty quiet game from him.
It's just the matchups like we talked about, right? Uh-oh, Puck. Ice Path will hold him in place just for the moment. Yeah, they get the kill. I was like, I mean, the question was whether or not the Ice Path was going to expire or not, but that was one of the buffs that made Jakiro kind of pop back into the meta, right? It was the linger duration on my Ice Path got buffed a few patches in a row. So the Brewmaster here had a kind of a rough start to the game. Ended up just rushing the Aghanim-Scepter instead of the Vessel. So we don't really have the Vessel, just the Urn. But he is going to go for the Pipe now, which I think you do definitely need. We saw the amount of magic damage that came out in the last fight. You know, we have the Maelstrom build on the Weaver as opposed to the Desolator. It adds up very fast. Oh, Nether Strike. Finds Celery. Shackle out from Yamich, though. Do they have the damage to burst through him? They do. Celery will keep himself alive. Cyclone now out from Boom, looking to go for the Weaver here. Has a BKB at the ready. The stun out. They drop the coil. He still has the time lapse available as well. Shackle and Ice Path here onto 2. Chrysalis stuck inside this. He needs to start running away now. That Vessel is burning him down, and instead it's going to be mid one on the other side of the fight that's dead. And, well, Yopaj will continue the chase. Remnants constantly back and forth. Nico now jumps in, gets the wall, but it's not quite on the money. It's enough to make him path weird, and that's really all they need is they will eventually run down the Shadow Fiend. A very rough game here for the Chrysalis Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, this Weaver is just such a problem for them. He was at the front of the fight doing damage while Spirit Breaker was dying. He was ahead of his team, but you can't kill him, right? You use the Puck abilities, but he's so fast that your damage in the Shadow Fiend can't catch up. Yeah, here, so like, your Spirit Breaker dies, but how do you really kill Weaver, right? You even lift him up with the Brewmaster, but nobody gets close enough in this time. I think if you want to try the Weaver, you've got to be moving in. So by the time Puck commits the spells, Crystal is like, I don't want to walk in there. Even gets caught by all this ability, so your Weaver just lives through everything, gets to do damage the whole time. And then now that all your abilities are done, they don't care. They'll just keep running at you.
Yeah.
And Crystal has hung around here a little too long.
It's like he has time-lapse BKB, right? Like, what are you going to do to this guy? Like, it's going to be so difficult to actually kill him. Bottom lane, they actually commit the wards, and Tim's Shadowblade Gaming, he's out, man.
Dude, his Shadowblade finished before Shadow Fiends. Or maybe it's the same time, but that's still not great.
No split for 9. Do they have the damage? Do they know? Boom. Needs to be very careful here. He's taking a ton. Will pop the pipe. Another Shackle. Doesn't have the mana to ult now. Down to 200. And the burn from the Weaver will finish the job. He's dead. Natsumi continuing the chase now, looking for Yamich at the tier 3 tower. Who cares about the tier 2, man? We do way too much damage.
And now you get the tier 2. This is what I meant earlier, right? Well, who cares about the tier 2? We'll find kills, and then we'll take the tier 2 super quickly. And because we found the kills, we can actually push for more. Now we can go tier 3. You even have the Catapult here. No Deso on the Weaver, but he is plenty farmed. Gonna force out the Fortify, but actually, the Jakiro attacks.
Jakiro, baby.
Keeping the creeps alive.
Top lane, messing with Puck, mid one. Does he have a TP?
Yopaj is on the way.
Okay.
Scan for this?
They should have heard the Lotus Pool, but it looks like with the respawn of the Brew and that the fact that they can't find the Puck anymore, they should back out of mid. A little bit split.
Yeah, you just wait for Roche.
Yeah.
you got the mid tower for free pretty much. So you're pretty happy
They
with
see
the state
Chrysalis.
of the game.
They have a charge coming into the Shadow Fiend right now. Oh, this is so bad. That's gonna connect from downtown. In comes the wall. He's just dead as the fight starts. Now Boom on the backside has the split, but if he uses it, it's just to survive. There's no point. It's just wasting the ability. Surely he's gonna throw it anyway. Just doing his best here to keep himself in this one. Charge on through, connects to these. The Cyclone throwing the Ember Spirit into the air, but there's no damage from these guys. They can't kill anybody.
OG is gaining health in these fights.
Yeah. Natsumi on the side. Manages to find the puck with the help of the Ember, but... I mean, you get Bruise Split, you take Coil, Wards, you still kill the Shadow Fiend, and you don't really, don't really lose much of anything.
Dude, Brew is stuck in the wards.
Oh.
He certainly has no split.
Weaver walks up and was like, wait a minute.
He actually killed one of them.
Yeah, he killed one by accident,
Freed
but
him.
Yamich will pay the price for that. All right,
It's
that's
still a
pretty
winning
funny.
fight. I think you could have gotten a Brewmaster there. Accidentally killed a ward. But you still win the fight. You get their Wisdom Shrine. Now you can go back for Roche after this tier 2. The situation's not getting any better for MOUZ. I was gonna say, I think the one way you come back into this is you get an Invis Requiem off. And then as I was about to say that, you're like, he's being charged. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Not gonna surprise anyone now.
They put a ward sentry and just instantly saw the Shadow Fiend and just charged him from the other side of the map. And this was my concern with running this as a carry Shadow Fiend is, like, if you build BKB this game, it doesn't matter. Like, you're just gonna get ran at by, a charging Spirit Breaker, a Dark Seer, and a Weaver, and there's nothing you can do to survive in those things. So,
Yeah.
very good
And funny
draft here
enough-
from OG.
And funny enough, the Surge also works because your ultimate, the Requiem, is supposed to fear the enemy and give you time to set up your raises, do the damage. But if you're actually Surged, you sprint so fast, like you can't actually do anything. Oh, nice try.
No,
Nice
you
try
got
on
it. He stole the Roche's banner.
I saw
at
the
least.
banner at least. Yeah.
I mean, banner is pretty huge nowadays. Tim's
Funny enough
bottom
though,
lane?
first one actually less huge.
Yeah.
Got him.
Boom's like, wait a minute, guys, something is here. Nether Strike is out. We'll have the charge for the follow-up bash. Do they have the damage to get him before? Yeah, he's not even gonna pop the split this time. Another kill
got
for
this-
Natsumi as the Weaver just towering over everyone this game in net worth. Good ward
got
sentry
this-
dropped here on the high ground. They see Chrysalis another time. He's just gonna get vacuumed almost to the low ground, but Ice Path, Macro Pyre, they don't want to commit interestingly. I thought that was just a go all in. What were they gonna do?
I mean, if he's on the low ground, you definitely do that. I feel like OG
Yeah.
got scammed there, but
Scummass
they're
for
winning
sure.
anyway, so I think they're gonna be okay.
That was a sick vacuum attempt, I'll give you that.
Yeah, bottom barracks are free before Brewmaster can respawn, and he saved his split, so you can mount one final defense, but it will be 20k down into the Aegis, and OG doesn't even need to fight you right now if they don't want. There's still 3.5 minutes on this Aegis.
There's
You
no
just
mid tier
if you
3,
want.
right? You just work on the mid lane as well. They're gonna go for the smoke wrap around here. The question is,
Defensive smoke.
yeah, OG, very, very. The thing is Nico's got that Crimson Guard and the Guardian Greaves. So if you don't start the fight on the Darkseer, it is going to be difficult. They scan it out. They know exactly what's going on. They do manage to get the silence on the Darkseer, but the follow-up's not there. Instead, it's the Shadow Shaman who is dead first into a Requiem from Chrysalis, but it's just to fear them off, make a little bit of space. Cyclone to throw Tim's in the air, but Nico is still perfectly healthy. Boom. Now maybe in too far. They get the Shadow Fiend. Nether Strike just locks him down. He's gone, baby. Natsumi with the BKB. Yopaj with his as well. Taking one hero down after another. They take the gem and the GGs come out. OG will take this best of one.
That was really well done from OG. That final fight, they find the Shadow Shaman, and there's just no hope without the Shadow Shaman. Even if you have the damage on the other heroes, you need the lockdown from Shaman, but he's poor support, just killed so quickly, and after that, there's no stopping OG from closing this one out.
Yeah, they played this super well. The Weaver pick as a response to Brewmaster. It's a great lane counter, but it ended up being just one of the best against all of the heroes, right, on MOUZ.'s side. Like, it ended up being such a good Weaver game. He played it perfectly. 8-0 and 16. You can't ask for more out of your carry, man. What a game from him. But overall, OG played this pretty much perfectly. I mean, there was, you know, there's a couple deaths here and there, but overall, I mean, they hit their timings. They played for the right objectives. The draft worked out really well.
Yeah, and I think not the first blood, because that actually went MOUZ's way. The response, killing the Shadow Fiend at that Twin Gate,
True,
was really big, I think, to eventually set the stage for this, because it got your top lane going, and then it was the Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker working with the Ember that gave the space to Natsumi to eventually reach what he needed to. So I think a really clever start for OG, and they've been doing this. They've been looking for these sneaky first bloods. You thought you got the jump on them, you got the first blood, but like they'll just go for the second response kill and set themselves up for a winning laning stage.
Yeah, very, very fun series here. We've got so many more games coming up, so we are going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our very next series, which to my knowledge is going to be REKONIX versus Na'Vi, if I'm not mistaken. Should be pretty interesting. Another team that's kind of, I would say, surprised a lot of people, right? REKONIX was one of those teams that, you know, they took down some powerhouses in their region, and people are like, okay, let's give a little bit more respect to this team, and they're looking pretty good. And Na'Vi has been on the rise, right? This is a team that's been improving substantially over the last year or so. So I'm excited, man.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So you all should as well. We'll be back after a very quick break.
We're back, everybody, here for more Blast Slam action as we've got Na'Vi taking on REKONIX coming up next. The last series, man, OG putting a beat down on MOUZ, a very, important game. Getting the first day off to a good start means a lot, and that puts OG at 2-0. But on the other side of things, REKONIX, they looked really good in their series this morning versus Tundra, ended up losing a 72-minute barn burner. And then they fall in their second series to Falcons. They're off to an 0-2 start, not where they want to be, but Na'Vi, however, off to a 1-1. See how they're feeling going into this next series. What are your thoughts about these teams?
I mean, I think a lot of people have seen Na'Vi on the up and up, and I would love to see this team find success. I'm a big fan of any team that sticks together for a long time, which they have added people, but I think I forget which, it's mixing up in my head, but 3 of the players have been together now for almost 3+ years, I want to say, and ever since MOUZ.CET, the last person to join in, that was about over a year ago, and they've been sticking together. We have been seeing the improvements, right? They've been qualifying to more events, and they're taking games off the top teams, but not fully winning series consistently, and that is the tipping point that makes you a serious tournament contender. But it's cool to see that process, and I hope they keep sticking together to get at least, one major tournament win and see that kind of dedication pay off. But it's tough. It's tough out there. We'll see if they can do it.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say this team got 5th, 6th at the last Blast Slam, so they have placed decently in this event previously, and we'll see if they can perform better than that. I mean, if trajectory serves in Blast Slam 4, they got 7th, 8th, right? So now we're looking to maybe breach the top 4 if we're this team here. We'll see if they can actually do it. Their opponents, though, REKONIX. This team's brand new to a lot of people, especially if you don't follow, SEA Dota. This is a team where you're probably just wondering, like, who are these guys, right? Like, they just kind of came out of nowhere. They were winning a bunch of kind of local SEA tournaments, and then they just blast right through a qualifier and end up here at Blast Slam 6, surprising a lot of people.
Yeah, I think FBZ right in the middle there, probably the most well-known of these players.
I'd agree.
And I think In Your Dream also people might remember his name. I think the others, unless you are strictly an SEA fan, you won't really recognize them. So this kind of breaking onto the scene. Like you said, down to an 0-2 start, so maybe not the greatest beginning. At the same time, I think many people, as this is your underdog team, wouldn't expect a lot, and so I think they're performing better at this international stage, and hopefully for them, this is now probably their easiest opponent of the day, Na'Vi, compared to Tundra and Falcons. Those are like the top 2 teams that you would expect here at this event. So maybe this is where you can bounce back a little and say, like, yeah, okay, we kind of expected to lose to the top 2 teams. Let's see if we can recover here. There's a lot of games to play. You just need to not be in the bottom 4, and you're gonna feel better about at least getting to play more games. Even the bottom 4, you have a last chance kind of thing, right? But you want to start off a little higher than that.
They would definitely like to get a win here because their last opponent today is Liquid. So it's one of those things where they have a pretty rough first day, and that's just gonna be the nature of coming in as one of the lower seeds teams. I'm not sure if how they do all the matching, but it is one of those things where you're thrown into 4 best of 1s, and sometimes you're gonna have good days and sometimes you're gonna have bad days, and you really gotta turn around the ship. You gotta right the ship really quickly, because the moment you start having a bad day, if it snowballs and you end up 0-4 for the day, it ends up being very difficult to come back from. There are still several days of the group stage, but no one wants to be 0-4 at the end of day 1.
I think someone has to be, though, so
maybe
that's not true. I guess technically you can get some wins maybe mixed around, but yeah, that's a tough day 1 draw for your opponents. With that said, you learn the most from these losses, so perhaps you can reflect on it. You don't have a ton of break time in between this because it's so action-packed with all these best of 1s, but you do have a little bit, and so hopefully they got to reflect on it. And we'll see it in the draft in just a moment. I do think... Oh, that is a sick blanket, I assume, in the back. keeping warm, keeping it cute. Oh, he's trying to show. Oh, thank you. Yes, let us see that up close.
That's the whole reason we actually transitioned here, is just to look at the blanket. No, I agree. You know, I have to imagine coming into this series, I don't think this team is like nervous. You know, I feel like they've been playing pretty dang well in their series against Tundra this morning. The fact that it goes 72 minutes, you've put in the training now. Now it's, you know, everything from here on forward is just easy mode, right? You're like, we had to endure a 72-minute game against one of the most frustrating teams to play against. It can't get more difficult than that, surely.
Yeah, Tundra's a very hard team to beat out in the late game. So the fact that you're even able to bring it there is a pretty good sign, I would say. We'll see if they can... Well, I don't know if you want to bring another game to like 72 minutes, but, you know, repeat the start that went well and then, you know, fix the mistakes that caused it to go so late. Close it out a little sooner.
All right. We're going to get ready to jump into the draft there. Mr. Juice himself from Na'Vi, a player that a lot of people have really started to put their eyes on, and for good reasons, right? Like in terms of carry players in the region, I think he has surprised a lot of people. He's been very high on the leaderboards for quite some time. He's been, like you said, kind of grinding in that scene for a while, and he's one of the three that has kind of been playing together with these boys, and happy to see him finding some success as we're going to jump into the draft here. The first phase bans. It's not banned yet.
It's going to be banned here at the end.
Mr. Largo, where is he? The frog himself. Do you think he's still a frog? What would you consider him? Oh, it's not banned.
What do you mean? Do you think he's clearly a frog?
Well, like, is he a toad or a frog? He's kind of he's more toad-ish to me.
I'm sorry. Could you tell? Is it called Toad Stomp or is it called Frog Stomp?
I'm just saying he's a toad with frog friends, you know?
Could be. You're right.
You know, he has frog friends. I think he's more toad shaped.
Not first pick in the Largo. Do it, REKONIX. They play it. I know they do.
No, you're right.
It works. Okay, we haven't actually even gotten to talk about Largo because it was banned. It works because he's a good support 4 or 5, and you can play him off lane, so you can grab him pretty early.
Yeah.
With that said, Razor is like okay versus him, especially if you play him off lane because you can just run him down with a link and kill him. But as a support, you can pull people away from the link, which is pretty good. The disrespect to Largo, these teams not picking him already.
Can't imagine a game where Largo... No, I mean, to be fair, these are really strong first picks. Razor and Viper have been absolute beasts in the current meta, and I'm not super surprised. I'm more surprised by the Razor pick over the Viper pick. I feel like Viper right now is an absolute menace. Can really be flexed between all 3 of the core roles. And I think he kind of thrives in all of them, even after the nerfs. I think he's still really strong.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, like you said, about the Razor first pick, since it's, you know, that's some like Falcons stuff right there. But maybe they were scrimming against each other, you know, and it's some like big brain idea. I don't think it's like the worst first pick. Like you said, I would have thought like Viper or Largo, you know, something like that could have been higher priority, but it is a pretty flexible hero who can move around, and it does counter out a lot of certain melee heroes, just like Viper does. So we may end up seeing quite a few ranged heroes in this game. I actually think Largo is pretty good versus Viper if Na'Vi wants to pick it up.
Do you think people are still going the Caustic Bath on Viper even after the double nerf to this ability? Because like originally they reduced it from 100 to 75% bonus stats, and then they massively cut the damage on it. It's only like, you know, it's only 2 damage reduced at level 1, but 7 less damage at level 4, which is pretty massive.
I have seen a little bit of both still.
It's like Poison Burst is like the off-lane build. Caustic Bath has been like the carry and mid-lane build. So I'm curious if that means we're seeing more off-lane Viper, because I think Poison Burst is still very good. But we're going to see the Tusk pick. We'll see what they do with this. Very good against the Razor. You can actually like... use Snowball and Shards to try and keep him away from your Link target. There he is, baby. The frog himself, Mr. Largo. There you go, Zach. You finally get to cast a Largo game.
I'm ready. I think it's really good with Razor. This could go in your off lane or your safe lane, and you link someone, you pull them in with the catchy lick. They stay in frog stomp a little longer because of the catchy lick plus the slow from Razor's Q. And then it's just good versus the enemy heroes, right? Viper, you can dispel his poison attack, and then the ice shard trying to block you off, you can just pull people over without even needing a force staff.
For anyone who doesn't know, Zach actually went back to school and has a PhD in frogs, specifically for Largo.
True.
So this guy, if you have any Largo questions, hit up Zach. He knows what he's talking about. Grimstroke, the next pick here for Juice. For Navi. Whoops. That would be a cool position 1 Grimstroke. No, I love this hero. I very much am excited to see what they are planning on pairing this with. The static link does work. You can static link 2 heroes, but you only attack 1, and you attack the second hero that is the one that you don't select initially, but then you can move your attack target anyway, so it doesn't matter. But either way, what I'm saying is you can actually double static link on this hero, and it is very strong.
It's also really cool against the Tusk because one of his strengths is the blink snowball save.
True.
But if you ult someone, soulbind, even if it doesn't connect, right now when Tusk blinks in, he instantly gets soulbound and you can't save.
Yeah.
So it's a cool idea, and if they're linked, you also can't really save them. So it's a cool idea. I think you need a better pairing than just Razor though, because right now you have 3 heroes who want to run at you, and only catchy lick really can like pull people in. You know, you need someone who actually initiates and stuns to start, which I think could be your mid laner. I feel like you want to run Razor in the side lane with one of these guys, but you could still do Razor mid and pick like an off lane who initiates.
All right, the Beastmaster. Now, a flexible hero doesn't necessarily need to be the off laner. Again, with the Viper and Beastmaster picks right now, a lot of your kind of lanes are up in the air in terms of where these heroes are going. Makes it a little bit difficult for Na'Vi to maybe decide how they want to play their lanes in response, but right here we're probably going to see a support pick to pair with the Beastmaster if they want to run it in the off lane. But overall, I would like a little bit of a fast-paced 4 here. Okay, that works. Ancient Apparition, in my opinion, is a fast-paced support. Like the idea behind this is like you just play her on Ice Blast every single time this ability is off cooldown. You just have now Roar to easily set that up. Tusk also one of the best heroes at pairing with it because all you have to do is Ice Shard trap someone, and then they're just gonna get Ice Blasted. So very, very cool heroes to pair with it.
It's also very good against Largo. Yeah, Largo's. All the songs are useful, but I would say in the early game, the heal is relatively the strongest in most situations. And now Ice Blast just gonna make that very, very annoying. You have to like dodge out the Ice Blast or wait for it to expire, which with the damage coming in from the Beastmaster and the Viper, right, the fight should already be over by the time the Ice Blast is expired. So it's a cool idea. I think you need I wanna say you need a little bit more catch, but they're probably looking at a carry last pick, unless you want to do carry Viper.
That's the benefit of this draft so far, right? Like Viper, Beastmaster, all like these 2 heroes both play 1, 2, and 3. So you can put these heroes wherever you want, depending on the lane. With a Puck mid, I'm leaning more towards the Viper mid now. This is not a fun matchup for the Puck. You could even put Beastmaster there. It's not a hero that struggles against Puck either, and then pick a new off lane when you see where this Razor is going, right? Like you have a lot of options. I think Puck overall, though, very good against Ancient Apparition and Tusk. We've already talked about how the Grimstroke ultimate can prevent the Tusk Snowball, but now you also have Puck to come in with a coil and the Waning Rift to silence. So it is going to put a lot of pressure on the supports, which I think is a really smart pick here in the Puck, even if it doesn't have the best lane.
like that Sven ban. We were mentioning a little bit more low cooldown catch could be nice, but that's pretty rare from a carry. Sven's one of the few who, with the Stormhammer, you've got that. Wind Ranger, maybe another, but already banned out earlier. And actually, Gyrocopter, I'd say, is like the third one that comes to mind, and he's out as well. So like Dragon Knight maybe, but I don't think you want to play that into a Razor.
I would say I think this is Razor carry if they were going to ban the Sven there, because Sven has too much damage to drain. Is like actually why it's such a good counter to Razor. Like Razor's like, I'm gonna damage drain you, and the longer this fight goes on, the more you're gonna die. And Sven's like, I have 700 damage, I don't care, and just still kills you. So it is a really funny matchup that like the moment God Strength is up, Razor's static link doesn't really matter. But the Kez ban is a little bit more interesting because it's not a hero that does super well in a static link, but it's a burst hero for the same sense that, you know, you can kind of come in with a Raven's Veil, get the instant kind of stun proc into that physical burst damage. Dude, these last picks are going to be sick. I'm very curious to what their plan is. A Weaver ban. That one's smart. You don't have good catch for the Weaver with these guys. Will it be Juice's hero? Or are we seeing a carry Razor with a new off lane? I like Razor Largo lane though. That down sound pretty sick.
As long as the enemy doesn't have a good escape, I think it could work, which like Beastmaster Viper doesn't have it. Yeah, I was thinking when we saw the Kez ban, I was thinking something like Centaur might come out, like the lane counter to it. Hey, you can't put that many heroes in the cart. Being lied to in that animation. But otherwise, a pretty good hero to set up with the Inkswell, right? You want someone who can just set up the first stun so that Inkswell can just follow up right after.
Yeah.
And a hero like Ancient Apparition, who's likely to be the position 5, that is a long range, so at least you can keep your distance. But if you step up too far because the lane pushes out, you can easily be run down by the Centaur with an Inkswell on him and probably just die. I don't think you can be saved.
I don't think you can run Viper offlane into this either, and I don't think you want to run Beastmaster offlane into this. So I think... Okay, they're actually going to pick Void Spirit mid, one of the few counters to the puck that's still in the pool. All right, it will be FBZ on the Viper.
I mean, it's... I wouldn't even say it's a hard counter, though. It's like a skill-based matchup in the mid lane. But it is very good versus the other hero, so...
Oh, I was right. They didn't want to run the... Okay, never mind. Continue.
Yeah. Besides the lockdown from the Grimstroke, like the silence you can avoid. The Soulbind is the hardest thing for you to deal with, along with Puck's abilities. But all the other heroes, you can kind of like get away from their mechanics. You know, you get pulled in, Frog Stomped, whatever. Dissimulate, ult out. Centaur Stomp, you see it coming miles away. You get linked, whatever, I'm out. You know, so it'll be a very free hero in these fights to go in once the coil and the soulbind are accounted for, which BKB could help you deal with if he decides to go for that, or you get the Ag, silence them before they can respond with those abilities, and then that sets up your Ice Blast, your Beastmaster finding the right roar target. I like the idea. If you fall behind, you're gonna struggle because you are going for the Beastmaster carry. This is all tempo, right? Like, you do not scale in a typical way. I suppose on the other side, Na'Vi also with the carry Razor, not the usual scaling, but I think it's a bit better than the carry Beastmaster.
Yeah, part of it with Razor is like he is the like definition of more of an anti-carry, right? The longer the fights go on, the stronger he gets, and he makes your targets weaker, right? So he is very strong, but the moment he dies first in a fight, your fight's over. Like, you cannot die on Razor immediately. And I think you actually have good resources on REKONIX to do that. Like, Beastmaster, Ancient Apparition can pretty much kill any hero. So I am a little bit worried for the side of Na'Vi and being able to actually protect the Razor from that specifically in the mid-late game. But in terms of how the lanes are going to go, I think I like what REKONIX has put together. So let's see what happens as we jump into this best of one REKONIX versus Na'Vi. both these teams are, you know, maybe like I would say like Navi's had a much better start to the day already. They're 1-1. REKONIX 0-2, but REKONIX did almost take the series against Tundra, but ended up losing it after 72 minutes. They picked a fast draft here, like you said. They do not want another 72-minute game.
Guys, I'm tired. Can we play faster? I mean, I like the idea too. They are, they're the underdogs of this tournament. It's just the reality of it, and the more experienced teams tend to eventually find a play that is better than you. The longer game goes. So trying to play fast, which is the easiest to prep for, you know, it's like, hey, we need a really clean 20 minutes versus a really clean 70 minutes. You know, it's a much easier game plan to just try to go fast. At the same time, it can fall apart really quickly. If you slip up your laning stage and you fall behind and you're supposed to be winning really quickly, there's not really a recovery window because it was supposed to be so fast. And that's where I'm interested in how Navi approaches these first few minutes. If you can throw off REKONIX's draft, then you can take it a little easy from there.
So I was curious because FBZ is going the offlane Viper, and I thought to myself, like, why is he going to go for this, like, Caustic Bath facet? I thought, like, most offlane Vipers are opting for the Poison Burst. And then I was like, oh, well, he's playing into the Largo lane, but now he's not actually playing into the Largo lane. So now he can go ahead and put some early points into the poison attack here and try and orb walk the Razor.
You can try, but Link always going to be pretty useful. Poison attack at least level 1. Not really enough damage. You need the combination of your actual attack damage plus poison attack to get an effective trade.
It's the
so
level 2.
even if you steal just a little bit of damage, it can help you get those extra last hits. But they do get the lane to pull back really quickly. And then down here, Xayet's trying to do the same thing, but only grabbed a couple creeps actually. So it's getting a little messy.
Overall, this Beastmaster should have a pretty free lane versus a Centaur. This is not a lane a Centaur enjoys playing. So I'm not going to be super surprised by this. Top lane, Blood Grenade is out. Juice is dead, man. He cannot get out of this. 5 poison attack stacks the wave at the enemy tower. FBZ will take the first blood. And the closer you get to level 3, the more dangerous this lane is going to get.
Both these top lane duos, they want to run you down. So losing the equilibrium on the very first wave ends up being pretty painful there, because you cannot be run down with Ice Shard's poison attack the way he was if you're by your tower, right? Like, you step forward 1 foot and you're like, oh, well, that's it. That's as far as we go. Enemy tower, can't tank that.
This is why I am not 100% on the lane setup, right? The Lick dispels poison attack, so I kind of expected that to be the counter to the Razor lane, and then, you know, Inkswell with Centaur has kind of been a classic, but for some reason, this is the lanes that they've decided they wanted to go for, and we'll see if it ends up paying off. The Lick, I guess, is good against Ancient Apparitions, like Cold Feet and stuff. You know, I mean, there's that. I don't know if it dispels the axes. I don't think it can, but
yeah,
maybe
I agree with you. It feels a little weird. My one thought is maybe they plan to creep drag down here, and Largo is better than Grimstroke at that. But I don't know if you would have had to creep drag if you just had Grimstroke down here, threatening the Inkswell combos and the ranged auto attack harass. I feel like this double melee, double range setup, it would have been better to do like the 1 melee, 1 ranged for them.
Yeah, I think I have to imagine they want to shut down the Beastmaster more than the Viper, but I don't think you're going to shut down the Beastmaster either way. I think this is a good lane for him regardless. And now you have a good lane for the Viper and mid lane. In Your Dream having a pretty good start here against Niku on the puck. One of the, like you said, one of the better picks into puck, at least in the lane stage. It's pretty solid. It's a little bit of a wavy curve here in terms of which hero is stronger than the other at which points in the game, right? The Witchblade will come out. Nico will have an advantage over In Your Dream, especially with like the early points in Waning Rift and the Coil. But the moment Dream gets the Aghanim Scepter, it kind of swings heavily back the other way. So there's a timing that Na'Vi need to play around on this puck before this Void Spirit comes in to shut him down.
With that said, you've got Largo on your team. So part of the reason the Ags is so good is it's multiple silences to control the puck, and you only want to build like so many defensive items, you know? But this time you're going to have Largo with Catchy Lick to dispel you, and if you decide to go for the shard on the Grimstroke, that's actually another one. So
Yeah, true.
maybe that window is not as tight as it normally would be.
Yeah, I think we always see the Grimstroke go for the 15-minute shard, right? It's just, it's essential when you go the Instigate facet. So more pauses, some lag here, unfortunately, for the side of Na'Vi.
I guess a downside to the Inkswell shard this time is
Oh, so close.
how
All right,
crazy.
PMA. Come on, you ruined it.
This time, there's no healing from the Inkswell because of the Ice Blast. So you lose some value on that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Zayak. Getting away. Like you said, just kind of doing his best to creep drag here. That is a pop salve, though. That hurts real bad.
It's painful. The salve does get boosted by Encore, so he would have made it to full health with that salve. I guess he doesn't mind too much since he is creep dragging, right? You're not really planning to play the lane much, so if you lose health, it's not the end of the world. He's just
Playing for the
stacking
runes,
and securing
though,
a water
you know?
rune.
It's like one of those things where it's like if the Void Spirit came to the bottom rune, he actually had a hard time contesting. But overall, really strong lanes already for REKONIX. They are having a great time in these three. The level 6s, right? Let's talk about that. You're going to get it level 6 first on the mid lane. You have 7 denies, a little bit more harassment, and kind of CS from the Void Spirit. So he should be able to get to level 6 by the 6-minute rune. Whether or not they bring a hero mid to try and grab the puck before Niku can respond is what we'll have to see. He's taken a lot of damage here.
Because he's low, you might be able to do it. You might be able to finish off the kill. But otherwise, Tusk and Ancient Apparition are not the best at finishing a kill on a hero like Puck, so it might be better for you to rotate to the side with the Power Rune. But you can always just see what happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's so many heroes mid, you know, you just kill a support instead of the Puck. You know, you'll take that.
Oh, they bring Ancient Apparition top, but they have a ward here already in place. They're scouting this out. Juice underneath the tower is going to get
Catchy
licked
lick.
across the shards. He's going to be just fine. Riddies comes in. Nice use of the stun to get the return kill, but it will be a 1-for-1 trade. And in the bottom lane, Beastmaster trying to run down the Centaur here. He will get him. Yeah, that's the downside of leaving this side lane. The boars make Centaur's not a hero that builds, you know, boots, right? Like the boar makes it really difficult for you to get away from this guy.
Yeah, Beastmaster has
Staying in the top
just
lane.
enough damage to get through that tanky Centaur. You at least don't lose the Razor top, which is good. That's the value of Catchy Lick, giving you some unique saves that, you know, usually you need a 4-staff to do that, and that's still like 10, 20 minutes away, depending how your game's going on support.
Oh, Rune is going to be bottom. It's a regen. That's a big one. And like we said with this,
But the return?
that is
PMA
shocking.
revenge.
Was he just low HP in the lane? I feel like he had to be. Nope.
Just gets run
3
down by...
double edges.
That was a long, long fight for the Lotus, I think.
Yeah.
Miscalculated on the Beastmaster. Feeling a little too strong after you get that solo kill earlier.
That's really surprising because I feel like you're a hair away from level 6. Maybe he thought he was like 1 creep away from level 6 and he was like, oh, I'll just get Roar and kill him. But now he dies, gives PMA pretty much the same amount of XP and gold that he was lacking. That's a really unfortunate death there for the Beastmaster. Really helps the Centaur game, but now that you have Stampede up for this Wisdom Shrine, it's going to be getting a lot more difficult to try and steal this one away.
Void Spirit's coming in, but so is Grimstroke.
And Puck. There's no way you get this, surely, is there? You're going to do a lot of damage to the Centaur to start this one out. There's the Coil. There's the Stampede. The Axe is not going to be able to do much of anything. They take down the Void
low
Spirit.
ground.
And they get the Wisdom Shrine.
Maybe it's better he's on the low ground, actually. Jacroy was right around the corner with the Roar. That could actually get the Puck killed with the amplification from Ice Vortex. But that's worth your time. You secure your own Wisdom Shrine and kill the Void Spirit. It is a lot of heroes. As long as you don't lose as a Razor, I'd say it's fine. But no catchy lick to help him this time.
Yeah, I mean, he cannot get away from this. The Tusk does not care about you stealing his damage. Snowball will come through, and with FBZ on this Viper, dude, there's no way he gets out, right? 4 poison attacks? Yeah, he's dead. Surprised it didn't snowball earlier, but bottom lane, they use the roar, and they will find that kill onto the Centaur. Mid lane, looking for Dream. Shards off the mark here. Niku trying to get to that power rune. He's gonna get it. That's a little bit of a miscalculation. Now, amplify damage. He might be able to turn this into a kill onto the Tusk. He did have a ward there to scout him out. The orb, not on the mark. And now, yeah, Ancient Aberration, he knows something's up. Bottom lane, no TP. 3 heroes managed to find that Beastmaster once again. Hey, this is action-packed back and forth here as now mid lane. Coil comes out, they turn around, in comes the step in your dream. Gets a trade here, 1 for 1. 6-5, just 9 minutes into this game. But Viper's the big winner, man. He's having a great time top.
Yeah, and it could be going better for either team, but both safe laners extending a little bit too far. These extra deaths are unnecessary, especially for these momentum-based carries, you know, air quotes, like a Razor carry and a Beastmaster carry. They are not the typical kind, and you want to be having a good start and maintain that. You can't be giving away these free kills.
Well, FBZ, I may have spoken too soon. He's going to get pulled out here, caught by the 2 supports, silenced up. He does have the... I was gonna say he has the ability to put something down, but he's just permanently stunned. Doesn't even get the stick at the end there. No, Niku, can he get away? Tusk comes in. Nice soulbind there for middies. Do they have the damage? It's gonna be the urn. He has a Lotus. He's fine. Okay. How do you not get the wand off at least? He had 16 wand charges.
I mean, he may have still died. He's surrounded by 3 heroes, but with his team coming in, maybe it is worth it to pop the wand and still die, but it takes an extra second or 2.
I mean, it kills the puck if it works, right? If he gets the wand off, he at least gets like either the Viper Strike or even just a Nether Toxin that they're standing in, but... All right, tower taken to the top side. This Puck using the Arcane Rune here, just to kind of farm up, get some lanes pushed in. Ancient Apparition... almost to level 6, I think, right? Yeah, 5 3/4. So just staying near the wave, farming up some camps here in the jungle. Should get it very soon here.
Yeah, you need your ultimates on these supports, Ancient Apparition and Largo in particular.
There it is. With Ice Blast now, this is go time. We saw Grimstroke's ultimate come out earlier, but used more defensively, just try and make space for the puck to survive. It worked. FBZ just gonna jungle with those 3 points in the Nether Toxin. I think this is gonna be a little bit of a quiet time for Beastmaster, right? He just wants to get to the Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible. The real question then is, who does this Ancient Apparition play around with his Ice Blast, right?
Yeah, it's got to be the Void Spirit, who has his Spirit Vessel being delivered right now. You said it earlier, it's go time. I will now repeat it. It is go time. Gotta start getting these early plays going. This is, you know, you're playing like 3 pseudo carries, right? You can't be taking too long.
Rune spawns top. It's gonna be an illusion rune. A little bit of an RNG win there for Na'Vi. I mean, the other thing too is your Beastmaster has a roar, right? So if you have roar, all you need to follow it up for the kill is the Ice Blast. So if you find that possibility, it's a definite kill. Niku having an illusion rune might actually save him here in the mid lane. We'll have to see. way off the mark there with the Remnant. Level 6
never
on
see-
Tusk as well. But they found the Viper, so they're smoking to the top side here to try and just chase him down. A little bit far away, though. FBZ reads it quite nicely. He's out. Snowball, Vessel, mid lane, looking for Largo. With this, they should have enough damage to finish the job, and in comes the Stampede. Soulbind on to 2, the silence there as well as the stun. In comes the Ice Blast, it's gonna connect, but do they have the damage to turn this around? They need to be able to get this Void Spirit out of here. In comes the Coil. He does get a really nice Resonance Pulse onto 3 PMAs, burning the strength damage coming through into the Astral Step, chasing down Riddy's under the tower. The Redman's going to do it in Dream with a Vessel now to try and keep himself alive, but the Puck with the Orb to find the trade. A 2 for 3, somehow turning that one around.
Ice Blast is so good, man.
Yeah.
It is preventing any healing from coming out. It brings you extra damage onto this tanky Centaur who is working on a pipe, but he doesn't have it done yet. And actually, the cloak is in his backpack. I think this cloak was in the inventory. It's a loaded inventory, but I think you put the cloak in instead of the headdress, and maybe you live through that. At least make him work a little harder. All right, that's not quite the go time I was imagining. I feel like that was Na'Vi making a play, and then REKONIX correctly reacting to it. But I want to see them pick up the pace themselves, you know, a little bit more proactive. But it feels like they have a different read, like there's a different timing they are waiting for.
The Beastmaster. I mean, they want to play for Roshan, and they want to play for Tormentor around their really farm Beastmaster top side. They're going to be able to find the Viper here, looking for the Snowball. And with that, they will pick him up, take him on over to this, well, I'd say over to the Grimstroke, but he does get the Soulbind onto 2, but these guys are tanky, especially inside the Caustic Bath. Niku able to survive for now. And now the Juice coming through, but In Your Dream snipes him. Vessel now onto Juice, does have the Dissimulate to chase. Does he have another Astral Step? Not for 15 seconds, but the slow plus the Vessel plus the Snowball, they're gonna get him. And now onto Zayak, he gets another Vessel charge. Ice Blast, yeah, there's no escaping this one. A 4 for 2. Yeah, Ancient Apparitions finding his momentum here.
Yeah, these Ice Blasts and Ice Vortexes, they're so strong right now. I think if they just line themselves up a little more, you'll take even cleaner fights instead of losing some of these heroes. But it is still going their way. They're grabbing a 4K gold lead now. And your Beastmaster, he is using this time to farm. So he has the Ags. The Blink is almost done. And, you know, third time's a charm. I hope that's go time when you start bringing these heroes in. Use this roar.
I feel like they're going, man. I feel like they're there.
They're starting to go.
They're just like, yeah, Beastmaster, we don't need you yet. Like, you just be like, we've seen Beastmasters. He's an unconventional carry, but if he is really far ahead, he is an actual carry. Like, when we see Beastmasters like Blink, BKB, Roar, like refreshers late game, he just deletes heroes by himself. Like, it doesn't matter if there's a team there to try and save them. He will just kill the heroes in his way. So I think he can scale, especially when he's this far ahead. And now that he has the Blink, it's going to make this Puck's life a lot more difficult, which Niku trying to cut the wave here.
Oh, he just blinked to farm, though.
Yeah, Void Spirit's going to find him. Vessel is out. He is going to have to drop the coil. Remnant, not going to connect. Does he have a TP? He doesn't have a TP for 10 seconds. No.
Wait, they didn't see him?
No. All right, he's out. He's actually out on the other side. He's just gonna rip the Roar right onto the Largo. Ice Blast thrown over the head here to try and find Juice. He manages to dodge it out slightly. The Boars will slow him down into the Viper Strike, though. They brought out the whole team. 2 dead. Na'Vi will punish the other side of the map as the Puck tries his best to make some space in the mid lane now. Blink reveal out from the Tusk. The tag team damage is doing so much. You're piped for what, man? We don't care.
Puck's gotta be, I think Puck's gotta be pushing out top during that time because REKONIX is starting to move really fast, go to different lanes. But once they're out of a certain area, you have to punish them by pushing that in. They missed the Puck kill barely. I guess just didn't see him in those trees.
Yeah.
They at least get some kills elsewhere, but I think Puck should be pushing in top to like try to take this tier 1 top.
Ooh, very close. Almost into the Walrus Punch. I think Beastmaster needs to come top now. I like, you need to threaten the Roshan at like 18 to 18 and a half minutes. Like, that is what you're playing for on this hero, because you want to be able to turn that Roshan into Tormentor, right? So you finish Roshan top side close to like 19-ish minutes and either force a fight or you just get Tormentor for free because you have Aegis. Like, that is their go time. I'm going to stop saying that now. I'm going to stop saying
I'm going to keep saying it.
I'm not going
go
to say
time.
that. Not one more time. Not once.
I'll bring it back for
Bottom
OG.
lane, they're smoking everybody up to come down here to try and find at least something. Get a tier 1 tower, maybe an Ancient Apparition for free. But yeah, again, the trade is Roche. They're already in the Roche pit. Right, this is exactly what we're talking about. That 18 and a half minute Roshan. They see the ward pop. He's going to get the TP out of the Ancient Apparition. He's safe, baby. There you go.
This is not
Roche.
worth it.
Nah, not
There's
at all.
just so many heroes down here. You can't even get an Ancient Apparition. He's just going to Ice Blast you for lulz. It's like, I don't need this for Roche anymore.
I mean, the thing is they can't contest the Roche. There's no way. Like, they know that they're not as strong around the Roche pit. So they try to just get something out of it. They get the tier 1. Not a great trade, like you said. Now you just gotta play on the top side of the map for the most part until that Tormentor is up.
Top tower is under attack.
FBZ almost has BKB. I know the Void Spirit, or I'm sorry, the Beastmaster was also building BKB. Void Spirit almost has his Manta. They are getting really fight ready. I mean, normally you don't get
don't
the
have a
tier 2
good-
before Tormentor, but if you're this strong, maybe you do.
If you don't get a good Soulbind connection, I don't think you're going to have the lockdown to get kills on the side of Na'Vi. But to try to fix that, Grimstroke has the blink queued. It is a while away, though, since he's not having the greatest game.
A blink away from a blink.
And some pocket change.
Yeah.
Like a link away from a blink.
Yeah. I like it. All right. Tier 2's dead top. They're playing aggressively on Na'Vi here, trying to find this Ancient Apparition who's just playing very safe behind his towers. Just, you know, just Ice Vortexing the wave. Just getting some XP, soaking it up, having a great time. He's level 12 on the 5 position Ancient Apparition. They will look for the dive now, but guess what? He's got a Glimmer Cape, man. You ain't gonna find him. Meanwhile, Tormentor spawns top, and there goes the rest of the team.
The Ancient Apparition, it's similar to the Treant Protector, which is that you don't have to be with your team because you can still contribute with the global ability. But his global ability is even stronger than Treant's. So sometimes you can just ignore the Treant and be like, oh, he's not in the fight, it's just living armor, whatever. Let's get the rest of the heroes.
He got the shards off. Nice Ice Blast coming through the lick. Does it save him? It doesn't. He does get the pipe off. They're going to try and find the kill onto the puck. That Soulbind did some work. But will the puck shatter? He still does. The Vessel plus the Ice Blast is enough. In Your Dream jumps forward, grabs Zayak here on the Largo, and the Vessel is doing way too much work. 2 dead now. As the chase looks to have come to an end. And it's getting real rough here for the side of Na'Vi. Down 11,000 gold here, just 21 minutes into this game. The supports are so farmed. The shard pickup from that Tormentor, no matter who it goes to, either one is really strong in this mid-game tempo.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, things truly go time now. They're doing it. They're
They found
speeding along.
Juice. I guess it's TP out. Ice Blast does connect, but no Viper Strike there. Didn't quite find the angle. Good 4-staff TP. Or just good TP out.
Beastmaster, you're too scared to engage. Well, I say that. I don't know you should be doing this. He's got
Yes.
Roar in like 2 seconds.
He's got a BKB after this Aegis. The team can follow this one up pretty easily. Yeah, they're going to be able to. BKB is out. There's your Roar. The pipe is there. The static link into the Soulbind doing some work, but can they get the Beastmaster to safety is the question. Snowball buying him a moment of time here. They get the damage onto the Void Spirit instead. The Centaur super tanky. Took him forever to bring this guy down, and now you've lost your 2 big damage dealers. FBZ's in way too deep. He can't really stand his ground. Viper Strike out onto the Razor, trying his best with the BKB to TP to safety. He's gonna be able to do it. No! 4 dead. Na'Vi find a 5th in the Ancient Apparition.
I was very wrong. They could totally get the Beastmaster. But I feel like that was strange. I don't know why he roared the Centaur. And I think he's just a little... Maybe he wasn't... Maybe he was too far up. But they get the Aegis for free. And the rest of the team is still on the way. This is where if you have Ice Blast, you wouldn't be willing to do this on Na'Vi, right? Because you're all clumped up there. But you tried to Ice Blast the Razor earlier when he was TPing away. So they knew it was on cooldown. And they use it to just push it here. They're down 11k in this fight.
Yeah, this is a unbelievable win for them. Not only like bringing down the Beastmaster, like you said, but the Void Spirit getting caught there on the silence and then just dying in the duration of the Soulbind is just devastating to his game. Back live though, we'll see the Tuskers manage to find Largo one more time, pops the Stampede, the Snowball to cancel it into the Remnant. We'll get themselves a little kill. A little bit of a hiccup potentially on the REKONIX game, but they are still firmly in the lead here. 8,000 gold. I'm sure they will not be looking to take fights without the Ice Blast again.
I don't think they were meant to take that fight. I think Beastmaster probably just stayed up a little too long. I also thought he was actually too strong to die. And I'm looking out for the outside, so maybe he also felt that way.
Smoke gets popped. They find the Beastmaster in the trees. The Chain Stun will easily be there, but can they buy the space? They can. There's the roar into the Ice Blast. Your Centaur is dead. Much easier this time around. Amplify damage room picked up there on Nico, but Dream, he's looking for Riddies here. Jump in, Walrus Punch gets the Soulbind up. There's your double static link. You got to be a little bit careful here. Juice does get the back away here, not forced to pop the BKB or anything, so a little bit of a one-for-one trade on the extended dive there. Did he not get the double static link? Am I wrong? Did they change that? You used to be able to static link two heroes.
I didn't really process it. They died so... It was so fast, you know? It broke up. I saw the double catchy lick.
Okay, we'll see here. I'm curious if he just got like immediately popped on the range or something. Yeah, it just popped the range immediately. Yeah, okay. I was like, I thought I saw a second one, but yeah, they just immediately broke the tether. Thank you, production!
What do you think Largo feels like when suddenly there's a second tongue in his mouth for a moment there?
I don't know, you can't ask Twitch chat though. They'd have no clue. It's not something they've ever experienced.
I also have no clue. Very bizarre, I'm sure.
Got him. Absolutely roasted.
Things are getting a little closer now. It's this weird pattern now where you have to wait for Roche because you lost it earlier. Can't really play as fast as you want. And I'm getting worried for REKONIX because they had the lead. They still have the lead. But they are the earlier team, and I feel they were hoping to have all the outer towers already here with that last Aegis, and then like have knocked on the high ground a little bit, close it out with the next one. So you can still potentially do it, right? As you get this next Roche, you can still close out the game off a very strong fight. But I think if you mess that up, it should go the way of Na'Vi with the better scaling.
Yeah, I feel like you had that one kind of botched fight where you know, getting a little bit too ahead of yourselves. That being said, Na'Vi capitalizing on the situation, realizing that they could get away with it. Oh my gosh, they just barely miss FBZ on the Viper. Oh, that is unfortunate. A very smart smoke play there as they know Roshan's about to respawn. And there he is, he's up. If they catch the Viper there, they might, I don't know if you could take the Roche away, but at least stalls out that time that they have to get it.
Cool. Run, Riddies. That was a very fortunate observer placement time.
Yeah.
He is going to lose it, but it kept him alive. And you need the Soulbind and the Inkswell in these fights.
Yeah.
The support impact this game is pretty big. I would compare like the Grimstroke and the Ancient Apparition. How they use their ults is very important.
Both teams desperately looking for a pick here as Roshan is up, but maybe it will just be REKONIX going in for this Roche now. They do have a good ward sentry in the mid lane, scouting that high ground. Dream. I like an early Aeon disc on the puck, actually. This is a really smart pickup. And they'll just give up the Roshan. They know it's pretty much impossible for them to contest. Aegis down into the hands of the Beastmaster. They grab themselves the Roshan's banner, and that's really what you need to go to the high ground. They don't have a great way of killing the banner.
Oh, this is cool. Jikroy's gonna go for a disperser to deal with the Aeon disc, and maybe better scaling as a pseudo carry.
Disperser's super good.
Yeah.
The self dispel into the aggressive dispel. I mean, that gets rid of Ink Swell. It gets rid of a lot of the benefits from Largo. Oh, Soulbind onto his own illusion. Hold on. Actually, a really nice play here mid. If they can get the Void Spirit, it'd be huge. Ice Blast is going to connect the Roar. He hasn't found the right target. He's going to be able to TP out, and with the Ice Blast, I think they get the kill. They do. All right, I realize they roared the Largo earlier, so that's how he died. So no Roar available. It does cost you your Void Spirit, but you do manage to get the return kill out of the Razor, and that's space for the Beastmaster to start taking your buildings.
He doesn't want to push up too far on his own. He learned his lesson last time, so he'll just take the tier 2 and back out, wait for everybody. But you got a little less than 4 minutes left on this Aegis. I think you can push in this top lane and then eventually go through the Twin Gate as Void Spirit respawns, and then go for that final bottom tier 2. Then you're just looking for one big pick off into a banner push. Ooh, all the lines being drawn out. Don't let them push us. Push out the other lanes, guys.
FBZ finished his S and Y, now going for a Scythe of Ice. So wants a little bit more control for the team. We do have Ancient Apparition's actually not that close to the Beastmaster right now, which I think you kind of want to just look for an Ice Blast play onto a kill here if you can. They're going to group up. Beastmaster's kind of low on mana, though.
You just need to roar once. Couple axes. You got enough mana for that.
Riddies blinks to safety. Shivas will scout them. They've got everything they need to find the kill. All right, they realize that was an illusion. Good restraint from the Beastmaster. Mid-roar animation decides to cancel and doesn't get his spell baited.
Everyone else just trying to shove out lanes. They know they can't take the direct fights into REKONIX, at least not with Aegis up, so they're just trying to cut all the side lanes. FBZ was down here, but he doesn't really have the lockdown to actually stop a puck. So there's just a farming pact going on. We'll both just farm down here.
Tusk is going Ags.
Yeah, it's really close, right? So
Yeah,
I think they're waiting for that before
away.
they go high ground.
It's a really good Ags game. Like, Razor hates playing against this. So does Centaur. Like, the whole idea is you pop Stampede to get away, or you're playing, like, on the edge of the fight with your static link, but Tusk just decides for you on where you get to play the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Wow.
under
All right. Aghanim Shard to FBZ. Not the best. It's okay. I mean, especially if you're trying to end the game, gets you a little bit more damage for the buildings.
Yeah, I think it's a nice time for it.
All right. 16,000 gold. With an Aegis with, what, couple minutes left on this? And,
1 minute left. At this
Yeah.
point, it's...
they're not going high ground with it? You don't think?
Yeah, I actually don't think you need it, because they're picking up the answers, right? This Disperser on Beastmaster and then the Ags on Tusk. So what they're hoping for is you find a fight before you go high ground, and then because they're all dead, you push it. So you don't technically need the Aegis for that, as long as you can win the fight. And with the Aegis, you can't deal with Aeon Disc, but with the items, you could.
They find the real Razor. Roar, Ice Blast, not on the mark. He gets 4 staff to safety. Tusk comes in, though, with the axe, kicks him way back, but there's the double static link. You're in a problem now. Big Stampede to make some space. They take down Tusk. FBZ looking for an opening here, but doesn't really have it. You just sacrificed your Tusk, your Roar, your Ice Blast, and now potentially your Viper just getting chain stunned up. He does have a BKB, 4 staff up to the high ground. Dream going an aggressive here to try and grab Zayak, but doesn't have the damage. They're instead going to chase aggressively. Block off the path here with Void Spirit. Nicely done. As the Aegis expires, they will retreat. I don't know if you can. They are really hunting here. They see them all.
A couple.
Oh, they're going to jump onto the high ground. PMA pops the BKB. The damage from the Viper and into the Viper Strike. The lick back to try and yank him some space, but they just delete the Grimstroke. The BKB surely going to expire here, and there it is. PMA now is dead as well. The respawn of that Beastmaster. Or the re-engage, rather, of the Beastmaster, doing a lot of work there.
Zayat's trying to push it. He knows if he leaves too soon, he's not going to be able to cut waves. He's trying to hang around.
All right. Well, they tried to find Niku with the Blink Roar, but always waiting Rift before the Blink out. Really nicely done.
The fight was funny because I think REKONIX felt pressure to find a play before the Aegis expired, so they kind of forced that mid play in a way they shouldn't have. Realized their mistake, like, okay, let's just get out, get the disperser. Na'Vi thinking like, oh, this is our chance, let's chase too far. The disperser actually gets delivered, and they're like, oh, we're ready to go now, you know. And then you can fight Na'Vi again.
Yeah, and now that you have Scythe of Ice finished on the Viper as well, so you have another control tool. You need to be very careful. They are, I mean, Juice is really tanky now with the Satanic, the BKB. He's got the Frog sitting around him as well. Drops the ward, gets the vision, the snowball into the shard block, beautifully catching Zyke as well. Trying to TP out. He should survive. I think Vessel and 5 poison stacks. He'll live. Makes it through it. But big grab there, taking down the Razor, and just come bottom to the enemy outpost. Look to push this last tier 2 tower.
That's the last one, and Razor's still dead for 60. I think you should push a bit here.
Oh no, Ancient Apparition alone in the top lane. Picked off, brought down. It's a really nice find, but you still got to protect the towers, and with this Viper keeping those poison stacks up on the tower will make it pretty easy.
He's been playing so well too. That was one of his first deaths on the Ancient Apparition. And that's going to give an opening to Na'Vi to defend.
Aggressively force staffs him in. Can they buy him some space? He gets the BKB into the Scythe, now trying to find the puck, but there's going to be the Aeon Disc to keep him alive. PMA trying to run away under his cover, his own BKB, but the damage is there. They've got him. 2 heroes dead on Na'Vi as the Razor still watching from the sidelines for another 10 seconds. You've got nothing left when he respawns either, so you cannot stop this.
I think you've been losing so many fights to the Ancient Apparition. You're like, he's dead. You know, we got to try to defend. Let's go. But you really need the Razor. Razor's a lot of the damage on the team. So with him being down, you can go in, but what do you actually get out of that? Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you kill the Viper there at the start, absolutely massive. But the Blink Roar turnaround, right? Like, this Beastmaster is still a huge issue. And he's going to have his... What in the world is he building? Arcane
Building
Blink?
an Arcane Blink because he has no mana.
Yeah, is it just for mana at this point? Like, unironically, I think it is.
I'm a little surprised by this. I would have thought Refresher would be better, but he really does have mana issues with that.
Yeah, dude, he gives the Mandible. All right, I want to see a tiny Beastmaster roaring like one of these heroes, and they just can't find out where it's coming from.
FBZ
right,
shown in the lane,
Na'Vi.
but he's not the one you want to jump. He might be forced to.
They're gonna go for it. They've got to make some play here. They jump in aggressively, Soulbind onto 2. The Razor statically is broken his text. He didn't get the BKB off, and now he's Ice Blast forced to run away, but the chase continues. They've got him. Surely, Juice. He can't survive this. Ice Blast, one last tick. Vessel's out. He pops the Satanic. He's alive for now, but the Dissimulate away. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but you've spent everything. They do get on top of the Beastmaster here. He's falling low. Does not get the roar off. He's dead, and now Juice starting to get aggressive in the fight. Niku as well. Can they turn this one around? FBZ's Viper is pretty dang strong. How do you get the Beastmaster there? Jump in, Puck silenced up, taking damage, but PMA with a jump forward, trying to finish off FBZ. Does manage to get the ink swell with the Viper Strike, making a lot of space here. Dream is the sole survivor, it feels like, and he's not living through this one. Stomp is out. The Static Link doing so much work as they will continue the chase to the other side of the fight. It's a 4-for-1 as Na'Vi dominate this fight.
I'll go home, actually, though. Feel like you just need one person to go home, and everyone else should be doing Roche right now? They're all dead. Why is everyone going home? Okay, I thought this was such a bait on the Viper. I thought surely REKONIX had this, but Beastmaster wasn't able to find the roar he wanted. So you just seem like constantly running in this fight. He's like, I don't need it, I don't need it. But at some point your BKB ends, and now you can be controlled up and killed. So you gotta get the roar and get a quick kill before it happens.
The fact that Razor jumps in that far and doesn't get Tusk punched, kicked, or roared is a misplay for sure. Like the second you see the Razor come in like that and get ice like hexed into an Ice Blast, and you don't manage to follow it up with either the kick, roar, or the Tusk ult is pretty massive. They will take the Aegis away. Ice Blast actually connects onto 4 heroes. Maybe you might need to not chase on this one. But Na'Vi have completely turned this game around. You're down 14,000, but it's 40 minutes into the game. You have the Aegis, Cheese, and the banner now.
This is where things are wrapping around. We saw if Razor, he didn't even have the best initiation in that fight, but it's not easy to kill him if you're not connecting every single spell, and now he's got the Aegis. So you didn't go Refresher on Beastmaster. That means you don't have 2 roars to kill him twice. That means this Razor is doing damage in these fights. And the only reason you've been winning up to now is that you've been quickly able to burst out these heroes, especially preventing the Razor from doing much damage. And he is getting very slotted, getting to his Refresher. This is the outscaling we were talking about. Like, this is where Razor beats out the Beastmaster carry.
Yeah, I mean, your Viper now has like Heart of Tarrasque and Viper Strike cooldown at level 25. So this is, you know, every 15 seconds he can throw these things out. He's a tanky hero. Like, the idea is that they want to bait the Viper, like you were saying. Like, he is the one they want to put on the, on the front line and let them try to kill him. I think you might start having the damage to do that, especially with Juice. Like, anytime you're playing Razor, if you're just able to sit there and full duration static link a hero, like on top of the fact that he's level 25 as well, having one of the stronger level 25 talents in the game, like this is scary to actually take fights into this Razor now.
Yeah, I think you have to kill him with the Viper Strike first, and then the Roar on the second life.
I mean,
and if you don't,
right?
Well, you have the Ice Blast for the second life as well.
That's true.
So you need that setup. You need to make him like, oh, I don't want to use it on my first life, you know, and then prevent it on the second.
Ice Blast completely off the market. Does manage to clip PMA as he goes in. They do get the there they go. They get the Roar this time, trying to get that first life of the Razor. Stampede comes through. They get the lockdown. Juice is dead. He's not going to have a BKB for the second spawn, but the Beastmaster is dead in the process. The damage from the Puck, as well as the Centaur. He pops the cheese. He's back to full life. FBZ in some trouble, and with Juice on that respawn, they've got him, man. 3 heroes dead. Na'Vi all alive, and this game is now looking real rough for the side of REKONIX.
And they overcommit on the Razor, right? They throw the Roar. You do get the first life, but he just respawns. You can't do anything about it. His Refresher's now finished, if he wants to use that for the push. If they try to defend. But yeah, they smoke into smoke. The positioning was a little unlucky, I suppose. Or we could say is good from Na'Vi. So this Beastmaster just doesn't get enough done.
Oh my gosh. The Beastmaster got stunned by the Croaker. That's what happened here. Okay. Yeah, this...
But even then, like, you kill the Razor a second faster. Then what? You know, he still comes back and then has everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage in these fights coming through, just being enabled from the Grimstroke as well. I will say, like, the Ice Blast was thrown way too early. Like, they didn't even have the stun yet to get the Ice Blast connection. It was just fortunate that it happened to clip the Centaur. But the moment that Ice Blast whiffs, like Na'Vi just has the green light to go kill anybody they want. They're just like, all right, just commit. We don't have to worry about Ice Blast anymore.
And the Aegis is now down on the Razor, but off of winning all those fights, PMA has finished his Ag. So that's now your pseudo Aegis, right? When too much gets thrown on the Razor, just jump in, cart him for a little bit, and then go from there. You need to now find Na'Vi split up. You need to pick off. You can't take these direct fights anymore. I think it's too hard. Too many tools have been picked up from Na'Vi.
Starting to really wonder about this Arcane Blink, I'll be honest. This could have been a refresher, man. Like, this could have been his refresher. And in these fights, we're really seeing the difference of having a refresher on this Beastmaster and not. Double BKB, double Roar. I mean, these things are so important.
Even just throwing another set of axes a little sooner actually kind of adds up. Like, the damage amp is no joke.
And now with Razor having like Satanic Refresher, BKB, going for a Swift Blink, which in my opinion is a super underrated item on the Razor.
Oh yeah, you gotta get out of here.
Great
Save him.
away.
You need this Ice Blast.
Gets the TP out. Will survive.
I do favor Na'Vi going forward from here, but it is still a lot on the Razor. And if they mess up, they get a little greedy, and you lose the Razor early in the fight, I don't think you have any damage outside the Razor, right? Razor's everything, and now he's just reached that tipping point where he's too hard to kill as well. But if he's by himself, you actually still can kill him.
You always have Tusk Kick when defending high ground. And that's where this, like, normally you'd be like, oh, well, they have Centaur cart. Like, they'll just cart the Razor. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, if the Razor's in your fountain, it doesn't matter, right? Like, that's where, you know, this Tusk Aghanim Scepter can really pay off. The downside is you don't really buy the Aghanim Scepter to be like, guys, don't worry. When we're inevitably defending our high ground, it'll be really good. Like, you really wanted to get some value out of this much earlier, like in that top fight where everything kind of fell apart here for REKONIX.
This was supposed to be a kick the enemy out of their base, not kick the enemies into our base.
Yeah.
Kind of Ags on the Tusk.
I mean, they're going to get themselves the first Tormentor of the game. But I mean, you can see, right? This has been a Na'Vi show for the last like 8-ish minutes of the game. Not a single kill or objective for REKONIX.
The Shard going to the Grimstroke is now another defensive tool to save the Razor. So let's add these up. The Razor has Satanic BKB Refresher Manta. Then you've got a Lotus on the Largo along with a Glimmer and all his abilities. Then you have Inkswell and a Scythe and a Glimmer from the Grimstroke. And then you have Cart and Pipe on the Centaur. Like, these are all the things you have to address to actually kill Razor.
Like I said in the beginning of the game, if Razor doesn't die, he will win the fight. And I think this is the Razor doesn't die moment of the game. I say this right before he dies, I'm sure. That's just how it always goes.
Caster Curse. Let's see how powerful we are. Are we stronger than Got the Juice? I mean, they can't. I mean, look at Razor, right? He moves forward and everyone moves behind him. They know how this works.
Yeah, they found themselves the Viper. The Snowball comes through. They're doing his best to keep him alive. There's gonna be the Soul Bind though to hold him down even further. Does get the Disperser to safety. You're gonna lose the Tusk for this, but maybe you get a return kill onto the Centaur. No, they didn't have detection. It just gets glimmered and walks away. Oh, this hurts.
You don't have a refresher, so that's your roar. Na'Vi, okay, Na'Vi had to work really hard to get here, so I actually think they could push it here, but they may be playing it safe, waiting for Roche, thinking it could be, it could, but it is unfortunately quite a long spawn.
It's also
they're not willing to risk it.
You don't want to go in without like Stampede, Coil, and
that's true.
Grimstroke, Soulbind. Like, Soulbind is actually doing so much work in these fights. And Swift Blink is on the way for the Razor. Sells the Dreads, buys Swift Blink. And now
I did forget
he picks and chooses his target.
Yeah, I forgot Beastmaster has his 25 already, so this Roar is actually quite low cooldown.
Yeah, very low cooldown. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you get a Soulbind and Razor just blinks in, static links 2 with a BKB, pops Refresher, your fight's over. Like, you don't kill him, and he's probably going to just be sitting at like 600-700 damage. Your only hope is like the Roar into Ice Blast at this point. But if he has Aegis, he just does it a second time, right? So
Here comes the smoke up.
a super long Roche respawn, by the way. We didn't even talk about this. It was near max duration. Jump in, stomp onto 2. Soulbind doesn't actually connect, hits the Lincoln Sphere, so it might be able to get the Void Spirit out. No, the coil just locks him down long enough. Double buybacks coming through. Buyback in from the Grimstroke as well. The BKBs are there, but Juice still aggressive on the high ground. The second coil just gives them even more. Is the Tusk gonna buy back into the game? Aeon Disc here now popped from Nico. BKB, everything spent for the Beastmaster. Jumps in, FBZ trying to get a find here. Kick back, they get the Grimstroke. That's a really good kill. That's gonna be a dieback if they get him. And now, on to Juice. He pops the BKB. Satanic goes in aggressively, tries to find the kill here, but the Force Staff up through to the high ground. He's gonna survive. It's diebacks on both supports, but now they're looking for more. The jump in, the Roar, it's out. There's the cart in from PMA. He's gonna bail him out, and now your Beastmaster without a BKB. He's got nowhere to go. The Ice Blast connects. FBZ's got his running, though. Trying to turn it around, bring down this Razor. Can they do it? The lick is not gonna be enough, but it costs you 2 more kills. A buyback now on the Beastmaster as Niku and PMA are still alive. The Ice Blast is gonna expire, and Beastmaster will not have the damage to bring down this Centaur anymore. Juice back into the game. 3 heroes dead. Roar, Ice Blast, your only hope. And the Razor, well, he's gonna have everything back up here in just a moment.
Buying back to win the game. You have Roar and Ice Blast as your final defense.
Ooh,
Fast blink out
he
from
gets mini
Juice.
stunned. Oh no. He gets away. He blinks into the Largo stun and just gets interrupted immediately.
Largo stun so good. All right, with that, you back out to Roche, but you do have to be a little careful of the Ice Blast. I think you need someone kind of checking the area, and that is Zayet's. Right now, he has his buyback, so he can kind of bait his life a little. I think they see the enemy dewarding top, though.
It is
Divine Rapier on Puck.
Yeah, I would say it is 16,000 gold in favor of Na'Vi now. You spent all 5 buybacks to survive your high ground. But Puck, we saw in that last fight how strong the double coil was. Now with the Divine Rapier, that coil is a death sentence for whoever he gets.
I was wondering if you'd give Aegis to the Puck since he has the Divine, but with no buyback on Razor, it's probably the safer play.
Yeah.
Let's get a Yule's on the Beastmaster now.
I was joking earlier when I said REKONIX played a 72-minute game against Tundra. They surely don't want to do it again, but here
well,
we
they
are.
surely didn't. They definitely didn't want to be here, man. This is not in the game plan. This is not in the game plan either.
Hex is out. They get the snowball. They don't manage to get the soulbind off in time, so that does keep this Beastmaster alive. He's going to PK me, but look at the coil damage from the Puck. It just kills the both of them. Ice Blast connects, manages to take down PMA. They're going to try and look for Niku here, which getting that Rapier would be massive, but they can't chase anymore. Nice Hurricane Pike to safety, breaks that link with the Stampede aggressively. They manage to get on top of the Ancient Apparition. A third dieback, and likely the game here, as Na'Vi will find themselves, well, the Viper, but no stuns there to stop that TP out.
And don't think they can stop you from taking the Ancient, though. The tier 4 is already low from earlier. Divine on the puck, adding into this right-click damage.
Another Hurricane Pike, nicely done to break the link, but again, puck, objective gaming here, just looking straight for the throw, and the cart there to keep the Grimstroke alive even, and this one is pretty much done for the side of REKONIX. Static, the double static link finally at the end of the game. Juice finally gets it. And that'll do it. GG comes out. Na'Vi from the brink of despair pulls it back, walks away with a victory over REKONIX at nearly 53 minutes.
They had to really work for that one. It was technically, like, we kind of saw it in the draft, right? Which is if it goes late, they will win. But REKONIX was kind of doing it, right? They hit some item timings. I think they actually could have gone a little faster, but it was still working out well. And then a slip up on the, I think it was the first Aegis. I think that ultimately cost them. They needed a bigger lead than what they had for this type of lineup. And the fact that it ended up going late allowed Na'Vi to pick up all the items they needed to address everything on the side of REKONIX, as well as get to that point where the Razor outscales. I also think there was a mistake on that. I really think you need that refresher on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to look at this and, you know, realize, you know, I think REKONIX got a little cocky is what it was. Like, I think that Arcane Blink to me is a cocky buy where you're like, we can't lose, and this allows me to like just kind of stay on the map and have some fun. And I think that's really the idea behind it. If you need mana, just ferry yourself clarities, mangoes, like constantly, right? Like that is how you fix your mana issues. Play near your Ancient Apparition who has mana boots. Like stop using, you know, axes so much to kill creep waves or to kill jungle creeps or something, right? Like there are ways to fix your mana issues outside of an Arcane Blink. Refresher does give you a lot of mana regen. Like I'm just gonna say, like there are ways to get mana, but this is a painful second loss in almost the exact same way from earlier, right? They were very far ahead and they lose once again. REKONIX will drop to 0-3. I think that top fight where they were baiting the Viper and the Razor blinks in aggressively, gets hexed, that is the moment where this fight should have ended. There should have been no follow-up from Na'Vi to win that fight, but somehow they pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think a little bit of a slip up from REKONIX, so they'll have to go back to the drawing board for a fourth game later today and see if they can pick up a win, because that's 0-3. But Na'Vi 2-1, they can be happy. They also have a game later today because we're action-packed here with the best of ones. So we will go to a quick break, and then our next series is going to be GamerLegion, actually at 2-0 surprisingly, versus XG. That'll be a fun one. We'll see you in just a moment.
frozen, Zach. You go ahead.
Well, Ricky's here and ready, despite the image not looking like it. We are ready here for our next series coming up in a moment. GamerLegion versus Xtreme Gaming. The NA boys unexpectedly 2-0. Maybe not 2 unexpected, but like they beat Falcons today, which is a pretty big step for them. Probably going to be feeling strong, but XG will be another challenge on its own.
Yeah. Hello there, everybody. I promise I was here the whole time. Yeah.
Change from still portrait to animate portrait.
Yeah,
Just have to update
yeah.
the settings.
Absolutely. Just upgrades in technology, right? I'm excited for this series. This should be a really fun one. I think a lot of people are probably surprised GamerLegion is off to a 2-0 today. I think Xtreme Gaming is definitely going to be a tough matchup, but Xtreme Gaming, they got the win over MOUZ this morning, but then lost to Yandex. So it's one of those things that MOUZ has been a little hit or miss. I think Yandex has been on the rise. I think that's a team where, you know, I would probably expect them to get the victory over Xtreme. But this is the all-star roster coming out of the Chinese region, man. Well, if this team isn't having like a good showing, then I worry for anybody else in that Chinese region, because this is really the team to watch.
You know, the same can be said for GamerLegion, actually. If that team's not doing well, I'm not sure if there's another NA team out there that can do better than them. So we'll see how far they can make it this time. I was actually thinking best of one group stage might actually be quite good for them, because I feel like GamerLegion has a couple strategies that are really good, and they're able to take games off these best teams, but they struggle in the longer series. So the best of ones might allow them to do well. With that said, if they do qualify further on, you actually have to do like best of fives, which is even more than the typical best of 2, best of 3. So we'll see if it backfires later on, but you know, go one step at a time. You'll be happy to get a high placement in the group stages if you can keep the streak going, get a third win here.
I actually do agree. I think GamerLegion probably is one of the teams that benefits the most from best of ones. I think they catch a lot of teams off guard. They played their own style of Dota. They love the Warlock, like the Chen, like these types of heroes are stuff that they thrive with, which is partly the player, right? You know, for position 5, Speed has really found like heroes that he really enjoys playing around and helps set his team up for success. And they do go ahead and respect ban out his Chen here at the beginning. I'm curious if they're going to look to ban his Warlock as well, because I feel like that's a definite pick for GamerLegion if it's left in the table.
You know, GamerLegion really going through the international bracket today, because they started off versus Falcons, and then they played HEROIC. They're very familiar with the SA team there, but now going to go against the Chinese team of XG, and then finishing up with OG, which is technically European, but it's also like an SEA team. So they're going to play against every regional style today with their own NA style. We'll see which region ends up supreme at the end of the day.
Some respect on the Storm Spear ban. RCY popped off both games on this hero earlier, so they do go ahead and ban it out in the first phase. They're going to get rid of Dragon Knight, now Primal Beast, and it will be the first pick of the Shadow Demon for the side of Xtreme Gaming.
Largo round 2.
Largo, nice. He's back, baby.
Largo and the boys. All right, into Shadow Demon. It is a little annoying since you can't remove the poison, and disruption's also not something you can like really dispel. But it's still generally good. You still want to play fast, and Shadow Demon can't like anti-heal you, so you got at least that going for you. I also think if you tried, I think Ancient Apparition is one of the better heroes versus Largo, and an AA Shadow Demon combo sounds really awkward. I do not think you want to do that.
Yeah, I agree. It does actually sound really awkward.
If you picked 3 run at you type cores, I think it could work, but Ame is not a run at you type carry player.
No, not until he's really far ahead. Underlord ban, a hero that they also found success with earlier. And coming into the last ban here for the side of GamerLegion, deciding what they want to go for. I feel like there's a lot of options.
Yeah, because some of these respect bans are going through, some of the like typical popular things are still in the pool. For example, Jakiro.
Yeah,
very
Jakiro,
strong,
Razor, Huskar.
very strong support. Both these supports we have right now are just general utility. So like, how do you want to go with the next support? Depends on what cores you're interested in. So I think you have to, for each team, decide on that. I think what we're likely to see is GamerLegion try to play fast. It's their style. And XG likes to play slow, like for Ame, right? They want him to win the game. They'll pick up the answers they need. You've got some in like the utility of Shadow Demon. So it's up to GamerLegion to play fast, and Jakiro will allow them. Wait a minute. Here's the real Jakiro. I love these animations. Now you got two really fast-paced supports. Maybe that's a Largo off lane, and you actually pick up a different support.
I mean, you could just run Jakiro 4, right? Like, I think Big Numb's perfectly happy playing Jakiro in the 4 position and in a really strong off lane to pair with it, and you kind of just deny the Shadow Demon, or you put the Largo into the Shadow Demon lane, but we'll see. Slardar gonna sprint his way into this game. So a pretty strong hero, like, that's been kind of rising over the course of 7-4-0. Mostly just as an offlaner. The thing about Slardar is it does require that you have lane positioning. Like, he's very much dependent on having the lane closer to his own tower, and then really playing around the level 6 timing of the Corrosive Haze, and then that Blink Dagger timing. You know, like, this is a hero that actually does require a fairly fast-paced lineup to play around.
I'm a little surprised into the Jakiro too, because I feel like Jakiro is one of the stronger supports at dealing with it. But there is the flex of potentially going mid Slardar. And, you know, Slardar is at this point, every offlaner at this point has dealt with Jakiro. It's just something you have to know how to handle. Okay, it's making a little bit more sense with a Mirana. You want multiple setups in different lanes. So one side's going to have Shadow Demon, Slardar, could be in the mid, could be in the off lane to also set up the arrow.
Classic SD Mirana pairing. It's a really strong duo that can roam the map. I will say, though, the Slardar has a lot of heroes that he can pair with his Corrosive Haze still in the pool, right? Shadow Fiend is available, Templar Assassin, even Kez, like different types of Deso builders that benefit from that minus armor are available. See what GamerLegion want to go for here, because they need something to play into that Slardar lane. Maybe you prioritize. Okay, well, there it is, the Razor.
Pretty flexible though, so it could go in multiple places.
Yeah.
If you can pick one more flex thing here going into the final pick, you just like no idea what you're dealing with. So many flexes between the Largo, the Razor, Jakiro 4 and 5.
We've been seeing, like, the Razor paired with either of these supports in the lane is incredibly strong.
Yeah. I do think you need someone who actually initiates,
stuns,
and it's probably coming from RCY. It tends to be like what he does for the team.
I think that's why they went for the Storm ban.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Ember's good at it, but into Slardar is a bit annoying in the lane. Though I think it's doable if you want to.
I know he loves Pangolier. He played it quite a bit, but that hero is not something we see people really like opt for anymore. Even though the hero's just been consistently buffed for some reason.
Whoa. Different style than I thought. That poor creep.
That's a really good pick, actually. Not like all three of these heroes cannot deal with Naga Siren at all. So this is definitely for Yamsun. The question now from Xtreme is, which hero do you pick the hard counter? Because you have things like Lesh. You can go for like Ember. The Primal Beast is already banned. You could, if you want to go for like a safe lane carry into that matchup, you could. I mean, the only problem is you have to think about the Razor off lane. That actually makes it very difficult. They go for the Lesh. Okay.
Leshrac.
I think Lesh is the most straightforward pick.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Brewmaster could also work, but I think Leshrac a little bit safer, especially because you see the Razor, and so if this ends up being your mid matchup, Leshrac will be fine. It'll be stereotypically good versus the Naga, but there is a window where like Leshrac counters illusions at the start, but if they get farmed enough, and especially like reach a heart, sometimes he struggles to do enough damage, especially if he has a bad time. And then you count Largo into the picture, who's going to be playing his healing song the whole time, right? You're actually countering the Leshrac to some degree.
What does the song sound like? That sounds oddly suspiciously similar to Sandstorm, but I'll let it slide.
Well, it sounds a little different because Naga Siren's in there as well, you know?
I see.
There
a lot of songs on this
It
team.
adjusts, yeah.
Any other musically talented people GamerLegion can pick up here?
For the draft, I'm not sure, because you need an initiator, I think, for your final
Doom?
pick. And
He's got
I
a
don't
guitar.
know.
I mean, the hero's
I
bad,
guess
but he
so.
does have a guitar. I don't think you're
I guess
gonna
Doom
pick it.
into Leshrac's not that bad, but
Yeah, it's just
I don't
the hero's
love the
kinda
rest.
dead.
Yeah.
No. In terms of actual things they could pick, we'll have to see. They ban out the Queen of Pain and the Puck. So they're anticipating offlane Razor here and a new hero for RCY, which I genuinely think is a good idea. I do think it's probably just going to be offlane Razor with Largo, with the Jakiro Naga Siren safe lane, and now we're going to be looking at the mid pick for the final mid pick for RCY. As for Xtreme, their carry matchup is going to be difficult because some of the heroes you'd like to pick in a Naga Siren, Razor actually hard counters, and it's a direct lane counter as well to some of them. So
Go Beastmaster.
I was going to say Beastmaster's the only one that I can think of that's not going to get wrecked here.
Pudge could be okay, but I think the hook setups are a little funny with Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
For weird carries, though, Pudge and Beastmaster are top of my mind. But the thing is, like, couldn't you still just do Naga 5 at that point and then pick a normal carry?
I would. I mean, well, then you have Largo. You think you'd Largo offlane?
Yeah, you can do Largo offlane.
Nah, I think you still just run the Naga Siren carry because at this point it's definitely Slardar off, and Slardar can't do anything to Naga Jakiro. Like that's an unplayable lane for him. Like it's just free farm for the Naga Siren. So I think you just play to enable the Naga Siren here. Man, okay, so I was gonna mention the Clinks earlier with the Slardar pairing, but he did get nerfed so heavily that a lot of people have not been playing Clinks since the nerf, but he is a Desolator builder.
Yeah, I think the nerfs were fair, and it didn't completely kill the hero, right? It's like, I don't first pick Clinks every single game now. I consider the draft, and I decide if it's a good Clinks game. And I think this one makes sense with what they've got going. The synergy with the negative armor, but also you have to go fast enough into the Naga, right? If this is a Naga carry. But if it ends up being support and they go for a different carry, like, Clinks has some pretty good matchups as well, so it would have been okay.
I mean, the Clinks just needs to not die to the Razor, right? That is like one of the biggest problems. It's Fade on the Largo. Dude, okay. It's 5 position Naga Siren. They're doing exactly what you said. They're gonna move it.
They're still playing fast.
So it should be the carry Razor in the safe lane with Ember Spirit mid. So this is what I was wondering is, like, with the Razor matchup into the off lane of Clinks, like, he doesn't really do anything into Clinks. So you might, like, they just move the heroes around, and now you have the Razor into the Slardar, which is still a very good lane. And with Deluge, how does Slardar run down anybody in the lane?
It's also hard to land the arrow combo when you have the illusions going everywhere.
Man, it's such a good Ember game too. It's not even like a bad lane into Lesh. We see people pick Ember into Lesh like kind of often. You go Nourishment now, the Chronoptic Nourishment, so that you have like infinite mana on the Lesh, which is great. But Ember Spirit does not mind playing into this matchup, and the only thing he has to kind of worry about is the Shadow Demon's like Demonic Purge, but that's 100% being thrown on Razor in these fights because you can't just let the Razor run amok.
Yeah, it's also, you would have liked to double stack a lot on Shadow Demon, but you need disruption in the lane, because if they decide to just run you down with Ensnare and Link, like, you just die. You need the disruption to break it up. So it forces FY to stay in the lane a bit more, and that means Leshrac will be off to a slower start. I do think if Ame gets farmed, you don't have the best heroes to deal with the Clinks. Like, if you get right on top of him with the Link, sure. But, I mean, he's pretty fast. You know, he's got teammates to go in front. So if he's allowed to just attack and get farmed, I think that could be the way XG eventually takes this game. But I do think GamerLegion is set up for some pretty solid lanes into the typical fast pace that they like to go for. They baited us with a Naga. You're like, oh, you know, different style, maybe slower. No, the next level bait, which I'm sure is actually just part of the draft. You know, if it made sense to go late, they would have done it. But they decided, nah, we can still do it. You know, let's do the Naga support.
I am so curious to see how he's going to itemize this off-lane Largo. I imagine it's just kind of like an early Guardian Greaves type of thing, but
it depends what timing you want to hit and what you want out of him. So the most common build you'll see is like Arcanes, Soul Ring, Aghanims. And I think that's kind of your default. If you want to go even faster, you can do the Auras, which have a better buildup than the Ags. But I think the Ags is worth it. I think it'll match the timing from the Razor. And then you can go back for Auras if you want after that.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens as we jump into this best-of-1 series. It is GamerLegion taking on Xtreme Gaming, and GamerLegion currently have to a good start today, 2-0, and I would give them the nod in this draft as well. So we'll see how they can play it, or if Xtreme manages to weather the storm of this kind of early tempo that is, you know, Ember Spirit, Largo. I feel like these heroes are going to be dude. How does his third ability, the Croak, work on like Ember Spirit?
In
or his second
what
ability?
way?
So, like, is this one of the heroes that can really take advantage of their the reverb and everything?
Oh, reverb wise, it's not the greatest. But what's really cool is that when you get to the level 15 talent, Croak of Genius will give the % HP damage, and then you actually love playing with heroes that kind of like, it's like Mage Slayer, right? You try to apply it to everyone as much as possible, and Ember's really good at that.
Okay.
So we might see that. I think Razor's actually pretty good at getting Croak of Genius as well. Like, he does a surprising amount of magic damage as a hero. And then same deal. Like, you constantly apply it to people, so you could also apply that debuff to everybody.
Smart TP to the lane there. Do not want to fight the Slardar. Plus the Mirana not seeing exactly where the Shadow Demon is, so walk their way back.
Counter block from Ame, keeping it out.
Yeah. Gonna take some harassment from the Jakiro, but such is the way of life. I'm curious how this Mirana is going to lane into the Jakiro, because you do have Starstruck, right? So it is decent for trading. Jakiro probably one of the best, though.
Make him miss both his attacks.
Yeah, so it's like if you happen to get like really lucky on the misses, it's pretty massive, but
yeah, it should be okay. It's like double ranged versus a melee offlaner, right? So you just poke him nonstop.
That is not where you want the wave to be. Oh my goodness. That's where Slardar thrives. They just get the kill. First blood for XXS. Did they shove the wave, or was it the block that really messed them up? I'm assuming the block made it all the way to the tower.
Yeah, I was watching the top one, so I missed. I assume they also tried a similar block. Like, why wouldn't you, right? Your Slardar into Razor. Oh, from earlier? Oh, this is not a good start. He TP'd
to the tower to, like, the thing is if you see that block happening, you TP the tower and then you stop the block. But I think FY was there with disruption, so it forced the creep wave into the tower. Oh, what a good way to start the lane on the Xtreme. Really smart way to address this.
Yeah, I think you can still pull this back.
Yeah.
But XXS is going to be having a better time than he's supposed to. And then that frees up FY to go. I mentioned earlier, like, he wants to do the stacks, but he feels he needs to be in the lane. Well, if you get boots sooner than you're supposed to, maybe you do have time to go head over and stack.
Yeah, really, really good stuff there.
Fade getting
Top
a
lane
little
getting
low up here.
aggressive. Fade, he's gonna go down. They just tried to chase down Ame, it didn't quite work, and now RCY taking a beating in the mid lane, gets both his bottle charges, and now you lose Yamsun again bottom. And Speed, I don't think he's making out of this either. Okay, he will. The deluge slow was enough.
giving him enough survivability with the deluge slow. What caught him off guard this time, FY took level 2 disseminate. You don't usually see that, except when you want to try to kill really quickly. So you get the Slithering Crush plus the Bash being buffed up by the Disseminate, Disruption to set you up. You were just not prepared for that on the Razor. You're expecting this to be a much easier lane, but the damage is still there if you step in too far.
And now your mid lane's not going super hot either, right? Like RCY's got no bottle charges left, nothing to say, perfectly healthy with a level advantage.
Yeah,
and he's not, it's not like RCY is going to get any help anytime soon.
That's the thing, right? Like, you expect the lane to go Leshrak's way to start. He's a ranged hero. He's annoying to Ember, but you get by. And you see RCY's doing that, you know, like 12 last hits to 16 is not that bad. And then you're planning that, okay, when I hit 6, I will rotate. The supports will help me out. But now the side lanes are starting to fall apart. They're not going to have time to come help mid. That's part of the recovery plan. So this is where Dota is a very like snowball-y thing. And one mistake here can affect another lane over there. It's scary, right? This is where it's like, oh, I wish I had a support to help me with the upcoming water runes. I think it's still worth it, actually. I think you should go. It'll just be more painful than it would have been.
Yeah, I think he did ferry out some extra tangos and stuff to do his best here. He does see the ward on the high ground, so he can try and take that away at some point, but this is where the Chronoptic Nourishment like really pays off. He's gotten so much extra like mana throughout the lane to just constantly deal with these flame guards. And Ember Spirit now forced to send out a salve. He really does not have a lot of options. They're going to TP in the Jakiro maybe. Chains does come through into the dual breath from the Jakiro plus a blood grenade. Just throwing as much damage as they can into him as we get into this 4-minute like water rune. But I still don't think RCY can contest, and they've actually brought extra heroes themselves, so they should get the runes for this Leshrac once again. Okay, RCY will at least get the bottom one.
At least. Also gets a D ward, actually, so that'll help.
Yeah, it does help a lot. Plus the salve he's delivering right now, too, right? So he'll salve up, be ready to go back into fighting action. Bottom lane, XXS actually taking a little bit of damage as the supports rotated mid.
I mean, that's
so salvaging the situations. Yeah.
But unfortunately, if you were doing a little better and Slaughter was doing a little worse, maybe he can't run away. You finish the job there.
All right, mid lane. Constantly trading blows here.
Yeah, good positioning from Nothing to Say earlier when we saw that Jakiro sneaky TP in. If you were a little bit more to the right, you would get caught, but this is kind of the unnoticed stuff for the pros. They're just constantly in the best place as much as possible so that if something were happening, you know, it works out for them.
I think overall the lanes are starting to turn around here for GamerLegion. Like they were 1,000 down at like a minute in the game, right? So things are slowly starting to shape back up. That being said, Xtreme, definitely happy with how the lanes have gone so far. Like Ame is off to a really good start on the Clinks. Your Leshrak's having a good time. And of course that First Blood bottom helps that Slardar out a lot, which he's supposed to be having a pretty rough lane. And we're starting to see that kind of be the case.
It was supposed to be a little better. But like you said, they'll just have to slow things down. 1k down at like 4 minutes is bad. 1k down at 10 minutes is much more manageable.
Yeah. 6-minute power rune is a big deal. Speed sending some illusions mid with the deluge to try and prevent it. You're going to have X Nova on the top rune. We'll see where it's going to be. It will be bottoms. That will be for the Ember. And it's a regen. That's a really nice rune for him to have after all of the beatings he's been taking in this lane. I do worry that Ember can get really active with this rune for the Wisdom Shrine, though. That is one of those runes that can definitely win a Wisdom Shrine fight and turn the early game.
He's trying to free himself up. He's pushing in the mid lane. And yeah, he's moving bottom.
He's gonna start
we'll see if they
moving.
go for this.
Leshrakt's going to base. He knows. Yeah, he knows this is happening. He's going straight to base to heal, and he's going to start walking or even teleporting to that lane.
The scan... It's actually missing, so they may not think Ember's coming. We'll see if Leshrak still commits the TP. Okay.
RCY sees him, comes through, dodges, just remnants away. Okay, so, I mean, you do force the Leshrak TP, and Ember can go right back to the mid lane. So, slows him down a little bit. It will just be an even trade for the Shrines.
This is where NTS is, you know, he farms through the triangle, hoping there's a stack or two there, but funny enough, it went the other way. I was thinking they were doing too well in the lane, so FY didn't want to leave. And I say that, they're looking for Razor once again, getting a lot of damage in.
They're getting Ame, though, top. He does get level 6! No way. He gets level 6 at the perfect time to get away from this. Yamsun almost died bottom as well, like you were saying. And with that, Ame very happy, very fortunate. But I mean, that's the thing. He knows he's playing around that timing. He knows he's about to hit level 6. He's very comfortable just trying to bait out some spells there. NTS mid lane needs to be careful. In comes the Jakiro. They fortify the wave. Ember Spirit here to cut him off the chains, holding him down, and this will be surely a kill onto him. They get the power rune top lane as well. Very big rotation in there from the Jakiro to do this.
Down bottom, they do get speed. They were actually trying to fight XXS themselves, but just the return damage with X Nova there ends up killing the Naga first, forcing the Radiant off his tower. So actually the safe lane tower now going to fall. Not the way you thought a Razor carry into Slardar was gonna go.
Yeah, your Razor being 1,500 gold behind the enemy Slardar is never supposed to happen. But RCY mid lane dodges out the arrow. Nice attempt from the disruption play there. Dude, how is that actually possible? How is Razor like half the net worth of a Slardar?
Well, he died twice, didn't have the TP. And then he's not a good jungler either. You know, like some carries level 5, you can kind of do it. You've got your plasma field, but it's really not the best. Can't link anything.
No, he's going back for like Null Talisman because he has no mana or stats to actually do anything with, and he needs to just tank up. So he's actually just building a Crimson Guard. Which, I mean, against the Clanks, it's very good. He's relying heavily on RCY here. Chains out, Macro Pyre with the damage from the Jakiro, more than enough to find the kill. That's gonna be Moonlight's Shadow down. Fade continuing to farm topside. RCY now invis looking mid, maybe for NTS. He could also be overextending here. The dust comes out. Chains does connect. Off the mark with the split earth, but with it's a lot of damage in from the Leshract. He will back away. He's very close to the vessel on RCY as well.
I mean, Diabolic DD is already so much damage, and then it gets amplified by Disseminate. Ooh, grabs the Illusion Rune.
Nice tank of the arrow there from RCY to keep Big Num alive. The classic get down, Mr. President. Rotation in from Largo mid. He pulls in NTS, but they're committing really far. They're reeling now as well. TP from Slardar to push them back for sure. 8 heroes in the mid lane as Clanks is now going to eyeball your top tower. He almost has the Deso, man. Ame is super happy with how this game is going.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The timings are all wacky now for GamerLegion. I'm trying to think how they realign it, because Razor was going to do this new age Razor Aura build that people have been doing lately. And I think it works particularly well when you have someone like Largo on your team who really wants everyone to group up and you buff them with all the AoE songs. And then this is a offlane Largo, so he's going to have the ag, so 2 songs at once. So you kind of just like build up the auras, play this AoE song, and just like run at people. But now your Razor specifically is really struggling. So those auras are going to be slow. And then Razor does enough damage with the auras based on winning the lane and being high level, so he's ahead of the enemy. But now he's behind. So I worry they might reach a point they're hard to kill, but they are not killing, which we kind of see in that mid lane, right? Like Leshrac, that was like 4 heroes going on the Leshrac, and they can't finish that job.
Top lane, in some trouble here. Fade. Oh my goodness, that is the completed Desolator into the Corrosive Haze. Instantly brings him down the Vessel here, doing some damage to NTS, but you definitely don't have it alone. Nice defensive disruption to get him safety, but this is where things get scary, right? We were talking like with Slardar, you want to play quick the moment you have Corrosive Haze online. They've been playing a little bit patient, waiting for that Klink's Deso to come online, and now that it's here, Slardar's second on the net worth. He's gonna have a blink here. He didn't even have Deso actually. That was just the raw physical damage.
Yeah, he's just high level.
Yeah.
He's had a kill before this. He's been doing well in the lane. Now he will have the Deso. It is being delivered. So next fight he will get to start picking up the charges. Fade.
No arrow.
It's pretty fast.
Song of the Siren. Can they turn this is the question. I mean, I'm sure I don't think you have the damage is the thing. Like Largo is not your damage dealer. He's gonna throw out this little frog. They really want the tower, and it will just get denied instead. You do not have a Razor that can join the fight, and your Ember Spirit is the only one you're enabling.
Bignum was trying to get over there. I think with Macro Pyre you have enough damage to kill, but Jakiro unfortunately not a very fast hero, so they couldn't get there in time for a good angle. Ags is halfway there for Largo. The way this game's going, it's looking like it's going to be a 20-minute timing of like Ags and Crimson Guard, and that just doesn't feel great, you know? From the side of XG, you give Klinks another 6 minutes to farm?
Yeah.
How are you even going to reach him? He's going to have his Dragon Lance.
He's so close to the Aghanim Shard already. He's gonna, like, Klinks with Deso and Aghanim Shard by 15 minutes is pretty much a death sentence for most teams.
You usually have to choose like, oh man, do I finish my Deso or should I like interrupt it to finish the Ag Shard? He's so rich, he just finishes the Deso and is still gonna buy a 15-minute Ag Shard.
Oh, RCY here gets some help in from the Acropyre. They need this to finish X Nova because he doesn't have a Vessel charge. We'll get it now. So now we can see RCY maybe start getting a little bit more active with that. As a Haze Rune bottled up as well. Ooh, XSS actually goes and misses the crush there. I mean, you're getting scraps on the side of GamerLegion, but it is, again, going to be the Ember Spirit. He's the only one that can make plays right now. So what does Largo do now in this game, is my question, because he's going for the Ags.
I mean, you're committed. You got to get the Ags. There's nothing else. There is no backup plan. You must finish the Ags and start playing your songs. Leshrac also going for the new cores building auras is the besides the offlane, right? The offlane always built auras, but nowadays mids and carries are building more auras, which is pretty fun. And
I think it's cool.
Since he's doing quite well, I mean, the Greaves are already done and he's working towards his Kaya. So by the time your auras are done,
nice fight here on the
you're like an extra item behind.
Yeah, they'll commit for the kill here. Ends up dropping the Demonic Purge, Remnants away. Had a good safety Remnant to play off of. I mean, you have to be able to make these types of punishments, because if Shadow Demon's just clearing your bottom wave for free, like you're just gonna fall really far behind. 60-minute power rune, bottled up by NTS. It's a shield rune. That's a really nice one. They're
looking for the Largo.
Yeah, so they're looking for the Largo. They're also just looking to take this tower because they want to get the Roshan into the Tormentor, right? We talked about it in the last series that, like, when you have a hero that can take Roshan early, you really want that 18-minute Roshan to play for the Tormentor to follow it up. And, well, you've got Slardar and a Clinks, so your Tormentors, or your Rosh and Tormentor taking potential is really fast.
Disseminate also really good for doing Rosh. Arrow also good. They actually have like the perfect perfect Rosh lineup. It's so good.
We'll see what speed can get done on the Naga Siren. He's trying to queue up the Blink Dagger. Maybe he can turn a fight with that. Maybe they can steal Rosh with it, right? If he can get it in the next like minute or so. He's pretty far away.
Tough.
Yeah, he's pretty far away from it. So you'd need like a kill donated worth of gold into this hero.
You need like 3.
RCY manages to just juke XXS somehow. RCY now gets his hands onto the Shadow Demon, Macropyre, Ice Path, gets the Remnant to safety. FY should still burn and does, but it is a 1-for-1 trade for now. XXS does continue the chase, looking for RCY. Remnants away with those chains. Vessel to hold him back as well, but I don't think XXS can finish the job here. Ooh, don't manage to get the connection there. Okay.
All right, you just chill.
If that was an aggressive lick, I think they actually kill the Slardar there instead of dispelling RCY.
True. Though I think if you get the air on one side, I think you got to save RCY. He's doing the best on the team. You need him to do like anything.
Yeah, if he just randomly dies, that's pretty rough. So a 1-for-1 trade. Xtreme Gaming likely to just walk into Roshan here soon, but you do need your Slardar, who is bottom. So maybe looking for the mid tower instead. Crimson Guard is done on the Razor. The tower dies instantly. No Song of the Siren counterplay here for that one.
Okay, you just need to finish this Ags on Largo. Level 12 plus Ags is really close. You need to get that before they attempt Rosh. If you want any chance to win the Rosh fight into Tormentor, you need this.
I'm surprised Xtreme's not playing more aggressively for that Roshan. Maybe they want to wait for it to come bottom instead. They have managed to take out, you know, all of those tier 1 towers. They're looking for Big Num here. Ame running through the trees. The arrow connects! Oh, the Ember Spirit is in so much trouble. Remnant #1, nice Ice Path, but the Crush comes out to get the kill. TP at the last second. That is an amazing arrow there from X-Nova.
I also thought they would do an earlier Rosh. At this point, it seems like they're okay just waiting. Yeah, man, I mean, you're looking somewhere else, right? It comes through the tree line. That's very unfortunate for RCY.
Yeah, really, really good stuff there. With this, I guess they're just going to wait for Roshan to come bottom instead, and then Tormentor after that. Aghanim Scepter is done on the Largo. This is the item you've been talking about. Crimson Guard as well. You've got to do something. On the side of GamerLegion, you are 8,000 gold behind here, just 19 minutes into the game, and you are not going to catch these heroes on Xtreme anytime soon. Like these heroes will easily continue to outfarm you. Hurricane Pike
that's the
on the Clinks.
thing, right? Like the way this was supposed to go is Razor wins the lane. You finish this aura faster. He rotates over to help Largo in his lane, so you get this Ags faster. They're supposed to be like 3 to 5 minutes faster than where they are. They're not supposed to be down
still
8K.
A tier 1 tower top. Oh no. This Tormentor fight's impossible because of this tower. The smoke in, they're gonna wrap around, look for someone to get NTS. He doesn't get the Crimson Guard off. No, Yamsun, he barely survives. Song of the Siren does come out to maybe buy them a moment. They just rainbow TP'd us out. They realize this fight's super over. Chains is there from RCY to try and hold them back, but what a disaster. The tier 1 tower still being alive makes this impossible for them. You also don't have a Spirit Vessel charge. Hold up. They actually get a kill. Now turn around onto speed. Nothing to say. It'll easily bring that one down. Fade as well. And it's just up to RCY. He gets Croaker stunned. Oh no. Remnants back the other way, but the damage from the Clinks as well as FY, they're looking to chase. Last Remnant here. Searing Chains. One more Remnant. He's dead. Nowhere to go.
He was trying to walk into the air to die to Mirana instead of the Clinks.
Yeah.
They got Slardar. That's honestly better than I thought they were gonna do. I think this is such a hard fight. The only way that works is if XG is in the middle of Tormentor and then you surprise them from behind, which XG recognized, so they just patiently waited. They're like, yeah, we're winning. We're not in a rush to do any of this. So we'll just wait to make sure things are going our way. Oh, look, here they are. You know, we'll win the fight, and now we'll go back for Tormentor, which, who did they go to? X-Nova. Not the greatest, but yeah, whatever. You know, you're picking up more net worth. You don't care. You were already supposed to win as time went on, right? This is like a carry Clinks versus a carry Razor. The scaling is better for you, at least until you get to ultra late game refresher type stuff. Then I think it might wrap back around towards the Razor. But the current pace of the game is very good for XG. They're not really pressured to do that much. They have like a 20 to 30 minute window where their draft is just stronger. And then they have a 12K lead.
Yeah. The 12K lead is a problem.
Did think they would do Roche sooner though, so they could be getting towards the second Roche time, like coming up. But
yeah, I mean it's up to your Slardar to make that connection, right? He's the one who really takes the Roche on.
Is under attack.
I think they're just maybe they are legitimately just worried about Song of the Siren stealing Roche. Like I can't think of any other
down
reason.
Now.
Yeah.
Also, he only just had the blink, so I feel like you could have done it at 16 minutes. Sounds early, but it's
They literally
corrosive
could have done it
haze.
at 16
It's
minutes.
Deso. It's disseminate, diabolic edict, and then a 4-second arrow stun. You know. So, with that said, I mean, instead of doing Roche, they found kills, so it did build the lead up for them. It's not like they were doing nothing.
Now they're just gonna wait till they're closer to some major items, and then they'll go for Roshan, right? Like RCY. NTS has the Guardian Greaves, managed to dispel the chains, but does get the Vessel out on top of him. With the chase, though, very easy. As RCY has one more Rem to get back to safety. Jakiro dead. I will say Largo is just straight farming in the jungle now that he has his Aghanim Scepter. Ooh, speed. I mean, he's looking for the cheeky ward placed. Doesn't see it, but there is actually a ward on the high ground. So he is correct about there being a ward there.
It's the next level. He thinks I'm going to be so sneaky, but actually, boom, straight in the middle.
Does he send an illusion
It's gonna
up on
continue
him?
living.
He's still going to be there. He doesn't scout it.
The illusion goes the other way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll find it eventually.
Oh. They will now attempt Roshan. You do have the Naga Siren scouting this one out. Here comes the arrow. Again, I don't know if you can contest this with the Song of the Siren, but you've got to maybe try. No, doesn't even try. Not even close. Couldn't make it. So Aegis now into Ame. As I mean, we were talking about maybe they're just waiting for some bigger items. They did pick up some pretty big items in that time frame. Daedalus is done on Ame. I think the BKB is done on Slardar as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is. So with that, you're just going to go clear out all the outer towers. I actually kind of thought we might see the Clinks go Ags, because that's been another popular build, which is you get that for the utility. But I think that's what the nerf hurt, is doing the Ags build and dropping it on towers. So I guess now it's, okay, I'll only do damage. We'll kill heroes and then we'll take buildings. Uh-oh, Yamson.
That is a very dead Razor.
That's so much damage at once.
Another
many
Deso stack
seconds
for
was that?
Ame. 13,000 gold ahead, and I think they're trying their best to stall this one out, split push lanes with the Naga creeps, the Ember Spirit being in top, but eventually these creep waves will make it to your tower.
At least you need the creeps to get to the tower. Old Clinks would have just...
Killed them.
He would have just
instantly.
done it. I don't think you even TP here. I think you should just continue to split push.
Are they going aggressively for Ame? I mean, they do a decent chunk of damage. Demonic Cleanse, though, will keep him plenty healthy. And now Fade just gets baited to go in. In comes the Song of the Siren. That's going to keep them alive for now. Slardar's in pretty far, but again, does have the BKB, will instantly pop it to get away from the Ice Path. They will back away. I mean, BKB down on the Slardar, but you trade the Song of the Siren's pretty rough. NTS goes in, they get the crush instantly on top of the Ember Spirit, and he's dead. That Crimson Guard is doing absolutely nothing for your team right now.
I think the idea is you see some of XG's heroes top, so you're like, okay, let's just go. You know, it's our tower. We TP and we'll get them before they can get here. But you've already lost your outpost, and you also don't have your Razor, which I know he's underfarmed, but you do need his damage for these kills when you're this far behind. So
yeah, Razor's dead again. He's right under a ward.
Like, in the end, it ends up being a fight on a tier 2, and you clearly just can't take it when you're 14k down. You know, they'll run you down wherever. They don't care. So I think you just have to sack these outer towers and farm the rest of the map. Instead, you fight, you're all here, so they're killing you. Now you're not farming, like a couple heroes go out, but now you can't all come back to defend the tier 3, which would have been a better position to fight. Instead, now you're losing the tier 3 for free. I guess you fortify, but, you know, this is fortify is going to end now.
You have Edict, right? Like, Edict and Clink's going to make very quick work of these buildings. Largo, like, trying his best to split push, about to be caught in the bottom wave as a result. Will go ahead and, you know, try and dispel himself, but Shadow Demon here with the Blink Demonic Purge is going to make it impossible for him to escape. Mid lane, we'll see if they can do anything here. Nope. There's no damage. I mean, you have Shiva's on RCY. Like, he's the only one who's really been able to put out damage in this game. And Clinks is just here taking your Wisdom Shrine, it looks like. Well, never mind.
No.
Split Earth into Arrow. Your Ember Spirit's now dead. Speed walks in, does get found. Ice Path, Macro Fire, just anything thrown into this one, but there's just nothing left in the tank here for the side of GamerLegion. The idea of the draft is there. The execution was not, and Xtreme massively punished them in this bottom wave, and just, it kills the entire game plan.
Yeah, this is an outplay type of win more than a outdraft. I actually still favor GamerLegion's draft conceptually, but XG just they still have a way to win, right? Like, yeah, Clinks gets a decent start, and then, you know, we'll make plays around that. But then the lanes go even better than expected, and so now it's just a pretty free game. They're running wherever they want, killing whoever they want.
Yeah, when the Mirana has a pipe rocking in these team fights now, like, there's just not much you don't have damage anymore, right? Like, Ember Spirit has been all of your team's damage. The Razor is he's like a concept of a hero in this game.
What if they had just committed to the Naga carry? Would that have been better?
I think the Naga carry would have been a better matchup this game, but oh, hold up. Blink, Sonic, oh, NTS just catches the whole back line. Can they actually do anything is the question. They're on top of FY, but he just defensive disrupts, runs away. Fade trying to finish the job. He has to commit or die, and it looks like he's gonna die. FY just baits him, protected by a pipe as well. Yeah, you tried your best, but what a blink stun in from NTS to start the fight for Xtreme Gaming.
I feel like NTS chased Razor out of that fight, but I don't know if you need to this game. You just help your team clear up the rest a little easier. Either way, you win the fight, and now you've got, how many charges are we at? 22 on the Desolator for Ame, so another tier 3 will fall. Barracks right after that. There's one more in the bottom lane, but don't really think, you know, you're gonna defend that 27k down.
I mean, at this point, you just back by your last set of items. I don't even think you really need to play for Roshan. It's pretty much just one more pick off onto the Ember Spirit, and you can end the game. They're going to look for Tormentor. I don't know why they're top. It's definitely going to be up soon, but how? I mean, they took it pretty soon after the...
5 seconds. Yeah, it's almost up.
Okay, yeah. There we go. And NTS, some salt in the wounds there, just giving a little bit more control for the fight.
I don't even know you'll need the other stuns, dude. I think they're dead in the first one. Especially now a Hex coming out for Ame, so he can get the solo kills if he wants. Wow, Axe is really just that bad after the nerf, huh? You don't even need it?
It's just, yeah, it's not worth it at all.
Dire's bottom tower has
The Ags is really hard to balance because it's either insanely overpowered and it zones an entire team fight, or it just, you know, other items end up just being substantially stronger. They find speed bottom. He's dead within a blink of an eye. Ame just cleans him up, no problem at all. Jump onto the high ground. NTS, the slow into the stun, takes down another. Ember Spirit died, I think, just disruption into arrow in the mid lane. Yup, disruption into arrow, if I had to guess. There's the combo. Buyback here, and they jump in aggressively. Look for Fade. The arrow does connect. Stun onto 2. Song of the Siren. It's keeping him alive for now. The healing from Fade as well, but do they have any sort of turnaround is the question. Full duration static link. This is the best you could ever ask for from Yamsun, but Ame is way too strong. Still has a BKB at the ready. Does not need to pop it. Chains there. Does catch the Slardar. Nobody kills my base 3 times, they say, as they will find a nice blink secure onto the Mirana. They have 1 lane of racks, or a single barracks remaining to mega creeps.
I think that's where if you have Ags, you're actually just done with the fight. You would just drop the Ags and have forced everything, but the Hex is more for pickoffs, which I feel he actually doesn't need because this team is winning so much. I think you could still have done the Ags here, but I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. You just wait for people to respawn, go back in. GamerLegion, they need to push it, you know, if they want a chance. They're hoping Roche was up so they could steal it away, drag this game out, but it's actually a longer spawn.
They're not going to give them anything more here. Like, they're just going to sit back, kind of wait for these lanes to push in, right? Like, they have super creeps in 2 lanes, and even bottom lane, you have buffed creeps, so... Having to buy back on your Ember Spirit slows his game down so much. He was about halfway to the Aghanim-Scepter now, not even close. Shiva's Guard now finished up on Lesh, going for a Scythe himself. With the smoke, we'll see who finds who. I mean, this is where Moonlight Shadow really shines. They get the vision here. Ame just walks right in. Just they don't see him. Arrow onto the Razor. He's dead before the fight starts. Now Big Num trying his best to do something with the macro fire, but RCY forced to run. Fade trying to sing his songs to keep this team alive. They're going to be able to dispel that root, but Yamsun, there's a Clanks chasing after you. RCY just gets deleted, and now the Scythe out as well. The Crimson Guard, yeah, you can't even tell it exists in this game. Song of the Siren now from Speed. I mean, I think he's realizing this one's over. He's just sacrificing himself to the extreme gods. Is now the disruption into the split earth, and that will be GG. Extreme Gaming absolutely stomp all over GamerLegion in this series.
Ame's not even that excited about that game. It's just going through the steps. The bottom lane has to go better for GamerLegion. It is a huge part of the game plan. You see, RCY, his game was mostly unaffected, right? So he kind of did his stuff. He was making the plays, moving around, but the side lanes are too far behind for him to pull up. So once you don't hit this tempo, going for a very clever draft. I actually love the draft idea, but there's not much room for error, and that means dying without a teleport and having to smoke to lane. Like, sometimes one mistake does cost you the game, and that is a very painful one.
It is such a good idea from Xtreme to start their 3 heroes bottom the way that they did, though, right? Like Xnova and XXS on the Slardar, they were sitting there blocking the wave, and FY was like sitting in the trees near the enemy tower. Tier 1 tower. So if anyone came forward to try and aggressively block the lane, back the other way so that it meets at the tower. He just disrupts them, the creeps walk into the tower, and then they have lane equilibrium. And GamerLegion was not prepared for that at all. I mean, the only counters they would have had to TP 2 heroes to the tower to prevent it, and in hindsight, that is what they would have absolutely had to do. But yeah, this was a series of snowball events that GamerLegion could not stop. Xtreme just bulldozed right through them. And yeah, Ame 14-0 and 6 on a Clinks. You can't ask for a better game than that.
No, it's very straightforward for them. But there are more games to be played, GamerLegion included. I mean, they're still 2-1. You know, they're still in a good spot, even though this game was pretty painful for them. I believe XG now also 2-1. So we'll see how these teams fare for the rest of the day after a short break, guys. We'll be back with the next series, so we'll see you in a moment. Ricky Caster, where is he? I need detection. I am but a pub player though, so no detection. Welcome everyone back. We are going to be watching Spirit vs. MOUZ in a moment. Ricky and I, my ghost caster somewhere. Where is he? This way, yes. He'll be here in a second. We got to watch MOUZ earlier today, and they lost to OG, but OG played pretty cleanly. Didn't get to see Spirit so far yet, so I'm excited to see how that goes. But I think they're 1-1 right now. They beat Na'Vi, lost to Liquid, so now this will be their third series of the day, and maybe we'll see if which one gets to get to 2-1. Because oh no, MOUZ lost their earlier series as well, so they really need to win, lest they go to 0-3. But anyways, the lineup for Spirit here. I feel like you never know when this team is going to be best team in the world untouchable versus kind of shaky. This time around, they do have a stand-in. Morel has stood in for them before for Laurel. He looked pretty good in the past, but it is always just different playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, I'm back, by the way. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I agree. It is always different playing with a stand-in. We'll see kind of how it affects them in this tournament. You know, it's hard to say, especially since we're only day one of the group stage here. Being 1-1, right? They won their series versus Na'Vi, but then dropped their series versus Liquid. Liquid's a tough team, so I can understand it. I think even in full form, I would it'd be a toss-up for me. So.
Yeah, sometimes MOUZ can be a little shaky. We mentioned that earlier, that they seem to have burned out a bit after playing so many qualifiers and tournaments. They had a little break, thought maybe that would be a good sign for them, but currently 0-2, so maybe they needed a longer break. Those were tough opponents they lost to, though. Spirit, I don't know if they're much easier even with a stand-in, so it'll still come down to just having to play a little bit better, clean up some of the mistakes that happened earlier. We'll see if the draft can help them. I think part of the reason MOUZ did well earlier is that they were such an unknown team. You know, they just recently came together. People didn't know what to expect, and they play fast with some special heroes. And if you weren't prepared for that, you would lose. Now you win a tournament, everyone looks at you, studies your hero pool, and they're like, okay, we know what we're getting into, so we ban Viper, Huskar, Razor, you know? You take out a lot of their power heroes, and now you have to find a new strategy / play style / heroes to win games with, and it seems like MOUZ is struggling to do that.
Well, as we jump into the draft here, let's see what they go ahead and leave in for the first pick, because Largo not going to make it through. We get rid of the Viper, Huskar, and Razor. 3 heroes that pretty much always are going to be banned out against MOUZ. I go with the first pick, Shadow Fiend. All right, I like it. This is another hero that Spirit specifically really likes to play around, but Chen will be the response here for Cellar, one of his go-tos.
Wait, does Chen have a white tiger skin? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, some good ones.
That's a strong hero for... It's kind of something Spirit could have taken, except they're not usually a Chen team. But it's like something you can pair with the Shadow Fiend. It also works against the Shadow Fiend, where... we actually saw Crystallis himself earlier have a rough time on the Shadow Fiend earlier, and so you can just get run down with a hero like Chen. I think that'll be something MOUZ hopes to take advantage of in this game. Wind Ranger ban. Shadow Fiend doesn't like to build MKB. That is true. If this ends up being the carry Shadow Fiend, which is a bit more popular right now. You can do the mid Shadow Fiend, but I feel like that's the secondary flex if you have to.
Monkey King ban. Interesting. Not a hero we actually see get a lot of attention anymore. Like it's much more of a counter pick or a niche pick.
It can do all right versus the Shadow Fiend, though, because Shadow Fiend you might pick up a Hurricane Pike, but otherwise, that's kind of your mobility. Blink wouldn't save you if you get caught in the Wukong's command later on in the game, and you never know when he's there because he's in the trees. So it's a very dangerous matchup for him. And perhaps thinking of some melee heroes that they don't want to run into the Monkey King.
All right, so in terms of the Chen, right, a much weaker lane hero than he used to be. He's slightly stronger with like penitence, but you don't really get like the default I win the lane because I have a Satyr Mind Stealer. And instead we've been seeing a lot of people go for the Hellbear facet, which allows this hero to really farm quickly and kind of take over the game. So I'm curious to see what they want to pair with it. Usually it's like a durable one position that you can kind of like leave alone in the lane. There's going to be Boom's Brewmaster. He plays this pretty much every single game if it's available in the draft. I'm trying to literally think the last time I didn't see this guy play Brewmaster. He's played at both their series here today. And I think the last time we saw them was a grand finals of a qualifier, and I think they played it 3 games in a row, 3 or 4 games in a row. So give this man Brewmaster, he's gonna pick it.
Does mean you know what you're getting into, though, so perhaps you were baiting this. We saw a Weaver earlier today do very well versus the Brewmaster, and actually Weaver carry with the Shadow Fiend mid, some pretty sick negative armor synergy if you want to go that route. I don't think you need to reveal it right now, though. Probably just picking up some supports here, things that pair well with the Shadow Fiend in case it is still a carry. So they grab the Tusk. That's one of the greatest lane combos if you decide to do that. But even if it's a Shadow Fiend mid, Tusk will rotate over there, and it still works well together.
Yeah, and you still can pick the Weaver if you want, right?
True, that's also a good pairing.
The fact that you have like the Tusk in general for the 5 position, if you want it, is great. Gives you a lot of flexibility in the draft. And they'll go for the Jakiro now as well. All right.
Some very strong supports, and we've seen the position for Jakiro earlier today, so you can mix and match these as the lanes show themselves. I mean, you kind of know Brewmaster off lane and then Chen safe lane, but the other heroes involved could determine where you want to put these things, and more specifically, what heroes you end up grabbing. I think you do need like actual stuns. Like you have Snowball and Punch and then Ice Path, but it's just a little awkward. Just a more straightforward core who just goes in and stuns would be good. That's a collapse special anyhow.
Yeah.
So
it's like raising his hand in the corner, like, "Ooh, pick me! I could do that."
I like to initiate.
I mean, his axe, his centaur, all very strong.
A little bit stumped here on MOUZ. They're going through a lot of reserve time on this. You kind of have to reveal something here. I think just any strong 4 to go with the Brewmaster so that even if they counterpick you, you know, like...
I like Dark Willow.
I wouldn't mind that. I was thinking the Bat Rider, but he's banned out.
Yeah. Okay, they just pick up the Dragon Knights. Flexible mid and safe lane flex. I mean, do you call the bluff and put Shadow Fiend mid and just, you know, that's the thing that's kind of rough, right? I don't know if you really want to play Dragon Knight into a mid SF, but for now we'll see, because both heroes can be moved to either of the sidelines.
Ringmaster.
That's a
Okay,
nice
that's
pick.
some good damage with the Brewmaster, and the saves are always useful, especially as the enemy tries to jump you with these supports. You can escape act, run out of the macro pyre, the ice shard, stuff like that. So that's pretty useful. I still think you need actual stuns though, despite that, right? To either get to him or still try to kill this Brewmaster before the split comes out.
That is not a stun, but it is a big boy you can put in the front of the fight. And you do have some really good heroes at playing around Pit of Malice. Like Jakiro Tusk is a massive issue with Pit of Malice.
Yeah.
So they'll ban out some of the bad Underlord matchups, specifically the Ursa. That's the big one. It's also just genuinely very good at Shadow Fiend as well. Like you just pop in Rage and burst them down and you don't even care about the Death Requiem.
I think this is just committing to Shadow Fiend carry then, and then you go for any mid playmaker. You might have to play into Dragonite. MOUZ might also counterpick you with whatever you end up going for. But I mean, some of the worst counterpicks are already out, you know, like the Huskar and the Viper and the Razor. So,
I mean, Puck would be really good, but into the Dragonite, if it is the mid lane, is pretty rough. They do ban the Weaver. Smart idea.
I don't know, you just take Ember, right? Like when you can't stop the split, I guess. That's like the biggest downside.
Yeah, but you just have damage, right? Shadow Fiend, if it is the carry, could just kill the pandas.
Maybe Pango was in a better spot. I like the Pango pick. He's like okay, I guess, if you want to do it. Lucky Shot with a Shadow Fiend is pretty good.
Yeah, I actually don't think Pango is bad. I don't know why he's not being picked.
I don't think he's just as good as he used to be. You know, he's like on that lower. He's doable, but it feels there are many other heroes that might be a bit better, be a bit safer. If MOUZ wants to play fast, who's even good carry left into Underlord?
I mean, Dragonite's really rough in that lane. So maybe Troll is one of them. Like, I don't think it's actually that bad of a Troll game.
I think they're going to go fast, though, on Spirit with their current lineup. Or not that fast, but like...
PA?
Wow, that was so
They
quick.
go Storm. Okay.
Gyrocopters just shove out the lane and go jungle before Underlord can really punish you.
So maybe they're
sorry,
really
no, that's theirs.
anticipating Morel mid. I actually don't think it's a bad mid Shadow Fiend game. If they
I think
want to
it's
keep
okay.
it. Yeah, and you just pick a new carry here that kind of beats the Brewmaster, but they're really thin on the carry options here. I mean, Yatoro PA is always something to be scared of. Like, go Slark, okay. Actually, pretty dang good Slark game.
Is it? Talk me through it.
So it's always good in a Dragon Knight because the extended fights are never really good for DK. He's good in extended fights against certain heroes, but Slark is just genuinely better. He steals a lot of regen with Saltwater Shiv that got, you know, buffed and basically reworked since it got introduced into the game. But they actually don't have like great kill potential on this. He can remove a lot of the debuffs that MOUZ applies, right? Like most of Brewmaster's damage, it comes from his barrel, which is removable. Yamich isn't, you know, most of his damage is going to be the impalement arts. I don't think, I mean, the problem is the Leshrac makes this really rough. Lesh is one of the best actual counters to a Slark at all stages of the game. So, and that's why he's going to go Misanthropy. Misanthropy basically removes Slark from the game. So I think this is, maybe you tried to cook a little hard on the Slark here, but we'll see. If it wins the lane, if it has as good of a lane as I think it will, you might be able to snowball. Because you have like really fast tempo, right? Shadow Fiend mid is a fairly quick play hero. You have Underlord, which is gonna bring some early auras. Like just a pipe this game will do wonders. If Slark has a bad lane, I feel like you don't have carry. You don't have any carry potential because Leshrac will shut this hero down for the rest of the game.
Yeah, you need to make sure mid one does not have a good time. And at least you have like the Tusk who can rotate pretty quickly. Collapse on the Underlord is fairly safe to leave alone, although into a Chen can be a bit rough. But I feel like Chen, Dragon Knight are not the highest damage kill lane, you know? So like Underlord can get the lane back, sit there, and then Ryu can go over to mid to try to slow down the Leshrac.
Yeah, earlier when I said Celery wants like a carry that you can kind of just leave and go farm. Dragonite is definitely that type of hero, but Underlord is one of the few that can legitimately punish it. So we'll see how it ends up kind of like balancing out. I think overall, I do favor... I was going to say I favored Spirit's draft up until the Lesh pick. I think the Lesh pick might actually tilt me in the favor of MOUZ here. And it just tilts me. I'm just tilted. I see Lesh.
Just so angry. Yeah, I could definitely see the mid one, Lesh, carrying this game. He's also had some volatile performances, though, where... you know, he gets punished a little bit, focused by the enemy team, and then isn't able to recover. And that can just happen to Leshrac in general, right? This is a very timing-based hero. If he's doing well, his damage is overwhelming and just kills you. If he has a bad time and you're building, you know, you're tanking up, you're getting like a pipe or a glimmer, suddenly his damage just like falls through the floor and he's like unable to kill anything. So if that happens, then Slark suddenly going to feel a lot better about this game. There are some other tools, kind of like the Tame the Beasts is annoying for Slark. The Chen creeps running at you very early when you don't have the best wave clear is pretty annoying. He has queued up a Midas on the Slark. I know we haven't gotten to the game yet because it's loading, guys, but I'm just looking at what they've put in their quick buy, and there's a Midas.
Treads Midas.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
So I think traditionally I don't really like Midas on a lot of heroes. I actually think it's a very good item on Slark. It's one of the few heroes that I actually genuinely think Midas is still good on, because this hero benefits so much from experience over a lot of other carries. And
I didn't get that anymore.
Oh my gosh, you're right. It's just gold, huh?
I think he's literally doing this for the Chen, and I don't hate it because, like, what else would you build to deal with Chen creeps? But then it's a Midas.
It is way faster in terms of the charges, right? It went from 110 seconds down to 90. So, like, every minute and a half, you can basically Midas a big creep somewhere. It's... Okay. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit unsure. I don't know.
I don't think I like it. Because you can use it on the Chen creeps. And I guess that's the idea. Like, oh, if the game goes longer, we're going to win. So I'm up for that, but... well, I don't know. He also has the Mage Slayer after, which makes sense versus the Leshrac. And when you have a carry-type hero in the mid lane, like the Shadow Fiend, even though he's doing the Shadowmire facet, he still scales in damage like a carry compared to some other mids.
So I think I understand it.
A little bit more utility-based. All right, talk me through it.
So I think it's literally the Lesh pick, like we were talking about in the draft. Like, this hero shuts down Slark so heavily, and I think he went from being a hero that could have contributed to fights early on to being a hero that now has almost no fight potential, because if the Lesh finds him, he just kills him even through Shadow Dance. So he's looking at this game, and he's just going to let his four heroes, the Underlord, the Shadow Fiend, Tusk, and Jakiro, like, he's like, you guys have to be the ones making space and fighting, and he's just going to be playing for, like, his fourth item, essentially. Like, I think that's legitimately the idea here, is he's getting a Midas early to try and play for, like, a fourth item timing. Because he's going to need his Mage Slayer, he's going to need an Aghanim Scepter, he probably has to build... I mean, you really do not want to have to build an early BKB, but maybe SNY after that, maybe Disperser. Like, there's a lot of things that you have to consider. Once he has, like, enough HP and multiple Dispels, the game becomes a lot more playable for the Slark here.
see how it pans out. We'll see if he even commits to the Midas. Maybe we talk all about it, and he goes for something else. For now, though, he's going to have to lane pretty far up because they did the aggressive body block, got the lane to come out. And we also have Chen up here. They're doing a little bit of a pivot, bringing the Chen up here. I do think you knew, like, Tusk was just going to creep drag, and
Chen doesn't do anything about that.
Can't really stop that, where Ringmaster can be a little bit more annoying.
Yeah, that's true. Ringmaster gets the dagger and then just, you know, clicks you. Right? It's definitely more
Maybe he
harassment.
can't actually do anything about it. He's getting his ass kicked right now. They actually launched an auto attack from low ground to high ground. I think Rue will know there's a ward up here now. Because they knew he was going to creep drag. That's why they put that kind of ward down, so...
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you know the Tusk doesn't also have a sentry because he would have used it to block, so... Uh-oh. Yamich. No, he's fine. So we'll see how this lane plays out. I think, again, it should be pretty straightforward for Collapse. I don't think he's going to struggle in finding CS in this lane. I think the Underlord will have a pretty good time. Oh, and okay. Well, yeah, if you're just really fast and you just walk the other way from the daggers, then yeah, you can't stop them. Ooh, mid one. Gonna try and run down Mirel here. Really smart play here with the Edict. Is this just a kill?
So much damage!
Dude, he just needs one auto attack. Get through the trees. He's doing his best to block him. Oh, he's gonna find him. No way. 2-point Edict just chases him down. What a play for mid one.
Probably got used to playing versus Chronoptic Nourishment. Forgot about the original Misanthropy damage output. I appreciate he tried to drop the tree to block vision to at least not take more auto attacks, and it almost worked, right? He was at the edge of living, but unlucky on the tree dodges. Sometimes you go one way, they guess the other way, and you get to live, but mid one, laser focused.
He had the medium range raise onto mid one there as mid one walked in. I think you have to throw the second raise to at least get the slow. And then maybe you were able to get more distance between you and the Leshrac there, but very unfortunate. Top side, Panto tries to commit for Celery, ends up dying in the process. That's the new Penitence, man. It's way more difficult to actually fight this hero now.
I think that was still a bit of an overcommitment from Panto. It makes me wonder if he wanted to die so he could come back with full resources.
They brought
Deliver
Ringmaster
for
top
Yatoro,
here.
but actually Ringmaster's here.
Yamich will be okay, but maybe not so on Panto. He's gonna die twice in this lane back to back after just teleporting, which means this will leave Yatoro here completely solo, and mid one finds another kill in the mid lane. 1v1 into the Shadow Fiend. Rue trying to chase him down. He's not gonna get him, and now mid one's gonna get himself another kill.
Maybe with the salve, it's not worth your time to chase too far.
I mean, he should have just committed the Edict. I don't know.
Could be like a whole creep wave for this. Shadow Fiend's back now. Have we overcommitted? Have we gone too far?
Okay, not committing the Edict there, especially through the tree line, is a pretty.
Did he have the mana?
Yeah, he did. He had Edict or Lightning Storm, and he just went for the Lightning Storm and wanted to save Edict, I guess.
Maybe he didn't realize Tusk had the salve, so it's like, oh, just one more attack and I'll finish the job.
Hindsight, you know.
Hindsight 2020. Either way, though, I mean, he's still doing really well, right? Like, he did still solo kill the Shadow Fiend once again. We were saying this is a hero that can take over the game, and we're nitpicking that he didn't get a third kill on the Tusk, but he is still doing quite well. He's almost 6 already. It's barely 5 minutes. Got another Midas on the Brewmaster. This one, a little bit more normal. You see this when you want some later items on the Brew. It hasn't been as popular lately. Spirit Vessel has been the more common build, but that's not that great versus Lark.
Yeah, it's not the best Vessel game, generally. But we'll see them get aggressive here with Yatoro. Snowball in. A lot of heals coming in from Celery, but Slark will finish the job. And here comes the Lesh, baby. Now you're in trouble. Level 6, easily going to run down these two. Double kill for mid one. Now up to 3-0. As the first power rune is about to spawn, he is absolutely destroying this game on the Lesh. The funny thing is he only has 22 last hits.
Because he
He's
tried to get
brawling.
that Tusk instead of going for the, the creeps.
That is true. That chase on the Tusk didn't end up
Sounds
kind of
pretty
working out
cool.
for him. Okay, Saltwater Shiv's audio needs to be reduced a little bit.
I think it
That
needs
is
to be
a very
louder.
loud spell.
Well, since it doesn't do very much in the game, I think it should at least affect you, like, outside the game.
It like causes my brain to short circuit momentarily when I hear it. Oh, mid tower
I think it is
gone.
pretty cool as the game goes on, actually, because this is a hero that wants to weave in and out of the fights. So when you're stealing restoration, essentially, right, you cut down the amount of time you have to go in and out of the fight.
Yeah.
So it is kind of cool. In the lane, though, it doesn't feel all that amazing.
Playing for that 7-minute Wisdom Shrine against a level 7 Leshrac
Can you
is
do
going to
this?
be borderline impossible. They've brought Yamich, they've brought Celery. They don't even get close to contesting this. Dragon Tail out. Misanthropy going to do a decent chunk of damage, but here comes the Snowball in, into the Tame the Beast, up here back the other way, and Leshrac is just burning them down one at a time. Requiem not going to do a whole lot, except make space to run away as you lose 2 more at the Wisdom Shrine, as well as you don't steal the other one. So 8-1, a 4,000 gold lead, and a substantial XP advantage now for the side of MOUZ.
Yeah, I feel like you have to mirror that movement and go for an aggressive play, or just accept you're losing so much that you can't even fight the Wisdom Shrine and just farm what you can in the meantime. Because once they commit that many, like Chen and Leshrac going over, there's like no way you can take that fight without a pipe. And Collapse is doing all right, but not 8-minute pipe all right, you know? So
Yeah.
I feel like they shouldn't have even gone over at all.
Did you say the Brewmaster was going Radiance, by the way? Or because he's queued up a Midas
He finishes
now.
Midas, and it's being delivered. He's going to go for his Ags. I think he just knows he's having a pretty free game, and he knows Leshrac's doing so well. He's like, oh, I'm going to get carried. Sick. I'm going to get a Midas so I can just get a lot of late game items.
Your mid lane Lesh like looks over at the Brewmaster like, is that a Midas?
No,
Yeah,
look that way. Hey,
No,
dude,
it's-
I think you can kill that Shadow Fiend over there.
I swear, it's just a
over
glove of
there.
haste.
I mean, these are different Midases, right? This Brewmaster Midas is I can do my job without needing items, so I'll get my later game items now. Or like insurance with the Midas. Yatoro's Midas is like, oh god, I do nothing this early game. I need to go late. Buy a Midas.
Uh-oh, mid one has his sights set on Yatoro. He's got the Shadow Dance, but like I said, you don't do anything against the Lesh, even in Shadow Dance, so this is purely to run. He is out of mana. Dragon Tail connects, Dagger connects. Yatoro is dead. Great rotation from Chrysalis as well. Here on the Dragon Eye should be a very easy tower for them to take now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
See mid one. As part of getting Misanthropy, it looks like he's still doing the original build where you get the Blink Dagger to make sure you can just jump into the right part of the fight. Don't think we're gonna see the like aura. Well, maybe after the blink, maybe he could still do the aura type items.
On Lesh, I think you still go back for Guardian Greaves.
Yeah, having more armor doesn't hurt versus Shadow Fiend, and it's not like
never mind.
Brewmaster really wants to build a bunch of auras.
Well,
so
Celery's going Pavise, so yeah, I think if your Chen is not building Guardian Greaves, I think you can just build them on mid one, and your Chen can just like go Solar Crest and a pipe.
bro,
Right?
let me tell you, as a support player, if your core can build
Dire's middle
an aura, there's no way in hell you're doing. You're like, please, that's the one aura he's gonna build. I am not building it, and then have to build all the others. This guy's not gonna help me.
Yeah, I mean, look how farmed the Chen is, dude. He's catching up to the cores of Spirit, which is what we expect out of this hero. I mean, this is what happens with Chen. If he has a good start, he just starts to take over the whole jungle. He can farm incredibly fast with the Hellbear convert. I mean, your Mirel's Shadow Fiend is going Yasha because he's trying to get to his Kaya Yasha, and he is still very far away.
He's looking over and he sees a Midas. He's like, I guess I gotta go carry, man. Gotta build Yasha. No, I mean, this is funny enough. This
It's
looks like
part
a
of the
mid
core build.
matchup from a like couple patches ago. You know, the Spellcaster Shadow Fiend versus the Misanthropy Leshrac. So these are the old builds these heroes used to do. I say old, you know, it's only like a couple months.
Uh-oh. Lesh has a blink and a haste rune. You need to be very careful on your Toro. He tries to
Goodbye,
arcane to the high
Toro.
ground. Bounce away, but that's what I'm talking about. Even in Shadow Dance, you cannot survive against a Lesh.
I think this Midas will finish at
Dire's structures are falling.
13 minutes.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
He
you
needs
should just-
350 gold for it. What do you think?
I think you sell your boots, get Midas, go back for boots later.
Not even sell your brown boots, sell your power treads for this?
Yeah.
Oh no, oh no. Let's be real, he's not getting into a fight. Sell the
I'm
wand.
messing with you. I'm just messing him. He'll get it quickly. It's just like a couple camps on the top side of the map. The only hero that like can reliably kill him is the Leshrac, unless they bring like 4 heroes like they did last time. But if he has everything available, he can get away from most of them. Oh my god! And they're bringing the Lesh back to the top lane under the cover of smoke. Has a regen rune. They have a defensive ward that's placed here, but I'm pretty sure mid one's about to collapse right onto Yatoro. He tries to blink. It's just, it's comical how bad that matchup is. Banto now dead underneath his own tier 2. Boom. Gets another kill for himself. This is a, I mean, to quote another great caster, shellacking.
Mid one already TB'd bot. I'm gonna kill Collapse on the Underlord, who is usually such a tanky hero, has a cloak. Died about as fast as the Slark. Truly, as you said, shellacked.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Misanthropy and you're this far ahead, and like a Blink Dagger, you can kind of just pick and choose. Any hero that's alone dies, right? So there is not really a safe place on the map here for Spirit. And when you have a Chen as farmed as he is, like a nearly completed Spirit or Solar Crest, your options are limited. Tusk is just hiding on the corner of the map there, waiting for the Wisdom Shrine. And you're like, all right, we'll get this at least, right?
He's farming these camps unbothered. The GPM might be higher than Slark's right now.
Is the Midas done? Did he get it?
I think it's being delivered.
Oh,
his courier
my
died.
gosh. He decided not to go for the Midas. It bought a cornucopia and it just died. Oh, no.
Well, now we're definitely gonna miss the 13-minute Midas.
All right, I'll be honest. Yatoro has to have some incredible mental resilience. Because I will say, most Dota players in this situation are crashing out real hard.
You don't know he's not.
Yeah, he
Could be. Could be.
He's just sitting in chat. He's like sitting in the fountain as he's waiting to respawn, pinging cornucopia on his courier. Guys, it's gone. My entire life savings is gone.
Never financially recover from this. I mean, the thing is,
Oh, no.
he wanted the Midas to get to the later items, right? He had a build in mind.
No.
The game is clearly out of hand, as we see here. Get a kill, Yamish. You deserve it. It's out of hand, so he knows, like, by the time I finish Midas and then work towards other items, like, they're going to be pushing my high ground. They've finished all the outer towers at 14 minutes. 1-4, not 4-0 if you're just listening to the game. 1-4, all the outer towers are down. So... he needs this Mage Slayer because you're going to have to fight the high ground at some point.
I really appreciate the highlighting of the one death. Oh, no.
It's
Oh,
Celery feeding
God.
over there. Classic Celery.
100% of his team's deaths. Shield rune on mid makes this very difficult to make the play. They're grasping at straws. They're like, we've got to get something, surely. Macro Pyre comes out. There's going to be A good old save coming in from the Ringmaster. Shield Rune keeps him alive, and he's just gonna stand his ground. Here comes the Brewmaster as he just blinks aggressively, takes down Yatoro, there's collapse. I feel like we might be seeing a couple of GGs come out here in a moment. There it is,
Oh my God,
19-1, a 15-minute victory for MOUZ. Absolute spanking here as Spirit will tap out.
I don't know if I even. I mean, look at the laughs. Like I don't think they're even expecting that game to go like that. What's there to say except I think when you cue Midas, this could in fact happen to you. That is the state of Midas.
The thing that's
I say that Boom got a Midas though.
Yeah. The thing that's so crazy is like the one lane that we thought might go well was gonna be this bottom lane for collapse. And because of how much of a disaster your mid lane was, it just spilled into everywhere else, right? Like he gets 2 solo kills on mid one, and top lane, they're just diving the tower, killing Panto twice, right? Like he dies, he TP backs into the lane, instantly dies again because of the rotation from Yamich on the Ringmaster, and you're like, well, both of our mid and side lane and top lane are completely unplayable now. And so Collapse is like forced to just kind of watch from the sidelines as there's like no hope for his team to get back into this game. 19-1, 15.5 minutes. That's insane.
They tried to help mid too. Like Rue went over, but it was a little too late. Yeah, the solo kill probably shouldn't really happen with the Leshrat getting SF. We could like highlight that. But also I feel you kind of forced your hand when you picked this Slark last pick. Like you knew they were gonna play fast on MOUZ. It's their thing, and Slark is not that strong right now and does need to go late. So I'm a bit confused by that one.
I don't think Slark's actually a bad hero. It's unplayable into Leshrac. Like it is the best counter in the entire game as far as I'm concerned. So like to pick the Slark while Lesh is still available and Lesh is good into the mid lane Shadow Fiend, like that is maybe they just didn't really cover their bases there. But yeah, MOUZ, very smart draft, very easy victory it seemed like, as they're just chuckling after that one. So they will, maybe teach Team Spirit a lesson. We have more games coming up next, but we're gonna go to a short break and we'll be back with Falcons versus Na'Vi in just a few minutes. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you after the break. quick, for those of you who are maybe looking forward to that last series, it's already over. It happened so dang quick. We have actually now managed to pass the other stream after being more than an hour behind them. So, you know, MOUZ came in with a plan, executed it, and definitely caught Spirit off guard. They had
Executed Spirit as well.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that was an absolute beatdown. One of the fastest games I think we've ever watched, and it was one of those things where it was 15 minutes into the game and we knew it was over 5 minutes before then.
Yeah, it was look, if you're a Spirit fan, you just chuck that out. That didn't happen. And you move on to the next game, which is going to be now Falcons versus Na'Vi. I believe both of these teams are at 2-1, which might be a little surprising. Falcons, defending TI champions, arguably one of the best teams here at this tournament. Tundra, Kings of Blast, are maybe the other one. But they actually lost the game to GamerLegion earlier. They tend to lose some of the early games, I feel, of a tournament. And then, I don't know if it's a warm-up or what, but I know they're scrimming and practicing beforehand, but it always feels like they lose the first like one or couple official matches, and then they're like, okay guys, no more of that, like pull it together.
Yeah, I think this is always going to be one of the favorites. Like, I don't think there's ever a time where you just look at this Falcons lineup and you're like, I just don't believe in it anymore. Like, I don't think anyone cannot believe in this lineup. So we'll see how they do going forward against their opponents, Na'Vi, right? Which Na'Vi on the rise, 2-1 here today. They looked pretty good in the series that we watched against REKONIX, but I also want to point out that the series against REKONIX should have probably been a victory for REKONIX. That was very much a self-inflicted loss, but it does come down to Na'Vi capitalizing on, you know, some of the misplays of their opponents, and it takes a lot of skill to know when you can actually make those types of plays and turn a game around. And Na'Vi looking pretty dang good. I'm sure they're very happy to be at a 2-1 right now. In this game, you know, one of these teams going to move to 3-1, the other one to 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, of course, expecting to be the 3-1, probably 4-0 actually by their own expectations. But that's how best of ones can go, right? You can get caught off guard by certain strategies, or you're just not playing your best in a given game, but you're like, you know, in the usual series, we'll bounce back, long-term advantage. Oh wait, best of ones, right? So this is one of the better ways for Na'Vi to be able to take a game off Falcons and get that 1-0 for the series. The last time these teams played actually was for a qualifier before, and Falcons beat Na'Vi 2-0. So I'm kind of curious to see if they're able to build off of that. Falcons, one of the games was quite long, so you know, Na'Vi brought it to them for a bit. Game 2 kind of faster, so that Falcons figured it out. So we'll see if the game 1 advantage in a best of 1 can help Na'Vi out this time.
Dude, you gotta be careful about best of ones, man. It's so scrappy. Like, the last game is a perfect example of what happens in best of ones. Like, sometimes you get cooked in a draft without like you just miss one hero. In that game it was the Lesh. You're like, oh shoot, the Leshrac, and then your game just like falls apart. And like, you got to be very, very, very careful. And I think when it comes to Falcons, they're probably one of the best drafting teams in Dota, and I think this is one of the reasons like they're probably one of my favorites coming into this event, because they don't really make a lot of draft mistakes. They don't really make a lot of mistakes in games in general. They're a very safe, very calculated team. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how they continue to do. They lost their series against GamerLegion earlier today, the very first one of the day, but we'll see how they do here against Na'Vi, an opponent they're very familiar with. I think that's one of the other big differences. They're probably not very familiar with the GamerLegion play style and the heroes that they like to go for. They obviously can do as much research as possible, but you know, GamerLegion is going to thrive in those types of best of ones. We'll have a lot more info this time against Na'Vi, though. Yeah,
I think GamerLegion, they are a strong team in that their best strats, their best play can beat top level teams, but they're just inconsistent is the thing. And that's where, as a TI winning team on Falcons, you are confident that the more games that get played, you are likely to win, but you can lose. You can get caught off guard. So that's the one they lost for the first day, but now they're certainly aiming to just win the rest, still finish at the top of the groups, because the top 2 teams of the group stage just go straight through, get that kind of like upper bracket placement essentially. I know the bracket's a little different here, but you want to be there, and Falcons and Tundra were the teams to do it last time, so you're just looking to repeat that, and then this time beat Tundra, because Falcons fell on that front last time, and Tundra looking for their 5th win, right? 5th slam win.
Yeah.
They're collecting them all.
They've won the last, like, what, 4? It's literally been 4 in a row,
They
right?
won the last 4, and then they were the 2nd place on the first one. So they have a streak to continue here.
Unreal. I actually really like the format of this one. The fact that it's like all these, it's a full best of 1 group stage into an extended playoff. So no team is actually eliminated in these best of 1s, but 2 teams go straight to the actual playoffs. And then everyone else is seeded into the last chance playoff, where like the bottom 4 are pretty much playing a immediate best of 3 elimination into potentially qualifying for some of those 2 spots. So it's a cool format, actually. I like the like, it's one of the things Blast has been like kind of known for, is doing like really interesting ideas in terms of how to approach Dota tournaments with a new perspective, and I think each iteration of the Blast Slam has been a really cool improvement in terms of the formats. And yeah, this as you can see, tons of best of 1s here in this week 1, and then there will be the 6 best of 3 play-ins happen for that last chance playoff, and then we have the 6-team actual playoff at Malta for the 6 last teams. So it's yeah, it'll be really cool.
Yeah, I also like that it's just a little different, because I don't think like one format is strictly better than the other.
Totally.
But they have different advantages or disadvantages to the teams, and it's kind of cool to put the teams through that. Like, oh, you're the best at this format, but can you perform in this format? And you can get like different champions for it, which I think is good for the scene. Tundra apparently amazing at this
I was like,
format.
except for Tundra, apparently.
Tundra's apparently fantastic at it. But I also think it really helps some of these smaller teams who manage to qualify here. In other formats, sometimes you're like, oh, you play a quick group stage, you're out, you're done. Like, oh, well, that's it, you know? And that does happen, but some of the ways you improve is to play against these top teams. And you go to a tournament, you're like, I got to play one top team, and then I got eliminated, you know, that was it. But this time you're guaranteed to play every team at least once through the best of 1s. And then because you're not even eliminated, you get to do the playoffs, you get to experience the best of 3 in a high pressure situation. That's where a lot of the improvement happens. And then the other teams have to play all those best of 5s, which is cool, right? That's usually just the grand final, but it's, we were just saying, the more you play, the longer a series, the more likely the best team will win. And so you have to really prove that and not just get lucky in a best of 1, best of 3, like, oh, we barely, you know, we lucked out on that. They threw once, you know, and we were able to win.
And there is something to be said about like matchups in things like Swiss, where like you can show up to a tournament, play 3 teams, and you're out, right? And like that can be really frustrating if you happen to draw like teams that you're actually not great at in terms of your matchups. Whereas like group stages where you play every single team, it gives you a lot more of like an even field, you know, like everyone's like, all right, well, you played everyone, so there's no excuses, right? Like this is as fair as it gets.
I also think sometimes we have like split group stages, and one group, like there's a slightly different meta in the group depending which teams have scrimmed each other and then which groups they end up. This time you're all experiencing it, so you probably have different ideas going into this group stage, and we're kind of seeing that on day 1. But then as it goes, like everyone has experienced everyone else's ideas outside of like, oh, saving strats, you know, which no one really does all that much. So everyone will experience the meta, and we're going to have a unified front on that. And whoever can then perfect it the most in a quick time should be the champion in theory.
Okay, so we'll see the opener of the first pick, Shadow Demon. As for the bans, the 3 flex cores that Falcons love to run, the Razor, Viper, and Huskar, all removed from the Falcon side of the bans to get rid of the Treant, Shadow Fiend, the good old Froggy Boy himself, Largo, and Grimstroke.
Yeah, the Grimstroke ban, a little uncommon, but it's a hero Navi has liked a lot.
Yeah. I like this.
You
I like
just want
this.
to go Chen. Yes.
You right.
The nice thing
Just
about
go for
Chen
the
is a lot of supports build like Glimmers, Solar Crest, stuff like that. Those can all be dispelled by the Shadow Demon. So then you want the bigger auras, but a lot of supports are slow to get to that. So Chen works out really nicely because like, yeah, Guardian Greaves, Pipe, Crimson Guard, heck, why not? Like, I don't care, I'll do it. And those cannot be dispelled by the Shadow Demon, who also doesn't really have the best wave clear to deal with the Chen creeps running at you. I also think it's nice to be able to steal stacks away, because anytime you see a Shadow Demon, you should kind of know in your mind that guy's one of the best double stackers in the game. It's going to be part of the enemy game plan, or it should be, and I want to disrupt it in some way. And Chen is one of the few supports who on his own can go and find a stack and be like, oh sweet money, you know, and just like ogre smash it or hellbear clap, whatever. Like on his own, he steals the stack.
I really like the Mars ban. I think like Mars is one of those heroes I personally think plays super well with Chen, because your plan is to just play for team fights and kind of just run through the heroes, and Mars is always good at that. For Shadow Demon, depending, you know, he's one of the few supports that can get vision inside of Bloodsport, but overall it's difficult to rely on. So I like the idea of just getting rid of the Mars, making Shadow Demon's like ability to save heroes a little bit easier, and then not giving him that kind of like guaranteed team fight advantage.
It could be thinking about the gyrocopter as well. Ooh, Pango.
All right.
Yeah, the gyrocopter is one of the better carries versus the Chen, because you can just farm all the creeps, and then Mars is one of the best offlaners versus Gyro. So it might be a setup for them. You could like power pick Warlock Gyro, for example, here, and I think that would be okay. Like, what do you really counter that with in the offlane?
I've been curious as to why we haven't been seeing more Pango into Shadow Demons, because like Pango can't do anything to this hero. Like, you demonic purge him and he's like, cool, I'm gonna Rolling Thunder and just still run you over. It's such a good matchup at all stages. They get the good puck ban into the immediate Pango pick as well. I'm curious what they can come up with on the side of Na'Vi to shut this down, right? They don't have the Grimstroke either. That was like one of the other like really big counters to this. You could look for... it's a completely different idea of dealing with it, is the Bristleback.
This combo is pretty good. You disseminate, like Bristleback's already hard to kill, and then you disseminate him as well, right? Just send him in. It's very hard for the enemy to deal with if he has a good start. But that is where we sometimes see Bristlebacks fall flat, is the lane doesn't go so well. You're trying to just farm to recover, which you do have a Shadow Demon, but team like Falcons, extremely good in the lane, and then good at contesting you while you are trying to recover in the jungle. So I'm a little worried about that.
I mean, this I think is the lane matchup. I think this is going to be Bristleback into the Pango lane. I think the idea is it's Juice on the carry Bristle, and it's probably Amar on the offlane Pango. So if that ends up being the lane matchup, it's pretty solid for Bristleback. Like, Pango can't really use Swashbuckle super aggressively, because if he does, he can just get chased down. But they do have some options. Disruptor, there you go. Okay, this is a great way of dealing with the Pangolier now.
You do need an active core, though. Like, Bristleback, even in the offlane, is kind of farm heavy to start, and then these supports want someone to work with. So you need some of the remaining picks here for Na'Vi to be someone who can just go in, get vision, so you can glimpse him back, Static Storm. If you do find the Pango before he rolls, Static Storm is how you deal with it.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
I think in lane, it's also a rough matchup for Pango, but we'll see what they decide to go for. Like, this doesn't have to be the safe lane Bristle. Like you mentioned, you could very easily just move it off lane, but we'll see what they do here on Falcons with this next double pick. I don't know if they want to give up the Pango position. They could just go for something like a Dragon Knight as like a flex between carry and mid lane.
Yeah, it could be okay. Dragon Knight doesn't care too much about the Static Storm, though I think Shadow Demon's a bit annoying for you. I mean, he's annoying for like every carry and every hero, so maybe you got to deal with something, but I think someone who can get in the back on these backline supports would be great and silence or control them up. Bristle also doesn't really bring a lot of stuns, right? None. He just has the slows. So if you have someone like Void Spirit, for example, you can get around.
Okay. Did he go for the Dragon Knight? Grab Hoodwink as well. So crit special gives you that sharpshooter break as well as just a lot of very good burst damage against the Bristleback, which you do kind of need. And now Pango is still a little bit hidden about where it's going. Again, I'm still leaning towards this being a Mars hero, but doesn't have to be. And as we go into the 18th pick here for Na'Vi, something I was thinking about was the Timber Saw as an option.
Oh, that could be good. It did get nerfed, but I feel like you say that about Falcons heroes and then they pick it anyways. Which is also some of the reason they probably won't take a Void Spirit type hero because they never play that.
I'm just wondering if it's still good enough in the mid lane matchup. Because if it's Pango or Dragon Knight mid, I think you can just run Timber mid. Okay, Bat Rider, very good here.
We're cooking, actually. That's pretty sick. That's a hero that goes in and provides some vision for these glimpse backs and such. And you gotta be careful not to like overlap your spells and grief yourselves. But otherwise, this has some pretty good matchups in that mid lane. You don't really have a dispel. You need to find the creep on Chen. And you've revealed both support, so you can't pick like Oracle now.
I mean, it's probably Niku on the mid Bat Rider would be my guess. I think PMA can play it as the offlaner as well. So I'm wondering if the idea is you just want to go like offlane Bat Rider into the Chen lane. It seems like it should be a pretty good win for them if they want to go that route, but I think it's more likely that we're going to see like an offlane or safe lane Bristle into a Bat Rider mid. I think you have to ban like Queen of Pain if you want to run Bat Rider mid though.
Yeah, I was thinking like which ranged hero in the mid lane would you need to take out if you want to do that?
It's like Vessel Builders and Queen of Pain if you want to run Stoked. If you go the other facet, Arsonist, it doesn't really matter all that much, but I think you have a decent amount of catch for Queen of Pain with the Disruptor. Maybe the Ember Spirit is a bigger issue. Then Sand King. Okay.
That could have been annoying. You can't really... It's very dangerous to dive a Sand King, which is exactly what Bat Rider mid wants to do. It does mean if they want to go for those ranged heroes, like the Queen of Pain you mentioned, could be good. Supports are okay versus her, though, especially the Static Storm. You know, if you try to blink in, you can just Static Storm as a response, and she's trapped.
Wind Ranger. Okay. I mean, pretty good ban, honestly. So they're really anticipating the offlane here for Bristleback, really targeting Juice's hero pool with these last two. We'll see what they decide to go for, and they do not have a lot of reserve time. Okay, Templar Assassin.
In defense of the temple.
Good lane matchup into Pangolier if it ends up being a Pango off lane.
Yeah, I think you can do... You can cleave through, Psyblade through all the Chen creeps as well, so you can't get run over. You can move around a little bit as well. I think it should just be carry TA, but if you absolutely had to flex these heroes into weird ways to get one over Falcons, you could do it. And sometimes I think that's worth doing over Falcons. You know, you like need some kind of edge. They're such a high execution team. If you can catch them off guard in any way, it can pay off.
Oh man, dude.
The traps are also really good vision for Batrider to find his targets, and then glimpses. The actual catch is a little lacking though.
They do go back to the Timber Saw. Okay, I'm kind of worried about this. You can't put... It is going to be off-lane Batrider. Okay, interesting. So I was curious which of these lanes they were going to put the Batrider in. So it will be off-lane Batrider into the Dragon Knight. And they'll be taking Timber Saw off-lane to try and dodge the bad matchup for the Pangolier. Gosh, Timber Saw into Batrider, especially a core Batrider, is always really scary. But Falcons, they have combined probably more games than any team in the world on this hero, so I imagine they have a plan to make it work. Shut down the Bristleback, I guess.
I also think you actually have to like get your game going, right? Like Falcons is such a good laning team that sometimes you have this plan and then you're 3,000 behind 10 minutes and you're like, oh, there is no plan. We're just being run down. So step one, you got to get through the lanes. But I think even more than that, this Batrider has to pay off. I feel like if you see a core Batrider, you are looking for kills. And I worry a little bit with the Shadow Demon that's a little awkward into Chen. Like, you don't really set each other up. But you stack damage like really well, though. So I guess if you get some Napalm stacks and then Disseminate, you can just run them down. Dragon Knight is kind of tanky, though. Chen might be doing a lot of damage to you while you're attempting that.
I'm really curious what PMA's build is going to be. Because like we've seen a variety of off-lane Batrider builds. They range anything from like early drums into like some auras, or going for an early blink with a BKB. It's all over the place. I feel like into this team, you've got to be the one that starts the fight. Like I don't know if there's anyone else on your team that can really start the fight, right? Niku just has to kind of like be running around making chaos on the Bristleback, maybe getting some vision, and then it's your Batrider lasso that comes through. So I feel like you do need a Blink Dagger, you need a BKB. It's just how early you can get those, we'll have to see.
I think to come back to the idea, I also think there's going to be a lot of stacking for Na'Vi. Or I think there needs to be a lot of stacking for these heroes. So if, one, they don't stack, then I think that's going to be a problem. And two, when they do stack, Falcons has a lot of stack stealing heroes, and I think they'll try. And if you're successful in that, you will also waste a lot of Na'Vi's time.
Looking at all of these facets, everything kind of makes sense to me. Nothing really standing out. It's like Hellbear is the default for Chen now. Go Nuts still the default for Hoodwink.
30 seconds to battle.
I guess you can make a case for like sometimes Bristlebacks will opt for the other, but Seeing Red has been what feels like the primary facet for this hero for a little while now.
Yeah, I think especially from the mid lane, you're also going to play that style. You're looking to scale up rather than be a utility offlaner.
The battle begins.
Nothing too much for starting runes. I think Snaking lost his convert, though. He denied it. Okay, never mind. I was going to say... getting some early gold, anything helps versus Chen, but denies it himself. Gonna have another one for the lane soon. I think it's been a little bit since we've seen the mid bristle. I'm
I am a little bit curious how that matchup's going to end up going, but I think it's probably favoring the Bristleback. I don't know if the Pango can really do a whole lot to stop him from farming.
Yeah, in the end, I feel like it'll just, you take turns farming. I don't really know how you easily kill each other. Made them look like how much XYET stays in the lane versus he goes to stack.
Yeah.
Keep him in the lane near the tower on the side of Na'Vi. I saw him block one creep forward, which is a good trick to try to help things stay near your tower, which is exactly what you want. You don't want to go too far forward. We've seen it happen in many games already.
Yeah.
And especially as Disruptor TA, you're not really good heroes for laning in front of the enemy's tower. Got to stay near your own. Quiet start so far. I thought the Bat Rider, I don't know, maybe I didn't think it would, but I was hoping. Sometimes you see like crazy Bat Rider games where they're just like running nonstop kills. I jinxed them, got the juice, taking a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Bushwhack does those instances of damage, can help break down refraction a little faster. And then you get the burst from the Timber Saw through the shield.
Yeah, overall, I mean, CS looking pretty good for Falcons. This Bat Rider is not having a great time bottom, sitting at 5-2. A lot of this just like snaking, I think, really causing the most of the trouble here, just running his creep at these heroes.
I guess now you can just use the Hellbear to deny creeps as well, right? The Satyr Mind Stealer was annoying because it burned mana, but at least it didn't have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Now you can just sit and hit your own creeps, and even if you don't get the deny, you just keep it from pushing out too much.
I think overall, Falcons pretty happy about how the lanes are going. Like, I feel like when you're picking a hero like Bat Rider, your intention is to kind of like snowball the lane a little bit. We'll see how it does. It gets a little bit more XP and levels because the spell scaling is very good on the hero. The first few waves, first few levels, obviously not super strong.
That's true, but to be honest, I'm always a little concerned. I feel like anytime I see a Bat Rider core, it needs to be kind of a cheesy pick where it is doing really well already. Like, it's at least farming well, or it's gotten kills. Maybe it'll bounce back around, but to be at 9 last hits at this stage is pretty rough. And like, he's got a huge wave too, you know, so Dragon Knight's actually gonna even pick up more here. It's already got 8 denies.
Yeah, they did manage to get both of the water runes in the mid lane, so they kind of slowed down a little bit there. He gets the ghost on Snake King, so now your Bat Rider has no real rundown potential. Actually bringing in Riddies here as well, and Crits will TP in as a result. They find the Shadow Demon, and just dead under the tower. My goodness. So much damage coming in from this trio.
The Ghost Creep is unfair. The Ghost Creep is so strong.
It is really strong.
I think it might... The Harpy Creep used to be the best one, and it's still really good. But it is limited in mana and eventually stops being as useful, and you tend to shove the lane when you use it. The Ghost Creep just hits so hard and has the slow without threatening, like accidentally shoving the wave. PMA now going to experience that for himself.
Yeah.
Never mind, he didn't even experience the slow. He just died in the stuns. This is where I start to get worried. See where Snakin's going. He's going to check out any stacks made. I know that they need to make stacks. Only one so far. He'll help with the rune. And then on you can just go back and steal it after this.
Yeah, I mean, this 6-minute power rune is a really big pickup. Malrine, not quite level 6. He's been zoned out a little bit in the last couple of waves, but should pick it off that. Yep, and he does. So now you even have Rolling Thunder. Like, unless you get really unlucky with the RNG and it just spawns top, which can always happen, and it does, but Crit actually takes it away. Niku's going to try and run him down, but does get glimpsed right back in. So they do find a kill, but you are correct. They will just walk up into the jungle and take the stack.
Stack is worth only a little less than the Hoodwink kill too. If you factor in the wasted time for Shadow Demon to walk over to stack it, and then he gets nothing out of it. They won't push their luck, though. I thought maybe they continue the journey over to the Wisdom Shrine, and Zayat thought so, too. He put down an observer to keep an eye on what they were up to, but Falcons happy with just not getting cheesed by the Bat Rider already at this point, you know? Like, oh, it's a quieter start than we thought. Things are going our way. We're totally okay with that. No need to go crazy.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, okay. Crit will just take the Wisdom Shrine away. Did you, I mean, it was a good attempt to try and like see if they could, you know, maybe steal it, but not super easy.
Yeah, he even glimpsed to see if Hoodwink had gotten there recently, but Crit, knowing that was possible, has just been sitting there. It was not intentional AFK. Or, like, it was intentional AFK, you know? He's like, if I get glimpsed, I'm still in the Wisdom Shrine. It's all part of the plan.
I see the 8-minute power rune here in about 20 seconds, but Bristleback's coming top here. Does Amar have any? He has 1 point Timber Chain. Okay. I don't know if you kill this guy. Your best shot is with the Disruptor. Goes in aggressively on Amar, trying to bring down Juice. The Timber Chain, he cuts the tree. Oh, very nicely played there from Juice. The glimpse back will be enough to get the kill, and now chasing after Crit. Trying his best to survive. Nice slow in from the TA trap. Couple of auto attacks. They get both of them for their effort.
If that chain had connected, I think you kill the TA, and then you might still die to the glimpse out, but Hoodwink could then get away. And missing that chain ended up pretty painful. A very necessary rotation that I did not think was going to work out, but good baiting from Got the Juice. Oh no, this is your core Bat Rider getting run down by supports.
He's just running for the hills, not gonna be able to survive though. Midlane, I mean, Malrine has a regen running, so he is going to survive. I think, unless they have a glimpse. Oh, okay. Never mind, Juice TPing in kind of puts an end to that one. Ooh, high ground miss? No, okay, Riddy still had that Thunderstrike going, so they get themselves another kill.
Did have to teleport your carry over, though, so that means Amar is going to shove in the wave and then speed up his farm. We've seen many games where Amar Timbersaw takes over the game. It's always scary to give this guy space. Oh, value sentry. They're going to be killing all these traps. Thinking about trying to punish PMA one more time. They know he's already having a rough time. And they know they need his blink or whatever. Like, sometimes you don't do blink. And in fact, he's doing the drums build, which we sometimes see with Arsonist. Either way, you need the item so you can get in there and lasso people and then get out, whatever it ends up being. But if you're constantly being run at by a Chen, you're not doing much farming.
Oh. Niku barely managed to sneak that haste rune away.
Niku can't easily get kills on his own, since they can just do that, TP out. But I appreciate that he's farming aggressively. He's dragging creep waves over here. So at least, like, Chen wants to be AFK farming that area, right? So he may not be able to kill the Chen, but he's at least slowing down the mech that Snaking is working on, doing what he can with a mid hero who isn't really a playmaker. Falcons doing their own stack. Surprise, surprise. I think they've got more stacks than Na'Vi has from what I've seen, which is not a great sign.
I mean, that's kind of a Falcons classic, though. I feel like this team is always so efficient with their map movement and, like, getting stacks created.
I agree, and I think you need to copy that, you know? Like, especially if you pick 3 stack farming cores and then 2 good stacking supports. Nice Timber Chain.
Ooh. Gosh, that damage is so strong in the bottom lane here, and this should just be a bulldoze of the tier 1 tower as well, so...
Then you move into the triangle from here and steal those stacks, I think.
That would be pretty nice. The defusal timing is done on Malrine. Like, this is where Pangolier is really scary, and your Dragon Knight on his way to the armlet, but high level as well. Has his ult coming off cooldown. Like, you could definitely make them move into the triangle.
You don't even need your team to do it. Chen will just do it. Like, yeah, don't worry, guys. No, Skitter, please, back to the lane. Allow me. We'll get the Chen kill with this glimpse, unless Roche wants to get involved. Not fast enough. You've already lost your medium stack, though. I guess you farm the Chen creep, so you kind of balance it out somewhat. The thing is, you don't get any of the bonus gold for stacking from stacking. So the support, Zayat in this case, commits his time. He was hoping to get XP from that, right? Still level 5, since he didn't get any of his XP for all these stacks.
Radiant's middle tower under attack.
He's looking for the glimpse.
Whoop. I mean, is he gonna get punished to look for that glimpse? We'll see. There's, never mind. Just turns it around. Nice static storm there to finish off the Dragon Knight. And this is, I mean, this is where the Bat Rider, this 404, he did go for what will eventually be boots bearing, right? Drums and those tranquil boots. Mid lane, nice blade mail. Okay, that actually makes Niku very difficult to bring down with this blade mail. Interesting early pickup.
They have a lot of uncontrollable damage. Or once you commit, you know, you kind of, you know, you start sharpshooter. You're like, oh, well, do I take off half my own health to kill this bristle, or do I just stop my ult early? So it's forcing some choices out of Falcons. No static storm. I don't think you can walk in here.
Yeah, very nice use of the Timber Saw. Oop, disruption. I think he's still dead. I don't know how he dodges this one, but he's going to try. He's a quick boy, but there's too many trees to dance around. And we'll find the kill to get the Shadow Demon and the mid tier 1 tower in the process. Very nicely done from the side of Falcons, getting the whole team active. And Bat Rider playing with fire here, trying desperately to get these ancient camps. One of them will survive. Riddies. Gonna live, okay.
Doesn't want to overcommit as the Shadow Demon respawns. Disruption can buy enough time for then the Bristleback to show up. And, you know, you're doing fine. You don't need to take those kind of crazy risks. Doing a little efficient farming here. Clearing and stacking for the respawn time. One of the many tricks Falcons use to just constantly farm efficiently. I believe some stacks happening in the top side at the same time. Another of their tricks.
Well, the smoke up here from Na'Vi. We'll see what they can connect with. You really want to make sure this Batrider is staying very active. He's kind of lower on the net worth right now, but he does contribute a lot. The main concern is really the supports from Falcons are getting really farmed. And, well, he's looking for crit. Trying to run him down here. Malrine with a rolling thunder, going to make it very difficult to finish the job. He's just chopped down by Amar. Choosing not to commit the lasso is going to hurt a lot. And now Juice stunned up by the Dragon Knight. Got no refraction left. Big static storm, but it doesn't really catch or trap anyone. It's just to split the fight in half as Niku is now chasing after Malrine, trying to close the gap, but just swashbuckles with the low ground. And now surrounded 1v4. Great glimpse to try and buy him some space, but Niku, can he actually survive the damage? I don't think so. It's enough. Na'Vi lose 3 for the Hoodwink.
That was really good positioning from Hoodwink. Crit goes down the lane so that he's the one who's spotted first. Malrine hides in the sides. Core's taking note of that. You lose some farm, but it allows you to win fights like this. Whereas if you swap that order and you put Pango in the mid lane, he's getting killed, and then Hoodwink can't save him. So a very good movement from Falcons, letting him win that fight, and then immediately come down here to continue messing with the TA. So far, I gotta say this Batrider pick does not feel like it has panned out. You want to be ahead at this point when you're playing a core Batrider. So the fact that he is 6th in net worth, he bought his Boots of Bearing. Haven't really felt them use it to get the, you know, the team benefit run in attack, lasso run. In fact, I can't really remember a lasso.
I mean, with this, Dragon Knight's getting really farmed too. Has the Mask of Madness Armlet build, which is kind of the standard. Going into the BKB. Does have the Blink Dagger now. So, I mean, Skitter is pretty much full carry build. We saw in the last fight what happens if he's managed to get on top of the TA. I mean, Juice, very farmed. He's having a great game, right? Like, we see him staying at the top of the net worth, but it's the rest of the team that you're going to need some help with, and Snaking. They're going to find him top here with the glimpse, but he just TPs to safety. He's so tanky.
He was trying to bait the enemy team around the Twin Gate for his team that was smoked up coming down here, but they weren't quite fast enough. Oh, he doesn't see the courier. Could have at least gotten a courier for the effort.
So we're gonna see a Solar Crest for crit. What is Snaking building? We already saw the mech. Okay, he's also now built with these, so good auras.
I'm a little surprised by that, considering it's a disruptor, or sorry, a shadow demon on the other side for 2 Solar Crests, which can both be dispelled. It is really good with their cores and good against the enemy, so
yeah, it's just
I kind of
it's just a
understand still
physical
getting
barrier.
1. Yeah, but I would think Chen might pick up a different item, you know, especially like those auras that can't be dispelled.
Like a Crimson Guard.
Yeah, if none of his cores want to do it, or maybe
Pango
Lotus is too
can.
weird.
Like, Pango can definitely build Crimson Guards. The hero has done it in the past. I think a lot of times, though, you want to build, you know, the Blink or like the Blink Diffusal, sometimes Aghanim Scepter. So it really slows down your ability to go for any of those items if you build up a Crimson Guard. 19 minutes, 45 seconds means Tormentor spawning top here very soon, and Falcons smoked up, trying to get position on the map to take it. And I think Na'Vi are going to concede and look for just the mid-tier 1 tower instead.
Yeah, with the ward, there is a smoke, but they know Falcons are going to play for it. They see Hoodwink in the area, so they kind of suspect, yeah, the others are probably there smoked up. We'll just avoid play down here.
Oh boy, that's a good one.
Shard does go to Chen. I guess it wouldn't have mattered, actually. The Shard is pretty good on both these heroes. But for Chen, you can now pick up a stronger army.
Smoke up from Na'Vi. I mean, they know they're down here. They're going to see if they can maybe get their hands onto Malrine. It's going to be the Blink, the Lasso, the best way to start the fight. Static Storm to lock him down. And with that, maybe for more. I mean, Tormentor went down. Roshan just moved bottom, right?
Yep, they're gonna head right over. That's a really good find on the Pango. He's a lot of the team fight thanks to the roll. The swashbuckle, burning all your mana, is also very annoying. TA, really good at doing Roche, but so is Shadow Demon, buffing up his team with the menace stacks. Actually make Roche pretty doable. Also disseminate.
All right. Aegis for the Templar Assassin. A 5k lead still for Falcons, but I think with Na'Vi, I don't think they're too upset about that right now. The BKB on Timbersaw is incredibly strong, though. What a smart pickup from Amar this early. He's having a great game. God, this Chen is enormous, man. He's going to go the Crimson Guard. He's like, oh, I don't have to buy my shard. I'll build Crimson Guard. Yep, there we go.
Why not? The TA and the Bristle are heavily physical damage focused, and then the cores don't love to build the auras. Chen, happy to do so. Mar working on the Lotus at least to still help his team, especially with the lassos, right? Like we kind of see that's what gets the Pango killed. And he'll make better use of the mana than Chen would.
All right, well, they smoked top on Na'Vi to try and find something. They will just backdoor the tier 1 tower instead. And try to play as aggressive as possible on the map here with this Aegis. It's just, Falcons are dodging them. Every time they think that Na'Vi's making a play somewhere, they just move elsewhere. And they have really good heroes for kind of split pushing and cutting these waves, right? You have Amar just throwing the Chakram. You have the Hoodwink, who's just constantly sitting in trees, just throwing, you know, little acorn shots and bushwhacks.
Yeah, this is something, I mean, Falcons has always done this kind of play, but you would have thought the TA traps might help you find the targets a little better. But Snaking's matching that with the Chen. He is sometimes just sending creeps out, not even like pushing the lanes. He's just scouting with them to get an idea of where Na'Vi might be. And so even though there are traps down on the map, they've mostly been able to avoid a lot of Na'Vi's plays, like you said. Sometimes losing, you know, a little bit here and there. For example, Maureen dying. But we haven't seen a massive team wipe from them. Haven't lost a massive series of objectives. Roche is maybe the biggest. But I also think you kind of expect to lose Roche when you're playing against TA Bristle. Shadow Demon, like the first Roche probably goes to them. And then you fight more properly for the later ones.
Yeah, and you also like just prioritize the Pango shard this game. So Maureen did go ahead and buy it early, even though it's not something you love to pick up early, but absolutely necessary in a game versus a hero like Disruptor. Dude, Juice is just destroying this tower. A couple more auto attacks will be more than enough damage.
Maureen coming in. They're planning to fight around this observer they have in the jungle.
They've got to check the D-ward this right now. They're just going to go for the Blink Dragon Tail. Rolling Thunder, not being used quite yet. They're trying to get the Aegis without committing the Thunder. They do manage to get it. Skitter has a BKB. They lasso him, but he gets the BKB off just in time. Healed up now, coming from the Chen. There's Rolling Thunder onto Juice. He gets disrupted the moment he BKBs. Oh, no. Wasting a decent amount of the duration, and it will go ahead and be a first kill here onto Na'Vi. Glimpse pulls Maureen back. He did not have the shard available. Static Storm is down. Lots of barriers to try and bail him out, but they will take down the Pangolier. Niku, pretty dang strong. Great bushwhack from 2. Crit will take down the Batrider as well as the Bristle, and now you're just in full retreat mode here.
That's the first Aegis dealt with. That's why you weren't too scared about giving it over. I think it's a bit of a mistake from Na'Vi. You have to assume that area is warded and you are either moving as a team to clear it or you can't path that way. Like, you just have to imagine it's there. but got the juice, was under ward vision while the rest of his team was moving past. We can kind of see it here, and that's why they know to initiate, because they see the other hero showing mid. They're like, oh yeah, he's far enough away from the team. We can do this.
I mean, it was such a close... It was such a good call from Malrine to hold the Rolling Thunder as well, like he did, being like, oh, I'll wait till the respawn, make sure she has to BKB. And then, of course, the Dragon Tail into the double Bushwhack here is so clutch, coming at the tail end of the fight.
Yeah, I think they also... Well, it's not like they wanted the fight to go this way, but they took the fight thinking, okay, we'll trade the TA Aegis, we'll get the Dragonite. But Dragonite had Armlet BKB on. You know, he's 3,000 plus health. It takes a long time to kill him, and they couldn't even. You know, TA, much squishier, especially when the shield is down, because you're respawning into a roll. So you're forcing her BKB immediately. You're fine with that. You know, you can just go in and out of the fight very easily on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, if you got that BKB, or if you got that lasso before the BKB, it could have been a very different fight. It's definitely possible. That like you force the Dragonite's BKB while he's at low HP, and then he just spends the rest of the fight running away, right? Instead of being the one that's doing the damage. But very just barely too short on the blink there. Good reactions, of course, from Skitter.
They're trying to give them analysis paralysis. Amar gonna buy an Ags. At least he has it queued up. He hasn't committed yet, but that's gonna be another great target for the Shadow Demon ult. Except wait, if you're using it on him, you're not using it on the Dragonite, or you're not using it on the Solar Crested targets. Like you can't dispel everything if it's scattered between all the different heroes.
Yeah, I mean your Dragonite is super farmed. This is not going to be a fun hero to deal with as this game goes on. And the TA is still staying at the top of the net worth. I mean, she's almost like 4,600 gold in front of him, which is, gotta give credit to Juice here. I mean, that is a ridiculous amount of net worth he's managed to clean up for himself, but she can't do it alone. Like, she's gonna need other heroes to do damage this game. Yeah, that is,
oh
that
my
is
God.
very dead.
Oh, you didn't really talk about it, but the Corrosive Dragon plus Lucky Shot negative armor is
So
very
much
annoying
damage.
for these supports who don't really build much armor. If you could get the Dragon... He walked over a trap. They should know. They're trying to get in there.
Yeah, they're looking for the lasso play. Boots of Bearing pop, goes in, finds Skitter. There's the lasso. Again, he has BKB. Yeah, no way you get out of this one. Very nice find there, and a really just great place trap there from Juice to try and scout it out.
Falcons not panicking though. I think a lot of the more inexperienced teams kind of panic react, like, oh, let's save our Dragonite, you know, TP down there, and then maybe you take a fight, maybe you don't. Falcons are like, you're gone, bye. They immediately go push the other lane, steal farm. This is why it's so hard to do anything against Falcons. Like every time you find a fight, you look at your map and you're like, oh, all the creeps are on our half of the map. They're very disciplined about it, and they're very fast to decide, can we help, can we not? And if we can't, we're gonna farm.
The downside for Malrine is like Snaking's taking a lot of his farm that he could get. So he does have Crimson Guard on the Chen, and Malrine is like trying to get to an Assault Cuirass. Very good item for them this game, but taking him a little bit longer to get there, I think, than he would like.
Do it, Snaking. Come on, that'd be the funniest. You know you want to. He's got a good mix of creeps on Chen. He's got the magic resistance aura, armor buff, and then the speed boost. Maybe get like the ancient health boost. It's like the last thing you want.
Yeah,
or
Granite
another
Golem's pretty
armor
great.
aura.
The dragon brings another aura, right?
I think it's that one. That or it's the Rumble Hide.
Rumble Hide, I think, is attack speed. Maybe no. It's just the active, right? Rumble Hide just has the slam and the active. I don't know.
Anyway, you're right. Dragonhide aura is the armor. Look at that Timber, 2,000 shield. He has a heart. Oh my god.
That's gonna be a hard hero to kill. Malrine just jumps straight in. Is like, I'm gonna look for anything. Blink lasso though to try and punish the Dragon Knight. He's in no man's land. Gonna be forced to pop the BKB as the demonic purge kind of locks him down, and Skitter is dead. Amar, like you said, pretty much unkillable. But the Dragon Knight gets massively punished for that one. Glimpse pulls snaking up to the right, tries to just dodge this one out. Static Storm is down, splitting off Malrine from the rest of his team as Niku is there, but they can't get to this Templar Assassin. They have another glimpse coming up in a moment. We'll have to see Crit trying to find an opening, but PMA is going to be able to get some vision of him as well, and there's the glimpse. Pulls back the squirrel. Hoodwink goes down. Amar forced to run a little bit too aggressive there from Falcons, as that's going to mean Roche into the hands of Na'Vi.
Rare positioning mistake from Falcons. Dragon Knight was up front. Usually that's okay because Dragon Knight's like pretty tanky, but this is a lineup that can kill him thanks to Disseminate and TA's Burst, and then the lasso bringing him so far back, right? So Malrine goes in first, Skitter jumps in, but then they just drag him way away from his team, right? Even Sharpshooter barely makes it into the fight. Everyone just has to run in, and your Dragon Knight's already dead by the time the rest of the team gets here.
Yeah, I mean,
Timber needs to be the one going in that aggressively. Like, he's got the heart and the BKB and the Lotus ready.
Like, they just like blind blinked with a Rolling Thunder up onto the high ground to try and find something, right? Which is probably the correct play. But yeah, you're right. You took the fight way too close to the tier 2 tower. The moment you go up there, you don't see anyone at the outpost. I think you're like, okay, well, Rolling Thunder's on cooldown. We didn't really find anything. You know, we'll just wait till it's back. It's not that long of a cooldown, right?
The thing is, only some of your team can go the route they took, right? Because they're like moving through the cliffs and the trees.
Yeah.
And Timbersaw's like, yeah, I can do that. Dragon Knight's like, yeah, I can do that. And the supports with all the auras and the buffs to keep you alive are like, wait, I have to run all the way around. Don't do it. But it's too late. He's already gone in.
All right, now Tormentor for Na'Vi goes to the Shadow Demon. Demonic Cleanse now is going to do some serious work. We're back to the, I guess we're now in the first gold lead for Na'Vi the whole game.
Where's the Disruptor Axe? 3/4 of the way
1,000
there.
away. Yeah, he is very close.
That's a very strong item once you have it done. And he already has the blink as well. Shadow Demon also pretty close to his Ags. I was serious / joking earlier when I was like, oh, analysis paralysis, too many good targets. He's just going to hit them all.
So yeah, I can just keep pressing Demonic Purge. Here's the thing, right? Like the Bat Rider, who we saw having a really slow start to the game, has now pretty much completely recovered. He's level 20. He's got Shiva's BKB, Blink, Boots of Bearing. Like, this guy is really farmed and now contributes a ton of damage to these fights. Like, you're not going to just very easily kill the Bat Rider anymore like they were before. God, the Smoldering Resin duration is going to be brutal.
Shiva's pretty good pickup here. Like to have that armor. I mentioned that negative armor combo from earlier. But also counteract some of this healing coming in from Timbersaw, Dragonite, Chen. It's a really nice item to have. Ooh, a lot of big items. Daedalus now and the heart. There's the AC, there's the Ags. We are loading up. Yeah, everybody buckle in. We're looking for a big fight. Na'Vi
just sit
smoked up behind the
right?
Aegis.
Both teams.
2 minutes on this.
Yeah.
No need to rush.
Niku has a BKB. They're going for the wraparound, though. There's the lasso. It gets reflected by the Lotus, but you can kill him with the Static Storm. It's the new Ags. He's getting so low, but the heals isn't enough. No. He will fall. Skitter now by the tower to chase after PMA here as BKB keeping him alive, but they're going to buy back now on the Timbersaw. Skitter, he needs help and quick. The Templar Assassin's doing way too much. They chop down the Bat Rider. They're taking out the Shadow Demon as well. Amar with a full health bar instead of spells, ready to try and turn this fight in favor of Falcons, but they cannot kill this Templar Assassin. Turning their attention maybe over to Niku, but that's a difficult target as well. They get the Aegis. Maureen has a jump. Oh, he doesn't end up on the low ground, but still gets the blink away. Aegis claimed. Tier 2 tower standing, but will finally end up going down as Na'Vi, I think, coming out pretty far ahead in that fight.
From miles away.
Yeah, 10,000 damage from the TA. She was able to just stand her ground and attack through so much of that. And I think Timbersaw was just there a little bit too soon. Falcons was going for the smoke wraparound, and so he's trying to bait, like, yeah, come get me. But, oh, wait, you actually did a little too soon. My team is not ready to help. So he actually died just as the team got there. But if they're a little closer, you can keep him alive through the Static Storm, and then he wouldn't have had to buy back. Maybe the fight goes a little better. At the least, you don't have to use the buyback, which is pretty costly since you didn't really get that much out of it. I guess you got the Aegis. Oh, my God.
Ooh. Rolling Thunder gets the TP. Yeah, no Sideblade proc there. And his TA's becoming a pretty massive problem. I mean, Niku has a heart of Trask now as well on his way to his Octarine.
Radiant's bottom tower is
He's
under
gonna be pretty difficult to bring down. Especially when you have like a Disruptor putting Disseminate, and there's Disruptor now has Aghanim Scepter. Or, I'm sorry, Shadow Demon has his Aghanim Scepter now.
Is Na'Vi doing it? Are they going to beat Falcons?
I mean,
That
right
would be
now,
huge for the team.
it feels like they're in a really good position. They are 5,000 ahead. This Templar Assassin is definitely outscaling the side of Falcons. And with the items that they've picked up, I mean, they can secure kills. Team fight, no, it's not super easy. Falcons are always a team that can outmaneuver you in fights, but the ease of execution is definitely there from Na'Vi. You have the Batrider Lasso into Static Storm for the rest of this game. And eventually Batrider is going to get an Ags, and maybe he delivers 2 heroes into the Static Storm.
That would be quite nice. Third Roach will also be very meaningful because you'll have the Refresher this time around.
Yeah.
So you could have 2 Static Storms.
Or just you play for double, like you just play for 2 lassos, right? Like the first lasso into Static Storm is the guaranteed kill, and then you can just lasso another hero. Like there's a lot of potential. Or you give it to Shadow Demon, he gets like 4 demonic purges.
That would be a lot. I think I'd like to see Disruptor hold it just by default,
Yeah.
and he can pass it off if you need to. But he has the slots for it, and Disruptor Ags is so strong. I think it's fine for him to have.
Radiant's top
Here we go. High ground push. Roshan, 50 seconds away.
You don't want to commit too hard. You're just trying to make use of the amplified damage.
Yeah. They're making use of it. Nice aggressive force. Oh, misses the bushwhack. Good attempt there, but that will be the full lane of Rax. Juice continuing to just pelt away. I think with that, they're happy with what they got. They don't need to overcommit. They'll wait to see what the Roshan timer is going to be. In case, you know, people forgot. You have third eye on the TA. You know exactly when Roshan is going to be up.
Which feels pretty fake. There is no third eye on the TA.
All right,
think they
35
should have
seconds.
changed your model.
Relatively quick spawn. I mean, someone needs to go deal with this wave bottom for sure. Yeah, there it is. DA coming bottom. The rest of the team's going to try and make their way towards Roche, I imagine, get themselves in position.
Timing working out a little bit for Falcons, where Na'Vi was heavily set up for the top Roche, but it actually has switched over. The banner's in the pit from earlier. I didn't even notice.
Is it actually still there?
Nah, guys, Na'Vi, pick up the banner. I guess I can't critique him this time because I also missed it, and I'm not even playing.
I mean, they're positioning so well in the enemy jungle. They did a good job shoving in this bottom lane. And now we'll see who they find. Can you really start the fight on a Bristleback with BKB Heart Octarine?
You need to find the supports, and look how they're positioned. They're so far apart from each other. If you jump the Disruptor, you'll be disrupted. If you jump the Shadow Demon, you'll get Ags Disruptor.
They're starting the Roche. They're actually just going to try and
So
kill it
fast.
before Falcons can make their way into the pit. It's falling
Get 'em,
very
Riddies!
quickly. Everything on the deck. They've managed to grab the Refresher as well. There's your Disruption. Amar, a lot of his BKB spent, does get the Demonic Cleanse, but the break from the Hoodwink gets the job done, and now they turn it around onto the Timber Saw. Can they finish the job? Refresher out from Amar, or I'm sorry, out for the Baron. He gets the second last, so this time over onto the Dragon Knight to make some space. The Disruptor, Static Storm holding back these heroes as Juice just cleans them up one by one. Amar to the low ground, trying his best to escape, but the Disruption is there. Crit doing his best to maybe stun up the backside of this fight. Does he get out? He does, with a sliver of HP, but Hoodwink to the fountain might burn to those smoldering resin, and he does.
Okay,
A
you
worthy
run it straight
buyback.
down. You force these buybacks out. I really thought Riddies was going to go a lot sooner. He saw them walk in. I thought he had the double Static Storm on Pango Timber. But he held it very patiently for the end to finish the kill on Timber, or try to. Actually, still wasn't enough.
That Hurricane Pike is scary. Juice is just zoning out these heroes. 4v3, the Chen up soon. This